Chapter 1. Arrival in the Marvel Universe. Upon awakening, Han Xiao discovered that something was profoundly amiss. She found herself aboard a small spacecraft. What is happening? What has transpired? What is wrong with my body? To her dismay, Han Xiao realized that she had inexplicably transformed into a woman. Ding. System binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have become a supergirl and traversed into the Marvel Universe. The system chimed. System? I merely took a nap. How did I end up here? And, as a woman, no less. The host has been transported to the Marvel Cinematic Universe by a mysterious force, the system replied. Han Xiao was momentarily dazed, but she gradually composed herself. Well then, since I am here, I shall make the best of it. System, what functionalities do you possess? The host may engage in battles and partake in various events. Achieving victory will yield system points and prestige. The magnitude of the battles or events dictates the rewards. The system responded in a monotone mechanical voice. Is there a beginner's gift pack available? Host has received the beginner's gift pack. Acquiring a flawless Kryptonian bloodline, without flaws, unaffected by kryptonite or red suns, a perfect Kryptonian bloodline, splendid. Once I reach Earth, basking in the sun will augment my strength. The small spacecraft plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a deep crater upon impact. Rubbing her head, which buzzed from the shock, Han Xiao emerged from the vessel. Her body largely unscathed after all, she now possessed the Kryptonian bloodline. Why do I feel so light? It's as if I could take flight. Upon exiting the spacecraft, Han Xiao sensed a diminished gravitational pull on Earth, prompting her to practice controlling her newfound strength for normal walking. Shortly after entering the atmosphere, her spacecraft was detected by S.H.I.E.L.D., landing conveniently in an open area adjacent to their headquarters, which at that time was not. Yet known as unsettles, Nick Fury, upon receiving the news, promptly dispatched agents to investigate. Alien visitor, who are you? Please state your purpose. A group of agents surrounded her, led by none other than Phil Coulson. Upon seeing Han Xiao, Coulson was momentarily entranced. Before him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her features exquisitely crafted, as though a divine artist had sculpted her. Her slender, arched eyebrows resembled two willow blades, and her long, curled eyelashes enhanced her allure. Her flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, imparting an ethereal grace. With a straight nose and a slightly pouting cherry blossom mouth, she exuded both pride and a hint of seduction, as if inviting mischief. Dressed in a Supergirl uniform that accentuated her long, elegant legs, she was a vision of symmetry and beauty. Coulson? Han Xiao recognized the speaker, noting his resemblance to the character from the films that My planet has been destroyed, and I escaped to Earth in my spacecraft. Unaware of her striking beauty, she assumed Coulson was merely astonished by the extraterrestrial vessel. Coulson took a moment to gather his thoughts, silently marveling, an alien so stunning, and clad in stockings. You must accompany us, Coulson stated. Very well, but you must take me to see your commander. Coulson reported the incident to Nick Fury, who, intrigued, also wished to meet Han Qiu. It is indeed a tumultuous autumn. Nick Fury mused as he summoned Han Qiu to the interrogation room that he intended to inquire about this extraterrestrial being, a matter of considerable significance. Name? Han Qi. Isn't that a Chinese name? In Rome, do as the Romans do, it is a name I recently adopted. Where are you from? Kryptonian. Do you harbor any malice towards Earth? I am but a wandering alien, seeking merely to live peacefully on Earth. Nick Fury posed numerous questions, all of which Han Qiu deftly navigated. After a while, seeing that he could extract no further information, Nick Fury chose to suppress his lingering doubts. Han Qiu requested a well-lit room from Nick Fury, who surprisingly acquiesced. However, the cunning old fox would undoubtedly dispatch numerous agents to monitor her. Nevertheless, she was unperturbed once she absorbed enough sunlight to enhance her strength. She would depart at will. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, invigorating the energy within Han Qiu's cells. Soon, she felt a surge of power coursing through her body. System, report on physical data. Name, Han Qiu. Gender, female. Height, 178 centimeters. Body density, 600,000 times that of a normal human. Weight on Earth using bioforce field, 60 kilograms. Flight speed, Mach 4. Current abilities, ironclad physique, superhuman strength, enhanced hearing, superior vision, extraordinary mental acuity albeit lazy, super speed, remarkable endurance. Flight, bioforce field, heat vision, ice breath, and X-ray vision. Items, Wonder Woman's battle attire. With the fundamental abilities of a superhero awakened, Han Qiu was elated. She contemplated soaring through the window to escape the confines of her room. Her X-ray vision detected a beautiful agent approaching with foot. It was none other than Black Widow. Natasha T.O. think it is you, Natasha, Han Kuya remarked as she elegantly pulled open the door, inadvertently exerting too much force and dislodging the entire heavy metal door. Natasha stood momentarily stunned. This door, crafted from exceptional materials, was incredibly robust, designed to withstand bullets and even tank shells, yet Han Kuya had effortlessly dismantled it. My apologies, I miscalculated my strength, Han Kuya said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she realized her newfound power. Not only Natasha, but also the two other agents were left in a state of astonishment. Natasha had intended to bring Han Kuya some food while subtly extracting useful information, but upon arriving, she witnessed the door's destruction. Is she truly just an ordinary individual? Her strength is utterly terrifying. One of them murmured in disbelief. Natasha, ignoring the comments of her colleagues, turned to Han Kuya and inquired, "Are all Kryptonians this formidable?" "Natasha, I am unique among my kind," Han Kuya replied, her gaze appraising Natasha's figure. Clad in a sleek black catsuit, Natasha's attire accentuated her graceful silhouette, showcasing her exquisite curves and elongated legs, complemented by striking high heels. Radiating an alluring femininity, Natasha gazed at Han Kuya, utterly captivated by her beauty. She had never encountered such an exquisite woman. Her figure, features, and demeanor seemed like a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by the hands of the divine, so perfect that it ignited a tinge of jealousy within her. "I am here to deliver your meal," Han Kuya replied. "Thank you," came the response. Without further ado, Han Kuya began to eat voraciously, finishing her meal with astonishing speed, displaying none of the decorum one might expect. Once she had finished, Natasha hurriedly inquired, "How did you know my name is Natasha?" "I possess super hearing. Your conversations reach my ears from considerable distances," Han Kuya replied with a mischievous grin, aware that Director Egg might soon be in a state of panic upon learning this. However, her super hearing could only be activated while she did not employ it continuously, listening and only sporadically. When her ability was not in effect, her hearing was akin to that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was observing Han Kuya from the monitoring room. Upon hearing her words, a sense of unease and anger washed over him, fearing that some secrets might have been overheard. Han Kuya remarked that they were already infiltrated by Hydra, with their organization riddled with leaks, leaving little room for secrets. "Damn it, we must transfer her to a soundproof room without windows," he commanded. Coulson interjected, "Director, the doors made of that material cannot contain her. She could break free at any moment. Let us not underestimate the situation that we need a completely soundproof room, capable of blocking all sound, and assign several agents to guard her," Nick Fury insisted firmly, disliking anything that slipped from his control. Having finished her meal, Han Kuya, feeling bored, activated her supervision and X-ray sight, detecting a runaway train several dozen kilometers away that was on the brink of derailing into a river. On her first day on Earth. "This planet is my home, and I am a superhero. After a month of gaining strength, this planet is my home. What are you doing in my house?" Without hesitation, Han Kuya soared upwards, breaking through the ceiling, leaving Natasha in a state of bewilderment. Just as Natasha was about to question her, Han Kuya had already taken flight. In the monitoring room, Nick Fury was alarmed. "Damn it, how could she fly away just like that? Do we treat the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics as a playground?" She even punctured a large hole in the ceiling. Coulson was equally astonished, but quickly urged Nick Fury, "Director, please remain composed." "Composed? What do you want me to remain composed about?" Fury retorted. Agent Hill then asked, "Director, what shall we do next?" Having regained some composure, Nick Fury found himself at a loss for solutions and ordered, "Keep a close watch on her whereabouts and report back to me at the first opportunity." It truly is a tumultuous time. Chapter 2. The stopped train. Han Kuya soared through the skies, her velocity surpassing the sound barrier, creating a sonic boom as she streaked across the heavens like a meteor. Reaching a speed of Mach 4, she arrived at her destination in a mere 22 seconds. She landed atop a train that refused to halt. Employing her X-ray vision to discern a man of African descent bound with a timed explosive device, the countdown was nearing its end. Without hesitation, she forcefully breached the train car's roof, creating a substantial opening before leaping inside. "Is this man unwell?" Han Kuya mused as she grasped the individual entangled with the bomb, ascending into the sky. With only a second remaining on the countdown, she hurled him into the stratosphere. Tens of thousands of meters high, the explosion resonated, and Han Kuya flew above the train, utilizing her X-ray vision to discover that the train's control system was malfunctioning, rendering it incapable of stopping. She swiftly positioned herself at the front of the train, using her hands to brace against the locomotive, gradually bringing it to a halt. The passengers aboard displayed expressions of astonishment, soon erupting into collective cheers. There truly are superheroes in this world. A superhero has saved us. Quick, capture this moment, they exclaimed, their admiration for her prowess evident. She is magnificent, a goddess. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 2,548 prestige points. Please be reminded that prestige points can be used to purchase items from the system's store, the system announced. Some passengers eagerly retrieved their phones to document the miraculous event, their hearts filled with gratitude towards Han Xiuyan. Suspended gracefully in the air, Han Xiuyan donned the suit provided by the system, a blue bodysuit, a red skirt, a flowing red cape, black stockings, and red boots, her appearance resembling that of a superheroine, exuding an aura of divinity. Subsequently, she soared across the landscape, inscribing a grand name, Supergirl, before darting into the sky. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed your initial novice mission, earning 50,000 points. These points can be utilized to traverse different worlds and can be acquired through victorious battles. Reward. Your Supergirl suit has been upgraded to a high-tech nanotech suit, capable of transforming into any garment style, with defensive capabilities that will always align with the host. The system chimed unexpectedly. Han Xiuyan sensed a transformation in her attire and attempted to command it to morph into a gentleman's suit. Please note, host, that combat in anything other than the Supergirl suit will not yield system rewards, the system remarked as Han Xiuyan donned the male attire. System, you have a flaw? Han Xiuyan retorted, reluctantly reverting to her Supergirl suit. She tugged at the black stockings adorning her legs, discovering their remarkable elasticity and high quality. Her formidable strength could not tear them. These stockings are of excellent quality, bullets would surely not penetrate them. As Han Xiuyan had not made any attempts to obscure her identity, Nick Fury and his associates were already aware of her heroic deeds and were tracking her whereabouts. Director, shall we proceed to apprehend her? An agent inquired. This matter requires careful deliberation, Nick Fury replied, contemplating. How do you propose to capture her? Can you fly? Near S-H-I-E-L-D. A resounding explosion echoed through the sky as Han Qiuya descended to the ground. Natasha happened to be passing by when Han Qiuya suddenly landed in a nearby clearing. Boom. The impact was akin to a cannonball striking the earth, causing the ground around her to crack in all directions. This is bad, an earthquake. Quick, escape. Agents from the nearby building, mistaking it for a natural disaster, scrambled out in a panic. Instinctively, Natasha bent down, shielding her head with her arms. Upon realizing it was Han Qiuya, she rolled her eyes. Could you be a bit lighter? You've caused quite the tremor. Han Qiuya adjusted her nanosuit to don a dress, apologizing. I still haven't mastered my strength. I only exerted a little force, and look what happened. Well, it's not my salary that will cover the repairs. The director will have a headache over this. Natasha muttered. Oh yes, it's Director Egghead who will foot the bill. I feel no pain at all, Han Qiuya replied, her expression one of indifference, knowing that the director could do little to her. Director Egghead Natasha nearly laughed out loud. Just then, Nick Fury approached, observing Han Qiuya for a while before speaking. Here are your identification documents and a bank card with some funds. You're on your own now. We trust you can manage. He handed the items to her. How can a girl be so violent? Nick Fury internally lamented, realizing Han Qiuya's strength could lead to significant economic losses, forcing him to send her away for the time being. Sigh. I've only been here a day, and you want this alien drifter to fend for herself? Han Qiuya feigned helplessness while secretly laughing. Nick Fury certainly couldn't allow her to stay. Within days, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics would be in ruins because of her. Natasha, please escort Miss Qiuya, he instructed. Han Qiuya took Natasha's hand, ready to leave, when she suddenly remarked, by the way, Director Egghead, your department's name is far too long. Why not rename it S-H-I-E-L-D? She added inwardly. Or perhaps Serpent Shield. Natasha, let us go, Han Qiuya proclaimed, enveloping Natasha in a biofield as they soared into the sky. Wait, shouldn't I be the one to see you off? Why are you taking me along? Natasha exclaimed. Internally, Nick Fury was in disarray. Natasha is my subordinate. Where are you taking her? Before Natasha could process what was happening, she found herself lifting off the ground, the scenery below rapidly shrinking. The place she had just occupied rippled like water before collapsing. The view beneath them blurred past as Han Qiuya accelerated, and soon Natasha could no longer discern the ground. Flying this fast through the air, I feel no pressure on my body at all, Natasha pondered, intrigued. She attempted to speak, surprised to find she could articulate her thoughts clearly and hear her own voice. This is my superpower, my biological stance. I safeguard you with this very essence. After Han Qiuya replied, she inquired, by the way, where do you reside? Fly so swiftly. We have already passed. Let us return. Moments later, Han Qiuya and Natasha gracefully descended onto the balcony of Natasha's abode, landing softly without causing any damage. Once on the balcony, Han Qiuya took Natasha's hand and led her inside the room. Han Qiuya, you truly are quite familiar, Natasha remarked, unable to contend with her, offering a resigned smile as she began tidying up the room. Natasha felt a pang of sympathy for Han Qiuya, recognizing the solitude they both shared, devoid of family ties. Han Qiuya's planet had perished, leaving her to navigate Earth alone, undoubtedly enveloped in profound loneliness. For the time being, Han Qiuya resided with Natasha, but later, she acquired considerable wealth and purchased her own villa. Chapter 3. Tony in peril in a terrorist stronghold. Tony regained consciousness after losing consciousness, teetering on the brink of despair. He was held captive by terrorists who demanded he construct missiles for them. A shard of metal had pierced his chest, but fortunately, Dr. Ethan had fashioned a device that utilized electromagnets to extract the shrapnel and sustain his life. Soon, as Tony began to recover, he resolved to create the original Iron Man suit to facilitate his escape from this dire situation. With Dr. Ethan's assistance, he proceeded methodically with his work. Tony, they are coming. Quickly don your armor. I will hold them off for a moment. Just as Tony and Ethan completed the Mark I suit, they were confronted by the approaching terrorists, and at that moment, Tony had yet to don his armor. Ethan, adhere to the plan. Ethan, don't go. Ethan had already stepped forward, gun in hand, ready to defend Tony, but it seemed he was destined for peril. Bang, bang, bang. In a surprise attack, Ethan succeeded in eliminating 2 enemies. However, the sound of gunfire attracted countless terrorists, swiftly closing in on their position. Tony had finally donned his armor. Yet the system was still loading, and he stared anxiously at the screen. Come on, hurry up, he urged, frustration mounting. I will rescue you. Let me borrow the armor for a moment. A melodious female voice resonated beside Tony as Han Qiuya, clad in a superheroine-esque attire, appeared next to him. Without hesitation, Han Qiuya activated her super speed and charged into the throng of terrorists, igniting sparks of battle throughout the stronghold. A few bullets hurtled towards Ethan, but Han Qiuya swiftly positioned herself in front of him. The bullets struck her iron form, only to deform and ricochet away. As Ethan and several terrorists stared in astonishment, Han Qiuya unleashed a barrage of heat ray lasers from her eyes, cleaving several foes in two. Are you a goddess of war? Ethan gazed in awe at the stunning and formidable Han Qiuya. Don't mention it. At that moment, Tony's armor finally finished loading. Regaining his composure, he quickly donned the suit, preparing to fight alongside Han Qiuya. Whoever you are, we must leave this place swiftly, Tony reminded her. Let me borrow your armor. Han Qiuya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she saw Tony was ready. Activating her super speed once more, the armor swiftly transferred onto her body. Being the original suit, Han Qiuya intended to keep it for herself after a bit of fun. Tony? Donning the armor, Han Qiuya was exhilarated, disregarding the 2 individuals who remained stunned as she stepped outside to engage the enemy, seeking an exhilarating battle experience. Before long, the battle concluded, but the armor was nearly rendered inoperative by Han Qiuya's exuberance. As Tony and Ethan stepped outside, they exchanged glances, their confusion no longer concealed. With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Tony rushed over to inquire, who are you? And spare me the chit-chat. Let us go? I'll take you both flying. Without waiting for Tony to finish, Han Qiuya activated her super speed, grabbing each of them and soaring into the sky. Ethan, wait a moment. The armor is about to fail. Tony, stop flying. The armor is out of energy. Ethan, we're going to crash. Tony, quickly, find a place to land. Ethan, no. Stop. The 2 men observed that Han Qiuya remained unfazed, finding her more terrifying than the terrorists themselves. After a while, having regained their composure, they sensed something was amiss. How could the armor sustain flight for such an extended period? Tony, did you enhance it while carrying me? Questions flooded Ethan's mind. It seemed impossible, absolutely not feasible. Moreover, how were they able to converse normally amid such high-speed flight, without feeling the turbulence? Ding. Congratulations, host, on your victory in battle. You have earned 10,000 points, bringing your total to 60,000. Han Qiuya, having soaked up the sun for so many days, experienced a significant enhancement in her abilities, even while carrying the 2 men. Her flight speed exceeded Mach 20, allowing her to traverse from AFU to AIM in just 12,000 meters, 20 by 340 ms, in 1,764 seconds, equating to approximately 29 for minutes, less than half an hour. However, Han Qiuya ultimately discarded Tony and Ethan near a rescue aircraft and soared away alone. System. How many points are required to traverse other worlds? Currently, other worlds are not unlocked. 100,000 points can permanently unlock a universe. Once unlocked, can one traverse infinitely? Indeed. But each journey requires a cooldown of 15 days. To shorten this time, or to bring others along, A certain number of points must be consumed. That seems fair. It is a system of integrity. Chapter 4. I still have hope upon his return. Tony encountered the tearful Pepper, her eyes red-rimmed. Are those tears for your long-lost boss? Tony teased with a self-satisfied smirk. No, I'm merely relieved. I despise the thought of searching for a new job, Pepper retorted. Indeed. The holiday has come to an end. As they approached the car, Pepper instructed the driver, please take us to the hospital. No need for that, Tony interjected. You must go to the hospital. There is nothing urgent. I've been confined for 3 months, and now I only wish to accomplish 3 things. Savor a cheeseburger. Arrange a press conference immediately, and most importantly, gather information on a certain lady. Pepper was taken aback. A press conference? Why? And why do you need information on a woman? Listen, your body cannot endure any strenuous activity. You must go to the hospital. All right, let us drive first and get that hamburger, Tony insisted. As the boss, the driver promptly obeyed. Tony quickly devoured his hamburger and made his way to the press conference venue. At the press conference, he declared, I will be shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of the company, effective immediately. The room erupted in shock as reporters scrambled to their feet, bombarding Tony with questions. Tony, may I ask? Watch your feet. His uncle Obadiah, sensing the chaos, pushed through the crowd and seized the microphone. This is misinformation. In any case, Tony's return is a positive development, and the company will continue to flourish. During this period, Han Kuya resided with Natasha, spending her days basking in the sun to strengthen herself, or dispatching minor villains to accumulate reputation points and accolades. To enhance her reputation further, Han Kuya fought with considerable flair, resulting in numerous videos of her circulating online. Not long after the press conference, Han Kuya took to the skies, surveying the city for opportunities to gain reputation points. Soon, she spotted a group of armed robbers ransacking a small store. Without hesitation, she swooped down. Just as the robbers were hastily grabbing cash and preparing to flee, Han Kuya smiled at them and said, Your performance ends here. You would do well to drop your weapons and surrender. The leader of the robbers laughed mockingly. Lady, do you think your outfit can intimidate us? Open fire. 3 robbers simultaneously fired at Han Kuya. With a gentle smile, she remained motionless. The bullets struck her as if they were hitting a steel plate, deflecting harmlessly to the ground. 1 bullet grazed her black stockings, yet they remained unscathed. What? The robbers were dumbfounded. In an instant, Han Kuya materialized before the leader, delivering a punch that rendered him unconscious. 1 robber fled in panic, while the other, trembling, crouched down to surrender. Not so fast, Han Kuya scoffed, swiftly pursuing the fleeing robber. A well-placed kick sent him collapsing to the ground. She dragged the 2 unconscious robbers before the one who had surrendered and coldly remarked, That was too easy. It wasn't satisfying at all. The surrendered robber clutched the handle of his firearm with trembling hands, stammering, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please spare me. Han Kuya raised an eyebrow, questioning, spare you? With that, she snatched the gun from him and crushed it in her hands, venting her pent-up frustration. The robber felt darkness envelop him, and the world began to spin, causing him to faint from fear. Instinctively smoothing her dress, Han Kuya waved at the onlookers, radiating star-like charisma. Ding. Victory in battle. Congratulations to the host for earning 200 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 13 reputation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 52 reputation points. Ding. The adversary was too weak, yielding such meager rewards. Han Kuya prepared to take flight. At that moment, a man in the crowd mustered the courage to shout, Superwoman, you are truly amazing. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers and applause. This man had been saved by Han Kuya before and had since become an ardent admirer. Han Kuya smiled warmly, waving goodbye to him and the other spectators before soaring into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. The devoted fan gazed excitedly in the direction where Superwoman had vanished. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived, delayed, to clean up the aftermath. Meanwhile, online discussions about Superwoman continued to flourish. Any video related to her garnered immense viewership. The enigmatic Han Kuya rose to fame due to her formidable powers and striking beauty. Online, her topic views and comments skyrocketed as people debated her superhuman abilities, beauty, and alluring attire. Whenever videos of Han Kuya in combat surfaced, they went viral, with view counts and comments reaching astonishing heights. She is breathtaking. Her fighting style is incredibly impressive. The way she moves so swiftly is simply astounding. Often, one can only witness the aftermath of her foes falling. How exactly does she defeat them? It remains a mystery. Dressed in sheer stockings and a short skirt, this invincible beauty of a superheroine presented a mesmerizing sight that left many entranced. However, amidst the admiration, dissenting voices also emerged. Some expressed concerns over superheroes potentially abusing their powers, while others criticized Han Kuya's revealing attire, arguing it could have adverse societal effects. With such swift and precise strikes, could she inadvertently cause severe harm? Her immense strength, one punch could send a person flying. If such power were to spiral out of control, it could become a lethal weapon. Even criminals possess basic human rights. Is her brutal approach truly justified? Nonetheless, as public opinion remained unmanipulated, a greater number of voices rallied in support of the superheroine, applauding her efforts to combat crime. The ranks of her devoted fans swelled. The mysterious superwoman, both alluring and empowering, seemed to be winning the affection and trust of an ever-growing audience. Nick Fury, with a mix of joy and concern, reflected on how Han Kuya exuded positivity, yet feared that such immense power might one day spiral into chaos. It seems a superwoman response team must be established. After watching Tony's press conference on the news, Han Kuya anticipated that Tony would soon refine his Iron Man suit and venture out into the world. Sure enough, just days later, a humanoid mechanical suit soared from Tony's residence under the cover of night. The 2 Malawian Quatches was still in its nascent stage, lacking a frost-resistant system. Tony began to push the limits of the suit's flight altitude, ascending ever higher into the sky. Upon noticing this, Han Kuya accelerated to reach an altitude of 85,000 feet in advance. She planned to accompany Tony in free fall, cherishing the experience from a close distance, as if watching a 3D film, and to rescue him at the very last moment. Tony continued his ascent, 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 80,000 feet. The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, cautioned him, "Sir, there is a risk of fatal icing." "Proceed," Tony replied. "I have yet to break the 85,000 feet record. Soon." The frigid temperatures at high altitude caused severe icing on the suit, leading to a malfunction in the systems, and Tony realized he was losing control, entering a perilous descent. At that moment, he glimpsed a red figure materializing above him, seemingly awaiting his arrival. It was Han Kuya, who winked at Tony as she watched him plummet. "Oh. Ah," Tony cried out in free fall. "Wait, that was Superwoman. I still have a chance to survive. Superwoman, save me, I am your devoted fan." Han Kuya admired him for a few seconds before breaking the sound barrier and pursuing him. With a swift motion, she soared beside him, her long hair flowing behind her, and her red cape billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of fearless elegance in their rapid descent. Han Kuya smiled brightly at him. "Mr. Tony, are you enjoying free fall? Next time you venture out, remember to invite me along." Before Tony could finish his thought, they were nearing the ground, and she knew she had to rescue him before the suit regained its functionality. At a mere 1,000 meters above the ground, Han Kuya suddenly darted in front of Tony, catching him securely and deftly slowing their descent until they landed safely. She gently placed Tony back on the ground, and after a brief moment, he regained his composure. "You are so stunning. Shouldn't you be a bit gentler when saving lives? A touch more feminine? You saved me at the last possible moment. I nearly suffered a heart attack. I felt as if I might become an extraterrestrial before you rescued me." This is not the behavior one expects from a quality heroine. Tony had thought his life was over up there. "Isn't it true that you just proclaimed me your devoted fan? How quickly you turn," Tony remarked. "And by the way, I've saved you twice now. Let us settle the score." Han Kuya wore an expression that implied understanding. "If you're ever short on cash, come to me." After Tony's remark, he couldn't help but retort, "Don't come to me if you're being unethical. How about a visit to my place?" "All right. Shall we race?" "Absolutely not. Comparison is futile. Your super speed is simply beyond the capabilities of my current armor, and I have no desire to be soundly defeated by you." Tony thought defiantly, "One day, my suit will soar faster than yours." After both landed, Han Kuya explored the villa while Tony stowed his armor and emerged just as Pepper entered. Tony introduced, "This is my friend and assistant, Pepper Potts. You may call her Pepper." He then turned to Han Kuya. "She is a renowned superheroine who has saved my life twice. Her name is I haven't asked. I am Han Kuya. Thank you for saving Tony on 2 occasions, oh magnificent superheroine." Pepper, tall and elegant, stood slightly shorter than Han Kuya due to her high heels. She extended her hand toward Han Kuya, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she assessed the stunning beauty and figure before her. Han Kuya possessed a visage capable of captivating the hearts of men across the globe. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering alluringly in the sunlight. Her delicate nose, rosy lips, and penetrating dark eyes lent her features an exquisite charm. Her graceful figure and curves rendered her utterly mesmerizing. With her tall, proportionate physique, Han Kuya exuded an innate elegance with every step. Her voluptuous form, slender waist, and the enchanting long legs adorned in black stockings beneath her red skirt accentuated her goddess-like allure. Both Tony and Pepper were momentarily spellbound, but Tony, recalling Han Kuya's strength and demeanor, swiftly regained his composure. "Pepper," Tony interjected. "Oh, my apologies, Miss Han Kuya. You are simply breathtaking. Even I, as a woman, was momentarily entranced. Han Qiya dismissed Pepper's blunder with a smile. Although slightly embarrassed, Pepper felt relieved to see that Han Qiya did not take offense. Chapter 5. Crossing into the Flash movie. Miss Han Xioi, what would you like to drink? Pepper inquired. A glass of juice, please. Thank you, Han Xioi replied, deftly controlling her nanosuit to transform into a stunning blue gown. Oh, is that attire a nanosuit? Such advanced technology. How did it come to be, allowing for such effortless alteration? Tony, intrigued by the marvel of technology, could not restrain his curiosity, as he had so many questions regarding Han Xioi. With a gentle smile, she set her cup down and explained, this is a product developed by my family over generations, an amalgamation of alien technology that can reshape itself according to my will. Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, that is truly extraordinary. May I examine its structure? Inwardly, Han Xioi queried the system. What would happen if I were to excise a small portion of the suit? It would lose its vitality and revert to ordinary material. Incurring a minor deduction of system points, the system replied. Noticing Han Xiui's silence, Tony hastily offered, I'll give you a villa plus 100 million. All I require is a small segment. Agreed, though I cannot guarantee what you will glean from it, Han Xiui responded. Deal. Tony, ever fascinated by scientific novelties, wore a triumphant expression. All right, it's settled, Han Xiui confirmed. Host, you truly consider Tony a fool, the system remarked involuntarily. Ding. A small piece of nanomaterial consumed. Deducting 100 points. System, you are remarkably fair. There is something even more benevolent. A film from the world you previously inhabited has been released, and currently, there is a limited time offer. 50,000 points will permanently unlock the Flash, Double Trouble, allowing you to traverse into that universe. Tony eagerly seized the small piece of material Han Xiui had torn off, anxious to commence his research. Han Xiui then stated, I've suddenly remembered an urgent matter to attend to. I must traverse to another universe. We shall meet again. All right, we will converse later. Pepper, please escort Miss Han, and ensure the villa and cash are transferred to her name, Tony said, pleased that Han Xiui's departure aligned with his intentions, suppressing his desire to delve into research. Gesturing with poise and decorum. No need to see me off. I shall take my leave. Han Xiui replied with a mysterious smile, commanding the system to initiate the traversal. A blue portal unfurled, revealing the sights of another world beyond. Han Xiui stepped through, and the portal closed behind her. Tony stood in stunned silence, unable to maintain his composure. Someone had just traversed 2 universes before him? Wait, did she just say she was going to another universe? She was not jesting? Oh, my God! Pepper exclaimed dramatically. J-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate a worldwide search for any trace of Miss Han's presence and monitor her whereabouts. Report any significant information immediately, Tony commanded. Understood, sir. Within Kamartaj, Master Gu sensed an unusual spatial disturbance and realized that Han Xiui had vanished from this world. Supergirl, it appears I shall need to consult you next time. After a fierce battle, the Flash was defeated by Zod, and Batman courageously piloted his aircraft into the fray, sacrificing himself. The young Flash approached the fallen Flash, realizing she had succumbed to her injuries, and was overwhelmed with sorrow. Anxious, the young Flash blinked before the older Barry, imploring, Barry, we can traverse time as you have done. What must I do? To return, we must run fast enough. Without waiting for a response, the young Barry hurriedly took off, accelerating rapidly. Barry, the elder Flash swiftly pursued him, and after several bursts of speed, they both arrived at the temporal vortex. Fear not, we can rectify this. I know what needs to be altered. They exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and together they surged forward to reverse time. They returned to the moment just before Batman was about to launch the missile. The elder Flash urgently communicated through his earpiece, Bruce, hold off on the missile. They possess a protective shield. Understood, Batman replied, retracting his finger from the launch button to seek alternative targets. Regrettably, this merely offered Batman a different demise. The enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. The valiant Batman targeted formidable foes with his Batplane, and upon witnessing the colossal figure wielding a massive axe, he unleashed several missiles. Boom. From the cockpit perspective of the Batplane, amidst the fiery explosion, the giant leaped from the debris, landing atop the aircraft. Despite enduring the missile strikes, the giant remained unscathed. As the giant mounted the Batplane, he shattered the cockpit glass with a single punch, reaching out to seize Batman. In response, Batman activated a button, causing the Batplane's outer rim to spin rapidly, dislodging the giant's grasp momentarily. Unfortunately, the giant regained his hold and began to crawl closer to Batman. Even as Batman maximized the spinning speed of the aircraft, the giant could not be shaken off. Realizing the giant was about to breach the cockpit, Batman leapt from the plane, his bat suit unfurling in the air like a bat, landing gracefully on the ground. hoping the crashing aircraft would inflict sufficient damage on the giant. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zod faced off against the Flash. The young Flash devised a plan to assist the fallen heroine by encircling Zod at super speed, obscuring his vision. Whoosh! Zod found himself surrounded, unable to see beyond the blur of the young Flash's rapid movement. The heroine, initially taken aback, swiftly took flight into the circle, delivering a heavy punch to Zod, who was unprepared for the assault. After striking, she retreated outside the circle, while the young Flash raised his hand for a high five, only to be ignored by her. The battle raged on, with the heroine repeatedly darting through the Flash's encirclement, landing blows on Zod each time. However, after numerous attempts, Zod finally anticipated her attack, evaded her strike, and countered, ultimately leading to her defeat due to insufficient time to recharge her powers. This disruption abruptly unsettled the rhythm of the young Flash, causing him to crash to the ground. Fiora, Zod's female lieutenant, lifted Supergirl with her hand, while Zod brandished a weapon, piercing it into Supergirl's body, and utilized a device to extract the codex from within her. Indeed, in this world, Superman never succeeded in arriving on Earth. Zod encountered Superman en route, and he had informed Supergirl that Superman did not survive. What he sought was the codex residing within her. Meanwhile, on Batman's side, a colossal figure emerged from the flames of the crashing aircraft, unharmed by the catastrophic explosion. Chapter 6. I Can Endure It. Batman extracted a powerful grappling gun from his utility belt, launching it with great force to ascend onto the giant's back. Swiftly, he secured a bomb to the giant's rear and adeptly flipped to the front to evade detection. Just as the giant prepared to retaliate, the bomb detonated with a resounding boom. The sound of shattering armor echoed as the giant staggered, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Batman affixed another bomb to the giant's chest and nimbly returned to his back. Boom! The giant swiftly grasped Batman's ankle, his immense strength sending the Dark Knight crashing to the ground, a force comparable to that of the Hulk's might. Batman lay on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, as the giant approached menacingly. At that moment, the bomb on the back of the giant's head flickered ominously. With a thunderous roar, the giant was blasted to the ground. Old Flash rushed over to assist the bloodied Batman. This must be another timeline. You have reverse time, Haven to you? We cannot bring you back, can we? No matter how many times we turned back time, Batman remarked, his voice laced with despair. You are correct, Barry. You are right. Batman uttered before succumbing to unconsciousness. Despite the two Flashes having reversed time once, the outcome remained unchanged. Come on, Barry, we must traverse once more and reverse time. The young Flash insisted, filled with optimism, believing that failure was merely a stepping stone. Barry, old Barry replied, his tone laden with resignation and fatigue. The fervor for saving the world drained from his spirit. He contemplated surrender, while the young Barry remained resolute. Let us go. I'll take the lead. The young Barry surged forward, preparing to once again reverse time. Barry, hesitating for a moment, old Barry ultimately accelerated to catch up. They arrived at the Time Bowl, a unique realm surrounded by myriad timelines, where they could select the timeline they wished to traverse. Can we pause for a moment? Old Barry inquired. I'm very sorry. Of course, we can take our time as long as we want. We can continue reversing time indefinitely, the young Barry replied, undeterred by previous failures, and began to reverse time several times, while old Barry remained in the Time Bowl, refraining from following. Predictably, each attempt at battle ended in defeat. Where have you been? Why do you linger here? I need your assistance. Barry, this is an unavoidable circumstance. You must cease your efforts. Seeing old Barry's reluctance to assist, the young Barry accelerated once more, determined to reverse time alone, hoping that one attempt would yield victory. Barry, wait. There is something I must tell you. I traversed to the past because my mother passed away. The young Barry interjected hastily. Yes, I was unaware of the far-reaching consequences of my actions. I must undo what I have done. Old Barry believed that his world was beyond salvation and could not allow the young Barry to continue reversing time, lest it disrupt the multiverse and affect other realms. Having accepted his mother's death, old Barry now urged the young Barry to come to terms with the demise of his own world. Without unexpected occurrences, Zod of this world will triumph and seize control of Earth, transforming it into a Kryptonian environment. No, you are not at fault, nor am I. We can save Supergirl, and we can salvage the world. Yet, we cannot. You are unable to withstand it. This fate is unavoidable. As Bruce articulated, we may attempt 1,000,000 times, but our strength is vastly insufficient to conquer Zod. Old Barry paused momentarily and remarked, regardless, this world is doomed. Observe the surroundings of the temporal bowl and the devastation wrought by time reversal. Certain timelines are crumbling. Well, do you know what? My mother is merely doing laundry. And you come to inform me that I will become a superhero and assist me in becoming the Flash, yet now you ask me to relinquish hope. My mother once played a mundane role. Why instill hope only to have me abandon it? If he were to accept defeat now, old Barry would simply return to his own world. Instead, he must witness the annihilation of this world, endure the loss of friends and family, and face his failures with a sense of helplessness. Had he remained an ordinary person, he would not feel such resentment, but now he is the Flash. Barry, not every dilemma has a resolution. You cannot withstand it. No matter how many times you reverse time, you will never overcome Zod. I can endure it, he declared and accelerated away. At that moment, in the Marvel Universe, Han Xiuyue's system detected a multiverse spatial anomaly, requiring significantly less energy to traverse into the Flash movie universe. Consequently, what originally necessitated 100,000 points now costs merely 50,000. Otherwise, Han Xiuyue's points would be inadequate. Ding. Deducting 50,000 points. Remaining points, 41,000. Engaging in transit. System, display my personal panel. Name, Han Xiuyue. Gender, female. Height, 178 centimeters. Body density, 2.7 million times that of an ordinary human. Weight, without altering the inherent biofield, 60 kilograms. Flight speed, 78 Mach, exceeding 26 kilometers per second. Current abilities, steel body. Super strength, super hearing, super vision, super speed, super endurance, high-speed flight, biofield, heat vision, ice breath, X-ray vision, and more. Items, a high-tech nanotechnology suit that can transform at will, Iron Man's Mark I. The collection of items is still insufficient. I hope to gather some valuable treasures in this world. Han Xiuyue is quite eager. Meanwhile, young Barry is preparing to reverse time once more after yet another failure. As the Supergirl of the Shadow Flash world has once again been unable to defeat Zod, leaving Batman in a precarious situation. Given that Shadow Supergirl has limited sun exposure, it is not surprising that she cannot contend with Zod. On the battlefield, Zod lifts Supergirl, poised to utilize his device. At that moment, Han Xiuyue's figure descends from the heavens, soaring like a missile, her red cape billowing behind her. The 78 Mach flight speed generates tremendous shockwaves and sonic booms through the air. The air is torn and compressed, oscillating violently under pressure, creating ethereal shockwaves on either side, reminiscent of the air walls pushed aside by Han Kia's as she forges her path. A vacuum wall closely follows her, akin to a sword slicing through the heavens. Little Barry observes a crimson arc of light manifesting in the sky, trailing a lengthy sonic boom and a vacuum corridor behind it. This extraordinary velocity evokes an illusion of traversing through time and space, showcasing an astonishing prowess in flight. Who is this? Why had she not appeared before? Before little Barry could finish his thought, he witnessed Han Kia's delivering a punch towards Zod at breakneck speed. Though seemingly simple, the destructive potential of such a blow at this velocity is unfathomable. Chapter 7. A heroic rescue behind the swiftly soaring Han Kia. The low-pressure vacuum channel caused the air to surge towards the high-pressure zone, akin to water rushing into a pipe. The immense airflow toppled the Kryptonian soldiers surrounding Zod. Han Kia, raising her fist, struck down towards Zod, generating enough kinetic energy to create a crater upon impact with the ground. Unprepared, Zod was momentarily blinded by a flash of crimson light. Before he could defend himself, her fist, accompanied by a tempestuous gust, descended upon him, instantly unleashing an extraordinary heat and a powerful shockwave. Zod felt darkness enveloping him, as if he had been struck by a spacecraft, propelling him into the air and sending him reeling back several kilometers. Young Barry stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide with awe, exclaiming, "This speed, this power. Oh my God!" Batman, unable to discern the expression behind his mask, was equally astonished by Han Kia's extraordinary prowess. Clad in a black silk skirt and battle attire adorned with the emblem of yet another superwoman had emerged. Old Barry opened and closed his mouth, utterly speechless. The Kryptonian soldiers were mesmerized. Although they possessed similar superpowers, they were still far from Han Kia's level. One soldier stammered, Her speed, her punch, it's simply divine." The others nodded in agreement, all astonished by Han Kia's combat strength. The human soldiers were completely bewildered, aware only that a significant change had occurred on the battlefield without comprehending the details. "Captain Ma, what is happening?" a soldier inquired of his superiors standing nearby. Meanwhile, the fallen superwoman opened her eyes, and what greeted her was a pair of eyes that seemed to reflect the vastness of the cosmos. She gazed intently at the woman in the flowing red cape descending from above, momentarily at a loss for words. Han Kia smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, I am here. They're doomed." Her voice resonated like that of an angel, instilling a sense of comfort and reliability in Supergirl. Supergirl nodded, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. "Who are you? Are you also a Kryptonian?" "Indeed, I am Han Kia. Others call me Supergirl. Like you, I too am a superwoman," she replied. Kara nodded, feeling her blood surge with excitement. Without further ado, she levitated into the air, joining Han Kuya in a display of camaraderie above the battlefield. The two superwomen hovered side by side, illuminated by the sun's radiant glow, as if the world had been reborn. During a live broadcast by battlefield reporters, the camera focused on the two heroines, stirring a wave of emotion across the globe. They soared together, their red and blue figures shining like twin beacons of hope, igniting a spark of optimism in every heart. The dark clouds of despair were dispelled, giving way to a sky filled with sunshine. Young Barry, old Barry, and Batman felt their spirits soar upon witnessing the two superwomen together. Look, she has risen. Another female hero has saved her. A child in the crowd watching the live broadcast exclaimed, as all eyes turned towards the soaring silhouettes of the two superwomen. We have hope. Another superhero has arrived. Oh. Across the globe, waves of cheers erupted from the crowd watching the live broadcast, their eyes brimming with hope and joy. Barry and Batman exchanged a glance, discovering a renewed courage within each other's gaze. With the support of two superwomen, victory was surely within reach. The recovering fighters resumed their battle. The giant charged forward, raising his colossal iron axe to strike Batman, while Han Kuya swooped in from the heights above. Her flight was swift, yet upon arrival, she could decelerate to a complete halt as though time itself was irrelevant, an ability that appeared to those with slower reflexes as instantaneous teleportation. Reaching a staggering speed of 78 Mach, she could traverse 25 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Han Kuya stood before Batman, confidently absorbing the giant's blow with her left shoulder. The impact resonated with a thunderous clash as the iron axe struck her, yet the giant's malevolent grin faltered. She remained unyielding, her skin unmarred, while the axe suffered a significant fracture. Pathetic, Han Kuya said with a scornful smile, shaking her head before gently exhaling a breath of icy frost onto the axe. The frigid frost rapidly enveloped the weapon, causing the giantess' fingers to recoil in pain. With a powerful punch, she shattered the axe into debris. Elevating herself above the giant, she looked down upon him, raising her long, slender leg from beneath her short skirt and delivering a devastating kick to his chest. The force propelled the giant like a cannonball several kilometers away, crashing heavily onto a Kryptonian spacecraft. Bruce, you handle the minions and minimize soldier casualties. Leave the formidable foes to us, Han Kuya said to Batman during a brief lull in the battle. Understood. It's all on you, Batman replied without hesitation, rejoining the fray. Before the fallen giant could regain his footing, Han Kuya flew towards him with unrelenting speed, landing on his form and using him as a makeshift skateboard, gliding across the ground for over 100 meters. The spectators were astounded by this display. Han Kuya caught the sound of her reputation swiftly accumulating within the system. Your value has been exhausted, she stated coldly, effortlessly grasping the giant as one would a mere chick and hurling him into the sky. She then soared after him, delivering a punch that drove him deep into the earth. Her eyes ignited with two blazing beams of crimson light, unleashing deadly heat rays that pierced the ground and struck the giantess' form. The heat rays began to dissolve and disintegrate his body, swiftly creating two gaping holes. As the rays coursed through him, they cleaved through flesh, ultimately obliterating the giant entirely. As Han Kuya stopped the heat rays, her gaze swept across the battlefield. The two Flashes and Batman were engaged with numerous ordinary Kryptonian soldiers, but their efforts seemed to yield little success. Alas, the Kryptonians are exceedingly formidable, Han Kuya said in lament. Meanwhile, another superwoman was locked in fierce combat with Zod's female lieutenant, their battle raging with intensity. At that moment, Zod, having been repelled several kilometers away, soared back into the fray. His gaze swept over the remains of the colossal being strewn across the ground, a chill running through him as he cautiously inquired, "Who are you? You seem to be a Kryptonian as well, though I have never heard of you before." Turning around, Han Kuya met his watchful expression. With a calm demeanor, she replied slowly, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I am here to defeat you." Zod furrowed his brow, a surge of anger welling up within him. The unexpected emergence of this formidable Kryptonian woman thwarted his grand ambitions, leaving him filled with unease and irritation. Chapter 8. The World Engine. Are you threatening me? Zod sneered. Is it just you? Indeed, Han Kuya replied with unwavering confidence. A fool like you is no match for me. Zod's gaze sharpened, his fists clenched tightly as he roared. Do you even comprehend who you are facing? I am Zod, the most formidable being of Krypton. The most formidable being? Han Kuya smirked. What a jest. In my eyes, you are merely a minor antagonist, while I, your adversary, am the true hero. Aware of the drones broadcasting live, Han Kuya altered her tone to garner greater renown and secure more system rewards. Fearless battlefield journalists were not in short supply. Lena, controlling a drone in close proximity to the battlefield, transmitted the dialogue between Han Kuya and Zod with utmost clarity. This was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor, but the prospect of capturing such explosive footage compelled her to take the risk. Zod noticed the drone, yet chose to disregard it, considering it an inconsequential threat. Lena, astonished by the epic confrontation unfolding before her, maneuvered the drone so that viewers could behold the confident smile adorning Han Xiuyan's face and her striking presence. To the people of the world, she appeared as an embodiment of justice, a woman clad in a crimson cloak, her raven hair billowing like clouds, her complexion radiant as jade, poised against Zod with unshakable composure. Her gallant demeanor inspired admiration in all who gazed upon her, a savior, a goddess, a superwoman. Superwoman. Across many corners of the globe, crowds erupted in fervent cheers. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reputation value. 7. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reputation value. 88. Ding ding ding. You too are a superwoman? Zod exclaimed, surprised. He had already vanquished one superwoman, and the emergence of another infuriated him. Such a superwoman. He scoffed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zod's eyes unleashed heat vision, hurtling towards Han Xiuyan. Unyielding, Han Xiuyan countered, shooting forth 2 beams of red light, which collided violently in midair, sending forth a cascade of sparks. The clash of their heat visions generated an immense energy reaction, with lasers colliding at the point of impact, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks and light waves, illuminating the surrounding space as bright as day. The air, seemingly heated to thousands of degrees by the radiant energy, warped from the rapid vibrations, causing tumultuous waves of motion. Zod intensified his effort, the laser beams from his eyes reaching what seemed to be their limit, yet still failing to suppress Han Xiuyan's relentless assault. With a cold smile, Han Xiuyan escalated her power, her heat vision deepening to a more intense crimson. Zod's beams gradually faltered, forcing him to retreat. As he lost ground, Zod's eyes radiated fury. He exerted every ounce of strength to withstand Han Xiuyan's augmenting onslaught. Yet her red light shone ever brighter. Terrified, Zod realized that his heat vision paled in comparison to his opponent's. No, it cannot be. Zod let out a low, guttural roar, and in the next moment, he was propelled backward by Han Xiuyan's searing gaze, crashing heavily to the ground. Rising to his feet, his eyes were filled with indignation. Despite the force of the blow, Zod's body sustained minimal damage, a testament to his formidable defenses. Possessing the genes of a Kryptonian warrior, the heat vision merely penetrated his armor, leaving 2 scorched marks upon his skin. Had it been an ordinary Kryptonian soldier, they would have been pierced through, left with fatal wounds that would result in immediate death. Zod ascended into the sky, with Han Xiuyan in hot pursuit. The 2 streaks of crimson light wove through the air, their figures appearing and disappearing in rapid succession, leaving behind dazzling arcs of brilliance across the heavens. In an instant, Zod materialized before Han Xiuyan, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at her. Yet, Han Xiuyan reacted with remarkable swiftness, dodging the strike effortlessly while her right hand swung out fiercely. Even as Zod attempted to evade, the velocity of her fist grazed his abdomen. His lack of combat experience was evident. Otherwise, he would have secured a decisive victory by now. He needed to seek opportunities to enhance his fighting skills. As a Kryptonian warrior, Zod's battle experience vastly exceeded that of Han Xiuyan. Although she was progressing swiftly, it was merely a matter of time before she would best him. On the ground, 2 Flash heroes, Barry and Supergirl Kara, alongside Batman Bruce, engaged in a unified battle. The Kryptonian female lieutenant was sent flying by Kara, crashing heavily to the ground and losing her combat effectiveness. The situation was dire. Zod's world engines, one had landed in the South Pacific, while the other had descended in the heart of Gotham City, required immediate attention. Before anyone could catch their breath, Bruce urgently relayed the situation to Barry and Kara through their earpieces. The 2 Flashes materialized beside Bruce, inquiring about the world engines and their potential dangers. They are 2 planetary terraforming ships capable of altering Earth's atmosphere and terrain. If successful, all humanity will face annihilation, Kara explained as she flew over. Various nations on Earth, through the diligent research of their scientists, quickly reached this terrifying conclusion. Numerous aircraft had been dispatched to attack the world engines, yet none could breach their energy shields. The U.S. military was in disarray, voices raised in chaotic debate. If this continued, the entire Earth would meet its doom. A solution must be found to launch a nuclear missile. They could not stand idly by as the planet faced obliteration. Launch a nuclear missile? Are you insane? There are still so many people in Gotham. One protested. Better than watching all of humanity perish. Another countered. Using nuclear weapons is not the only option. We must devise alternative strategies. What alternative strategies? We won't have time to develop any new weapons before the Earth is destroyed. But we cannot sacrifice so many innocent lives. To save the entire planet, sacrificing a few is unavoidable. In the aerial battlefield, Zod found himself retreating under pressure, feigning an offensive move before turning to flee towards a nearby spacecraft, just as Han Xiuyan was about to give chase. Her super hearing picked up someone calling for her from the ground. Supergirl, we need you. Young Barry shouted. Han Chioi descended towards the earth. What is it? I was just about to subdue Zod. The world engine is transforming the earth, and its influence on the gravitational field has already begun. Barry, with a look of anxiety, spoke these words. Han Chioi recalled the plot of the film Man of Steel and recognized the dire consequences that would ensue. If this catastrophe were not halted, there would be no room for regret, and the system points would be negligible. I understand. Leave this matter to me. Han Chioi gazed at the stern expressions of her companions. Kara, ensure you bask in the sunlight to regain your strength. Keep a vigilant eye on Zod's movements. As her words faded, Han Chioi vanished into the sky. In the heart of Gotham City, the world engine rumbled ominously, dramatically altering the surrounding gravitational forces. The people amidst the ruins bore witness to this apocalyptic scene. Han Chioi appeared above the world engine, her eyes fixed on the colossal apparatus that was relentlessly reshaping the Earth's gravitational field to create an environment suitable for Kryptonian life. With the speed of a falcon, she swooped down, delivering a powerful blow to the energy shield of the world engine. The shield shattered, and the luminous barrier dissipated. In that instant, the engine unleashed a formidable energy pulse, manifesting as a gigantic energy beast, intent on thwarting Han Chioi's destructive efforts. Damn it, will this infernal contraption ever cease? She yearned to resolve the issue swiftly so that she could pursue Zod. Han Chioi inhaled deeply, her cheeks puffing out as she unleashed her skill, Ice Breath. A stream of cerulean frost emanated from her mouth, instantly freezing anything it touched. The energy beast, recognizing the potency of the cold, attempted to evade the chilling gust. Yet, it soon found itself ensnared, its movements gradually encased in ice. Without hesitation, Han Chioi continued to exhale more frost. The energy beast let out a final, desperate roar before being completely encased in ice, transforming into a frozen statue. The frost did not relent. In an instant, a layer of ice enveloped the exterior of the world engine, deepening and expanding rapidly. The biting cold formed ice blocks within the machinery, obstructing the gears and mechanisms. It began to emit a deafening noise, gradually slowing down until it fell silent and came to a complete halt. The power of her icy breath was indeed extraordinary. Following this, Han Chioi unleashed twin beams of laser from her eyes, shattering the frozen form of the energy beast into countless fragments. She then darted toward the world engine, and with a resounding crash, her steel-like form pierced through the apparatus, causing it to explode, scattering wreckage across the sky. Chapter 9. Mutual threats. Han Chioi's presence was fleeting, her figure vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind a dissipating chill in the air. The citizens of Gotham, who had been engulfed in apocalyptic dread, soon bore witness to this extraordinary spectacle and the ultimate triumph that followed. The overwhelming astonishment enveloped them. Moments ago, they believed their world was on the brink of destruction, only to experience a miraculous rebirth shortly thereafter, rendering their emotions beyond articulation. Many stood in a stupor, unable to regain their senses for an extended period. She has succeeded. My word, we have narrowly escaped calamity. Is she a deity among mortals? Some knelt upon the ground, weeping openly, while others sat in corners, gazing skyward in disbelief. She has saved us. We are fortunate. She is the divine guardian of humanity. Someone boldly declared this sentiment. Those who had endured this harrowing ordeal were unable to evade the profound impact it had wrought upon them. The terror and despair stemming from such a monumental disaster lingered in their hearts. To be reborn from this catastrophe was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reputation increased by 26. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reputation increased by 92. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reputation increased by 1. Ding ding ding. Each individual's contribution to the reputation varied. The greater the fondness for Han Chioi, the more substantial the reputation gained. Following the devastation of Gotham's world engine, the project to transform Earth was halted. The gravitational field dissipated, and another engine could not operate independently. The military of the United States, moments away from activating the nuclear button, found relief as Han Chioi resolved the crisis, easing the tense atmosphere. Phew, that was close. This woman wields formidable power, thus rendering her a potential threat. Orders were dispatched to establish a task force to closely monitor this superwoman. It was imperative she demonstrated no hostility. With two such powerful female superheroes, the stability of Earth was in jeopardy. It would be best if she could be swayed to our advantage, adhering to our directives. After Zod's retreat, his subordinates reported back to him, revealing that they had located the Kryptonian spacecraft that had fallen to Earth along with Kara. Inside lay the life origin chamber of Krypton, which had now been relocated to the Black Zero. Once the Earth's environment was modified, they could utilize the life origin chamber to cultivate newborns. Kara basked in the sunlight high in the sky, reclining with her face turned towards the heavens, allowing the radiant beams to envelop her. The warm glow ignited every cell within her, a torrent of energy coursing through her body, endowing her with formidable strength. Just as Kara reveled in her newfound power, a shadow suddenly struck, launching a fist towards her. Zod, intent on denying her any chance to recover, seeking to subdue her before Han Kia's return. If Kara were not swiftly defeated, the arrival of the other superwoman would extinguish any hope of victory. You have adapted to Earth's environment. Kara evaded Zod's assault with a swift maneuver in the air, furrowing her brow. It seems the sunlight has indeed granted you considerable strength. But that is not sufficient reason to believe you can vanquish me. Zod scoffed, advancing toward Kara as he spoke. Then let us see. Kara's eyes emitted 2 beams of red light, charging towards Zod. Despite being on the defensive, Kara, endowed with exceptional talent, proved to be a challenge for Zod, who could not swiftly subdue her. Zod, ever cautious, manipulated the tempo of their battle, drawing the conflict into the bustling heart of the city. This strategy posed a dilemma for Kara. Her inexperience and concern for innocent lives hindered her ability to fight freely, as she occasionally intervened to save bystanders. In a fleeting moment, Zod, utilizing his supervision, discerned that Han Kiya was rapidly approaching from the direction of Gotham, having just sabotaged the engine. Recognizing that defeat was imminent, Zod, filled with resentment, activated his communication device, summoning all his subordinates, including the Black Zero, to the city center for support. The 2 Flash heroes and Batman sensed the dire situation. Barry, we must prevent them from entering the city center. The ensuing casualties would be catastrophic. With the combined efforts of the 2 Flashes and Batman, they managed to obstruct a portion of Zod's Kryptonian soldiers on the ground. However, their numbers were insufficient to counter the aerial fleets, and the human soldiers faltered. The Kryptonian ships and numerous soldiers converged upon the city center, their weapons aimed at the throngs of civilians. Zod, furious at the defeat inflicted upon him by his own kin, raged against the destruction of Krypton's hopes for revival. You have destroyed the world engine. My very soul has been seized. In a fit of hysteria, Zod charged at Kara, colliding with her and sending her crashing into a building, which crumbled under the force, leaving the sky shrouded in ash. Immediately, Zod seized 2 individuals, turning his gaze menacingly towards Han Kiya, who had just arrived. I will systematically execute every human you have saved. Your actions in the name of humanity have obliterated Krypton's world engine and extinguished our hopes for revival. You are a monster, Zod, Kara interjected as she soared in. With Zod holding 2 captives and surrounded by his soldiers and ships, Kara hesitated to strike. Han Kiya, recognizing the precariousness of the situation, understood that many of Zod's soldiers were holding hostages, yet she remained aware of the critical narrative and felt confident in confronting Zod. Meanwhile, people across the globe watched this unfolding drama live, captivated by the scene. Zod, surrender. You are no match for Supergirl. There is no need to harm the innocent. Batman urged, fearing Zod might resort to executing the hostages, leading to mutual destruction. You must let us go, or I will take these humans with me to the grave. Zod threatened, ignoring everyone else as he focused on Han Kiya. Zod, if you harm the hostages, I will obliterate the life origin chamber, Han Kiya declared. Flying towards the Black Zero, her eyes glowing red as she prepared to unleash her heat vision. Stop. If you destroy this ship, Krypton will be completely annihilated. Zod exclaimed. His composure shattered. Panic surged through him. As a warrior, he feared not death, but the revival of Krypton was his life's purpose. He was bewildered as to how Han Kiya knew of the life origin chamber's existence within the Black Zero. Yet he could not afford to dwell on it. This knowledge was more precious to him than his own life. Release the hostages and surrender. Do not think to use them as leverage against us, for I understand their significance to you, Han Kiya stated coldly. Zod took a deep breath, lowered the 2 individuals he held, and slowly raised his hands. Very well, we shall surrender, but only to you. Chapter 10. The end of battle. Zod merely released the individual he held, refraining from commanding his subordinates to do the same, as he intended to negotiate terms. Have your men release the others, and stow away the ship's weapons. Let it dock on the ground, interjected Old Barry. The 2 hostages trembled as they touched the ground. Quickly depart from here. The young Flash Barry shouted to them. We will handle the situation. The 2 hastily fled into the distance. Zod, if you genuinely surrender, I shall spare the other Kryptonians. Those who pledge their loyalty to me will have a prosperous future, Han Kiya declared. Why should I trust you? Zod retorted. You have no choice. Following me is your only option. After a brief silence, Zod's gaze steeled as he proclaimed, on Krypton, we hold that the strong shall reign. If you can defeat me in a one-on-one battle within 2 minutes, you shall be the new ruler of Krypton. I accept your challenge. Zod instructed his subordinates, all Kryptonians. Heed my command. Should I perish, you shall release the hostages and follow the new king. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for everyone to maintain their distance. Hearing Zod's command, the injured female lieutenant and all the Kryptonians turned their attention to Han Kiya, awaiting the outcome of this fateful duel. Once everyone had retreated, Zod faced the ever-patient Han Qiuya. So, you have agreed to this duel, relying solely on our physical prowess. Defeat me within 2 minutes, and you shall be the new queen. If you win, we shall allow you to leave. Han Qiuya interjected, but you are destined to lose. Krypton will welcome a formidable queen. I sincerely hope so, Zod replied, and then charged at Han Qiuya. 2 minutes, 120 seconds. He needed to survive this brief moment, or all would be in vain. Han Qiuya did not waver, meeting Zod's assault head-on. Her superhuman intellect enabled her to learn rapidly. She had almost mastered Zod's combat techniques from their previous encounters. The onlookers beheld two swift figures entwined in battle, the sound of their clash echoing as they fought fiercely in the air. As time ticked by, Zod's movements grew increasingly erratic. Han Qiuya's strength and speed far surpassed his. He found himself on the back foot from the very beginning, despite attempting to employ clever tactics to prolong the fight while retreating. Before the duel commenced, Zod had deemed victory a formidable task, but surviving the 2 minutes seemed possible. Now, however, Han Qiuya's relentless onslaught was vigorous and unyielding. Her skills had improved beyond Zod's expectations. When the clock struck 1 minute and 20 seconds, Zod was forcefully struck back, crashing heavily to the ground beside Kara. You have lost, Han Qiuya declared, casting a glance at Zod before sweeping her gaze across the assembled Kryptonians. All the Kryptonian soldiers bowed their heads, unable to meet Han Qiuya's eyes. The Kryptonians revered strength, and witnessing Han Qiuya effortlessly defeat Zod, none could contest her prowess. The Kryptonians collectively sheathed their weapons and released the hostages they held. The Kryptonian ships retracted their weapons and descended to the ground, allowing their occupants to disembark. The female officer, Fiora, cast an admiring glance at Han Qiuya, acknowledging her formidable strength. With a heart full of hope, she soared to Han Qiuya's side, yearning for her to be the wise queen who would usher Krypton into a new era, guiding them towards revival. Fiora was the first to speak, pledging loyalty to the queen on behalf of all Kryptonians. After concluding her declaration, she respectfully knelt on one knee in homage. Long live the queen! Fiora and all the Kryptonians knelt, proclaiming their allegiance. Han Qiuya regarded the kneeling assembly, already contemplating their future roles in other universes, envisioning them as her enforcers when necessary. She spoke slowly. Arise, I accept your loyalty. As the battle concluded, Kara swiftly approached Zod, seeking vengeance for her fallen cousin. You have slain my kin, my last remaining family, she declared, her arms tightening around Zod's neck. Today, you shall pay the ultimate price for this transgression. Zod, nearing the end of his strength, felt life ebbing away. Yet, before his demise, he wished to utter one final thought. I hope you can allow Krypton to be reborn. With his last ounce of energy, he turned his gaze towards Han Qiuya, whispering, I have no regrets, provided they remained loyal in their service. Han Qiuya mused that although Earth could not serve as their new sanctuary, her ability to traverse different worlds would lead her to a new haven. Upon hearing this, Zod felt a weight lift from his heart. As a doomed man, he sensed that Han Qiuya had no reason to deceive him. He peacefully closed his eyes, relaxing his body, and awaited the arrival of death. Witnessing this, Kara exerted her strength, snapping his neck. At that moment, no more than 2 minutes had elapsed. Zod's body gradually slumped, and Kara released her grip, allowing his corpse to fall to the ground. The long-awaited vengeance had finally been fulfilled, granting her a sense of relief. I'm sorry, my desire for revenge consumed me, Kara turned, casting an apologetic glance at Han Qiuya. Han Qiuya shook her head, fully understanding Kara, for she had intentionally directed Zod towards her. We shall face this together, she reassured, gently patting Kara's shoulder. You are not alone. Kara nodded, her lips pressed together. With Zod's death, the hatred dissipated, and it was time to look forward. Fiora, you will continue to serve as Krypton's officer, just as before, Han Qiuya said, grasping Fiora's hand. At your command, my queen, Fiora replied, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Han Qiuya's strength was far superior. Han Qiuya then addressed all Kryptonians with a commanding voice. Everyone, evacuate this location immediately and await my orders in the space where Earth has relocated. After releasing Fiora's hand, she added, while I am absent, I entrust all Kryptonians to you. Please take care of them. Upon receiving the Queen's command, the Kryptonians boarded their spacecraft, and all engines ignited as they ascended into the sky. The Flash and Batman observed the departure of the Kryptonian ships. I am truly relieved that everything has been resolved, the young Flash remarked, a sincere smile gracing his face. Indeed, the matter has been settled, came the affirmation. Batman nodded, a rare hint of relaxation flickering across his expression, yet deep within, he could not suppress a twinge of concern. Would certain individuals in America clash with Han Qiuya? Would there be unforeseen developments regarding her connection with the Kryptonians? I still do not know your true name. All we are aware of is the moniker Superwoman, the young Flash inquired. In truth, we know nothing about you, the elder Flash interjected, his tone tinged with doubt. Kara also glanced over, as countless questions swirled in their minds. Bruce offered, "Let us dine together. We can discuss any issues while we eat." Han Xiuyan responded, "I'm in." Bruce, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I know your superpower is wealth." Batman Bruce chuckled quietly, surprised that this extraordinary woman had taken the time to learn about him. Quite amusing indeed. "All right, follow me. Today, I shall host you at my residence. Feel free to indulge as long as you satisfy our curiosity," Bruce said, casting a glance towards Han Xiuyan. "No problem." Han Xiuyan replied with a serene smile. Chapter 11. Preparing to return Ding. Congratulations, host, on your victory in battle, earning 180,000 points, bringing your total to 221,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have amassed a total of 30 billion in prestige, with a current total of 31 billion. This journey across dimensions has proven rewarding. Zod and the Kryptonian army were formidable foes, and the points gained from their defeat are considerable. However, what excites Han Kia even more is the overwhelming prestige she has accrued. Across the globe, nearly everyone witnessed this battle through television broadcasts, with each individual contributing between 0 to 100 points of prestige. Those who contributed over 90 points undoubtedly became Han Qiuya's fervent admirers. In their hearts, she is akin to the legendary goddess of war, having single-handedly saved this world. Many have developed a sense of faith and reliance on her. In their eyes, Han Qiuya is a deity among mortals. Arriving at Bruce's opulent mansion, Han Qiuya and several others gathered around the dining table, indulging in exquisite cuisine and fine wine. Yet, all eyes seemed to be fixed on her. Batman Bruce, the young Flash Barry, the older Flash Barry, and Supergirl Kara watched her with curiosity. Han Qiuya smiled gently and began to speak. "I hail from another world, where I am also Supergirl, and I possess the ability to traverse different realms." She briefly recounted her story, then added, "If you have any other queries, feel free to ask. I will answer to the best of my ability." "You mean you come from another universe?" "I am like you," the older Flash remarked. The younger Barry, unable to contain his confusion, interjected, "I reversed time multiple times. Yet you never appeared. Each time we lost, I was nearly driven to madness." Barry wanted him to give up, but thankfully he persevered. The younger Barry glanced at the older Barry and continued, "Finally, during the last attempt, we awaited your arrival, which brought us hope for victory." The older Barry lowered his head, somewhat sheepish. "You are truly remarkable. It seems we contributed little to this victory," Kara lamented, feeling a sense of frustration and defeat for her perceived lack of impact in the battle. "It was all thanks to you alone, Kara. Spend more time in the sun and gather experiences. You too will grow stronger," Han Qiuya replied with a gentle smile, seemingly attuned to Kara's inner turmoil. "This victory, while primarily relying on my strength, could not have been achieved without your assistance, especially yours, Barry." She turned her gaze to the younger Barry. "Me?" The younger Barry pointed at himself. "Indeed. In truth, my energy was initially insufficient to cross over. Your relentless determination to not give up and your manipulation of time created instability in the multiverse, allowing me to traverse with lesser energy," Han Qiuya explained. The younger Barry smiled, remaining silent, grateful he had never considered surrender, successfully rescuing his world. "Barry, what are your plans?" The younger Barry inquired, looking at the older Barry. "I intend to leave immediately and return to my own world. I have seen my mother. My wish is fulfilled," the older Barry replied calmly. "Barry, you might consider seeking a realm where you have already departed from this life, yet your mother still thrives. In such a world, none would covet her affection. And her reunion with you would undoubtedly bring her joy," Han Qiuya suggested to the elder Barry. "It is indeed a splendid notion. I shall ponder it," he replied. "The worlds that have already been opened for traversal do not require points. Yet the system's ability to facilitate such journeys necessitates a cooling period of 15 days. Unless one expends points to expedite the process." Han Qiuya was reluctant to squander her points, particularly as there were no significant combat events occurring in the Marvel domain at the moment. Instead, she resolved to first address the nefarious elements in this world, thereby amassing both prestige and points. As she soared above the city, Han Qiuya surveyed the landscape while conversing with the system. "System, how many points must I expend to shorten the traversal time?" "Beep. The host must spend 10,000 points to reduce the time by 1 day," came the response. "System, please display the prestige store for me," she requested. "Certainly, host," the system affirmed. Almost instantaneously, a futuristic screen materialized in her mind, revealing a veritable cornucopia of items within the system store. Cola, 1 prestige hamburger, 3 prestige delicious roasted chicken, 300 prestige underwear, 100 prestige 1 kilogram of kryptonite, 100,000 prestige Terminator TX intelligent robot, 10 million prestige enhanced artificial intelligence Skynet system, 5 billion prestige system space, 5 billion prestige system space expansion card. Each card expands by 100,000 cubic kilometers, 100 million prestige, enhanced Wolverine healing ability, a special version for the host, capable of perfectly merging with Kryptonian blood, allowing regeneration as long as a single cell remains alive. 10 billion prestige system. Can anything be purchased? Han Qiuyao inquired as the list seemed interminable. Host. As long as your prestige is sufficient, you may acquire anything from the myriad of realms. However, for specific skills or artifacts, you may purchase them at a discounted price after defeating the corresponding individuals or completing relevant system tasks, as determined reasonably by the system. Otherwise, you must pay the full price. Ultimately, Han Qiuyao procured the enhanced Wolverine healing ability, the enhanced artificial intelligence Skynet system, system space, and 99 system space expansion cards. Beep. A total of 29.9 billion prestige has been expended, leaving you with 110 million prestige. After concluding her communication with the system, Han Qiuyao activated her supervision and swiftly patrolled the city from the skies. Before long, she identified locations where criminals were at work, as well as areas afflicted by disasters in need of her aid. At that moment, Kara also flew over, and the two female superheroes soared side by side in their distinct, striking uniforms. Let us compete and see who can accomplish their tasks more swiftly today. Kara smiled at Han Qiuyao. That is an excellent idea, but I am confident of my victory. Han Qiuyao responded with a knowing smile. As they conversed, they wasted no time and swiftly reached their respective destinations within seconds. In addition to apprehending wrongdoers and rescuing those in peril, Han Qiuyao took the opportunity to bask in the sun in outer space, allowing herself to rest and continuously strengthen her abilities. 15 days swiftly elapsed, and Han Qiuyao arrived aboard the Kryptonian spacecraft, where she briefed her subordinates on various matters. She intended to have them remain here temporarily until they amassed sufficient points and found a suitable world to transfer them to. However, she had no intention of leaving behind her Kryptonian female officer. Her assistance in battle was secondary to her undeniable allure, a mischievous smile. Fiora, you shall traverse with me and remain by my side henceforth. Han Qiuyao grasped Offer's hand and commanded the system to open the portal to the Marvel Universe. This time, Fiora did not attempt to pull away. She recognized that her strength paled in comparison to Han Qiuyao's and resigned herself to the futility of resistance. As you wish. My queen. Chapter 12. Back to Marvel. Han Qiuyao grasped Fiona's hand as they stepped into the passage. A notification chimed. Host carrying one individual for traversal, deducting 1,000 points. Marvel Universe. After Han Qiuyao's departure, Tony engaged in a fierce battle with his uncle Obadiah, reminiscent of the cinematic showdown. Clad in an enhanced suit of Iron Man armor, Tony triumphed over Obadiah's Ironmonger, narrowly securing victory. In the aftermath, Tony boldly declared at a press conference, "I am Iron Man." This proclamation sent shockwaves worldwide, revealing the true identity of the enigmatic superhero and capturing global attention. Alongside Wonder Woman, Iron Man emerged as another celebrated figure among the pantheon of heroes. Nick Fury found Tony's ostentation somewhat vexing, yet he felt powerless to reprimand him. Nevertheless, he intended to temper Tony's pride in preparation for assembling a team of superheroes. Just then, new matters demanded his attention. Fury had been monitoring Han Qiuyao's movements closely, but due to SHIELD's inability to infiltrate the surveillance systems at Tony's residence, they lost track of her after she entered. Days passed without any sign of Han Qiuyao emerging from Tony's home, prompting them to report to Nick Fury that she seemed to have vanished, leaving him perplexed and concerned. Damn it, this is truly an eventful season. Already burdened with numerous responsibilities, upon hearing news regarding Han Qiuyao, Fury immediately set aside his other tasks to personally investigate Tony and ascertain her whereabouts. Always cautious with powerful yet enigmatic superheroes, Fury took any changes regarding her very seriously. Under the cover of night, while Tony was away, Fury positioned himself at Tony's residence, awaiting his return, intent on imparting a lesson. After a day of revelry, Tony returned to his mansion as darkness enveloped the surroundings, finding the house shrouded in an unusual silence. JARVIS. Lights on. Suddenly, Nick Fury emerged from the shadows, startling Tony. "I am Iron Man," Fury jested. "You think you're the only superhero? Mr. Stark, there are many like you. Apart from Wonder Woman, though you remain oblivious to them." Tony stared at Nick Fury in astonishment and inquired, "Who are you?" "Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Fury replied calmly. "I am here to discuss the formation of the Avengers, but there is an even more pressing matter I need to inquire about." Tony paused. "Please, go on. Where has Wonder Woman been recently?" "How should I know? I've never met her. Isn't she a renowned superhero? How could I possibly know her?" Tony feigned ignorance, feeling no obligation to answer the question. We have monitored her presence here, after which she disappeared entirely. You would do well to divulge the truth. Very well, Tony began. Do not find this preposterous, nor should you deem it incredulous. He intended to reveal the truth, fully aware that Nick Fury might find it hard to believe. I have witnessed many extraordinary events. Feel free to share. Nick's tone carried a hint of amusement. Seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of hearing tales beyond his comprehension, for he had encountered the cosmic cube before. She traversed to another realm to attend to matters. What did you say? Nick furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Tony's words. She opened a portal and claimed she was heading to alternate universes, then vanished before my eyes. Tony reiterated, do not jest with me. How is that even possible? Nick intended to press further, hoping to extract more facts from Tony. However, at that moment, a sudden blue light illuminated their vicinity, forming a portal of radiant energy. The scene within the portal took Nick's breath away. It revealed another world. The interior of a Kryptonian spacecraft, from which Han Chewie emerged, hand in hand with Viola. Welcome back? Tony's tone was composed and natural, seemingly unfazed by the arrival of Han Chewie and Viola. Having previously witnessed Han Chewie open a portal in his home, he had already been astounded. He maintained a facade of calm, casting but a fleeting glance at the additional figure of Ophelia. Yet, within, Tony's curiosity about Han Chewie's ability to safely navigate different realms burned brightly, igniting a longing to embark on such a journey himself. Did you truly venture into other universes? Nick could hardly believe his own eyes. The entire scenario was utterly absurd and astonishing. He glanced at Viola once more, his mind awash with questions. Oh, it seems Director Egghead is present as well. Has your department changed its cumbersome name? Han Chewie inquired with a smile. Huh, Egghead Director, quite an apt moniker. Tony could not resist a jibe, seeking retribution for his earlier fright. At this, Nick Fury paused, his expression darkening with irritation. We have changed our name. It is now S-H-I-E-L-D. I must pose some critical inquiries, and you are obliged to answer truthfully, Nick replied, his demeanor turning grave. However, at that instant, Viola stepped forward, exhibiting a demeanor markedly different from before. Earthling, do not be disrespectful. You are conversing with our esteemed Queen of Krypton. It is quite all right, Viola. We can overlook his lapse in etiquette, Han Chewie interjected. Humph. Viola shot a glare at Nick Fury. Oh, the Queen of Krypton? Tony exclaimed, glancing at Nick to gauge his reaction. The Queen of Krypton? What is this all about? Nick's confusion deepened. You harbor too many secrets, Miss Chewie. Please clarify my subsequent inquiries. First, are you done? I am finished. Then I have no intention of divulging anything, Han Chewie replied with a serene smile. Her words rendered Nick Fury utterly speechless. Tony chuckled. Ha, Director Egg, you must learn to respect the privacy of others. Next time, do refrain from intruding into my home without cause, as it startled me quite a bit. You were right. I must admit I was somewhat without cause, Nick Fury replied, his thick skin allowing him to quickly sense the tension in the atmosphere. He paused for a moment before swiftly adjusting his demeanor, seeking a way to alleviate the situation. We should learn to trust and wait, for in the future, we will have ample time to spend together. With that, Nick Fury turned and departed. Fiora, if you are indeed my true friend from Earth, we need not concern ourselves with his lapses in etiquette. As you wish, my queen, your loyal subject understands. Chapter 13. Kamartaj, he has finally departed. Tony inquired, are you familiar with this director of S-H-I-E-L-D? Not particularly. Han Kuya replied with a faint smile. We have had some interactions. You always maintain an air of mystery, Tony jested. Perhaps, Han Kuya replied, her tone unchanged. Did that bald-headed fellow mention forming a team and trying to recruit you? Is that so? I seem to recall him mentioning it briefly, Tony mused. I have an idea. Han Kuya continued. We could establish our own superhero team, a small squad comprised of numerous superheroes. Tony contemplated for a moment before responding. That sounds like a splendid idea. Could you elaborate? Moreover, this team should operate independently, Han Kuya added. It must not be under the control of any government or organization. We need the freedom and flexibility to respond to those in need of our assistance at any time. I concur, Tony said. Superheroes ought to serve the people, not the politicians. We strive for justice and peace, rather than power. Then it is settled, Han Kuya smiled. Do inform me when there is a battle to be fought. However, we require more companions. Where shall we find suitable allies? With an S-H-I-E-L-D, that bald-headed director will undoubtedly assemble a team of heroes. We can discreetly recruit from there. Tony chuckled. You are quite mischievous, but I rather like this idea. If the director invites us to join his superhero team, we shall formally accept, while secretly maintaining our own team. Excellent notion. We could persuade other superheroes to covertly join our ranks as well. Indeed, Han Kuya affirmed. If there is nothing else, We shall take our leave for now. Wait a moment, Miss Kiwiya. Tony interjected. May I make an inappropriate request? Do you think I might have the opportunity to traverse to another world with you one day? He expressed an intense curiosity about other realms, eager to explore. Travel with me? Han Kiwiya replied. I believe you are not yet prepared. Perhaps once your armor is more advanced, there will be an opportunity. Very well. Satisfied with her response, Tony continued. By the way, the cache and the villa are now in your name. The villa's address is... Okay, I know the address. No need to elaborate. We shall take our leave now. Without waiting for Tony to finish, Han Kiwiya grasped Fiora's hand and soared out the window. With the artificial intelligence system, Skynet, purchased with 5 billion prestige points, many pieces of information became readily accessible. Skynet, navigation, I wish to return to my new villa. Han Kiwiya commanded the AI within the system space. The system space now spans 100,000 cubic meters. With Skynet positioned within, she could communicate with it at will, allowing the space to connect with the outside world and Skynet to access the network. At your command, beautiful mistress, Skynet replied. Han Kiwiya, disinclined to navigate herself, found many tasks made convenient with Skynet. Soaring high above, she cradled Princess Fiora and traversed the azure sky at a velocity of 114 Mach. After basking in the sun for such an extended period, she felt a surge of strength, although she was still some distance from achieving lightspeed capabilities. Fiora sensed a flush rising in her cheeks. While she never faltered in the face of formidable foes, she now found herself blushing in the presence of Han Kiwiya. Tension gripped her body as she endeavored to suppress thoughts of how remarkably beautiful her queen was. The queen's beauty transcended the ordinary, epitomizing the highest aesthetic standards. Her powerful physique, muscular yet gracefully fluid, became increasingly captivating as she soared through the skies at extraordinary speeds. No, this is inappropriate. She is my queen. Fiora forced herself to shut her eyes, yet the image of the queen's flawless beauty continued to invade her mind. Welcome to Kamar-Taj, Miss Han. A voice interrupted Fiora's reverie. Han Kiwiya was cradling Fiora as they flew, suddenly entering a golden circle of light and arriving in an unfamiliar location. She promptly released Fiora from her embrace. Recognizing the shift in circumstances, Fiora immediately assumed a combat stance. What? The Ancient One? Fiora, do not be alarmed. She is not our enemy, Han Kiwiya reassured her, placing a hand on Fiora's shoulder, signaling her to relax. Queen, be cautious, Fiora said, relaxing her stance but remaining vigilant as she regarded the Ancient One. Miss Han, please take a seat, the Ancient One said, conjuring 3 cups of tea that appeared on the table before sitting down. Han Kiwiya approached, elegantly seating herself to face the Ancient One. Fiora, however, remained standing behind Han Kiwiya, alert and tense. The Ancient One smiled gently. Miss Kiwiya, I wish to discuss the future of Kamar-Taj. The future? Han Kiwiya mused, sipping from the seemingly endless cup of tea that replenished itself after each sip. A marvel crafted by the Ancient One. Indeed, I cannot see your future clearly, but I foresee that you are reliable and trustworthy. Are you suggesting that after your retirement, you intend to hand this place over to me? Yes, as you say, I will teach you everything you wish to learn. Perhaps not, Ancient One. You must understand my fondness for freedom. Let us wait until that doctor with the fractured bones. Han Kiwiya trailed off, leaving her thought unfinished. You are indeed aware of certain matters, the Ancient One remarked, unfazed. Very well, even if you disagree, I can still teach you. I merely hope you will look after him in due time. All right, that poses no problem. Before long, Han Kiwiya had mastered the commonly used spells of Kamar-Taj, such as circle portals and mirror dimensions, and astonishingly, she did so without the need for an enchanted ring, prompting the Ancient One to marvel at her magical aptitude. At Han Kiwiya's request, Fiora also endeavored to fully acclimate to Earth's environment. In addition to her inherent superhuman strength, speed, and physique, she acquired new abilities such as heat vision, ice breath, flight, X-ray vision, and enhanced eyesight, nearly akin to Superman, albeit with slightly diminished powers. However, Fiora, having undergone rigorous training from a young age, stands as one of the most exceptional warriors of Krypton, possessing an abundance of combat skills and experience. In the film Man of Steel, Fiora's fighting scenes are nothing short of spectacular. Your Majesty, I can fly on my own now, so there is no need for your assistance, she declared. The mere thought of being embraced by Princess Han Xioi sent her heart racing. Though you have learned to fly, your speed remains insufficient. It is still best that I escort you, Han Xioi replied as she swept over, lifting Princess Fiora into her arms and soaring into the sky. Initially, Fiora hesitated due to her royal status, but over time, she began to relax. Han Xioi, with a mischievous smile, sensed Fiora's ease and said, this time, let us fly a bit slower so you can enjoy the scenery. While traveling long distances might be more expedient through the portals learned from Kamar-Taj, Han Xioi chose not to use them, and Fiora did not offer a reminder. Completely enveloped in the queen's embrace, Fiora felt the strength and grace of her perfectly sculpted arms. At that moment, she perceived Han Xiui as both powerful and beautiful, an embodiment of perfection that left her in awe. Chapter 14. The enemy Hulk Han Xiui embraced Fiora and soared to their new villa, situated merely a few dozen kilometers from Tony's residence, a distance she could traverse in the blink of an eye. The villa, nestled among picturesque mountains and waters, sprawled over an extensive area featuring multiple buildings. From its main rooftop, one could gaze upon an endless expanse of verdant trees and flowing rivers, a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise, breathtaking in its beauty. This was their new home. Gently, Han Xiui set down Fiora. My queen, this place feels rather desolate. You require some subordinates. They shall arrive shortly, Han Xiui replied with a subtle smile. Summoning from the system's space the stunning female figure known as Terminator TX, whose appearance was striking and dignified. The Terminator TX bowed slightly, respectfully addressing her, Master. Having expended 1,000,000 points of reputation to acquire this system-enhanced version, its capabilities surpassed even those depicted in films. Excellent. From now on, in this world, do not call me Master. Refer to me as Boss, Han Xiui instructed. Understood, Boss, the Terminator TX responded with due respect. You shall lead the other Terminators from now on. After speaking, Han Xiui procured an additional 100 Terminators from the system, albeit at a more economical rate of 100,000 reputation points each. Understood, Boss, TX nodded slightly, acknowledging Han Xiui's command. While these ordinary Terminators were not as formidable as TX, they were more than capable of managing the villa's various tasks and security duties. Each ordinary Terminator was an unparalleled force, endowed with superhuman strength and speed, along with advanced intelligence and learning capabilities, allowing them to swiftly adapt to diverse and complex environments. Each could operate offline independently, while TX could remotely control them. Greetings, Boss. The Terminators chorused respectfully upon their arrival, promptly commencing their tasks as they efficiently scanned the surroundings. TX utilized the remote control system to direct all Terminators in their duties, precisely calculating each one's position and trajectory to ensure the team's overall efficiency. Within the villa, the Terminators swiftly undertook a multitude of tasks, cleaning rooms, organizing furniture and equipment, and performing household chores. Some stood guard in strategically chosen spots both inside and outside the villa. Their remarkable efficiency left Han Xiui thoroughly satisfied. Fiora observed quietly, remaining silent throughout. Skynet, I have no need for the artificial intelligence Tony installed in the villa. You will replace it and coordinate with the Terminators henceforth. As you command, Master. Meanwhile, on the streets, pedestrians screamed and scattered in terror as the abomination unleashed its wrath. Growing increasingly agitated by the cacophony, in a fit of rage, it hurled a car at several innocent bystanders. Quickly, use the rocket launcher. General Ross felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he beheld the colossal figure roaring amidst the distant flames. The rocket, trailing a long plume of fire, sped toward the abomination. However, the monstrous, feces-colored creature showed no fear and charged directly at the approaching projectile. A resounding explosion erupted, engulfing the surroundings in a fierce blaze. Yet, these flames seemed to inflict no harm upon the creature. Suddenly, that colossal figure emerged unscathed from the inferno. The elite soldiers of the rocket-launching unit froze in shock. Even seasoned warriors, having faced countless battles, felt a surge of dread upon witnessing a monster impervious to lethal weaponry. This is power. I am the strongest. The abomination, laughing maniacally at the camera, refrained from attacking the helicopter broadcasting live, seemingly intent on showcasing his invincible strength to the world. The abomination, originally named Blonsky, was an aging elite soldier. As he grew older, he yearned to reclaim his former glory and craved even greater power. After injecting a small amount of super soldier serum, Blonsky's physical form approached the limits of humanity, equating to approximately 60 of Captain America's strength. This led him to become arrogant, believing himself capable of anything. However, in the presence of the Hulk, even a super soldier was no different from an ordinary person. Bruce Banner effortlessly shattered Blonsky's dreams with a single kick. Had it not been for the restorative abilities inherent in the serum, that blow would have been enough to obliterate him. The stark disparity between strength and weakness wounded Blonsky's ambitious self-image, yet simultaneously ignited a fervent desire for power within him. In a desperate bid to catch up to the Hulk and prove his worth, Blonsky coerced Samuel Stearns into injecting him with a diluted sample of the Hulk's blood. Thus, the abomination was born, enslaved and driven by the pursuit of power. Come on, Hulk. Ignoring the bullets that ricocheted off his body, the abomination delivered a powerful kick, crushing the vehicles in his path. The surrounding soldiers, fearful after witnessing their comrades fall to the abomination, hesitated to fire their weapons. Given the urban combat situation, heavy weaponry could not be deployed. Moreover, their superiors had not instructed them to fight to the death, prompting the soldiers to commence a tactical retreat. The Hulk struggled to rise, still reeling from the Abomination's recent blow. He had been consistently on the defensive, overwhelmed by the creature's might. The Abomination, a former soldier with extensive combat experience, held a certain advantage. However, as the Hulk's rage intensified, so too did his strength, reigniting the fury within him and filling him with power. Unfazed by this change, the Abomination charged forward. With a deft dodge, he landed a left jab squarely on the Hulk's chin, eliciting a staggered retreat before the Hulk surged back into action. What followed was a harrowing clash between two powerful and ferocious monsters in the heart of the city, the devastation rivaling that of any demolition crew. The Hulk's punch met the Abomination's kick in a brutal exchange. Though their techniques were simplistic, the sheer force wielded resulted in destruction surpassing that of heavy artillery. The two giants grappled, tearing through the cityscape, shattering office buildings, and sending cars crashing into collapsing structures. The battlefield transformed, as colossal reinforced concrete edifices crumbled before them like mere paper. The mayor of New York, witnessing the live broadcast, clutched his chest in despair, repeatedly dialing the military's number, furiously demanding the removal of the two monstrous beings. Within the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the formidable Nick Fury, clad in a sleek black leather coat, gazed intently at the colossal display screen before him, which vividly broadcasted the ferocious roars of two monstrous beings. At that moment, a tall and strikingly beautiful agent clad in a fitted uniform hurriedly approached Fury's side. With a grave expression, she reported, "Director, we have received a call from the Council, urging us to provide immediate support. We must eliminate the two creatures, or at the very least, drive them out of Manhattan." The Council's urgency was palpable. If the chaos continued, it would inevitably spill over into Wall Street, leading to catastrophic consequences. Should significant destruction occur, it would trigger a financial crisis. Chapter 15. A Clash of Titans. Nick Fury remained unfazed, remarking, "It's easy to say, but prohibiting the use of lethal weapons renders any reinforcements futile." The beautiful Agent Hill appeared equally perplexed, furrowing her brow as she responded, "However, the Security Council insists that you must act. They leave the decision to you. As long as it is not Manhattan." Fury cast a cool glance at the screen and replied, "Inform the Council that this exceeds our capabilities. We can only offer limited support." He slapped the documents with composure, adding, "General Ross's super soldier program received the Council's approval. And now they expect us to clean up the mess? Do they think we serve merely as their toilet paper? Furthermore, my team specializes in intelligence gathering and the management of unique situations. When it comes to warfare, the generals at the Pentagon are the true experts." "Understood, Director. I will respond to them," Hill said, turning to leave. On the battlefield, the figure of Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged, clad in his newly upgraded, gleaming red and gold armor, exuding confidence. "Hey, you two hulking brutes looking to cause trouble?" Tony taunted, directing the palm energy cannons in his hands towards Hulk and Abomination, unleashing a barrage of energy beams. Hulk turned his head, his eyes aflame with fury and a desire for destruction. With a roar, he leaped into the air, swinging his massive fist toward Tony. Reacting swiftly, Tony employed his armor's thrusters and agility to deftly evade Hulk's powerful blow. At that moment, Abomination let out a mocking laugh and hurled a parked car with all his might at Tony. Tony's expression sharpened as he activated the flight capability of his armor, soaring upward to avoid the incoming vehicle. In the air, he expertly maneuvered, delivering a punch to the airborne Hulk, who was yet to touch the ground. The blow struck Hulk, sending him crashing down, but he quickly regained his footing. Undeterred, Tony's punch had inflicted no damage, only fueling Hulk's rage further. Abomination then leaped up, swinging his fists at Tony. Tony narrowly dodged, yet was not entirely successful. At that moment, Hulk pounced, seizing Tony's leg. "Oh no!" Tony exclaimed as Hulk lifted him and delivered a crushing blow, sending him hurtling into a distant building. After downing Tony, Abomination seized the opportunity to attack. The two behemoths clashed violently, with Abomination landing heavy punches on Hulk's jaw, while Hulk retaliated by grasping Abomination's arm tightly. Hulk let out a howl of pain and fury as Abomination's blows grew increasingly savage, culminating in a devastating punch that sent Hulk crashing through multiple buildings before he finally came to a stop. "Pathetic. You're truly weak. Is this all you can muster?" Abomination jeered as he closed in. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, Hulk's eyes gleamed with intensity. His rage only intensified, making him stronger. With a thunderous roar, Hulk retaliated, launching a powerful punch toward Abomination. Unprepared, Abomination was struck hard on his massive jaw, staggering back several paces before charging forward in a fit of rage. Hulk, emboldened by the battle, delivered a fierce kick that sent Abomination flying, crashing into several buildings before coming to a halt. Hulk thrived in the heat of conflict. With a surge of animosity, The two colossal figures clashed once more, their titanic forms grappling fiercely. Metal splintered and concrete shattered, scattering debris in all directions. Tragically, as the fleeing crowd barely escaped the battlefield, the giants resumed their fray. A child was knocked to the ground, abandoned and calling out, "Help me! Daddy, Mommy! Where are you? Who can save me?" At this moment, Tony Stark managed to regain his composure. His armor bore significant damage, yet the flight system remained operational. He understood the necessity of summoning assistance, though he refrained from acting recklessly. "Jarvis, contact Wonder Woman, quickly," Tony instructed. "At once, sir," Jarvis responded. In less than a few seconds, a figure descended from the clouds. Honshu Yue appeared high above, surveying the chaos below. Spotting Tony, she feigned inquiry, "Do you require assistance? You seem to be in quite a predicament." Tony chuckled awkwardly. "I could indeed use some help, but let us try to avoid causing further destruction." "I should have notified you sooner." "I will do my utmost," she replied, diving towards the Hulk and the Abomination. "You too, it's time to cease this," she declared loudly, as television cameras turned to capture her presence. Viewers watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement upon seeing the formidable Wonder Woman. Haha, Wonder Woman has arrived. She is currently the mightiest superhero. In a public hall where the event was being streamed live, the audience buzzed with enthusiasm. Indeed, but I wonder if she can actually defeat them. Her superpowers are unparalleled. She can easily subdue both the Hulk and the Abomination. A devoted fan countered. "Look, the Abomination and the Hulk have halted their attack." Indeed, the moment Wonder Woman arrived, no one dares to continue. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 7 reputation points." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 39 reputation points." Ding. Meanwhile, the director of SHIELD, nicknamed Egghead, discreetly put away the device intended to summon Captain Marvel. "Wonder Woman has arrived. I wonder how much stronger you've become," he pondered, planning to instruct his subordinates to analyze Honshu Yue's abilities to ease his own mind. The Hulk and the Abomination paused their assault, turning to regard this unexpected guest. "Wonder Woman, you two are a product of military development, capable of flight. I'm eager to see just how formidable you are. Killing you would be quite an accomplishment." The Abomination mused, momentarily losing interest in the Hulk. Honshu Yue assessed the two giants, contemplating a 1-against-2 confrontation. Yet, mindful of the audience, she decided to slow down the action to ensure clarity and prolong the conflict for greater reputation gain. Deliberately provoking them, she taunted, "Why don't you two monsters come at me together?" With a roar, the Hulk was the first to charge. He leapt towards the airborne Wonder Woman. But she deftly evaded his attack, delivering a rapid punch to his face that sent him crashing back to the ground. The Hulk, enraged, scrambled to his feet and roared again, lunging at Honshu Yue, who gracefully landed to dodge him, turning her focus toward the Abomination. With a surge of animosity, the figure lunged forward, swiftly positioning itself before Honshu Yue. A fist, akin to a sandbag in size, was unleashed with formidable force, while Kyuya met the assault with her own petite fist. The two fists collided. The more timid onlookers, uncertain of Han Kyuya's formidable prowess, averted their gaze, their hearts brimming with trepidation, fearing that the formidable woman would be overwhelmed by the giant's strike. Yet, the reality was strikingly contrary. As the fists met, the audience held their breath, and a resounding boom reverberated through the air. A violent shockwave tore through the surrounding space, causing the scenery to tremble in disarray. In agony, the giant clutched the injured hand, staggering backward for several meters, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Chapter 16. The Abomination surged forth like a colossal bronze statue, roaring with a thunderous intensity as he advanced. As he closed in on Honshu Yue, his shadow enveloped her entirely, rendering her petite figure even more delicate in contrast. Yet, with remarkable agility, Honshu Yue evaded his assault, delivering a powerful blow to the Abomination's chest with her slender yet formidable fist. The resounding impact reverberated through the air like a clap of thunder, rippling waves spreading across the Abomination's iron-like skin at the moment of contact. His massive form was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, scraping along the pavement and carving a trench over 100 meters long. The echoes of his enraged roars filled the atmosphere, his wide eyes betraying a sense of disbelief. He struggled to comprehend how this seemingly fragile woman possessed such formidable strength, capable of repelling a creature of his immense stature with a single punch. Was she truly a product of military experimentation? Cursed be it. The Abomination rose from the ground, seemingly incredulous at his misfortune in battle. Having recently triumphed over Hulk, he was blinded by arrogance, dismissing all others, and was determined to vanquish the female superhero today to assert his dominance. Meanwhile, Tony unleashed a series of precisely aimed laser beams, successfully diverting Hulk's attention. This time, he refrained from taking risks, soaring high above the ground to avoid a direct confrontation. Hulk, infuriated by the laser strikes, let out a series of furious roars, yet his efforts proved futile. He charged toward Tony, his footsteps echoing like seismic tremors, shaking the very ground beneath him. Tony, piloting his armored suit, deftly evaded the debris Hulk hurled in his rage. Oh damn. It seems I'll need to upgrade the suit. The lasers only manage to inflict minor wounds on such beasts, he mused, strategizing to lead Hulk into a desolate wilderness. Within the confines of the city, he lacked the prowess of the female superhero to regulate Hulk's combat tempo without causing widespread destruction. As the Abomination's anger surged, his hormones spiked, enhancing his strength and inflating his arrogance. He bellowed, no one is stronger than I am. I shall obliterate you before the eyes of the world's ants, and then methodically slaughter those pathetic creatures. Fear me. Ha. Han Xiui silently contemplated. If it weren't for the desire to amass prestige, I would have eliminated you in an instant. The spectators watching the live stream were taken aback, realizing that the drama had unfolded before their very eyes. Though mere mortals, they thought, what is this grotesque monster compared to us? Superwoman, strike him down. This repulsive, green-skinned creature, dripping with slime, elicited disgust. Superwoman, my goddess, quickly vanquish him. In a matter of breaths, the Abomination leaped several dozen meters, arriving before Han Xiui in an instant, unleashing a barrage of ferocious punches. Yet, Han Xiui retaliated with swift strikes, her fists piercing the air with hundreds of blows in a single second, colliding with the Abomination's fists, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. The Abomination soon realized his newfound strength and astonishing speed. He halted his assault, raising his arm to block her attacks. With a triumphant laugh, the Abomination exclaimed, "Ahaha, I can withstand any bullet." Han Xiuyan paused, allowing him to finish before swiftly stepping on one of his feet, followed by a powerful right jab to his waist. The Abomination's body bent like a bow, and he was sent hurtling backward. A deep gash marred the road where he had flown, marking his passage with a profound scar. Marvelous. A viewer at home, engrossed in the live broadcast, could not restrain their excitement, rising to their feet and cheering with clenched fists. The sheer speed of her strikes shone like sparks. The speed was astonishing. The female superhero was extraordinary. Her fists descended upon the brute like rockets, striking him with unyielding force. Well done. Do not grant the monster a moment's respite. Deliver blow after blow, making him taste the bitterness of defeat. The grotesque creature was utterly repugnant, and witnessing his disheveled state brought immense satisfaction. It was hard to fathom how a woman could so effortlessly contend with such a colossal and fearsome monster. The female superhero was truly magnificent. She was a goddess among mortals. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your reputation has increased by 88 points. Ding ding ding. Han Xiuyan listened to the system's announcements, reveling in the exhilaration. Master, Tony has requested assistance from his artificial intelligence, stating he is aware of your performance and begs you to conclude the battle swiftly to aid him. The AI, Skynet, interjected. Previously, Samuel's antidote had weakened Hulk considerably, and after being pummeled by the Abomination, he was further incapacitated. However, Hulk had now regained his strength. Caught off guard, Tony was unable to evade Hulk's attack entirely, resulting in damage to his armor on one foot. Reply to him that I will arrive in a few seconds. Han Xiuyan communicated internally with Skynet. Understood, Master. The Abomination, feeling aggrieved by the unexpected foot stomp, rose defiantly, eager for a rematch. Han Xiuyan denied him the opportunity, darting before him with the swiftness of lightning. The Abomination, in his fury, launched a punch, but Han Xiuyan met it with her own. Boom. This encounter was unlike the last. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous noise, Han Xiuyan's petite iron fist collided with the Abomination's massive fist. The disparity in size brought no victory to the Abomination, as in an instant, his punch was shattered. He was sent spiraling backward once more. However, this time, the bones in his hand were shattered beyond recognition, with a large dent appearing on the front of his fist, and scales flying in all directions. Even a portion of bone protruded from his forearm, revealing the bone spurs at his elbow. Accompanied by the sound of breaking bone and gushing wounds, filthy blood flowed like a stream. Bravo! The viewers watching the live broadcast were nearly in ecstasy. The sight of the female superhero ruthlessly battering the beast was utterly exhilarating. Without a moment's pause, she appeared before the Abomination with the speed of a lightning bolt. Her elegant, long legs lifted in a knee strike, shattering through numerous sound barriers as she ascended with astonishing velocity. Her knee crashed into the Abomination's chin, producing a deafening sound. Bang! A resounding and thunderous noise erupted, followed by a colossal shockwave that rippled through the air, distorting it in that very moment. The abhorrent creature was forcefully hurled into the sky, while Han Xiuyan hovered gracefully above it. No, you did not reveal your true strength just now. You deceived me. No, I surrender. I shall not fight any longer. The creature, now acutely aware of the chasm between them, sought to plead for its life. Yet, It had never cared for the countless innocent lives it had extinguished. At the scene of the battle, various live broadcasts and video recordings captured the swift movement of Han Qiuya, the cameras diligently tracking her every motion. Chapter 17 Reactions from all sides. Han Qiuya did not afford the abomination any opportunity. She hovered above, observing the grotesque figure as it twisted in the air, awaiting its ascent to the pinnacle. Surrender? To falter in combat is to forfeit your worth. It is through defeating you that I shall garner greater renown. Han Qiuya's elegant legs were lifted high, exuding an aura of icy determination. No, I would rather endure your assault, no. The abomination, watching Han Qiuya's movements, was engulfed by sheer terror. It hoped to deceive her, to retract its attack and be spared. At that moment, all it desired was to flee immediately upon touching the ground. Han Qiuya's long, graceful legs were raised high, descending with a velocity that shattered multiple sound barriers. Delivering a devastating kick to the abomination's back, the force unleashed was even more terrifying than her previous knee strike. Boom! Han Qiuya's leg struck like a heavy blade upon the abomination's back, bending its form into an exaggerated arc. The creature, momentarily suspended in the air, plummeted like a meteorite. With a deafening crash, the abomination's body plunged deep into the earth, creating fissures in the ground that radiated outward. Dust and smoke enveloped the air, leaving the majority of the audience in stunned silence. They witnessed the abomination's body being profoundly engulfed by the earth, as if consumed by an overwhelming force. The abomination was vanquished. At that moment, Han Qiuya heard her reputation points steadily accruing. In less than 10 seconds, the abomination was dealt with, and without lingering. She activated her supervision, penetrating all barriers to lock onto the locations of Tony and Hulk in battle. In the blink of an eye, Han Qiuya's figure darted forward like a streak of lightning, racing towards the scene at an astonishing speed exceeding 130 Mach. The air was left with only an afterimage, breathtaking the spectators. This time, Han Qiuya did not employ a portal. The day's spectacle had been sufficiently astonishing, reserving that for her next appearance. In the military, General Ross, seated in a helicopter, gazed at the dust-laden battlefield, stammering, "Is it over?" Such a ferocious creature as the abomination, after much exertion on our part, yielded no results. Yet, a lithe and formidable heroine resolved it with just a few punches and kicks. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Director Nick Fury silently observed the live broadcast of Han Qiuya's battle with the abomination. After witnessing her astonishing speed as she sped away post-battle, he seemed frozen, unable to utter even a curse. At that moment, an agent approached Director Fury to report, "Director, based on analysis from our high-speed cameras, we have derived the latest combat data for the Superwoman." Director Fury quickly regained his composure, focusing intently on the agent's report. The Superwoman's maximum flight speed exceeds 100 Mach, and the force of her punch is at least 20 million kilograms, a magnitude 10,000 times that of a human champion. This may be the result of her not exerting her full strength. Moreover, the agent's voice continued to reverberate in the room. Additionally, based on the image analysis, the reflex speed, precision of movement, and anticipatory abilities exhibited by the female superhero far exceeded our expectations. Her strength, speed, and reaction capabilities reached unimaginable heights. Director Liu Dan pondered for a few seconds before swiftly commanding, "Immediately relay this information to all relevant personnel, ensuring they are prepared. We must thoroughly investigate the vulnerabilities of the female superhero. Furthermore, inform everyone that under no circumstances should anyone engage in hostility or conflict with her. Any matters concerning her must be reported to me without delay." Within S.H.I.E.L.D., members of Hydra also paid close attention to Han Qiuya's actions. Hydra member Alexander Pierce held a report detailing the combat data of the female superhero, contemplating future strategic maneuvers. He decided, "You will immediately dispatch personnel to the scene to attempt to locate any biological samples of the female superhero, perhaps her hair or other tissues." "Yes, sir. We will complete the task as swiftly as possible," his subordinates responded before hastily departing to execute the mission. Pierce watched their retreating figures, filled with anticipation. He believed that should they succeed in obtaining the female superhero's biological samples, it would significantly aid their further research on superhumans and contribute to certain experiments. Meanwhile, Tony found himself in a precarious situation, with the armor on one of his feet damaged. Relying solely on a single foot and the thrusters in his hands to clumsily evade in midair. On the ground, the enraged Hulk hurled massive trees and boulders in his direction. "Supergirl, come help your devoted fan, Tony Stark." As soon as Tony uttered these words, Han Qiuya descended like a deity from the heavens, appearing before Tony in an instant, kicking away a colossal tree that Hulk had thrown at him. "Haha, Supergirl has arrived. Surrender now, little green man." Upon seeing Han Qiuya's arrival, Tony felt an immediate sense of calm and even began to taunt the Hulk. Tony, your endurance seems rather short. Han Xiaoyi jested while effortlessly deflecting a massive boulder hurled by the Hulk. I was hoping to showcase my abilities a bit longer over there. Don't doubt my stamina. Tony playfully bantered back, completely disregarding the furious Hulk on the ground. Seeing that the two were ignoring him, the Hulk's fury escalated to its peak. He began to hurl various objects and charge forward, his massive form leaping towards Tony and Han Xiaoyi. Miss Xiaoyi, let us finish our battle before engaging in conversation. It would be quite impolite to our adversary, Tony remarked, feigning composure, though internally he felt a twinge of anxiety at the overwhelming presence of the Hulk. In the air, Han Xiaoyi remained unfazed. As the Hulk leaped towards her, she landed a powerful kick on his form, utilizing her flight capabilities to propel him back to the ground at several times the speed of sound. With a thunderous crash, the Hulk's body traced a linear path through the air before being forcefully pinned to the earth by Han Xiaoyi. Tony swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the Hulk, crushed beneath Han Qiuya's foot. Despite having witnessed her combat prowess on numerous occasions, the sheer ferocity with which this enchanting woman fought never ceased to instill a primal fear within him. Jarvis, please do remind me in the future to refrain from provoking her. I have no desire to be left incapacitated, Tony remarked, half in jest. The AI Jarvis responded with calm assurance, certainly, sir. Additionally, I must inform you that, according to my analytical data, there exists a reproductive isolation between you and Supergirl. Consequently, your physiological condition may not be equipped to withstand her formidable strength. You could face imminent demise. I need not your reminder. I am acutely aware that no mortal on Earth could endure the ravages of her superhuman power. Chapter 18. System Upgrade. Han Qiuya stood gracefully upon the chest of Hulk, her crimson-booted foot seemingly imbued with boundless strength. At that moment, her extraordinary hearing caught Tony's words, prompting her to cast a sharp glare in his direction. This mere glare unsettled Tony's already precarious flight, causing him to wobble dangerously close to a fall from the sky. Sir, please be advised that the female superhero possesses superhuman hearing. Exercise caution in your speech, Jarvis cautioned. Jarvis, I need you to assist me in controlling the armor, Tony replied. Feeling the immense power exerted by Han Qiuya upon his chest, Hulk thrashed wildly, emitting a deafening roar. Roar. Han Qiuya, unfazed, crossed her arms before her as she observed Hulk beneath her. Sensing the intensity of Hulk's struggles increasing, she correspondingly intensified her grip, ensuring her dominance over him. Despite Hulk's frantic attempts, he found himself unable to escape her grasp. Gradually, Hulk began to recognize the chasm between himself and this formidable opponent, allowing himself to calm down. Noticing Hulk's sudden tranquility, Han Qiuya lifted her foot. Hulk, however, remained still, panting heavily as if deep in contemplation. Hulk, return to Banner, Han Qiuya urged. As soon as Hulk heard the name Banner, fury surged within him once more. No, do not bring out Banner, he bellowed, his voice rife with rage and dissatisfaction as he charged at Han Qiuya. With a swift punch, Han Qiuya countered Hulk's advance, sending him staggering backward. She then raised her right hand, displaying her middle finger defiantly. Observing this, Hulk lunged forward, seizing Han Qiuya's middle finger with one hand. He attempted to bend it, straining with all his might, only to discover that her finger was as unyielding as iron. At that moment, television stations were broadcasting live, alongside agents from various factions and onlookers capturing the spectacle. Their reactions were undeniably swift, as the live footage of the scene spread across the globe. Seeing that Hulk could not bend her finger, Han Qiuya chuckled. Hulk, perhaps you should use both hands to attempt to break one of my fingers. Her mocking words ignited a sense of anger and frustration within Hulk. He employed his other hand, yet still found himself unable to bend Han Qiuya's middle finger. This left him feeling utterly embarrassed and helpless. Unwilling to prolong the confrontation, he resolved to revert to Banner. Noticing Hulk's persistent grip, Han Qiuya grew impatient. She soared into the air and delivered a powerful punch to Hulk's nose, fracturing it with a single blow. Bang! Still not revealing your true form, she declared. As her words fell, Hulk collapsed to the ground, transforming back into Banner. It seems that force is the only way to revert to your original state. Tony, would you agree? Han Qiuya inquired, gliding closer to Tony. Tony, maintaining a safe distance in the air, nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, my idol. Where am I? What has happened? Banner awoke, appearing fatigued and bewildered. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he lay in the wilderness, the area around him expansive, and his body ached all over. Banner struggled to recall the events, remembering his transformation into the Hulk and the fierce battle against the malevolent abomination. At that moment, he gazed skyward, where a stunning superheroine clad in a black silk mini-skirt hovered gracefully, embodying the essence of a goddess descending from the heavens. He also spotted Iron Man, his armor somewhat battered and appearing quite disheveled. Is the abomination dealt with? Banner mused aloud, a note of doubt creeping into his voice. Just as he pondered this, Han Qiuya appeared before him with astonishing speed, startling Banner. He had not anticipated her ability to traverse the distance so swiftly. Her form hovering with remarkable stability, almost without a hint of deceleration. Banner, the abomination has been taken care of, so you need not worry, Han Qiuya reassured him. Oh my goodness, goddess, your speed is astounding. Please don't scare me like that, or I might just turn into the Hulk, and that would be quite troublesome. Tony Stark soon joined them, saying, don't fret, Hulk was indeed sent packing by her. Is that true? The superheroine is that formidable? Oh, my stars! Banner exclaimed in astonishment. By the way, superheroine, goddess, I am now your devoted fan, yet I do not even know your name. Han Qiuya, she replied with a smile. Banner, should Hulk ever lose control again, I can assist in reverting him to his original form, at no cost to you. Is that so? That is splendid. If not for the fighting, I would prefer not to turn green. Hulk interjected. Are you all being polite? A chime sounded, announcing, congratulations, host, on achieving victory in battle. You have earned 60,000 points, bringing your total to 280,000. Another notification followed, system upgrade in progress. The system's voice was delightfully pleasant. It appeared that defeating both Hulk and the Abomination had granted each participant 30,000 points. Han Qiuya, filled with joy at her newfound points, smiled. Her expression blooming like a flower, radiating happiness. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating light, reminiscent of stars illuminating the night sky. Tony, witnessing this, stood transfixed for several seconds, lost in thought, before a wave of confusion washed over him. Miss Qiuya, what has transpired? What brings you such mirth? Han Qiuya composed herself, replying, it is nothing. I simply recalled a joyful moment. In the distance, General Ross, aboard his helicopter, observed the resolution of the situation, the danger having dissipated. He commanded his subordinates to safely land the helicopter, then led a few of them on foot towards the scene. Ross struck a pose, lifting his chin and puffing out his chest, attempting to exude a commanding presence befitting a general. As he approached, Banner felt a surge of tension. Thank you both, heroes, for resolving our experimental crisis and mitigating our financial losses, Ross began, feigning gratitude. He continued, the military is profoundly appreciative, and we shall publicly commend you for this, superheroine. However, Ross uttered a remark that incited Banner's ire, referring to him as merely a product of theirs and attempting to claim him. Doctor, Banner is not the possession of anyone. He is an autonomous individual entitled to determine his own fate, Han Qiuya stated as she stood before him. Banner felt profoundly touched. Ross clenched his fists, simmering with anger, for substantial resources had already been invested in the Hulk project. Yet, he recognized that the strength of these individuals could hardly contend with the power of the female superhero. He is a national asset. You are positioning yourself against the United States, Ross attempted to intimidate. Chapter 19. Elite Agent, do you think I am afraid? Han Qiuya smiled faintly. At this moment, her strength rendered her impervious to the threats and pressures of any adversary. Moreover, Dr. Banner was now affiliated with SHIELD. If one sought to confront the director of the Egg Bureau, they would need to reconsider. Just then, Banner's girlfriend rushed over, embracing him with excitement. Oh my, how are you? I'm so relieved you're all right. The two exchanged tender words. Ross cast a glance at them, unimpressed, and retorted with an accusatory tone. I am well aware of his background. When did he join SHIELD? Why was I not informed? Just recently, Han Qiuya replied coldly, her irritation palpable. How long would Ross persist in this line of questioning? General Ross, enough is enough. Be cautious. Provoking a female superhero is ill-advised. Seeing that Ross was poised to continue his argument, Tony quickly interjected, warning him that after the earlier incident, he had developed a strong distaste for Ross. Furthermore, the decisions made by my goddess, the female superhero, are immutable by anyone. Upon hearing this, Ross momentarily halted his retort, realizing that any escalation to a physical confrontation would be futile given the current limited forces at his disposal. After a brief contemplation, he shot a furious glare at Tony and commanded his subordinates, Humph, let us leave. He then turned on his heel, with his men trailing closely behind. They had been tense at the thought of clashing with the female superhero, and relief washed over them as the situation did not deteriorate further. Tony, filled with confusion, wondered aloud, why did he just glare at me? Banner explained, he likely noticed the anger on the goddess's face, which is why he dared only to glare at you. Having just shared a tender moment with his girlfriend, Banner had been observant of Ross's reactions. All right, Tony replied, feeling somewhat melancholic as he glanced at Han Qiuya. Noticing Tony's forlorn look, Han Qiuya's smile reappeared as she stepped closer to Banner's girlfriend, reassuring her, rest assured, I will take care of Dr. Banner. Let us not waste any more time. We can converse in the sky, Han Qiuya declared. Without waiting for a response, She propelled herself and the others skyward. There was no need to grasp their hands. Her current prowess allowed her biofield to be sufficiently strong. Whoosh! What just happened? Banner and his girlfriend blinked in disbelief. Realizing they had ascended into the air, they exchanged startled glances, beginning to feel a sense of panic. Oh my god! Fear not. This is the female superhero's ability. We can converse normally in the air. Tony elaborated, having experienced this phenomenon before, though this time the sensation was far more exhilarating. As they grasped the situation, astonishment enveloped them, and they prepared to engage in conversation. However, before Banner could articulate his thoughts, Han Kuya swiftly set his girlfriend down on a city sidewalk, then resumed their flight towards Tony's residence. Banner's girlfriend stood dazed on the pavement, surveying her surroundings to ascertain her whereabouts. Who am I? Where am I? As Banner blinked, he realized that his flying girlfriend had vanished. What? Do not worry. I have placed her in a safe location within the city. Let us visit Tony's house and discuss a few matters, she replied. Han Kuya had initially intended to create a portal for instant transportation, but considering that both Banner and Tony would be astounded for quite a while, she decided that flying there would be more efficient, as it would only take a few seconds. Banner and Tony felt a sudden jolt, and when they regained their stability, they found themselves standing indoors. Looking up, Banner noticed a large hole in the ceiling. Astonishing. Banner was uncertain what to marvel at, likely in awe of Han Kuya's flying prowess. Welcome to my home, Dr. Banner. Would you care for a drink? Let us converse in the living room. Tony swiftly responded, warmly extending his hospitality. Come along, Dr. Banner, Han Kuya said. J.A.R.V.I.S. Please take note of the guest's requests. Tony commanded the artificial intelligence while removing his damaged armor. Han Kuya joined the two in the living room, where they each took a seat. As soon as she settled down, Han Kuya skillfully manipulated her nano suit, transforming it into a beautiful dress. Banner, feeling somewhat lost regarding his future, was captivated by the extraordinary change of Han Kuya's attire. Curious, Banner inquired, can your suit transform into different outfits? That is remarkable. Is it based on nanotechnology? We will discuss that shortly. Let us first address the matter at hand, Han Kuya replied. Dr. Banner, we intend to form a superhero alliance and would like to invite you to join us. Oh, is that so, goddess? However, I have some reservations, Banner expressed, a hint of unease evident in his demeanor. Tony, recognizing the potential of Banner even in his Hulk form and eager to recruit a suitable member, interjected, Banner, once you join us, you can work with me. We are not beholden to any government or organization. We operate freely and flexibly, responding to those in need of our assistance. Han Kuya added, as for General Ross's pursuit of you, you need not worry with me around. I will also assist you in finding an appropriate identity. Tony continued, when we require strength, you can unleash the Hulk to assist us. And should the Hulk lose control, Miss Kuya can help you revert to your original form. Feeling reassured, Banner replied, very well, I accept. It is indeed an honor to be part of a team with Wonder Woman and Iron Man. He then inquired, by the way, what shall we call our organization? Tony responded, let us name it the Supergirl Iron Man Alliance. Han Kuya chuckled, we can shorten it to the Supergirl Alliance. What do you think? Banner, let us simply call it the Supergirl Alliance. No need to distinguish between the full name and the abbreviation. Banner thought it prudent to ingratiate himself with the formidable Wonder Woman, Han Kuya. Tony remarked, all right. However, the alliance will require funding, and it seems it will fall upon me, the billionaire. He spoke of his wealth with a sense of pride, for who says that financial prowess is not a superpower? Han Kuya remarked, there is no need to worry about financial matters for the time being, Banner. You should infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. directly and have Director Fury provide you with a salary. This will also facilitate your identity arrangement. Tony chuckled, what a splendid idea. Nick Fury invited me to join S.H.I.E.L.D. last time, mentioning the formation of the Avengers. I have yet to respond to him definitively. Han Kuya continued. You may reply to him in due course, consenting to join. In the future, apart from myself, our entire team could serve as undercover agents for S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony and Banner were somewhat taken aback, yet upon reflection, they realized it was indeed a brilliant plan. After all, should any trouble arise, Han Kuya would be there to take the brunt, for no one has yet managed to best Wonder Woman. Chapter 20. Indulge at this moment. Han Kuya revealed astonishing news that left both of them in disbelief. By the way, there are numerous Hydra members within S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony, I will send you a list. You may consider infiltrating Hydra once more as our team's dual senior agents. What? Hydra? The two were utterly astonished. Hadn't Hydra been completely eradicated during World War II? Skynet, please send the personnel information of Hydra that I requested earlier to Tony, Han Kuya commanded internally. Received, Master. The Hydra personnel information has been transmitted to Tony's artificial intelligence, JARV. J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony, some information has already been sent to J-A-R-V-I-S. You can inquire with it later. All right. Tony instinctively responded, still reeling from the shocking revelation. At that moment, Banner's stomach growled audibly. Clearly, he had been entirely consumed by the urgency of survival and combat, and now found himself ravenously hungry. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Banner said, J-A-R-V-I-S. Please send over more food. Tony, regaining his composure, commanded. He pondered how he would thoroughly investigate the situation regarding Hydra with an S-H-I-E-L-D. This unreliable system had upgraded itself at the slightest provocation. No matter how he called for it, there was no response. Fortunately, the system's marketplace was still operational. Han Qiuyao mused. However, on the homepage of the system's marketplace, the optimized chicken soup was perplexing. Why did it require 300 reputation points? It was significantly more expensive than other foods. Surely, there couldn't be an issue. Banner, you needn't wait. I have chicken soup here. Let us make do with that for now. Han Qiuyao smiled, conjuring a large bowl of chicken soup that she placed on the table. Tony and Banner exchanged glances, suppressing their curiosity. Banner, this chicken soup smells delightful. Go ahead and drink. The superheroine won't poison you, Tony joked. Banner took the chicken soup and quickly consumed it, soon exclaiming, this is absolutely delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. The goddess truly knows how to provide. Han Qiuyao then purchased a cheeseburger from the system's marketplace for Tony, along with a plethora of other delicacies, and began to savor the feast with the two men. The food from the system's marketplace was undeniably delectable. Miss Qiuyao, this cheeseburger is simply divine. May I reserve some every month? No, every day? The price is negotiable, Tony said, devouring it with such enthusiasm that his words became slightly incoherent. In S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, Nick Fury sat at his desk, perusing a report on the latest project. Suddenly, his communicator buzzed, shattering the tranquility of the office. Director, we have observed that the superheroine and Dr. Banner have just visited Tony's residence, reported an agent through the communicator. Understood. In the future, such trivial matters need not be reported. Continue to monitor their activities closely and report any anomalies immediately. But Director, the superheroine is now flying towards us, accompanied by someone. What? Nick Fury immediately rose, prepared to meet with visitors. Yet, just as his words faded, Han Qiuyao had already descended onto the rooftop of S-H-I-E-L-D with Banner. Utilizing her X-ray vision, Han Qiuyao scanned the surroundings and pinpointed Nick Fury's location with precision. With the window conveniently open, she and Banner flew in, landing gracefully before Nick Fury. Director Egghead, do you seek talent? Here I am. Ms. Qiuyao, Nick Fury replied, his tone tinged with irritation. S-H-I-E-L-D is not your playground. You should have notified me prior to your arrival. This superwoman, who persistently referred to him as Egghead in public, was both formidable and infuriating. He could never quite manage her. Furthermore, there were confidential documents scattered on his desk, and with her X-ray vision, the potential for sensitive information to be compromised was alarming. With a playful blink and a slight smirk, Han Qiuyao responded, Oh, it was not my intention. I was merely eager to deliver Dr. Banner to ensure S-H-I-E-L-D gains another asset. Noticing the documents on the desk, she dismissed the necessity of activating her X-ray vision. S-H-I-E-L-D had become a mere shadow of its former self. With artificial intelligence already having infiltrated its systems, what secrets remained to be uncovered? Resigned, Nick Fury turned to Banner and said, Welcome, Dr. Banner. Are you willing to join S-H-I-E-L-D? Banner nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have always wished to. If you can guarantee my safety, address my identity concerns, and provide a salary, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to S-H-I-E-L-D. Of course, Nick Fury assured him. We will provide a secure work environment for you to focus on your research. Well then, I shall take my leave. Han Qiuyao shrugged and soared into the sky. With a sigh of relief, Nick Fury began discussing work arrangements with Banner. Internally, Banner reminded himself of his undercover identity. He harbored little fondness for the military or organizations like S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick had been grappling with how to integrate Banner into S-H-I-E-L-D, only to have Han Qiuyao present him directly. The nascent Avengers desperately required formidable strength, and if they could effectively manage the Hulk's transformations, their power would be significantly enhanced. After concluding his conversation with Banner, Nick called for Natasha. Natasha, how is your progress in engaging with the superwoman Han Qiuyao? She is nothing but trouble. During her brief stay at my residence, she was quite affectionate, but once she grew accustomed to her surroundings and mastered her powers, she moved out to live independently, Natasha replied, her voice laced with resentment. Han Xiaoya's melodious voice was captivating, even to Natasha. Her allure transcended gender. Her physique nothing short of flawless. She moved with such swiftness, appearing and disappearing without a trace, making it nearly impossible to approach her. Very well. Let us temporarily set aside the task of engaging with her. Your next objective is to connect with Tony and find a way to remain by his side as a secretary. Upon returning to her villa, Han Qiuya observed the conversation between the two on a large screen within her home. With Skynet having infiltrated SHIELD, there were no secrets left for her to uncover. She listened intently to the dialogue between Nick Fury and Natasha, comprehending every word. System, have you perished? Han Qiuya silently called out to the system, yet it remained unresponsive. Chapter 21. A Day Out. Let us set aside matters of importance until you have completed your upgrade. Today, I shall indulge in delightful pursuits with the lovely Fiona and savor the pleasures of life. Han Qiuya turned to Fiona with a gentle gaze and inquired, Fiona, how has your recent progress and strength been? What is your current flying speed? When discussing her advancements, Fiona felt a swell of pride and responded with nonchalance, Your Majesty, I am now capable of reaching a speed of 8 Mach. 8 Mach is quite impressive indeed. Within the Marvel Universe, that level of prowess is considered top tier, though it still pales in comparison to my own, Han Qiuya remarked with approval. Fiona sincerely replied, All of this is thanks to your patient guidance, Your Majesty. In recognition of your progress, I have a gift for you, a nanotechnology suit. Let us take a stroll. Han Qiuya declared as she procured a nanotechnology suit from the system shop, spending 200,000 prestige points. Although this suit lacked the defensive capabilities of Han Qiuya's high-tech variant, its ability to transform at what was a significant advantage. Fiona joyfully accepted the nanotechnology suit, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon contact with Fiona's hand, the suit sprang to life, flowing and autonomously enveloping her alluring form. Han Qiuya discovered that she could control the nanotechnology suit, with her commands taking precedence over Fiona's. With delight, she began to dress Fiona in different outfits. This arrangement was splendid. Han Qiuya surmised that she held priority control over all items purchased from the system shop. Fiona noticed that she had been adorned in a bikini ensemble, feeling a rush of nervousness and color rising to her cheeks. Yet she complied with Han Qiuya's choices. Fiona possessed a statuesque figure, standing over 7 meters tall, with a slender waist and elongated legs. Her physique perfectly balanced with not an ounce of excess flesh. Han Qiuya observed with keen interest, a smile gracing her lips as her thoughts wandered to enticing notions, causing a surge of warmth to course through her. How embarrassing. I can't believe I am so taken with beauty. Alas, I am a woman. Han Qiuya mused inwardly. Your Majesty, is something amiss? Your complexion seems off. Fiona remarked with concern. Fiona, it is merely a trivial matter. There is no need for alarm. Han Qiuya reassured her. With a gentle smile, Fiona responded, Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. Regardless of the circumstances, your health is of utmost importance. Thereafter, Han Qiuya changed Fiona into several outfits, during which her hands and feet were quite restless, details omitted. After much deliberation, they finally settled on a delightful short skirt ensemble. Once dressed, Fiona's slender, gleaming legs were revealed beneath the skirt, resembling elegant sculptures, graceful and natural. Adorning her legs were hidden dagger rings, complemented by a pair of striking blue high heels that accentuated her ankles, exuding both feminine allure and an air of danger. How does it feel? Han Qiuya inquired. Fiona smiled and twirled, allowing the skirt to dance lightly around her, showcasing her attire to Han Qiuya. She relished the sensation of the ensemble, most importantly. It seemed that the queen was pleased. It is beautiful. As long as the queen likes it, that is all that matters. Very well, let us be off. Han Qiuya stood up joyfully, grasping Fiona's hand. By the way, Terminator TX, you should accompany me as my bodyguard. If any minor characters cause trouble, I prefer not to intervene, as it would disrupt my enjoyment. Upon hearing Han Qiuya's words, TX, who had been waiting outside, promptly entered the room. At your command, boss. To facilitate address, I shall henceforth call you Xiaomei, while all other Terminators will continue to refer to me as boss. Fiona felt a sense of pride at this. Only she could call Queen Han Qiuya by such an endearing title, indicating the closeness between them. Understood, boss. Xiaomei comprehends. TX responded, while simultaneously commanding the other 100 ordinary Terminators to perform household chores and patrol. The TX that Han Qiuya had purchased was a system-enhanced version, boasting high automation and multifunctionality, capable of integrating the abilities of all Terminator versions. Its prowess was formidable, and it could effortlessly alter its attire, proving to be quite convenient. With a smile, Han Qiuya instructed TX, try transforming into a beautiful and elegant red skirt ensemble. As you wish, Xiaomei replied. Almost instantly, its outer garments began to shift and morph. In less than half a second, A striking red skirt appeared on its form, and with this stunning outfit, complemented by its exquisite appearance and figure, it exuded a unique charm. Excellent. Quite lovely. No further guidance is necessary. Han Qiuya expressed her delight, visibly pleased with Xiaomei's transformation. Contemplating the multitude of Terminators engaged in household tasks within the villa, she deemed their security presence excessive and decided to deploy them elsewhere. In the system shop, ordinary Terminators were priced at only 100,000 each. Thus, Han Qiuya impulsively purchased an additional 250 units. Once summoned, a throng of Terminators densely populated the villa. Greetings, boss. They chorused, a total of 250 strong. Now we have 350 Terminators in total. Retain 50 here at the villa to provide services, while the others should be dispatched as undercover agents to SHIELD to earn their wages, Han Qiuya instructed, adding, if there aren't enough positions available there, then send them to other organizations. Understood, boss, Xiaomei replied. With the support of Skynet, the undercover missions should proceed smoothly. Director Egg would unlikely be able to identify all the infiltrators, especially since he had yet to eliminate so many Hydra agents. Indeed, Your Majesty, Fiola concurred. Let us go? Take off. Han Qiuya smiled, as she preferred flying, which allowed her to experience the joy of freedom and speed. As soon as her words echoed, she instantaneously activated her biological stance, enveloping the two within. Within moments, they landed on solid ground. And both Fiola and Xiaomei felt the reassuring sensation of earth beneath their feet. Your powers have increased again, my queen, Fiola praised, her eyes brimming with admiration. Han Qiuya smiled slightly, offering no response. At that moment, a beautiful pink necklace materialized in her hand, which she elegantly draped around her neck. The necklace was procured from the system's marketplace, imbued with a remarkable technology of the mind, reminiscent of the powers of Superman's glasses, enabling those unfamiliar with her to remain oblivious to her true identity. After all, she has a considerable fanbase, and concealing her identity affords her greater convenience. In the early evening, Han Qiuya first accompanied Fiola and Xiaomei to explore several intriguing locales, indulging in delectable cuisine and breathtaking vistas. As twilight descended, the trio meandered through the streets, soaking in the city's vibrancy and liveliness. Han Qiuya relished this sense of freedom, relishing the spontaneity of wandering wherever their whims led them. Unencumbered by plans. Chapter 22. A vicious assault on scoundrels. As Han Qiuya arrived at a bustling square, she paused to enjoy a captivating street performance. Amidst the crowd, a few individuals cast their lingering gazes in her direction, having earlier been enchanted by the beauty of Han Qiuya and her companions, and subsequently deciding to follow them with malicious intent. Although Han Qiuya refrained from activating her super hearing, supervision, or X-ray sight, she remained engrossed in the entertainment before her. However, Xiaomei and Fiona had already discerned the malevolent intentions of the onlookers. Yet they chose to wait until Han Qiuya had fully savored the experience before addressing the threat. Once the performance concluded, Han Qiuya felt satisfied with the diversion. Let us depart. It is time to return, she suggested. Exchanging glances, the trio swiftly exited the square. As they traversed the streets, the number of pedestrians dwindled, leading them to a desolate alley where they came to a halt. Boss, what a splendid opportunity. These girls are exquisite beauties. Fortune smiles upon us. They have ventured into an isolated area, one of the scoundrels exclaimed, overwhelmed by their allure, nearly rendered senseless by their beauty. Today, we are truly fortunate. Ha! Seeing that the surroundings were deserted, the individuals stalking Han Qiuya could no longer contain themselves. They rushed forward, encircling the trio with swift footsteps. Boss, the most beautiful one in the middle is reserved for you, a black man leered, his eyes filled with flattery as he gazed at Han Qiuya. Han Qiuya commanded the network to investigate the assailants and discovered that they were members of a local gang. Humph. I shall leave the annihilation of this petty gang to the Terminator later, she mused. Such exquisite specimens. I hope the lovely ladies will cooperate. We are civilized individuals and prefer not to resort to coercion, one of the assailants taunted. You might even find yourself addicted to serving us for free. The gang leader leered, eliciting laughter from his companions. Initially, Han Qiuya maintained her composure, but this was the first time she had encountered such vile language up close, and her anger began to simmer. Fiona, eager to act, glanced at Han Qiuya, her eyes silently inquiring. Understanding her companion's intentions, Han Qiuya smiled knowingly and nodded in agreement, signaling Fiona to proceed. As a warrior, Fiona had long yearned for the thrill of battle and was eager to unleash her pent-up combat spirit upon these scoundrels. Fiona, take your time. I want to record this, Han Qiuya instructed internally, commanding the system's network to begin filming. The network was capable of capturing a 360-degree view in stunning 36,000K clarity. With permission granted, Fiona's eyes gleamed with a deadly resolve. She had been itching to deal with these ruffians, who had been trailing them for far too long. These wretches are only worthy of kneeling before the queen. Yet they dare to profane her noble form with their filthy gazes. What's this, beautiful? Do you wish to fight us? Or would you prefer to join me in bed for a different kind of battle? One of the assailants leered wickedly. Fiona had already identified her first target. Ha ha. A group of ruffians found the situation amusing and burst into laughter. In a flash of superhuman speed, Fiorella propelled herself forward, her left foot striking the ground with force. Appearing before one of the thugs as if she had teleported, she seized his arm, twisting it in the opposite direction, then lifted her foot. Her stiletto heel delivering a devastating kick that shattered his leg. Ah, my arm, my leg. The first thug howled in agony as he knelt, writhing on the ground. The remaining thugs, momentarily taken aback, realized their comrade was in distress. They had just been reveling in their triumph, failing to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What? She's a martial arts expert. She must be a bodyguard. We can take her down together, the leader exclaimed in astonishment. Retreating discreetly behind his comrades while urging them to attack, Fiorella smirked playfully. As the thugs charged toward her, she swiftly swung her right hand, delivering a powerful blow to two of them. Bang! Thug number 2 and 3 were sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. The shoulder of Thug 2 was severely disfigured from the impact, while Thug 3's chest caved in. Thugs 4, 5, 6, and 7 watched in horror, their eyes wide and pupils dilating as fear crept into their hearts. Panic set in. Thugs 4 and 5, moving with reckless speed, found themselves unable to halt their momentum, helplessly barreling toward Fiorella. In her eyes, their movements seemed to unfold in slow motion. Before they could retreat, Fiorella executed a graceful spin and delivered a side kick, striking Thug 4 squarely in the head. He spun through the air like a windmill before skidding along the ground, leaving a long, polished trail behind him. Thug 5, panicking and attempting to retreat, leaned forward too far, struggling to pivot. His eyes desperately searched for an escape route. Fiorella swiftly turned, elevating her long, elegant leg for a forceful front kick. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as her kick connected with Thug 5's waist, folding him in half and propelling him away. Thug 7, noticing his proximity to Han Qiuya and Xiaomei, felt a surge of hope as he charged toward Han Qiuya. He believed that if he could capture the female boss as a hostage, the black-clad bodyguard would hesitate to act. He doubted that the slender beauty in the red dress could pose any threat. Han Qiuya signaled to Fiorella with a glance, indicating that she need not intervene. The formidable Xiaomei stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Han Qiuya. Seeing this, Thug 7 raised his fist and swung at her. But Xiaomei met him with a punch of her own. With a sickening crack, his arm broke instantly. Ah, my arm. Before he could finish his cry, Xiaomei seized his arm, lifting her long, powerful leg to strike his waist. Thud. As a Terminator robot, Xiaomei possessed a high-density physique, and the weight of her leg combined with her lightning-fast kick was enough to send Thug 7 soaring. However, Xiaomei held him firmly, preventing him from escaping. As his body plummeted from the impact, Xiaomei unleashed another kick, followed by a barrage of relentless strikes. Thud. Thud. Yield. Thud. Ugh. Thud. The sound of consecutive strikes resonated, each kick from Xiaomei resonating with the force of thunder, yet delivered with exquisite precision, targeting various parts of the assailant's body without seeking to take his life. As a sophisticated Terminator robot produced by the system, Xiaomei possessed autonomous emotions and was fiercely protective of Han Qiuya. When her master, Han Qiuya, was subjected to verbal harassment, Xiaomei felt a surge of anger. This elicited a newfound admiration from Han Qiuya towards Xiaomei. How commendable the system is, Han Qiuya mused, for its creations never failed to disappoint. Regrettably, it had recently upgraded without warning, leaving uncertainty about its return. At that moment, Fiorella turned to face the sixth assailant, who stood frozen in shock. Sensing Fiorella's murderous gaze, the sixth assailant snapped back to reality, his legs trembling in fear, leading him to kneel before her. Chapter 23, Tony's poisoning. Alas, I was wrong, I surrender. Spare my life. The sixth thug, witnessing the grim fate of his companion, was instantly overcome with terror, collapsing to his knees in abject supplication. Fiona, perceiving his utter fear, found the encounter lacking in excitement and delivered a swift kick to his face, rendering him unconscious. She then lifted her gaze towards the fleeing minor leader of the thugs, who, in a mere 2 minutes, had managed to sprint nearly 1,000 meters. However, Fiona, with her speed now at a staggering Mach 8, could traverse over 2,000 meters in a single second, affording her the luxury to let the minor leader gain a head start of several thousand meters before pursuing him. The minor leader, glancing back in trepidation and seeing no one in pursuit, began to slow his frantic escape, a sense of relief washing over his face. Phew. I'm utterly exhausted, but thank goodness for my cleverness. Staying at the back and fleeing at the first sign of danger has truly saved my life. Just as he was beginning to relax, a stunning figure in a flowing black skirt appeared before him, causing his smile to freeze in place, shifting instead to Fiona's face. Fiona's lips curled into a smirk, tilting her head in disdain. He stopped dead in his tracks, both his body and his smile rendered motionless. Do you think you can escape? Fiona's cold laughter pierced the air. No sooner had she spoken than she seized the thug, executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Bang! 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 Fiona's strikes were swift, precise, and merciless, delivering a series of punishing blows to the minor leader's body. Each strike was perfectly measured, ensuring that while he suffered immensely, he would not succumb immediately. Soon, his body lay broken, his bones shattered in countless places, rendered incapable of movement, emitting only faint, anguished groans. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to insult my queen. Humph. Fiona cast a disdainful glance at him before dragging him back to Han Qiuya and Xiaomei. Your Majesty, the thugs have all been dealt with, Fiona reported respectfully, kicking the minor leader towards Han Qiuya. The minor leader groaned in pain as he was kicked, desperately wishing for a swift end, now loathing the tenacity of his own life. Observing that he still drew breath, Xiaomei stepped forward, gazing down at the nearly lifeless thug, placing her foot upon his chest. Though her long legs appeared slender, they possessed an extraordinary density and weight. Effortlessly pinning him down, Xiaomei looked to Han Qiuya, awaiting her decision. Yet, as a sentient terminator, Xiaomei inwardly yearned for the immediate execution of this insolent thug who dared to insult the queen. Fiona, observing the scene, shot Xiaomei a disapproving glance, thinking, this robot Xiaomei, with a single step, could nearly extinguish the minor leader's life. There is no need for the queen to deliberate. Clearly, I, Fiona, possess greater wisdom and discernment. Han Qiuya nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Fiona. I shall take you out for more combat training in the future. Indeed, excitement and pride sparkled in Fiona's eyes. As a warrior, her desire for battle was profoundly intense. Her deepest yearning was to fight alongside Queen Han Qiuya, defending the honor of her sovereign and meting out justice to all adversaries who dared oppose her. As for the previously subdued seventh thug, he lay on the ground, motionless and as pliable as dough, having endured countless strikes from Xiaomei. His bones were nearly shattered by her relentless kicks, leaving him uncertain of how many remained unbroken. Xiaomei, I leave the situation in your capable hands, Han Qiuya stated matter-of-factly. Soon, take the other Terminators and thoroughly eradicate the gang behind these thugs. Spare those who have not committed grave offenses. Understood, my queen, Xiaomei replied respectfully, retracting her foot from the thug's chest. She promptly summoned the Terminators to prepare for the task ahead. Han Qiuya, unconcerned with the fates of the thugs, entrusted their resolution entirely to Xiaomei. Fiora, let us return, Han Qiuya said, soaring skyward with remarkable swiftness. Yes, my queen, Fiora responded, hastily taking flight to trace elegant arcs in the sky, swiftly disappearing into the clouds. After witnessing the departure of Han Qiuya and Fiora, Xiaomei turned her attention to the ailing thugs, her mechanical eyes radiating an icy resolve. The artificial intelligence system, known as Skynet, was sharing all pertinent information regarding the gang with Xiaomei, who was poised to execute Han Qiuya's orders to annihilate the criminal organization. The gang members remained blissfully unaware of the impending judgment and their dreadful fate, destined to disintegrate under the Terminator's relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Tony was embroiled in persistent troubles at his company, yet he continued to indulge in frivolous pursuits, seemingly indifferent to corporate affairs. Pepper Potts bore the burden of resolving the company's issues, feeling increasingly fatigued and helpless. She approached Tony to voice her frustrations about the company's plight, hoping to inspire him to regain focus and at least refrain from causing further trouble. In the lab, Pepper confronted Tony. The expo you wish to attend is nothing but a waste of time. To me, the expo is of utmost importance. It is my primary concern, Tony retorted. As Pepper followed closely behind, I fail to see its significance. This is merely a manifestation of your vanity, while Stark Industries is in disarray. Fear not. Our stock prices have reached new heights. You don't understand. From an operational standpoint, the company is in. Let us move on to another topic, Tony interrupted, striding toward the workstation and engaging with the equipment. You know, I have 8:11 matters I wish to discuss with you, Pepper said, her expression weary. However, Tony paid her no mind, instead approaching a robotic arm and tapping it lightly. Focus, you dolt. That section has already been handled. Mr. Stark, I am trying to have a conversation with you, Pepper exclaimed, feeling aggrieved. During this tumultuous period, she was overwhelmed with responsibilities, managing significant company matters while also caring for Tony. Pepper and Tony were embroiled in a continuous dispute. Beneath the surface, however, Tony bore an immense burden of pain and suffering. The reactor in his chest contained a significant amount of palladium, a toxic substance that was insidiously eroding his health. Yet, he kept this secret to himself, enduring the torment of illness and solitude. Externally, Tony continued to act with his usual bravado, but this was merely a facade, masking his profound anguish and helplessness. He wished to shield Pepper and his friends from worry and was reluctant to confront the possibility of his imminent collapse. Tony sought to channel all his focus into the development of new technologies, hoping to discover a remedy. However, when faced with formidable challenges in his research, feelings of despair would lead him to seek distraction in reckless escapades, attempting to numb himself with exhilaration. Thus, he found himself in a relentless cycle of self-torment. Take care of the company affairs, he instructed. What? That's a splendid idea, freshly minted. You will have complete authority over the company. I have always been assisting you in managing the company. No, I want you to be the CEO, not merely my secretary. The company will be yours from now on. I wish to relinquish all responsibility. Are you intoxicated? Pepper was taken aback. I had a bit of coconut juice. Tony then grasped Pepper's shoulders earnestly, declaring, I hereby officially appoint you as the chairwoman and CEO of Stark Industries. Are you serious? Aren't you concerned I might deliberately ruin your company? I have faith in you. I certainly have a lot on my plate now. Visiting you has only added to my burdens. Tony entrusted the presidency of the company to Pepper and even arranged for a striking legal advisor to oversee the transition. This advisor was none other than Natasha, who had come undercover. Chapter 24. The commotion caused by a single hair Han Kiwiya lay beside the outdoor pool of her villa, basking in the sun while clad in a bikini. A few stunningly attractive women in bikinis were providing her with massages to help her unwind. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Ding. System upgrade complete. 5 long months had passed, and she reflected on the trials of that period. System, I thought you had ceased to function, she joyfully replied inwardly, rising slightly. Fiora, the alluring masseuse attending to her, inquired with curiosity, Your Majesty, what is it? Oh, it's nothing. Han Kuya waved her hand dismissively, her eyes sparkling with delight. I just recalled something happy. With that, she reclined once more to soak in the relaxation. Fiora nodded, respecting her privacy, and continued her soothing ministrations. The other attendants approached, applying luxurious oils purchased from the system store, allowing Han Kiwiya to indulge in blissful tranquility on that sun-drenched afternoon. As she lay on the massage bed, enveloped by the care of the bikini-clad women, she began a mental dialogue with the system. System, after such an extended upgrade, I endured 5 arduous months. You owe me some compensation. Host, I have only just returned and observed that your life has not been particularly arduous, the system teased. Ahem, merely a brief respite, Han Kuya retorted. But putting that aside, what formidable new features have been added with this upgrade? Meanwhile, in a Hydra experimental facility, numerous heavily armed Hydra members guarded the entrance of a laboratory, vigilantly surveying their surroundings with submachine guns in hand. Inside the lab, several researchers in white coats meticulously prepared for an experiment. One member, brimming with excitement, carefully lifted a long strand of hair from a glass sample tray with tweezers. Murmuring to himself, I can hardly believe it. This is indeed a strand of Supergirl's hair. How did Hydra manage to acquire it? Its composition and structure must be extraordinary. We need to conduct thorough testing. The member secured the hair sample in a pair of clamps and carefully fixed it on the workstation. Another individual brought forth a specialized high-powered electric saw, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Let us use this saw to test the hair's strength. It can even cut through diamonds. Very well. Let the experiment commence, several researchers remarked, their anticipation palpable. He flicked the switch of the electric saw, which emitted a low hum as its sharp teeth began to rapidly. Gradually, he brought the rotating blade closer to the hair. As it made contact, a series of metallic clinks resonated, yet the hair remained utterly unscathed, leaving the researchers wide-eyed in disbelief. Incredulously, he increased the saw's power and speed. The machine buzzed with high-frequency vibrations, sparks flying from the blade, yet the hair continued to defy damage. This is utterly remarkable, he exclaimed, cranking the saw's speed to its maximum. The chainsaw buzzed with a piercing shriek, its motor whirring wildly as the blade grated against hair, igniting sparks. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air as the blade shattered, and the chainsaw convulsed to a halt. Ah, my leg. A shard had grazed someone, inflicting merely a minor wound. A few individuals rushed in from outside, assisting the injured party and tending to the injury. The researchers stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the pristine hair sample that had effortlessly withstood the onslaught of the meticulously designed diamond chainsaw. Clearly, there remained a substantial journey ahead to devise a means of countering the female superhero. One member sighed, yet with such an extraordinary sample in hand, there was hope to unravel the mystery surrounding her. For the cause of Hydra, we must give our all. The others nodded solemnly, carefully stowing away the precious hair sample, preparing for the next phase of experimentation. In a dimly lit monitoring room, Alexander Pierce, a high-ranking official of Hydra, sat alone, intently observing the laboratory's every movement on the large screen. As he watched the experimenters conduct various strength tests on the female superhero's hair, all efforts proved fruitless, causing Pierce to draw a sharp breath. Her hair's quality was even more astonishing than anticipated. This was simply unbelievable. Despite his shock, Pierce clung to a glimmer of hope, pondering whether Hydra's scientists might succeed in compromising the hair to extract valuable information relevant to their study of the superhero. However, mere hair would not suffice. Obtaining other biological materials from her would be even more advantageous. Reflecting on her exceptional physical prowess and strength, Pierce mused that her blood, cells, and even DNA were treasures of immeasurable value, invaluable research samples. Unbeknownst to Pierce, Han Chioi's artificial intelligence, Skynet, was also watching alongside him, monitoring everything in real time. Skynet did not trigger any system anomalies, and its existence remained unknown to all. As a premier AI enhanced by Han Chioi with a substantial investment of 50 billion reputation points, it possessed remarkable capabilities and operated with impressive autonomy, multitasking to focus on all matters related to Han Chioi. The hair in question was merely a natural loss from her body's metabolism. She had initially overlooked this detail, never anticipating that Hydra would acquire one of her strands. Upon learning that her hair had been obtained by Hydra, Han Chioi felt no significant threat. The organization's technological endeavors to extract useful clues from her were akin to a fool's errand. She resolved to release the footage of Hydra's experiment online, viewing it as an excellent opportunity to enhance her exposure and reputation, showcasing the quality of her hair and accruing reputation points. As for Hydra's schemes, she dismissed them entirely. Let the world see just how remarkable this hair is. Han Chioi smiled at Skynet. As you wish, Master. Skynet promptly executed Han Chioi's command. Soon, under the operation of Skynet, a video showcasing an experiment on the remarkable strength of Supergirl's hair rapidly gained popularity across various social media platforms. Viewers, having watched the video, left an array of comments. Oh my, Supergirl's hair is astonishing. One strand can outmatch a professional chainsaw. The quality is simply exceptional. Which organization conducted this experiment? I seem to have stumbled upon a significant issue. Supergirl's image in my mind has elevated once again. Her hair is harder than steel. Her strength is utterly impeccable. I wonder if all her cells possess such formidable resilience. Her physical prowess is truly captivating. As a casual observer, my idol is incredible. She is a goddess among mortals. Trying to prove Supergirl's might with a mere strand of hair? Is this video genuine? Let's not be fooled, everyone. Such an overwhelmingly powerful force as Supergirl. What if she were to lose control one day? Her super abilities should be contained. It would be prudent for her to be under government oversight to prevent unforeseen circumstances. You're talking nonsense. A devoted fan retorted to the skeptic. Chapter 25. Tony's sudden interesting. Congratulations, host. You have gained 66 reputation points from Teplang. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 86 reputation points from Banner. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 43 reputation points from Lisi. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained 17 reputation points from Nick. Ding. Congratulations for receiving reputation points from Wang Laowu. The system swiftly enumerated names along with their corresponding reputation points. At first, Han Kuya found the familiar names quite engaging, but after a while, the incessant sound of notifications began to grate on her nerves. All right, system, please activate silent mode. Han Kuya requested. Understood, host. Silent mode activated. You may review the historical records of reputation points provided by any individual at your convenience, the system replied, ceasing its auditory notifications. Han Kuya was pleasantly surprised by this new feature. The system could not only display the names of those who contributed reputation points, but also allow her to delve into any individual's historical records. From this moment onward, it would be abundantly clear who the sycophants were and who the genuine supporters were. Moreover, the system had significantly enhanced various functionalities. Within the system store, if Han Kuya personally defeated a foe, the reputation points required for that enemy's super abilities would be discounted. The aforementioned improvements pertain to reputation points. Post-upgrade. The system also optimized the acquisition and utilization of points. Firstly, in addition to personally battling and defeating adversaries, Han Kuya would also earn system points from her loyal subordinates achieving victories in combat. Secondly, the cooldown period for traversing dimensions had been reduced to just 10 days, and shortening it by a day now required only 1,000 points. System. Which of my subordinates are currently loyal to me and can venture forth to earn points through battle? Han Kuya inquired. Host, at present, Fiora, Terminator Xiaomei, and all ordinary Terminators, upon achieving victory in combat, will provide corresponding point rewards based on the strength of the defeated enemies. The system promptly responded. Excellent. In future encounters with weaker foes, I can simply dispatch my subordinates to handle them, allowing me to recline and enjoy myself. Han Kuya felt a surge of joy at this response. Meanwhile, Tony and his bodyguard Happy were fervently engaged in boxing practice within the ring. Just then, Pepper approached, accompanied by Tony's legal advisor and notary, Natasha. Notary is here. Tony, could you please come over to sign the company transfer documents? Pepper stated straightforwardly. Taking a seat near the ring. We're in the midst of a workout. Let us discuss this after we finish, Tony replied, seizing an opportunity. As Happy turned his attention to Natasha, Tony unexpectedly launched a surprise punch at him. What sort of move is this? This is underhanded, Happy complained, clearly displeased with Tony's sneak attack, though both were wearing protective gear, so the impact was not particularly painful. This is free combat. Come on, continue training with me, Tony exclaimed enthusiastically. As Happy prepared to re-engage in the match, Tony noticed Natasha entering the room, his gaze drawn irresistibly to her tall, graceful form. Seizing the moment of Tony's distraction, Happy lightly punched him in the chest. Oh, lesson 1. Never let your guard down in front of your opponent, Happy remarked. At this juncture, Pepper interjected with a tone tinged with resentment and sarcasm. Tony, I assure you, this is your only chance in this lifetime. Please sign the company documents over to me. With that, she instructed Natasha to present the notarized documents to Tony, urging him to sign in every designated space. Tony glanced at the documents and then back at Pepper's serious expression before earnestly taking the pen to inscribe his signature. Beautiful lady, may I inquire your name? He asked, his eyes captivated by Natasha's stunning appearance. I am Natalie Rushman, Natasha replied with a slight smile, offering a fictitious name. Would you care to spar with me? Consider it a friendly exchange, Tony proposed, gesturing invitingly. Tony, don't do that, Pepper cautioned, then turned to Natasha. I sincerely apologize. He is quite the eccentric, and you need not pay him any mind. Yet, upon hearing Pepper's words, Natasha displayed a confident smile and gracefully approached the ring. No problem. I'm happy to engage in a friendly spar, Natasha replied softly. Pepper, witnessing Natasha's decisive acceptance of Tony's challenge, felt a mix of concern and discontent. In truth, she harbored feelings for Tony herself, fearing that an unnecessary spark might ignite between him and Natasha. More importantly, she had seen enough of Tony's flirtatious antics. Who could predict how this friendly match might evolve? The memories of Tony's ambiguous relationships with numerous women weighed heavily on her mind, causing her distress. She had no desire to deal with the aftermath of Tony's escapades or witness further flirtations. Tony, can't you reform your roguish ways? Pepper sighed inwardly, silently praying that Tony would not stir up trouble, sparing her the burden of cleaning up after him. However, to Pepper's relief, Tony did not linger excessively with Natasha and soon grew weary, stepping down from the ring. Happy, you professional boxer, come and spar with this lady. Teach her a thing or two, Tony suggested, patting Happy on the shoulder. No problem, leave it to me, Happy replied, thrilled at the prospect of demonstrating his combat skills against a beauty like Natasha. Tony descended from the ring, seated himself beside Pepper, and casually crossed his legs. Inquiring with curiosity, Pepper, who is this lady named Natalie? She is the new employee from the legal department, Pepper responded. Pepper propped her legs up and, in a calm tone, remarked, if you continue to gaze at someone with such lewd intent, you might find yourself facing charges of sexual harassment. I require a new personal assistant. Tony, however, remained transfixed on Natasha in the ring, although he did not employ a tone of petulance. He resembled a child beseeching an adult for a new toy, my employer. At present, Tony was no longer in charge. He was merely a major shareholder. While Pepper had recently assumed the role of president, succeeding him, rest assured, I have already identified 3 exceptionally qualified candidates for your assistant position, and they are eagerly awaiting your audience. Pepper chose to disregard Tony's plea, turning a blind eye to his fixation on Natasha. Chapter 26. The confident Happy with her. There is no need to meet anyone else. I believe she is remarkably suited to be my secretary, Tony remarked, his gaze fixated on Natasha's figure. A stirring excitement within him. No, she is ill-suited for this position, Pepper thought, determined to refuse. The two clearly held differing opinions on the matter, and an uneasy silence enveloped them. Both Pepper and Tony shifted their attention to the arena, where Natasha was about to engage in a friendly spar with Happy. Happy was elated to face the beauty who called herself Natalie, as it provided him the opportunity to showcase his professional combat skills and perhaps impart some knowledge. With a cheerful grin, he inquired, have you practiced boxing before? Indeed, Natasha smiled in response. It was more of a boxing fitness class at the gym, wasn't it? Happy chuckled, implying that Natasha had only learned the basics of women's fitness routines and required his expertise to teach her the true art of combat. Pepper feigned interest in their sparring, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Tony's expressions and movements. Her name is Natalie, right? Tony casually tapped the table, prompting the holographic screen to materialize, as he began to search for Natalie's background information. Are you researching her? Pepper raised an eyebrow. I'm not infatuated, you know. Look at her resume and capabilities. She is quite exceptional. Tony defended himself as he perused Natasha's profile, desperately seeking justification. In truth, he was simply enchanted by her beauty. Unbeknownst to him, the information he found had been modified by S-H-I-E-L-D, leaving him oblivious to the mixture of truth and falsehood. And unaware that Natalie's true name was Natasha. Pepper, look at this. She is fluent in numerous languages: French, Italian, Russian. Tony rambled on, soon stumbling upon a sultry photograph of Natasha. He enlarged the image, studying it with keen interest. Pepper cast a fleeting glance at the photo but remained silent. I want her. She meets all my requirements. This girl is destined to be the perfect secretary, Tony exclaimed joyfully. Pepper shook her head in resignation, fully aware that Tony was undoubtedly captivated by her allure rather than her capabilities. Meanwhile, in the arena, Natasha's keen hearing captured Tony's conversation, and she turned curiously to look at him. Across from Natasha, Happy grinned, thinking it was finally his moment to shine. He could flaunt his professional combat skills and knowledge before her. The first rule is, never take your eyes off your opponent, Happy confidently declared, swiftly launching a right hook at Natasha, who had yet to turn around. To his surprise, Natasha reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting at the last moment to seize Happy's fist. With a powerful motion, she tossed him aside, following up with a spinning leap, locking her legs around his neck while securing one of his arms. Happy found himself utterly subdued by Natasha's swift maneuvers, rendered incapable of resistance. Oh my goodness! Pepper gasped, rising from her seat in astonishment. Tony was left astounded as he watched Natasha effortlessly subdue Happy, a candidate he had high hopes for as his secretary, showcasing skills that far exceeded his expectations. Happy struggled helplessly between Natasha's legs until she finally loosened her hold and rose to release him. She perfectly meets my criteria for a secretary, Tony reiterated. Embarrassed, Happy scrambled to his feet, attempting to save face as he declared, I simply slipped. Is that so? It appears you were overpowered, Tony retorted, showing no mercy as the employer. Mr. Stark, it is a pleasure to participate in this event, Natasha remarked, temporarily deferring Tony's proposal for her to become his secretary, akin to a patient hunter continuing to bait her prey. Indeed, just so, Miss Natalie, Tony responded, seeing that Natasha had not taken the initiative to accept Tony's offer. Pepper breathed a sigh of relief, pleased that the matter had passed without further complications. It was clear that Tony could not force the issue with a reluctant beauty. Thank you very much. I shall take my leave, Natasha stated, smiling at Tony before elegantly turning to depart. Tony felt a strong desire to keep Natasha as his secretary. Yet he found himself at a loss for ideas. Having relied heavily on Pepper for all aspects of his life, he glanced at her, thinking, this is the one I want. The scene was reminiscent of a child seeking a new toy from a parent, with Pepper playing the role of the guardian while Tony appeared as the spoiled child. No way, Pepper's victorious smile indicated that Tony's intentions had been thwarted. Sir, Miss Han Xiuya, the superwoman, has arrived, Jarvis announced at that moment. Oh, I'm on my way, Tony exclaimed, quickening his pace to greet her, with Pepper closely following. Even she found it hard to resist the alluring charm of Han Xiuya. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her strength was formidable, and Pepper, with her strong-willed nature, held a particular admiration for Han Xiuya. What captivated Pepper even more was the faint, enchanting fragrance that emanated from Han Xiuya, evoking a sense of tranquility akin to a spring blossoming with flowers and fruits each time they met. In the Hydra base, within the conference room, Pierce and several senior officials were gathered around the table in a meeting. What is going on? Our top-secret experiment video concerning the Superwoman's hair has leaked. Now it's common knowledge. Pierce slammed the table, visibly enraged. The lower-ranked officials exchanged glances, afraid to speak. This leak was undoubtedly a severe blow to Hydra's morale, as they had painstakingly operated from the shadows for years, fearful of being discovered as a remnant of the once-extinct evil organization. Who could have done this? Is there any way to remedy the situation? One senior member inquired. Report. It is too late. The video has already spread globally. Unless we can control every device in the world, which is impossible, a trembling technician reported. This is disastrous. Our exposure risk is exceedingly high. Pierce's fist struck the table with great force. There must be a traitor among us. We must uncover the identity of the informant. Indeed, someone has undoubtedly betrayed us in secret. His deputy concurred, asserting that an immediate internal investigation was imperative to identify the leaker. Furthermore, certain plans may need to be abandoned. Pierce pondered, acknowledging that if powerful forces discovered our intentions and targeted us, it would spell trouble. The reconnaissance plan must be expedited, allocating more resources to it. We must certainly enhance our security measures to prevent any further breaches of confidentiality. Go forth and execute these orders immediately, Pierce commanded, particularly emphasizing the urgency for the team assigned to monitor Wonder Woman. Their mission must be accelerated. Understood. The head of the specialized team responded. Chapter 27. The Race Idol. Is there something specific that brought you here? Has something happened? Tony inquired. Miss Chioya, welcome. Please, allow me to offer you some exquisite refreshments, Pepper promptly stated. Taking a seat and gazing at Han Chioya, admiring her unparalleled beauty. Thank you. Is it wrong to visit you without a particular reason? Han Chioya replied with a smile. Sipping her drink. Of course not. You're welcome to drop by any time, even without a reason. You are a superwoman, and I am your #1 fan. Tony said with a beaming smile. There's nothing particularly pressing. I just felt a bit bored and wanted to see if you had anything entertaining to offer. Han Chioya casually mentioned. She had already allowed her subordinates, Fiola and the Terminator, to venture out and handle some nefarious individuals, earning her system points through their victories. She would only need to intervene personally if they encountered formidable foes. Han Chioya recalled the storyline. Tony was about to participate in a car race where he would encounter a villain. Such a grand spectacle was one she simply could not miss. And it would also provide an opportunity to overshadow Tony, garnering her greater prestige. You've arrived at the perfect moment. I'm about to partake in a car race. Would you care to join? Tony exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he rambled on about the event, boasting about his skills while completely forgetting his palladium poisoning troubles. I'm quite adept at driving, you know. How are your driving skills? If you're not comfortable, you can simply watch my performance. I don't need to drive. My race car has an automatic driving feature, Han Chioya said with a mysterious smile. Automatic driving technology? That is fantastic. I absolutely want to see that. You must come. Tony declared excitedly. Tony Pepper attempted to interject, but was cut off by him. It's settled then. He quickly asserted. Pepper, you needn't worry. I will ensure his safety, Han Chioya assured. All right, since the superwoman says it's fine, I feel reassured, Pepper replied, glancing at Tony with a resigned expression. Thinking to herself that Tony was likely to encounter trouble during the race. However, knowing that Han Chioya would be present eased her concerns. Let us go to the plane. Tony exclaimed joyfully, leading the way. Miss Chioya, do you require assistance in airlifting your automatic driving car? Pepper inquired hastily, then cast a glance at Tony, adding. Please excuse his lack of foresight. He never considers these details beforehand. Han Chioya waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. My car can teleport to my side at any moment. It will automatically appear whenever I wish. Very well, please. Pepper politely gestured for Han Chioya to proceed ahead. Although curious, she refrained from asking questions. Come along, Pepper. I have matters to discuss with you as well. We can chat in the sky. Sure. Idle, Pepper playfully responded. Thinking Han Chioya meant they would converse aboard the aircraft, which she was quite looking forward to. At this moment, Han Chioya employed her X-ray vision and enhanced eyesight to scan her surroundings, discovering that Natasha had already boarded the plane and departed. Han Chioya surmised that Tony, unwilling to relent, must have privately contacted Natasha, assigning her a task and summoning her to the racetrack. As an undercover agent, Natasha readily accepted the mission. Let us take our leave first, allowing Tony and Happy to follow in his helicopter, Han Chioya declared. Without waiting for Pepper to respond, she activated her biofield and soared into the air with Pepper in tow. Oh my heavens! Pepper exclaimed in surprise, quickly adapting to the situation. Upon realizing she was flying, her face lit up with excitement and joy. The sensation of flight was nothing short of exhilarating, and she was astonished to find she could converse normally midair. This is amazing, Chioya. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, I'd like to call you Chioya from now on. Although you appear younger than I am, your formidable strength makes you my idol. Pepper exclaimed with enthusiasm. Han Chioya maintained a moderate flying speed, allowing them to admire the panoramic view of the city below. At such heights, Pepper could even glimpse the distant coastline and the vast expanse of clear sky, a sight she had never experienced before. No need to thank me. Since you're calling me Chioya, I shall call you Pepper from now on, if that is agreeable. Han Chioya replied with a smile. Pepper nodded happily. That sounds great. I absolutely love that name. The two soared joyfully through the azure sky, with Pepper brimming with excitement. Becoming one of the select few ordinary individuals to be flown by a superwoman. This experience was a dream come true for her. Pepper, I have something to tell you. Tony has been poisoned by palladium. What? Han Chioya disclosed Tony's predicament while guiding Pepper to the racing venue. Shortly thereafter, Tony arrived. With Happy trailing behind him, Pepper gazed at Tony with concern, apprehensive about his palladium poisoning. However, after hearing Han Chioya mention a solution, she resolved to wait until after the race to bring it up, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm for the competition. Happy, no matter what happens, be adaptable. Tony cautioned Happy, sensing that this race might encounter complications, yet he was reluctant to forfeit his participation, especially with the formidable Han Chioya by his side to alleviate his worries. Adaptable? Happy replied, utterly perplexed. Tony offered no explanation and proceeded with Pepper towards the hospitality area of the race. Unexpectedly, upon entering, they encountered Natasha, Stark, how are you? Was your flight smooth? Natasha greeted Tony, clad in an elegant red dress, obstructing his path. Very well. I'm absolutely thrilled to see you. Tony responded. I hope you don't mind a photographer tagging along. Natasha inquired with a smile, glancing at Pepper. Pepper, bewildered, immediately turned to Tony. What? When did you arrange this matter? Since you are not assisting me, I shall have to devise my own solutions, Tony remarked with a sly grin. Despite Pepper's reluctance to aid him, he remained confident in his ability to win over Natalie. Tony, you. Pepper thought of Tony's predicament with palladium poisoning, still undeterred by his desires, and was about to admonish him. All right, just smile quickly. Look at the camera, don't frown, Tony interrupted, already positioning himself for the shot. Upon noticing the camera was rolling, Pepper refrained from further comments, mustering her spirit to adjust to a more composed demeanor and forcing a polite smile. Following this, Tony cheerfully engaged in an interview with reporters, enthusiastically discussing the forthcoming competition. Tony, have you noticed that Autumn is missing? She was just behind us a moment ago. Chapter 28. The commencement of the live broadcast. The aroma of the roasted chicken was utterly irresistible. No wonder it required a staggering 300 reputation points to exchange. Han Xiui, lost in thought, had deliberately donned a discreet outfit, complete with a hat, and seated herself alone in a corner of the reception area, savoring the delectable roasted chicken purchased from the system. The enticing scent wafted through the air, causing a nearby table of diners to salivate uncontrollably. That chicken looks divine. I must have a portion just like that, ladies, exclaimed a well-mannered gentleman in a suit, hastily stopping a passing waiter. The others soon joined in, clamoring. I want one too. Me too. Please, everyone, remain calm. Let me see what this is. I will bring it to you shortly, the waiter replied, glancing at Han Xiui, who appeared to be enjoying something not on their menu. As he approached her, ready to inquire about the source of the chicken, Han Xiui looked up and offered him a friendly smile. In that moment, the waiter was utterly entranced. Before him was a visage of unparalleled beauty, with a complexion as flawless as snow beneath the sun and eyes as captivating as a starry galaxy. Her smile was like a gentle spring breeze, melting his defenses and rendering him speechless. While the waiter stood in a daze, the stunning woman had already vanished without a trace. Han Xiui had activated her super speed, instantly relocating to another corner of the reception area, having changed into a different outfit. The waiter rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had just imagined the encounter. Yet, that breathtaking face was indelibly etched in his mind, a memory he would never forget. He realized he had witnessed an ethereal being, whose fleeting presence had left an indelible mark on his heart. Still reeling from the astonishment of Han Xiui's extraordinary beauty, the waiter completely forgot to ask about the chicken's origin. Hey, why are you daydreaming? Shouldn't you be asking that lady where she ordered the chicken? A man grumbled. Now she has vanished, and we are left empty-handed. Indeed. Wait, shouldn't we be concerned about how that lady just disappeared? Another chimed in. This place must be haunted. I. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, leaving the waiter at a loss for words. However, the memory of that exquisite smile made everything else seem trivial. Ladies and gentlemen, the thrilling and intense Grand Prix is about to commence. Let us warmly welcome all the competitors into the arena with a resounding round of applause. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers as top drivers, one after another, drove their vividly painted cars onto the track, waving to the spectators along the way. The first to enter was Mike, whose vehicle featured an all-new aerodynamic design this year. The host began to introduce each driver and their respective vehicles. Following him was Jack, the reigning champion from the previous event, piloting his iconic yellow car for the Renault team. The last vehicle to enter the arena was none other than Stark's car, driven by the illustrious Tony Stark himself, showcasing his iconic Crimson Iron Man racing car. The audience erupted in a crescendo of applause and cheers upon the arrival of Tony's team. He waved to the crowd, flashing a radiant, star-studded smile. However, just as Tony's entourage made their entrance, another car unexpectedly followed closely behind into the arena. This vehicle, adorned in vibrant red and blue hues, was strikingly eye-catching. The host, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of this newcomer, quickly regained his composure and animatedly declared, "Wow, what a delightful surprise. It seems we have a mysterious latecomer." The dazzling red and blue racing car left the audience in suspense about the identity of its skilled driver, prompting a warm welcome for this unexpected guest. Observing that the organizers had no objections to this uninvited participant, the host seamlessly continued, "It appears we are in for a thrilling surprise with this guest. We eagerly anticipate the spectacular performance from our enigmatic driver." The host's vibrant words transformed this unforeseen twist into an exhilarating addition to the race, elevating the audience's excitement to new heights as they speculated about the identity of this final mysterious racer. The exterior design of Han Kia's vehicle appeared remarkably advanced, with its bold colors exuding an air of flamboyance. This enigmatic red and blue racing car was, in fact, a new model of Transformer purchased by Han Kias from the system store for 5 million prestige points. She named it Blue Flame. Blue Flame is a rare triple transforming warrior within the Transformer realm, capable of seamlessly shifting between robot, car, and helicopter forms. Boasting combat prowess and maneuverability at the pinnacle of Transformer standards, Han Kias brought Blue Flame to a halt at the starting line, waving to the audience. Though her helmet obscured her face, rendering her identity a mystery. Skynet. Activate my personal account across all social media platforms and stream the entirety of the race and subsequent battles, she commanded. As you wish, Master, replied Skynet. Almost instantly, Han Kia's social accounts were registered across major platforms, with a superhero comic image set as her default avatar. The live stream commenced simultaneously on all platforms, with Skynet leveraging its formidable capabilities to place Han Kia's broadcast at the forefront of each homepage. The live stream was titled Superwoman Racing Live. As the broadcast began, it captivated numerous curious viewers, flooding the comments section with excitement. Is this just a promotional stunt? Is Superwoman really participating in a racing event? This has to be a publicity ploy. Is this account truly the genuine Superwoman? Has it been verified? Regardless of its authenticity, let's enjoy the spectacle. After all, it's a free live stream. I am a devoted fan of Superwoman. Based on my years of experience, I can say with certainty that this is the real deal. Oh my goddess, I adore you. By the way, the car's design is absolutely stunning. I think I need to customize one just like it. As various comments flooded in, the popularity of the live stream soared like a rocket. Blue Fire, what is your acceleration time from a standstill to 100 meters? Han Shoyue inquired while gently grasping the steering wheel. Report, Master, my 0 to 100 meters sprint time is merely 0 for seconds. With a maximum speed that can reach 3 Mach, Blue Fire responded through the car's audio system. The statistics were astonishing, easily leaving many vehicles on Earth in the dust. At that moment, the countdown from the organizers began. 3, 2, 1, go. The race officially commenced, and the thunderous roar of engines at the starting line was deafening as all drivers immediately floored the accelerator, racing forward from the starting line. Chapter 29. To start, the arena erupted with the exuberant cheers and screams of the audience. The vividly colored racing cars sped down the track like arrows released from a bow, leaving behind a dazzling trail. Tony had secured third place at the outset, feeling quite pleased with himself, while Han Kuya deliberately delayed her start by 2 seconds, intending to let all the drivers ahead of her escape before executing a swift, elegant pursuit that would astonish the crowd. The race commenced. Look, the second place car, number 5, is accelerating rapidly, overtaking. Oh, it's done it. The commentator passionately narrated the unfolding drama, noting a vehicle had encountered a problem at the starting line. We see Iron Man in third place, attempting to pass. Oh. At that moment, a figure donned in staff attire stealthily blended into the crew among the spectators. Meanwhile, Han Kuya's live stream was inundated with comments. What's wrong with Superwoman? Why isn't she moving? Hurry up. Is the goddess joking? This is so awkward. Haha. This is hilarious. Amidst the barrage of comments, Han Kuya suddenly pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared with a deafening growl. The blue flames surged forth like a released arrow, pursuing with an incredible acceleration. My goodness. The number 9 car, only seconds into the race, had swiftly caught up to the leading vehicles. The commentator's voice grew fervent. The speed was astonishing. One car was overtaken. Oh, another one. Han Kuya's rapid pursuit ignited a wave of ecstatic screams and cheers from the crowd. Witnessing this car, which had launched into a relentless chase from the very start, the audience was utterly captivated and exhilarated. Good heavens. The speed is breathtaking. It's astonishing. It's overwhelming. Who is this driver? As a racing fan, I am at a loss. The arena erupted with fervent applause. Those who had previously questioned her in the live stream fell silent, profoundly moved by the intensity of this chase. Wait a minute. Did Superwoman just leap ahead in the blink of an eye? Is this for real? The speed is simply terrifying. Ha ha ha. Where are those who doubted my goddess now? Next came Tony in his red racing car, but Han Kuya swiftly overtook him, leaving him in her wake. Oh my goodness. The crowd cheered once more with fervor. Approaching a bend, Han Kuya joyfully maneuvered the steering wheel, leaving the second-place car behind as if in an empty realm. Her stunning pursuit truly left the audience in awe. Good heavens. She is about to claim first place. The speed is utterly unearthly. The commentator was in a frenzy. Spectacular. She is nearly first. Many were eagerly anticipating the outcome. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Yet everyone sensed that the victor of this race was virtually a foregone conclusion, as all were captivated by the astonishing chase of the blue flames. A shadowy figure silently infiltrated the ranks of the staff, none other than Iron Man's arch-nemesis, Ivan Vanko. In the audience, some observant individuals quickly recognized him, erupting in gasps of astonishment. My goodness, what is he planning to do? Ivan swiftly discarded his staff disguise, revealing the electric device strapped to his back and the electric whips in his hands. Sparks of dangerous electricity crackled from the whips, creating an utterly terrifying scene. Oh no! Someone is about to attack the competition. A spectator screamed. Chaos erupted in the venue. Some panicked while others excitedly pulled out their phones to record the unfolding drama. At that moment, a racing car sped toward them, and without regard for who was inside, Ivan unleashed a whip, cleaving the car's front wheel and body in half. The vehicle soared through the air, engulfed in smoke, a horrific sight to behold. Good heavens! There's destruction at the race. The commentator exclaimed in fear. Just then, a figure clad in red and blue descended from the sky. It was Han Kuya. She leaped from the blue fire racing car, donned in her superhero attire, and swiftly rescued the beleaguered driver. As Han Kuya made her entrance, a hush fell over the crowd, soon replaced by a thunderous cheer. Superwoman! The audience erupted in enthusiastic screams. My goodness, I've seen a superhero up close. One spectator trembled with excitement. The live broadcast exploded with fervor. Oh my gosh! Superwoman is really here. I'm dying. Goddess, I adore you. This is so exhilarating. Superwoman versus the villain. Little villain, surrender. Superwoman has arrived. Who dares to act recklessly? Who else? A female fan shrieked. Han Kuya gracefully landed, gently placing the racer down, as nearly every camera focused on her. The audience's excitement for the superhero was palpable, and the live chat was in a frenzy. Ivan, undeterred, continued to wield his electric whips, sending car after car flying. Each was caught and rescued by Han Kuya. Though she possessed the power to swiftly end the confrontation, she opted to prolong the spectacle for the audience, gathering more prestige. However, Tony's racing car soon came into view. Upon noticing it, Ivan immediately swung his electric whip toward Tony's vehicle. A loud crash echoed as the car was struck, leaving Tony ensnared and in disarray. Damn it! Tony gritted his teeth, utterly powerless as he was trapped. Ah, Iron Man, let us see how you fare against my might. Ivan smirked devilishly, swinging his whip once more. Sir, you must retreat immediately, came the voice of Jarvis, the AI assistant, through Tony's earpiece. Ms. Potts and Happy are en route with the armor. Hurry! Tony desperately scrambled from the car, dodging attacks as he shouted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pepper and Happy were racing to the scene. Oh no, Tony is in danger. Pepper exclaimed anxiously. We're almost there, Happy reassured, driving swiftly. This guy is tough. We must get the armor to Tony as soon as possible. Finally arriving at the location, Happy took a deep breath and tossed the armor to Tony. Yes. Upon receiving the call, Tony swiftly donned the Iron Man suit, declaring that they were now prepared for an earnest battle. Come on, Ivan. The confrontation between Iron Man and Ivan resumed with renewed fervor. At that moment, Han Kuya re-emerged on the battlefield. Just as Iron Man and Ivan engaged in their fierce clash, Han Kuya suddenly descended from above. With astonishing speed, she rushed behind Ivan, delivering a precise strike to the nape of his neck. Before Ivan could react, he felt a powerful force strike his vital point, causing him to collapse to the ground in an instant. What on earth is happening? Chapter 30. Ivan, is it justifiable to use a cannon to swat a fly? On the racetrack, the fortunate leading driver passed through Ivan's ambush point unscathed, only for Ivan to suddenly emerge, sending the third-place driver and those behind hurtling off the track with a swift crack of his whip. Aha, it's just me now. The first place is mine, the leading driver thought with exuberance. At that very moment, a deafening explosion echoed across the track, startling the leading driver, who glanced sideways in horror. A blur of red and blue streaked past him with such velocity that it left him utterly astonished. The blue fire was in full flight, effortlessly claiming the first position. Good heavens, what manner of vehicle is this? The commentator gasped in disbelief. Its speed seems to have shattered the sound barrier. The leading driver has been left far behind. The commentator, captivated by the unexpected turn of events involving Ivan, continued to provide commentary as the race unfolded in spectacular fashion. The audience rose in collective astonishment, cheering and gasping in awe. This was undoubtedly a climax of unprecedented proportions. As the solitary blue fire soared past the leading driver at a speed that defied comprehension, the audience erupted into fervent applause and exclamations. What is happening? There's no one in the car. How can it drive itself? One spectator exclaimed. My goodness, does it have autonomous driving capabilities? How advanced is this? It can go this fast? Another viewer marveled, struggling to believe their eyes. Not only can it drive itself, but its speed is astonishing. It's on the verge of victory. A racing enthusiast shouted with unbridled excitement. This is nothing short of magic. How can such a race car exist in this world? A young boy gaped at the blue fire in awe. This vehicle must hail from a future realm. It's incredible. This is undoubtedly the most exhilarating race in history. The commentator stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. The cheers from the crowd reverberated endlessly, as everyone basked in the sheer impact and thrill of the moment. As Blue Fire approached the finish line, Han Xioi, with authority, commanded, Skynet, have Blue Fire rush here to engage in battle immediately after claiming victory. Recognizing that Blue Fire's exceptional performance had captivated a portion of the audience's attention, Han Xioi resolved to utilize Blue Fire's transformation to create an even greater spectacle. After effortlessly seizing the championship, Blue Fire promptly turned around, racing towards the scene at an unimaginable speed. It swiftly transformed, with all its components rapidly assembling and rearranging until it culminated in a towering giant robot over 9 meters high. What is going on? The audience stood in stunned silence. As the live broadcast erupted in chaos, gasps and screams filled the air. Good heavens! It transformed. One spectator shouted in disbelief. This can't be real. It actually can transform. Another viewer exclaimed, trembling with excitement. I'm in shock. Transformers are real. A robot enthusiast fainted in sheer exhilaration. In the live stream, comments flooded in at lightning speed. The superhero's vehicle has transformed. Wow, a transformer. I must be dreaming. This transformation is too cool. My entire worldview has been shattered. Transformers truly exist. This spectacle surpasses the grandeur of cinema 100-fold. The transforming robot has proven its might. Both the audience on-site and online were profoundly astonished by the remarkable transformation abilities of Blue Fire, with waves of discussions and cheers resonating endlessly. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented visual impact. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a prestige value of 72 from Stephen Strange. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a prestige value of 92 from Natasha Romanoff. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned a prestige value of 98 from Wang Shower. Ding. At that moment, Ivan had just been struck down by Han Xiui's knife hand attack, staggering to his feet. Fortunately, Han Xiui had not exerted excessive force. Otherwise, Ivan would have met his demise. Just as Tony intended to deliver a finishing blow to Ivan, Blue Fire zoomed in at an astonishing speed, swiftly transforming into a towering 9-meter giant robot before him. What? Tony was rendered speechless by this astonishing spectacle. Having lost his fighting spirit after Han Xiui's strike, Ivan merely wished to seize the opportunity to flee. If I had known Wonder Woman was here, I would never have dared to show up. But at that moment, as Ivan stood up, a colossal shadow enveloped him, completely blocking out the sunlight. Looking up, he beheld the gigantic Blue Fire robot looming directly above him. The mechanized arms of Blue Fire morphed into massive plasma cannons aimed squarely at Ivan, observing him in silence. Ivan, internally exasperated, mused, am I merely a minor villain, warranting such a grand display to deal with me? With Transformers and Wonder Woman, no less. Ivan glanced at Tony, pondering his thoughts. Upon meeting Ivan's gaze, Tony turned to Han Xiui, then addressed Ivan. I suggest you surrender quickly, Ivan. The cannon of that transformer could incinerate you to ashes in an instant. Once again, Ivan found himself at a loss for words. Are you truly going to use a cannon to obliterate this mosquito? What other option do I have but to capitulate? Thus, Ivan awkwardly raised his hands, and the staff on the sidelines, seeing that the situation had stabilized, swiftly approached to restrain Ivan and escort him away. Meanwhile, a multitude of excited spectators surged toward Han Xiui. Wonder Woman, don't go. Please sign this. A boy in a checkered shirt shouted ecstatically, clutching a photo of Han Xiui. Goddess, I love you. Will you sign for me? Another audience member ecstatically waved his arms while running. Goddess, please wait. Seeing the crowd rush towards her like a tidal wave, Han Xiui quickly exclaimed, Blue Fire, transform into a helicopter. In response, Blue Fire rapidly morphed, its mechanisms contracting and expanding with swift precision, ultimately transforming into a fully functional helicopter, accompanied by the whirring sound of its rotor blades. The approaching spectators stood in awe. It can also transform into a helicopter? How incredible! My goodness, this transformation process is breathtaking. Han Xiui opened the cabin door and beckoned to Tony. Tony, donning his Iron Man suit, Tony leaped into Blue Fire's cockpit in a few swift strides. The door sealing automatically as Blue Fire ascended vertically into the sky. The audience gazed in awe as the blue flames ascended into the sky. Erupting in a chorus of cheers, the goddess departed in her transforming helicopter, an epitome of magnificence. This spectacle will be etched in my memory for eternity. Alas, I failed to acquire an autograph. Her mode of transport is simply extraordinary. In the live streaming room, comments flooded in at a frenetic pace. Wow. The goddess's vehicle has transformed again. The helicopter mode is incredibly hardcore. This transformation is nothing short of miraculous. The fluidity of the metamorphosis is impeccable, a perfect score. Goodness, this scene surpasses any film. My pupils are in shock. The fortunate audience members had an unforgettable day. It was absolutely exhilarating, and I am filled with envy. This ticket was truly worth it. With one pass, I witnessed a thrilling race, Iron Man in battle, and most importantly, experienced the presence of both the Superwoman and the Transformers up close. Chapter 31. Tony's gratitude within the confines of the prison. Tony paid a visit to Ivan. Observing Ivan's contraption, he remarked, "Your device is commendable, yet its rotation speed could be improved, albeit marginally." Upon perusing Ivan's identity, he discovered that Ivan Vanko was once a partner of his father's, only to be dismissed from Stark Industries for reasons unknown. It was evident that this encounter was destined to be unpleasant, as Ivan showed little desire to engage with Tony. After indulging in some self-satisfied banter, Tony grew disinterested and prepared to depart. At that moment, Ivan spoke up, "All I need to do is sit here and watch. The world will inevitably consume you." Tony, known for his refusal to concede defeat, halted, turned, and retorted, "Where do you intend to watch the world devour me? In this cell? I can arrange tickets for you." Just as Tony was about to leave, Ivan added, "Tony, the palladium poisoning in your chest will lead you to a painful demise." Ivan's smirk suggested he awaited Tony's reaction. Tony's expression darkened like never before, and without uttering another word, he strode out of the room. Burdened with thoughts, Tony entered his villa, only to find Pepper waiting for him. "Tony, I heard about your palladium poisoning. How could you conceal such a significant matter from me?" Pepper inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. "What? Who informed you?" "I'm fine. I'm not poisoned," Tony replied, forcing a smile to feign ignorance. "Stop pretending. Aunt May told me directly." "How could you hide something so serious?" Pepper responded, a hint of irritation in her voice. With a resigned sigh, Tony admitted, "All right, I am indeed poisoned. But please, do not worry about me, nor shed tears. I will find a way." "Who would worry for you? Once you're gone, I will seek another job," Pepper jested, deliberately trying to provoke this stubborn man. In truth, Aunt May had already shared a solution with her. You truly aren't concerned for me?" Tony, bewildered, said, "I'm sorry. I should not have kept this from you. That was my mistake." Tony felt a genuine pang of sadness. No more secrets. Pepper, sensing his vulnerability, softened her stance. Tony embraced her tightly, and they held each other in silence. "With you by my side, I shall surely recover," Tony murmured. After shedding tears together, Pepper gently reassured him, "You will recover. Aunt May has informed me of a treatment." Upon hearing this, Tony quickly released her embrace. "Is that true? It's no wonder you are my idol, the superhero. If you say there is a way, it must be viable." Witnessing Tony's sudden uplift in spirit, Pepper felt a shared joy. "The superhero has saved you countless times. Do not forget to express your gratitude. Consider how to repay her kindness." "I could never repay her in this lifetime. I can only offer myself in return," Tony quipped, buoyed by newfound hope, only to become a tad irreverent. "Get lost." Little Pepper delivered a punch to Tony, questioning his worthiness to be paired with Sister Chiyoya. "Honestly, it's time to find an opportunity to express gratitude." Tony quickly replied, "I wish to host a grand banquet, inviting Miss Chiyoya as the esteemed guest of honor. At that occasion, I shall earnestly convey my appreciation before everyone and prepare an array of luxurious gifts for her." Little Pepper nodded in agreement and added, "I have a suggestion. If Sister Chiyoya does not mind, you could present her with your Iron Man armor. It would be the most fitting gift from you and would demonstrate your sincerity." Tony pondered for a moment and said, "You are correct. As Iron Man, my forte lies in creating various high-tech armors, which embody my lifelong dedication and creativity. To bestow these armors upon Miss Chiyoya would be the most meaningful gift, although her extraordinary abilities render her independent of such external apparatus. This gesture would convey my heartfelt sentiments. The armors could serve as unique memorabilia and collectibles for her. Most importantly, it symbolizes my gratitude towards her. Even if she never dons the armor, the mere act of receiving such a gift would be an immense honor for me." After a brief pause to take a sip of water, Tony continued, "I will create a version of each, except for Mark I, as a gift. And I shall ensure they are updated, providing her with any new versions in the future." Little Pepper responded, "That sounds splendid. You should decide for yourself." She felt delighted yet curious, asking, "But why exclude Mark I? I never even kept that one." Tony casually inquired, "By the way, how do I resolve my palladium poisoning?" Little Pepper shot him a glance, a mix of exasperation and concern, saying, "You are far too nonchalant, assuming you are saved without understanding the solution at all. I am a devoted fan of Supergirl. Of course, I trust her. If she says there is a way, there must be," Tony asserted confidently. Little Pepper, at a loss for words, elaborated, "Sister Chiyoya mentioned that SHIELD is safeguarding items left by your father. You must pay attention to the shape of the city model. It represents a new element. This is crucial." "Oh, a new element. It must be harmless and capable of entirely replacing the palladium in my body," Tony remarked, his face lighting up with anticipation. "I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but since it is recommended by Sister Chiyoya, it should be fine." Little Pepper lowered her gaze, her voice filled with trust. Since her acquaintance with Han Xiaoya, she had developed an unconscious fondness and trust towards her. Are you not like me, having no idea what the new element entails yet believing in its efficacy? You are even more captivated by Supergirl than I am, she teased. In S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick greeted Tony with a formulaic smile. Tony, we are delighted to have you join the Avengers and contribute to safeguarding the world. Tony thought to himself, can I tell you that I am here as an undercover agent? Indeed, I have long been a member of the Supergirl Alliance. Sooner or later, the Alliance will bring down your Serpent Shield Bureau. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to contributing to the team. By the way, I am currently facing a significant dilemma. I need to examine the materials my father left behind to see if I can uncover a remedy for my palladium poisoning, as it pertains to my very survival. Rest assured, your father's belongings will be promptly delivered to you. After joining us, safeguarding your life becomes our utmost responsibility. Chapter 32. Earning points while reclining as night descended. Xiaomei led 100 Terminators to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Provincial City. With a swift gesture, a dozen Terminators followed her into the warehouse, while the others quickly surrounded the perimeter to prevent anyone inside from escaping. This location served as a stronghold for a notorious gang, engaged in the illicit trade of drugs and human trafficking, often resorting to violence and extortion against passersby. Inside, the warehouse was brightly lit, with gang members engaged in conversation and revelry. The moment the entrance was forcefully breached, Xiaomei, accompanied by several Terminators, strode in, leaving the occupants momentarily stunned. Hey, who are you? What do you want? A burly man with a brutish visage stepped forward. Oh, a beauty bringing a few companions. Do you really think these few can handle us? Ha! A tall man beside him leered. No matter what you're here for, you might as well stay. Little girl, your skin looks delightful. It must be so smooth to the touch. A man with long hair approached, reaching out to caress Xiaomei's face. Xiaomei's gaze sharpened, and with a swift, decisive motion, she struck him with a knife hand, sending the long-haired man crumpling to the ground in agony. Well, this little beauty seems quite feisty, chuckled another rotund man, his tone dripping with lewdness. I assure you, I'll make you scream for mercy. Xiaomei raised her exquisite chin, her voice calm and unwavering. I've come to send you all to hell. No sooner had she spoken than her foot lashed out, delivering a flying kick to his chin, propelling him backward to crash heavily to the ground. Seek death, a burly man roared, swinging his fist at her. Xiaomei deftly sidestepped and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing down with a pained howl. Pathetic. You can't even handle this little girl. The gang leader sneered from the balcony above. All together now. With that, several gang members surged forward. Xiaomei gracefully spun, delivering a flawless roundhouse kick that struck the first assailant squarely on the jaw. He soared through the air like a severed kite, crashing violently onto a wooden table, splintering it with a deafening crack. Next, Xiaomei, clad in towering heels, advanced leisurely, while her dozen Terminators sprang into action, resembling a pack of agile panthers closing in on their prey. Help! Cries of despair erupted as those who charged at them were felled by precise and powerful blows, clutching their heads in retreat. Some suffered broken arms, others faltered with fractures, while many were launched across the room by the Terminator's iron fists, landing heavily and unable to rise. The other gang members rushing to assist. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene within the warehouse and seeing their comrades sprawled on the ground, were left in shock by the formidable strength displayed by Xiaomei and her allies. Quick, grab your guns. Open fire. Panic-stricken, they hesitated to approach, retreating like a tide toward the gang leader on the second floor. Furious, the gang leader ordered his right-hand men to arm themselves with various firearms, aiming them at the ground floor. Fire, he commanded. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon Xiaomei and the Terminators like a torrential storm. However, this had no effect on the little beauties. The bullets merely ricocheted off, for the skin of the Terminator is notoriously difficult to penetrate with conventional weaponry. Humph, too weak. With a cold smirk, the little beauty leapt effortlessly to the second floor. In a swift motion, she severed the weapon from the hand of the boss's subordinate. The boss recoiled in terror, and before he could react, the little beauty delivered a precise and powerful left front kick to his abdomen. The sound of a resounding impact echoed through the air as the boss was propelled backward like a rag doll, soaring through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing heavily against the wall and collapsing to the ground with a thud. Moaning in agony, he curled up on the floor, clutching his abdomen as blood seeped through his fingers. The force of that kick was so tremendous that it caused him to bleed from all orifices, displacing his internal organs. The boss murmured, darkness closing in on him as he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. The little beauty retracted her foot and surveyed her surroundings with a chilling gaze. In this operation, she and her companions spared no mercy, inflicting grave injuries upon the nefarious members, rendering them incapacitated. These individuals would face the relentless vengeance of rival gangs and enemies. Their fates akin to hell. Within a month, the little beauty had obliterated over a dozen gangs, leaving the underworld in shock. At the mere mention of her name, gangsters would reveal their dread, fearing they might become the next target. Some even publicly vowed on social media to renounce their affiliations, unwilling to be tainted by the underworld any longer. Numerous small gangs proactively disbanded. Under the iron fist of the little beauty, the criminal organizations suffered significant setbacks, showing signs of restraint. Her name became synonymous with terror among all gangs. Han Kuya reclined in a massage chair, attended by two elegantly attired Terminators who were providing her with a full-body massage. At that moment, the system notification sound chimed incessantly. Ding. Congratulations to the host's subordinate, the little beauty, for achieving victory in battle, earning 800 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host's subordinate, Terminator number 108, for achieving victory in battle, earning 100 points. Ding. Observing the rapid accumulation of system points, Han Kuya's spirits soared, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Sending the little beauty and the Terminators out for free activity had yielded unexpectedly high efficiency. In recent days, Han Kuya had witnessed her system points steadily increasing. Nodding contentedly, she continued to relish the soothing massage. System, disable the notification sound. Certainly, host. Your Majesty, enjoy some fruit. Fiora approached, clad in a stunning, alluring short dress, presenting a platter of fruit. The accrued system points continued to quietly rise. The opening of the next world was drawing near. In Tony's laboratory, he exclaimed with excitement. It worked. A new element. Gazing at the reactor embedded in his chest, he recalled how the palladium it contained had been toxic to his body, a persistent hazard. But now, the newly discovered ultra-rare element had perfectly replaced the palladium, being non-toxic and capable of providing even greater energy. Farewell, detestable palladium. With a look of relief, Tony dismantled the old reactor and patted the new one, saying, from now on, I shall rely on you, little one. A brand new element, possessing a more potent energy, signifies that there exists substantial potential for enhancement in the capabilities of the iron suit. Tony, elated, continues to fine-tune the new apparatus. Despite his fatigue, he is not inclined to rest. Instead, he plans to upgrade the new suit and devise a version that can be rapidly mass-produced. He firmly believes that with his own genius, he will undoubtedly create an unprecedentedly formidable suit. At that time, he intends to present the latest model to the remarkable superheroine, Han Kuya, which may very well astonish her. The sounds of Tony's tinkering resonate throughout the laboratory for an extended period. Meanwhile, within Hammer Industries, Ivan Vanko has been rescued by the company's owner, Justin Hammer. I believe we share a common objective, Justin Hammer remarks, gazing at Ivan, intending to exploit his research capabilities. Chapter 33. The Unruly Machine Army. Tony, there is a matter you must attend to. Rhodey approached Tony with palpable anxiety in his tone. Tony, engrossed in his current experiment, exhibited no reaction to Rhodey's words. Listen, I have spent the entire day negotiating with the Council's national team, attempting to persuade them not to send tanks to forcibly seize your Iron Man suit. Do you comprehend? They intend to take your armor. Rhodey raised his voice, striving to capture Tony's attention. The last time you publicly refused to relinquish your technology to them. Now they seek to employ force to achieve their ends. Are you even listening to me? After a prolonged silence, Tony finally spoke, his tone laced with resistance. Can they truly wield my creation for good? How can one ensure it won't be misused? After a moment, Rhodey reiterated the official rhetoric. They claim this is to control uncontrollable factors, to maintain national stability and security, and to be accountable to the nation. If necessary, they will take action against you. Tony retorted sarcastically. Have they considered employing force against Wonder Woman? She is far more formidable. Rhodey continued to explain. Indeed, some radicals entertain such thoughts, but given Wonder Woman's elusive nature and astonishing speed, they deem it too perilous to confront her directly. Thus they hesitate to take the risk. Isn't that tantamount to bullying the innocent? Let them come, Tony said dismissively. Tony, if you refuse to comply, I will endeavor to provide you with cover, but we must devise a strategy. After some contemplation, Tony suggested, let that silver suit be what you wear. Just claim it's the most advanced version. Okay. Ivan, what is this you've created? Is this a helmet? Justin Hammer inquired, regarding the completed robot with confusion. How does one fit their head inside? Jack, why don't you try to see if you can get your head in? Jack attempted to don the helmet, but shook his head in defeat. See, Ivan, it doesn't fit. I need armor that one can actually wear, akin to Iron Man's suit. Do you grasp my meaning? Justin expressed his dissatisfaction. Remote control is preferable. Allowing direct piloting would lead to complications. I designed it as an unmanned suit, Ivan clarified. The expo is approaching, and I hope to be thoroughly impressed. Don't present me with any mishaps. Pepper, I wish to attend the expo as well, and I want to accompany you. Tony approached Pepper with a box of strawberries, having overheard her discussing the expo with someone on the phone. He hastened to interject. Having faced life and death, he began to value their relationship more profoundly, yearning to deepen his bond with Pepper. I'll give you 30 seconds. 30, 29, 28. Pepper assumed Tony was once again whimsically embarking on some trivial pursuit and sought to avoid wasting her time. Wait, do you understand how fleeting life is? If one fails to express their feelings, it could lead to a lifetime of regret. I have only recently come to this realization, and what I wish to convey is that Tony, having shed his former frivolous persona, now speaks somewhat haltingly. Let us leave it at that. Utter one more word, and I shall take my leave. At Stark Industries, I must daily assist you in managing various messes. Pepper, visibly impatient, interrupted him, casting a glance at the box of strawberries in Tony's hands, somewhat exasperated. You brought me strawberries? This is the one thing I am allergic to. Leave at once. Tony departed in a state of dejection. Skynet, how many members of the Terminator program have successfully infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. as undercover agents? Report, my master. Currently, over 100 Terminators have successfully entered S.H.I.E.L.D., earning their trust, Skynet responded. Although I am making efforts to conceal their identities, Xiaomei and the others remain concerned that the increasing numbers may lead to exposure. Thus, the growth of undercover agents has been gradual. However, we are also attempting to arrange for some Terminators to penetrate other significant organizations and industries. Well done, maintain discretion. Han Qian nodded, instructing Xiaomei to avoid excessive caution. She could disguise herself as an undercover agent from Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., and if discovered, simply claim to be from Hydra. Natasha, there is something of great importance I must share with you. I have uncovered traces of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury spoke to Black Widow with a grave expression. What? Are you certain? Natasha inquired in disbelief. My investigation has revealed some suspicious intelligence, indicating that Hydra elements have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick replied. They are masquerading as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Having gained a degree of secure access, I require your assistance in monitoring the movements within the agency and to inform me immediately should any further issues arise. Understood. I will remain vigilant, Natasha nodded. Subsequently, Natasha accompanied Pepper to the exposition, as she was ostensibly still Pepper's secretary. Natasha and Pepper sat in the audience, watching Justin Hammer deliver a passionate speech on stage. Thank you all for your presence. Our nation has long needed to enhance its security measures. When Iron Man emerged, I once thought the days of innocent lives being lost were behind us. Yet, regrettably, his technology remains shrouded in secrecy, which is inequitable and unreasonable. Pepper shook her head disapprovingly at this. And today, the United States military will undergo a transformation, with the introduction of Hammer's unmanned drones. As stirring music played, Justin Hammer's speech crescendoed, unveiling his products as a line of robots slowly ascended on stage. Air Force, Navy, Army. Justin Hammer gestured enthusiastically. The audience was awestruck. A wave of gasps and murmurs rippling through the crowd. Many stood to applaud and cheer, their faces brimming with awe and excitement. However, some audience members wore serious expressions, anxiously regarding the rapidly advancing military technology on display. At that moment, Tony, clad in his iconic red Iron Man suit, hurtled in, landing directly before Justin Hammer and his mechanized army. Not long ago, Ivan placed a call to Tony, issuing a grave warning. Through a message, Tony discerned that the showcased unmanned robots might initiate indiscriminate attacks on civilians, prompting him to rush over in an attempt to avert this impending catastrophe. However, the audience remained oblivious to the looming threat. Upon the arrival of Iron Man, their cheers grew even louder. Hooray! Iron Man! So cool! The spectators exclaimed, mistaking his appearance for a part of the exhibition's performance. Justin Hammer appeared momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Tony's unexpected entrance. We are in trouble. There are many citizens nearby, Tony stated gravely, urging the audience to evacuate the area. What are you doing here, buddy? Quickly, tell me where Ivan is. Chapter 34. New World coordinates. Before Tony could react, the robots on stage abruptly raised their weapons, aiming at the crowd. The airborne military robots took to the skies, shattering the glass canopy above and scattering in all directions. Get out of here, the robots have gone rogue, Tony shouted. The audience below, gripped by fear, scattered in all directions, screaming in panic. Help! Run! Chaos erupted among the crowd. The sudden malfunction of the robots startled everyone, leaving them frantically seeking cover or fleeing the scene. The atmosphere quickly descended into terror. Tony attempted to halt the robots and protect the civilians. But one man alone could not manage the chaos. He resolved to use his Iron Man suit as a shield. shielding the crowd from a barrage of fire from the ground robots. Meanwhile, Ivan, remotely controlling the robots, wore a sinister smile as he pressed a button to issue the attack command, eagerly anticipating Tony's disarray. Justin Hammer, visibly panicked, attempted to escape, repeatedly assuring Congress that these robots would not malfunction. Yet now, they were entirely out of control, transformed into unstoppable killing machines. Master, the robots at the exhibition are on the verge of going berserk, the Skynet system warned under Han Qiuya's prior instructions. All right, Axe Gang, let us move, Han Qiuya declared, rising from her sofa, as the large screen in front of her automatically ceased its film. With a gesture of her unadorned hand, she traced a circle in the air. As her fingers moved, a golden circular portal materialized above, leading directly to the exhibition site. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light illuminated the center of the exhibition hall, stunning the chaotic crowd. Upon closer inspection, it was a colossal circular teleportation portal. The portal radiated dazzling golden brilliance, gradually illuminating its depths, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. What is happening? My goodness! Everyone stood in awe, bewildered by the mysterious portal before them. At that moment, rhythmic footsteps echoed from within the portal, and Han Qiuya, clad in her superwoman attire with flowing hair, slowly emerged. Following her, over 100 tall figures clad in black and wielding axes stepped through the portal, their movements synchronized, their expressions stoic, exuding an intimidating aura. Is that Superwoman? Someone in the crowd exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and disbelief. Han Qiuya stepped forward, followed closely by Fiore and the Terminators, who had morphed their hands into axes, marching in unison through the portal. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the portal and Han Qiuya, Tony was initially taken aback by this unknown magical gateway. However, he quickly realized the situation had shifted in his favor. All right, Superwoman has arrived, along with so many allies. The advantage is mine now. Those damned robots are about to meet their end, Tony proclaimed, his tone brimming with confidence. However, why do these figures clad in black wield axes? Are they truly that formidable in combat? Fiora, let us confront the aerial robots. The ground forces shall be handled by the Axemen, Han Qiuya declared, her form flashing as she soared skyward at a staggering speed of 670 Mach, leaving behind a trail of shimmering golden red light. Fiora gazed in admiration towards Han Qiuya's distant figure, her voice imbued with fervor as she responded, "At your command, my queen." With that, Fiora ascended into the sky, eager to join the fray. Although her current flight speed was a mere 18 Mach, the mere prospect of battling alongside her queen filled her with joy. The warrior genes of Krypton inherently thrived on combat. Tony, I am here to provide support, Rhodey called out as he approached in his white armored suit, his mind swirling with questions at the chaotic scene below. We have sufficient manpower. You should check for any injured individuals and offer assistance. I will attempt to seize control, Tony instructed. Understood, Rhodey replied, darting off to seek out the innocent wounded. Meanwhile, the axe-wielding Terminators launched their ground offensive. With precision, they targeted and charged at their foes, toppling one robot after another. The clashing of metal and the explosions of circuitry resonated throughout, as they swiftly subdued the robotic onslaught. When the robots became severely damaged and sluggish, the Terminators would approach, wielding their axes with a dancer's grace, reveling in the demise of those who could no longer retaliate. One Terminator glided forward with an elegant step, drawing near to a robot that lay incapacitated on the ground. You have been terminated, it intoned coldly. In a fluid motion, it pivoted, swinging its axe in a sweeping arc, severing the robot's head with a swift, decisive strike. Your arm is injured. Would you like me to escort you to the hospital? Rhodey inquired with concern, addressing a passerby who bore a wound on their arm. Oh no, it's just a minor injury. I have no intention of leaving now, the individual exclaimed excitedly. This is simply exhilarating. Wonder Woman, Iron Man, everyone is here, and those axe-wielding warriors are dancing and dispatching robots. I must see this through to the end. Rhodey found himself bemused, but the wound requires prompt attention. I shall take you to the hospital once the battle concludes. Come on, brother, this is but a scratch, a result of shrapnel from the explosion. It's nothing serious. The person dismissed, unwilling to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. By the way, your armor is pretty cool too, man. Rhodey, shaking his head in resignation, decided to leave the spectator to their excitement and took off into the skies. Thus, the Terminators continued their dance of destruction, each wielding axes as they dispatched robots with a bizarre yet magnificent flair. The battlefield was awash with a strange, resplendent atmosphere, as the ground was largely cleared of robotic foes by the relentless efforts of the Terminators. The audacious crowd gathered around, eagerly engaged in animated discussions, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, the aerial battlefield concluded with remarkable swiftness. Han Qiuyan and Fiorella joined forces, employing their heat vision to target the robots. The crimson beam struck with precision, resulting in explosive detonations. They weaved effortlessly through the skies, their super speed allowing them to obliterate a robot with a mere strike. The sky was alive with flickering red and blue lights as the aerial machines were swiftly eradicated. After dismantling the final aircraft, Fiorella exhibited a hint of dissatisfaction. The Queen was formidable, and she had barely accounted for a tenth of the destruction. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead, with me. You need not worry about lacking battles, Han Xiuyan remarked, her gaze fixed on the performance of the Axe gang below. Within the system, prestige and points were steadily accumulating. A notification chimed. New world coordinates detected, currently undergoing analysis. Chapter 35. The Clash of Batman and Superman. Justin Hammer briskly entered the makeshift control room, frantically interrogating several technicians. What has transpired? How did everything suddenly spiral out of control? One technician responded, Sir, it appears that Ivan has infiltrated the system and gained remote control over the machines. He is within the server room, and our guards have been locked out. Now, we are unable to reach him by phone. Just then, Pepper Potts and Natasha Romanoff arrived at the control room. Pepper, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Who locked your personnel out? The rogue robots are wreaking havoc outside, endangering innocent civilians. Feeling somewhat guilty, Justin dismissively replied, Step aside, please. I will handle this. This is none of your concern. Pepper immediately countered, Do you truly believe you can manage this? Your robots are still rampaging outside. We must swiftly uncover the puppet master behind this. Perhaps we can assist Wonder Woman and Tony. It was your Stark Industries that initiated this chaos at the exhibition. The appearance of your Iron Man triggered these events. Therefore, kindly leave. In a fit of anger, Justin retaliated, shouting, Security, expel these two wretches from here. Hearing such an unreasonable remark, Natasha's eyes narrowed, and she swiftly advanced, deftly twisting one of Justin's arms and pinning him against the table. Who is controlling the robots? Speak, Natasha demanded assertively. The tall security guard, witnessing Justin Hammer's predicament, found just cause to refrain from intervening. He was a Terminator undercover agent placed by Peggy, earning his salary without lifting a finger. Pepper, casting a sidelong glance at the stationary guard, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had been concerned that Natasha might not overpower the imposing security personnel. Justin cried out in pain. I'll tell you. It's Ivan. Ivan Vanko. Where is he? Natasha pressed. In the Company S factory, he replied. Natasha immediately released Justin and hurried towards the door, encountering Happy, who was searching for them. Happy, get in the car and take me to the Hammer Industries factory. Where have you been? I couldn't reach you. I was worried sick. Happy exclaimed. Pepper retrieved her phone. Please connect me to the New York Police Department. I have critical information regarding the exhibition. No, please don't. Sweetheart. Do not contact the authorities. Let us resolve this ourselves. Justin Hammer desperately sought to evade responsibility. Happy, gripping the steering wheel with one hand and shifting gears with the other, sped towards their destination. Meanwhile, Natasha was changing into her combat suit in the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Natasha's elegant silhouette flickered in and out of view, captivating Happy's attention for a moment. Suddenly, a sharp honk jolted him back to reality, and he quickly swerved to avoid a collision. Watch the road, Natasha admonished while changing her attire, shooting him an exasperated glare. I know, Happy replied, reluctantly pulling his gaze away. Inside the Hammer Industries factory, Ivan sat alone before the computer, the malevolent grin on his face gradually fading. The robots at the exhibition had been utterly defeated, yet he had not yet completely failed. Initially, the Iron Patriot enlisted the expertise of Hammer for modifications, and he was responsible for a portion of the enhancement work, leaving a backdoor in the process. With remarkable speed, he typed away at the keyboard, successfully breaching the system and remotely commandeering Rhodes' armor. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Tony was in contact with Rhodes via the built-in communicator, stating, I have been unable to decrypt the signal source controlling the robots, but I have pinpointed Ivan's location. Rhodes, hurry and provide assistance. Just as he finished speaking, the silver Iron Patriot armor suddenly swooped in from the side, colliding directly with Tony, causing both armored figures to crash heavily to the ground. What just happened? Tony exclaimed, scrambling to his feet while cautiously eyeing Rhodes. It appeared that Rhodes had been compromised. Tony swiftly assessed the situation and concluded that he had to subdue him. Meanwhile, Rhodes struggled within the armor, but his limbs were completely beyond his control. Tony, I'm being controlled, he shouted anxiously as the shoulder-mounted machine gun unleashed a barrage of fire towards Tony. Observing the conclusion of the ground battle, Han Kia drew a large teleportation portal at a distance, while the onlookers watched as the Axe gang marched back home in an orderly fashion. Subsequently, Han Kia led Fiora to a nearby rooftop, where they purchased 2 soft lounge chairs and 2 chilled fruit juices through the system. She leisurely settled down, watching the fierce confrontation between Tony and Rhodes. Your Majesty, do you wish to assist? Fiora inquired. Not for now, Han Kia replied, sipping her juice nonchalantly. We will intervene should genuine danger arise. For now, let us enjoy the spectacle. We shall deal with the last one to arrive. Han Kuya awaited the opportunity to collect points from the antagonist Ivan, planning to profit before her journey concluded. Natasha arrived outside Hammer's factory and instructed, Happy, remain in the car. No, I won't let you face danger alone. Happy retorted as he rushed through the door, immediately confronting the first security guard, leading to a fierce struggle. Ignoring him, Natasha surged inside, where the foremost guard assumed a fighting stance and threw a punch. Natasha deftly sidestepped, seizing the enemy's arm and toppling him to the ground. Another burly guard charged at her, but Natasha reacted with lightning speed, leaping and scissoring her legs around his neck, using her momentum to bring him crashing down. A third opponent, sensing the tide turning, attempted to shield himself, but Natasha delivered a beautiful flying kick that sent him sprawling. As another assailant attempted a sneak attack from behind, Natasha executed a spinning kick, forcing him back. In a matter of moments, more than a dozen guards lay scattered across the floor. The last remaining guard attempted to flee, but Natasha soared through the air once more, employing her scissor kick to ensnare his neck and slam him to the ground. At that moment, Happy finally subdued his opponent, wiping the sweat from his brow as he looked up. I finally took him down, he exclaimed excitedly, only to be met with the sight of numerous defeated foes strewn across the ground. Happy's mouth fell agape in surprise. Natasha had already concluded her skirmish while he had only just vanquished his first adversary. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he could not help but admire Natasha's combat prowess and efficiency. Wow, that's truly impressive, Happy remarked, rubbing his nose in awe. Natasha smiled calmly and gestured for him to follow, as the two ventured deeper into the factory. Upon reaching the door to Ivan's room, Natasha kicked it open, only to find it empty. He is not here, she declared before beginning to operate Ivan's used computer. What are you doing? He inquired. I am rebooting Rhodes' armor to free him from control. Soon, during an intense battle between Rhodes and Tony, Rhodes' armor abruptly powered down. Tony delivered several punches, sending Rhodes flying, only to discover that he had become motionless. The reboot is complete, Tony, Natasha communicated through the computer video link. Thank you very much, Agent Romanoff. Rhodes, are you okay? Tony tapped on Rhodes' helmet. Meanwhile, a group of officers approached Justin. He is the one you are looking to apprehend. Pepper stated. Sir, place your hands behind your back. You are under arrest. What, so soon? Justin exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Pepper. Ah, I see. You are starting to embody the essence of a CEO, eliminating your rivals, are you? You think you've caused me considerable trouble? We shall see. Justin was taken away. Tony, be cautious. There's a rather unique robot heading your way, Natasha warned. Where's my idol, Wonder Woman? I just exchanged powerful blows with Rhodes, and now my armor's energy consumption is substantial. I am somewhat anxious, Tony replied. Tony, you are Iron Man. You must not overly rely on others, Rhodes interjected. Do not worry. I still have a powerful weapon in reserve that I have yet to deploy. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Ivan descended from above, clad in a newly designed armor, landing before Tony and Rhodes. He firmly gripped two lightning whips, exuding an intimidating presence. Tony, I no longer wish to flee. Today, I shall settle this with you, Ivan proclaimed with unwavering confidence, convinced that his new armor would guarantee his victory. Ivan, are you not afraid of Wonder Woman showing up? Tony attempted to intimidate him. I have noticed that woman has not appeared for a while. She is certainly not nearby. Do not hope for her to rescue you. Ivan replied, nervously surveying his surroundings in fear that Han Shuya might suddenly appear. But what one fears often manifests. Whoosh. Two figures suddenly descended beside Ivan. I merely took a brief respite nearby. How could I truly leave the battlefield? Han Shuya sneered. Ivan's complexion darkened instantly, and he hastily swung his lightning whips to either side. Both Han Shuya and Fiorella deftly grasped the electric whips. Fiorella, do you feel anything? I feel nothing at all. Han Shuya mused, examining the electric whip in her grasp. She was curious about the sensation of being electrified as a Kryptonian, yet found that she felt nothing from the crackling current. Report to the Queen. I too feel absolutely nothing, Fiorella responded with a calm expression. Hearing Fiorella's words, Ivan, humiliated and enraged, cranked the output of the electric whips to the maximum. The sound of match roared, emitting black smoke. Alas, the quality of this lightning whip leaves much to be desired, lamented Han Kuya, shaking her head in disappointment. Your Majesty, I can certainly feel it. However, given the intensity of this current, it would be far from adequate for a therapeutic massage, Fiona chuckled softly. You are being excessive. Ivan nearly fainted from indignation. At that moment, Rod interjected. He is about to lose his mind. There's no need to feel regret over my super weapon, ex-wife. Allow me to finish him off. Tony was momentarily taken aback, sensing an air of unreliability. From Rod's shoulder-mounted armor, a small projectile was launched. Clang. The ex-wife lightly struck Ivan's armor, falling ineffectually to the ground. Rendered silent, the crowd was left speechless. Tony turned to Rod, saying quietly, "Buddy, you've just embarrassed yourself in front of my idol." He exaggeratedly sighed, "From now on, I shall pretend I do not know you." Fiona looked at Rod with a face full of questions, utterly perplexed. "Fiona, knock him out," commanded Han Kuya, preparing to transition into a new world. Fiona nodded in understanding and swiftly delivered a punch that rendered Ivan unconscious. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 40,000 system points." The system had just finished its assessment, revealing that the new world was the DC Cinematic Universe, specifically set during the timeline of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. Bruce found himself once again ensnared in that dreadful memory. In the sky, two figures clashed. The blue-suited Superman was struck by a punch, crashing into a building, shattering the glass walls and sending 3 office floors plummeting. The white-collar workers inside screamed for salvation, yet Superman appeared deaf to their cries, continuing his battle with Zod. Zod deftly dodged Superman's laser vision, which struck another building, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar. Debris and dust rained down as the populace scattered in terror, some tragically crushed beneath the falling rubble. The city lay in ruins. Dressed in a tailored suit, Bruce exerted all his strength to lift a stone, rescuing a little girl trapped beneath the debris, cradling her in his arms to shield her from the falling rocks. The girl sobbed in his embrace, lamenting that her mother was still trapped in the ruins. Bruce promptly removed his suit jacket, draping it over the girl, and returned to the wreckage in search of her mother. "Is anyone there? Help me," a woman's voice cried from beneath the rubble. "I'm coming. Hold on." Bruce climbed the debris, desperately attempting to shift a boulder, but to no avail with the strength of an ordinary man. Just as despair began to grip him, Superman was struck again, crashing into another structure, sending more stones tumbling down. A large rock fell directly before Bruce, the shockwave knocking him back and temporarily rendering him deaf. The woman beneath the ruins fell silent. Bruce staggered to his feet, gazing at the catastrophic consequences of the battle above, his fingers clenched into a fist. Before Superman, human lives appeared as fragile as ants carelessly crushed beneath one's heel, trembling in prayer for divine mercy, hoping to avoid harm. "God, you shall ultimately pay for this." A restless Batman, Bruce, arrived at the secret base's gym, commencing an intense workout. Han Kuya found herself traversing to Earth, discovering that she was amidst the atmosphere. Swiftly, she directed her course towards her intended destination. The exhibition site of Lex Luthor's company was abuzz with activity. Effortlessly, Han Kuya blended into the crowd, donning an exquisite red gown, leisurely seated to the side, indulging in the culinary delights presented by the system while attentively observing the proceedings. Bruce, as one of the renowned, affluent individuals, had also received an invitation to the press conference. While raising his champagne glass and engaging in pleasantries with others, he discreetly scanned the crowd. Bruce harbored ulterior motives for attending. Recently, his butler Alfred had uncovered intelligence indicating that Luthor had garnered government support, acquiring samples of kryptonite from the battle between Superman and Zod, along with Zod's remains, to develop weaponry against Kryptonians. Upon receiving this news, Batman Bruce had meticulously devised a plan to infiltrate Lex's company, seeking the location of the kryptonite and intending to procure some. "Mr. Wayne, it has been a long time. It appears that Lex's new products have captivated your interest as well." A voice drew Bruce's attention back to the conference. "Mr. Macy, indeed, Luthor's speech is quite compelling," Bruce replied, exchanging pleasantries while simultaneously listening to his butler's intelligence updates through a miniature earpiece. Chapter 36, Batman. The advantage is mine, Batman. The advantage is mine, Master Wayne. The LexCorp system is rather formidable. Please grant me 5 minutes. Alfred, Bruce's venerable butler, busily operated the equipment within the secret lair. As Bruce awaited Alfred's report, a tall man approached him. "Good day, Mr. Wayne. I am Clark Kent, a journalist from the Daily Planet. May I pose a few questions?" The courteous gentleman inquired. The performance had commenced. Not far off, Han Kuya discreetly observed the unfolding scene. "Ah, Mr. Kent, certainly," Bruce replied, maintaining a polite smile while internally speculating on the journalist's intentions. "Thank you for your time," Clark began. "What is your perspective on the vigilante Batman taking it upon himself to punish criminals? Is it heroism or a transgression of the law?" Bruce, reluctant to answer, countered with a question of his own. "Given that Superman can wreak immense havoc with a mere thought, should we be wary of him, or should we revere him?" "Wait a moment, Mr. Superman. I finally get to see the real you," Han Kuya exclaimed joyfully as she strode over, interrupting their dialogue. Clark was taken aback, quickly feigning ignorance. "This lovely lady, what are you referring to? Did you call me Mr. Superman? I'm afraid I don't quite grasp your meaning." He adjusted his glasses in a display of confusion. With a smile gracing her lips, Han Kuya approached them and whispered, so only the three of them could hear, "Clark, stop pretending. I am quite familiar with you. I know you are Superman." Clark's face turned awkward as he stumbled over his words, unsure of how to respond. He glanced around, relieved to find no one else approaching. Only Bruce, who regarded him with curiosity, adding to his discomfort. Noticing Clark's unease, Han Kiya reassured him. It's all right, Clark. I trust that Mr. Wayne's integrity ensures your true identity remains confidential. I mean no harm. I simply felt a thrill at encountering the real Superman. Clark relaxed slightly and glanced at Bruce. Bruce nodded. Fear not. The Wayne family has always been discreet. Your secret is safe with me. Though Bruce Wayne's expression remained impassive, his mind raced with revelation. So, the true identity of Superman is this journalist. This newfound knowledge provided him with a crucial advantage. The enmity between him and Superman had long been established during the Zod conflict. Now, thanks to this unknown yet captivating woman-esque disclosure, he had discovered Superman's identity. While Superman remained oblivious to his own, this imbalance of information granted Bruce a significant upper hand. A master strategist, he began to devise a plan to leverage this advantage against Superman. With the enemy in the light and himself in the shadows, the advantage is mine, Bruce thought. A victorious smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, keeping a wary eye on the enigmatic woman before him. Bruce feigned calmness, his mind already devising his next course of action. He intended to utilize his resources to swiftly uncover the identity of the captivating woman before him, for she was undeniably striking, far from ordinary. Her origins and intentions remained shrouded in mystery, and it was imperative to unveil her true nature. All right, let us take a photograph. But I implore you both to keep my identity confidential. Do not let my true self be revealed. Clark nodded in agreement, wishing only for his own identity to remain undisclosed. Not a problem. Let us capture the moment together. Without awaiting Bruce's consent, Han Kiya retrieved her phone, and the selfie stick extended automatically. Standing between the two towering men, she faced away from them, and with a click, the trio's photo was taken. Afterward, Han Kiya retracted the selfie stick, playfully winking at the two men. I shall cherish this photograph, as it is not every day one gets to pose with two heroes. Bruce noted her reference to two heroes with a hint of confusion. Could she possibly be aware of his Batman identity? Maintaining his smile, he tentatively responded, Two heroes? You mean Mr. Superman and I? No, I am merely a wealthy philanthropist who occasionally engages in charitable endeavors, not a hero by any means. Han Kiya cast a knowing glance at Bruce before turning to Clark. By the way, Clark, our affluent friend Bruce here, is actually concealing the identity of Batman. The thrill of revealing such a secret filled her, though she was uncertain of the consequences it might entail. In truth, had she remained silent, Superman would soon discern Bruce's identity through his super hearing, but she chose to unveil it directly in their presence. Upon hearing this, Bruce's smile faltered. Clark's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Bruce. What? You are Batman? Han Kiya, reveling in the joy of her revelation, elegantly tossed her hair and nodded to both men. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude on your reminiscing. Clark, Bruce, farewell. With that, she cheerfully hummed a tune and swiftly departed, leaving the two men in a state of bewilderment. Bruce exchanged awkward glances with Clark, contemplating how to navigate this unexpected turn of events. This was unfortunate. He realized that the advantage had shifted. He knew all too well that without preemptively strategizing against Superman, the odds of confronting him directly were nearly non-existent. I cannot believe you are Batman, Clark remarked, adjusting his glasses. And I never imagined you were Superman. Bruce replied with a forced chuckle. Just then, Bruce heard Alfred's voice in his earpiece. Master Bruce, I have decrypted Luther's encrypted files. That item is located in the secret research facility beneath his company, specifically at. Clark remained composed, having activated his super hearing, ready to grasp Alfred's subsequent words. Bruce, aware of Superman's abilities, quickly interrupted. Wait, Alfred. He cast a glance at Clark and, feigning seriousness, said, I sincerely apologize, sir. But I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. May we converse another day? Without waiting for Clark's response, Bruce strode away briskly. As he departed, he whispered into his earpiece, Alfred, this is not a suitable time. We shall speak later. Han Kiya arrived at another section of the exhibition, observing a strikingly tall woman amidst the crowd. This was a statuesque figure, standing at 183 centimeters, with an elegant silhouette, adorned in a form-fitting red outfit and a pencil skirt that accentuated her enviable curves. She exuded an air of composure. Her delicate red lips slightly parted as she engaged in lively conversation with other guests, all the while discreetly surveying her surroundings. This was none other than Wonder Woman, Diana. Han Kiya watched her with keen interest, and by chance, Diana turned her head, their eyes meeting in an instant. Chapter 37. Encountering love at the corner, Diana smiled gently and approached with a wine glass in hand. Excuse me, my dear lady, have we met before? It is a pleasure to meet you. Diana, Han Kiya replied with a beaming smile, extending her hand. Diana reciprocated politely, and they engaged in a delicate handshake. However, Han Xiaoying held onto Diana's hand a moment longer, squeezing it gently, contemplating. The texture is quite pleasant. At the same time, she was assessing Diana. Diana attempted to withdraw her hand, but was astonished to find that Han Xiaoying possessed an unexpected strength, applying pressure even against her divine prowess. Frowning slightly, Diana intensified her grip in response. Noticing this, Han Xiaoying too augmented her strength, maintaining a steady upper hand. The two beauties engaged in a silent contest of will, drawing the attention of onlookers after a short while. Finally, Han Xiaoying broke the silence, saying, "Impressive strength, Wonder Woman, though you still have a long way to go." With that, she gracefully withdrew her hand, leaving Diana visibly astonished. "Who exactly are you?" Diana inquired, her surprise evident. "How do you know my identity?" Han Xiaoying smiled faintly. "Follow me. Let's converse in a more private setting." Diana furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment, but ultimately decided to stride after her with her long legs. "Skynet, siphon some funds from the malevolent forces and promptly assist me in acquiring a villa nearby," she commanded. "Understood, Master." "The villa will be secured immediately," Skynet responded without delay. As Diana followed, Han Xiaoying stepped outside and summoned her transformer, Blue Fire, from her system space. Upon its appearance, Blue Fire transformed from a single-seater racing car into a sleek, two-seater sports car, intrigued by the presence of another woman besides its master. A passerby, witnessing this transformation, was taken aback and hurriedly pulled out his phone to capture the moment. However, as he pressed the record button, his screen flickered with a series of bizarre codes before the phone blacked out and rebooted. Skynet had infiltrated his device. "Let us get in," Han Xiaoying said, while Diana curiously examined the futuristic vehicle before taking a seat beside her. Blue Fire roared to life, driving itself away. Han Xiaoying relaxed against her seat, gazing at the road ahead. "This car drives itself?" Diana exclaimed, contemplating. Has humanity reached such advanced technology, or is it a privilege only she possesses? "Indeed, it is a transformer, endowed with life and autonomous consciousness," Han Xiaoying replied. "Buckle up, he will take us to my new home." "Just how powerful are you?" Diana inquired with genuine curiosity. "I'm uncertain of the exact metrics, as testing my full capabilities on Earth is not feasible." "Are you a goddess?" Diana speculated. "With such formidable strength and astonishing beauty, are you a deity of power, or perhaps the goddess of love and beauty?" "Neither. I am Supergirl, a goddess among mortals." She clarified. "Do you hail from Krypton as well? With you, me, and Superman, there are now 3 super beings within human society," Diana conjectured. "No, it is far more than that." Han Kiwia commanded the system's network internally. "Network, retrieve videos of the superpowered beings for me." Suddenly, the Blue Fire's vehicle display illuminated, showcasing scenes that astonished Diana. First, the silhouette of an individual swiftly neutralized a criminal within a convenience store with astonishing speed. The screen then transitioned to an underwater scene, where a long-haired man wielding a mysterious trident appeared in the depths of a trench, poised to strike at the camera of an expedition team. Finally, the footage revealed the rebirth of Steel from the mother box. Meanwhile, Bruce, with the assistance of his butler Alfred, acquired crucial information from LexCorp, which he brought back to the Batcave for further study. Through this data, Bruce quickly discovered that LexCorp had recently been engaged in the clandestine smuggling of an unidentified piece of kryptonite. He was resolute in his desire to obtain this green stone. He vividly recalled the terror of the Dark Superman in that dreadful nightmare. Even if Clark now possessed only a 1% chance of succumbing to darkness, Bruce felt compelled to eliminate the threat before it could manifest. "I must acquire that kryptonite," he murmured, a storm cloud looming over his face. "Bruce, I understand your concerns." Alfred approached, pouring a cup of hot tea for Bruce, sighing, "But excessive precaution may not be the best strategy. Why not have a thorough discussion with Clark first?" "That is futile, Alfred. He is a deity, and we share no common ground." Bruce abruptly stood, his obsidian eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "For the sake of humanity, I must take action, even at a significant cost." Alfred shook his head in resignation. As night fell over the docks, Batman Bruce stealthily ascended to the heights of the steel framework, using a sniper rifle to affix a locator to a truck within the convoy transporting kryptonite. A cold glint shone in his eyes as he resolutely set out to obtain Superman's Achilles heel. The moment Lex's convoy departed the docks, Batman revved up the Batmobile in pursuit. The heavily armored vehicle surged forward, deflecting bullets, as it crashed into an escort vehicle, which twisted and rolled to the roadside. Crack! Batman swiftly fired a long steel cable, ensnaring a vehicle and dragging it along, as the metal twisted under the strain, rendering it inoperable. The adversaries, witnessing this, unleashed a heavy machine gun, targeting the Batmobile. Rat-a-tat-tat! A hail of bullets rained down upon the Batmobile, merely chipping away at its paint. Bruce's right hand moved to the control stick, his thumb pressing the red button. Instantly, The Batmobile's front-mounted machine gun erupted with a barrage of bullets, incinerating the opposing vehicle in a fiery explosion. The enemies on the truck, sensing their predicament, launched a rocket. Anticipating this, Batman deployed a countermeasure missile that intercepted the rocket, resulting in a mid-air detonation. Boom. Amidst the explosion, the Batmobile surged forward, undeterred by the onslaught. This Batmobile is quite remarkable, but love is just around the corner. A drone hovered above, capturing the chase as Han Kyo watched the live feed from her home. The Batmobile executed a stylish drift around the corner, only to be met unexpectedly by Superman, his crimson cape billowing majestically in the night breeze. What? Batman's pupils dilated in shock, but it was too late to apply the brakes. With a thunderous crash, the front of the Batmobile collided with Superman's impervious form. Superman remained utterly unyielding, while the front end of the Batmobile was severely crumpled, the hood caving inwards. Chapter 38. A drive out the Batmobile lay wrecked. Its door torn off as Superman strode over, effortlessly yanking it away. What are you doing? He intoned, his red cape billowing majestically behind him. Bruce sat in silence within the vehicle, his gaze fixed on Clark. This city is not your backyard. You cannot treat it as you please. Superman regarded Bruce with a steady gaze. You have no right to take matters into your own hands regarding criminals, nor can you manipulate this world at your whim. Bruce's fists clenched tightly, his fury simmering beneath the surface as he remained mute. The world does not require Batman, Superman continued, adopting a didactic tone. Consider this a mercy. Bruce's body trembled slightly as he glared at Superman, his eyes brimming with profound hatred. In that moment, he vowed to eliminate this extraterrestrial threat to humanity. As Superman prepared to depart, Bruce suddenly spoke. Tell me. Superman, about to take flight, turned back. Will you bleed? Bruce inquired, stepping out to stand before the wreckage. His tone a mix of calm and indignation. Superman furrowed his brow but offered no response, choosing instead to soar into the sky. Bruce watched Superman's retreating figure, murmuring, You will. His fists remained tightly clenched, his resolve unyielding. In the vacant lot of Han Kyo-ya's new villa, she and Diana watched the entire encounter unfold via a drone livestream projected onto a large outdoor screen. Aren't you afraid they might actually fight? Diana asked, concern etched on her face. Not at all. They won't engage unless provoked, Han Kyo-ya replied nonchalantly, confident in her control over the situation. Meanwhile, Superman ascended into the heavens. Spotting the drone tracking him, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face as he darted toward the device, shattering it with a single punch. The footage abruptly cut out, dissolving into static. What? My drone? Han Kyo-ya frowned, visibly disgruntled. Yes, master, I am here. Blue Fire, in his car form, rushed over at the sound of her voice, swiftly transforming into a helicopter before her. I did not summon you. Go park yourself. Understood, master, Blue Fire responded, reverting to car form and driving off to find a suitable parking spot, meticulously centering himself within the lines. Han Kyo-ya was taken aback by Superman's unexpected fury, noting how he had so easily destroyed the drone she had purchased from the system store. Honestly, she muttered, tossing her hair in frustration. Forget them. I shall seek out some lovely company instead. Seek lovely company? Diana echoed, her expression one of confusion. Are you inviting me along? Why not? Shall we go together? Perhaps not. I think I'll head home, Diana replied with an awkward smile, politely declining the invitation. Very well then. Take care, Han Kyo-ya said, not pressing further. Blue Fire. With a swift whoosh, Blue Fire arrived, transforming into a sleek sports car before her. Take me out for a drive, Han Kyo-ya commanded, gracefully entering the car as the door swung open. Yes, my lord. Blue Fire ignited the engine, whisking Han Kyo-ya away into the distance. Meanwhile, Batman remained rooted in place, his gaze intensely fixed in the direction Superman had departed. The enmity between them appeared irreconcilable, while an even greater storm brewed on the horizon. As Han Kyo-ya drove through Gotham's city center, a figure darted between the towering buildings. The moonlight shimmered softly, and the night breeze caressed the air, an opportune moment for Catwoman to make her move. After indulging in a leisurely drive, Han Kyo-ya activated her X-ray vision and super sight, soon spotting a shadowy figure nimbly leaping across rooftops. That alluring silhouette could only belong to Selina, the enchanting Catwoman. I found you, little kitty, Han Kyo-ya smirked mischievously. She exited the car with a swift motion, silently trailing behind Catwoman. Selina stealthily slipped into a luxurious apartment, her intentions clear. She was poised to steal a string of exquisite jewels. Just as Selina unlocked the safe and reached for the jewels, Han Kyo-ya suddenly materialized, gripping her hand firmly. Darling, theft is quite improper, Han Kyo-ya quipped playfully. Who are you? Selina exclaimed, startled and retreating cautiously, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to find herself ensnared by Han Kyo-ya's formidable grip. I am a professional cat catcher, specializing in capturing little kitties like you. Han Kyo-ya leaned closer to Selina. Selena blushed slightly at the sight of the stunningly beautiful Han Xioi, but quickly regained her composure, launching an all-out assault against her. She raised her long leg, delivering a high kick aimed directly at Han Xiui's face. However, unexpectedly, Han Xioi reacted with remarkable speed, releasing Selena's arm and deftly sidestepping, subsequently seizing her leg. Selena, known for her feline agility, was taken aback that this breathtaking woman could outpace her. Before Selena could react, Han Xioi stepped back, yanking her with force and positioning Selena in an exaggerated split, one leg firmly on the ground, while Han Xioi secured her ankle. "My, what long legs you have!" And such remarkable flexibility, Han Xioi observed, appraising Selena's alluring curves with a teasing tone. Feeling completely restrained, Selena could only endure Han Xiui's gaze roving over her, her face flushing to the roots of her neck. "Let me go?" Selena protested, a mixture of embarrassment and anger in her voice. "Very well, I shall release you." Han Xioi replied with a smile, "But in this state, you are undeniably captivating in the eyes of men." With that, she winked and loosened her grip, allowing Selena to land with a thud in a split position. Selena, furious, arched her back, her legs drawing elegant arcs through the air, showcasing her long, toned limbs and athletic form. Then, she swiftly brought her legs together, executing a flawless backflip, demonstrating her remarkable agility and flexibility. The entire maneuver was executed with breathtaking speed and precision. The movements were a harmonious blend of strength and beauty, both explosive and gracefully fluid. Swiftly rising, Selena launched a new wave of attacks, her fists and feet striking rapidly towards Han Qiuya. Han Qiuya watched with rapt attention, eager to witness the display once more. Effortlessly evading or blocking each of Selena's strikes, Han Qiuya seized the opportunity to tease her opponent, her fingers lightly tracing the curves of Selena's waist and reaching towards her chest. "Stop it!" Selena's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Her chest heaved violently, whether from exhaustion or anger, her breaths quickening. "Selena, your figure is truly remarkable, and this Catwoman combat suits you perfectly." After this bout, Selena now recognized that her abilities paled in comparison to the stunning woman before her. They were simply not on the same level. Continuing to linger would only fuel Han Qiuya's amusement further. Chapter 39, Catwoman acquired a top-tier sports car. She needed an opportunity to escape. In an instant, Selena transformed her demeanor, softening her attitude as she initiated a conversation with Han Qiuya. "Well, I must admit, your taste in clothing is quite impressive. I, too, have a fondness for my Catwoman battle attire. May I inquire about that lovely dress you are wearing? Where did you purchase it?" As Selena spoke, she feigned admiration for Han Qiuya's orange ensemble, cleverly masking her movement towards the window. Unfazed by Selena's cunning, Han Qiuya lowered her gaze to inspect her attire. Recognizing the opportune moment, Selena swiftly lunged towards the window. She adeptly leaped from the fourth-floor window, gripping the ledge with her hands, her body dangling precariously. With a powerful push against the wall, she executed a backflip, landing gracefully on the third-floor windowsill. Without hesitation, she crouched slightly to gather her strength and leapt once more, grasping the second-floor ledge. A few agile bounces off the wall brought her to the second floor. Finally, without a moment's pause, Selena propelled herself from the second floor, twisting in midair, and landed securely on the ground floor. Throughout the entire leap, she displayed a feline agility and elegance, completing each movement with poise. "Let go of me." Just as Selena touched down, Han Qiuya descended from the fourth floor at lightning speed, appearing before her in an instant and lifting her effortlessly. Selena struggled in vain, bewildered by the strength of this slender beauty. After a few futile attempts, she surrendered to the inevitable. "Be good, don't resist," Han Qiuya chuckled, gently setting Selena down. "Let me take you home." "Really?" "Yes, follow me." Selena feigned compliance, trailing behind Han Qiuya, wary of revealing her home's location. Arriving beside the sports car, Selena activated her acting skills, displaying an expression of admiration as she exclaimed, "Wow, your car is so cool. The sound of the engine is so powerful. This is my Blue Flame. It not only transforms, but can drive autonomously as well." Hearing her master praise it in front of others, Blue Flame felt a surge of pride and joy. If it could manifest a tail at that moment, it would surely be held high with elation. Noticing the car was still running, Selena's heart raced with excitement. This was the perfect opportunity to escape. Without paying heed to Han Qiuya's words, she feigned interest and approached the car door. As Han Qiuya remained completely unsuspecting, Selena swiftly opened the door, slipped into the driver's seat, and seamlessly shifted into gear, pressing the accelerator with determination. "Zoom. I'll be waiting for you at home," Han Qiuya called out cheerfully from behind. With a burst of exhilaration, Selena pressed the accelerator, and the sports car roared to life, speeding away. "Yes, what a windfall! I've acquired a top-tier sports car," Selena thought, elated at the prospect of finally escaping that woman. She pressed down harder on the accelerator, and the engine of the sports car roared to life, the powerful thrust causing Selena to be firmly pressed against her seat. Wow, this car is absolutely magnificent. The power. Ah, Selena exclaimed joyfully as the sports car sped down the road, leaving pedestrians and other vehicles far behind. I want to drive until the end of time. With both hands gripping the steering wheel and her hair flying in the wind, she reveled in the exhilarating rush brought on by the speed. Acquiring such a top-tier supercar was nothing short of a monumental success in her life. Selena hummed a cheerful tune as she continued to race along the highway. Master, the cat is locked in the cage. When will you bring her back? Blue Fire inquired through the network, reaching out to Han Kuya. Let the poor cat play for a few minutes before bringing her back. Moments later, at a T-junction, Selena, in high spirits, maneuvered the steering wheel, intending to execute a graceful drift. She turned left, preparing to glide through the curve. However, at that instant, the sports car unexpectedly took matters into its own hands, elegantly drifting to the right. What is happening? Selena gasped. It dawned on her that the car was entirely beyond her control. It was driving autonomously. No matter how she twisted the steering wheel, the vehicle's trajectory remained unaffected. She scanned the interior, but discovered that the car lacked a key. There was no keyhole, and she couldn't find any button to cut off the power. This was no ordinary sports car. It could transform and drive itself. Selena finally realized she had fallen into yet another trap. Her remarkable memory recalling Han Kuya's exact words. This is my blue fire. It can not only transform, but also drive autonomously. Damn it, Selena lamented, banging her hands on the steering wheel. Instead of stealing the car, she had been abducted herself. Ultimately, Blue Fire autonomously drove into Han Kuya's villa, slowly coming to a stop beside her lounge chair. Welcome back, little kitty, Han Kuya said with a cheerful smile, holding a bag of snacks while lounging in her chair. Watching a movie on the outdoor big screen, Selena disembarked from the car, feeling dejected. Don't sulk. Come watch the movie with me. Stop thinking about escaping. I won't harm you. Selena, wary, asked, what exactly do you want? Nothing much. I just wish to have a deeper conversation with you, Han Kuya replied, genuinely wanting to engage with her. However, Selena misunderstood Han Kuya's intentions, her face instantly betraying panic and fear. What do you want to do to me? I warn you not to touch me. Selena nervously stepped back, adopting a defensive stance. I'm not a bad person. Why are you so anxious? Meanwhile, on the other side, the kryptonite had successfully reached Lex Luthor. Yet, that was insufficient. He aimed to further exacerbate the conflict between Batman and Superman. Thus, he sought out a Wayne Enterprises employee, left crippled from the battle between Superman and Zod, providing him with an advanced wheelchair and bribing him. The employee joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you so much, Mr. Luthor." He was blissfully unaware of the high explosives concealed beneath the wheelchair. Moreover, a layer of lead envelopes the surface of the bomb, rendering Superman's X-ray vision impotent. You're welcome, Luthor replied with a sinister smile. Under Luthor's directive, an employee approached the committee to accuse Superman, claiming that his entire family perished in the hero's tumultuous battles, leaving him crippled and burdened by hardship. The committee expressed deep concern over the matter and resolved to hold a public hearing in Congress. Consequently, they announced this development to the media, insisting that Superman must appear in court to address the allegations. This announcement captured the attention of people worldwide. Chapter 40. The astonishment of the cat upon receiving the startling news. Clark's expression darkened. His mother, Martha, approached him, gently patting his shoulder, and said, "Clark, go forth and address the public's concerns. It is the duty of Superman. Do not cower. Do what you must." Nodding in agreement, Clark resolved to attend the hearing and provide the public with an explanation. Meanwhile, Bruce remained undeterred in his quest to reclaim the kryptonite. After meticulous planning, he successfully infiltrated Lex's corporation and extracted the kryptonite from the vault. Shortly after Bruce's departure, Lex Luthor hurried to the vault, only to discover that the kryptonite was missing, leaving behind a bat-shaped dart. Luthor picked up the dart, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Everything is under my control. He gazed at the bat-shaped dart, eagerly anticipating the impending clash between Batman and Superman as the next act was about to unfold. Han Xioi and Selena engaged in light conversation while savoring delectable dishes and enjoying a film. Aware that escape was futile, Selena relaxed and joined Han Xioi in relishing the sumptuous feast. The culinary delights purchased from the system's store were of the highest caliber, coupled with Selena's ravenous appetite. She gracefully indulged in the lavish spread while responding to Han Xiui's topics, having consumed only a modest portion herself. Are you an insatiable ghost? Surely. There are no poisons in this food. With your capabilities, it should be unnecessary. Han Xiui shot her a sidelong glance, opting not to respond. Skynet, I require your assistance in creating a 3D animation to introduce myself, Han Xiui commanded inwardly. In the future, whenever self-introduction was necessary, she could simply present the animation. thus eliminating the need for repetitive verbal introductions. As you wish, master. The animation should vividly portray my positive attributes, my diligence, bravery, selflessness, steadfastness, humility, wisdom, quick wit, remarkable resilience, and unwavering willpower, Han Xioi declared with self-importance. I have never encountered such shamelessness, the system interjected, unable to contain its sarcasm after Han Xiui's lengthy soliloquy. You and diligence share no common ground. You spend your days in leisure. Hurry up and accumulate points. I have discovered a new world, the system further noted. Noticing Han Xiui's silence, Skynet cleverly responded, understood, master. I know the boundaries of what to say and what to withhold. Really? Is that true? Han Xiui exclaimed, elated by the system's words. Skynet, please proceed with the creation. Notify me immediately upon completion. I wish to review it. Before long, utilizing advanced character modeling, scene design, and lighting rendering techniques, Skynet completed Han Xiui's self-introduction video. After viewing it, Han Xiui was quite satisfied and requested minor alterations. Selena, I returned to you what you intended to steal earlier, Han Xiui said, returning the piece of jewelry Selena had prepared to pilfer. Skynet had investigated the background of the jewelry's owner. This individual is secretly engaged in numerous illicit activities, including arms trafficking and money laundering. Selena, harboring a mix of suspicion and uncertainty, cautiously accepted the piece of jewelry. She had presumed that Han Xiuya, residing in a lavish villa, would exude an air of superiority and regard her, the so-called righteous thief, with disdain. She anticipated that being captured would lead to her cruel humiliation, as she had witnessed the darker facets of society too often to envision a more favorable outcome. However, to her surprise, conversing with Han Xiuya revealed no trace of contempt or discrimination in her words, nor any intent to mistreat her. Much like in the movies, Selena is a thief who exclusively targets the wealthy, stealing from avaricious and unscrupulous elites to aid the impoverished, all while causing no harm to the common people. With her exceptional skills and keen insight, Selena has successfully infiltrated numerous opulent mansions, liberating their coveted treasures amassed through greed. She allocates a portion of her spoils for her living expenses, while the majority is generously bestowed upon those in need. Selena thrives under the cloak of night, embodying a cat-like figure, punishing the greedy and uplifting the weak. Her reputation among the impoverished is exceedingly favorable, with many grateful for her benevolent acts. Conversely, the wealthy who have suffered losses detest her, publicly disseminating her known criminal information online, forcing her to live in the shadows of society. Critics argue that Selena's actions are criminal and deserving of legal repercussions, asserting that the so-called Catwoman operates under the guise of justice while committing theft and vigilante justice. They contend that, regardless of motivation, violating the law is inherently wrong. Such behavior may set a negative precedent, encouraging others to resort to lawlessness to resolve their grievances. Supporters, however, assert that although her actions are illegal, they stem from a noble intent to uphold justice and combat evil, making them somewhat understandable. In a legal system where many villains evade punishment and amidst stark economic disparity, Catwoman's actions possess a degree of legitimacy. Her endeavors can positively impact society by aiding the underprivileged, thus justifying her unlawful motives. Selena remains indifferent to public opinion. Her heart is guided by her own sense of justice and conviction, compelling her to act resolutely. Thank you for your hospitality. I will repay you when the opportunity arises. I sense you understand me well, she remarked, pursing her lips as if to inquire further. See for yourself, Han Xiuya replied, aware of Selena's interest in her, and issued a command to the network. Network, play my introduction video. Understood, master. Before Selena's eyes, a lifelike 3D animated projection materialized, featuring a character strikingly similar to Han Xiuya, introduced through a storytelling format. Before long, Selena found herself utterly captivated, her mind a whirlwind of astonishment and exhilaration, tinged with a hint of skepticism. A superheroine? A goddess among mortals? Justice, invincibility, and even time travel? This was quite preposterous. Engrossed as if she were indulging in a riveting novel, she could not help but immerse herself in the narrative, lingering in a state of wonder long after the video concluded. The storytelling and video production prowess of the network were undeniably remarkable. Once the video ended, Selena struggled to regain her composure. The content was compelling enough to be transformed into a million-word epic. Turning her head, she realized that Han Xiuya had mysteriously vanished. A superheroine akin to me? Does she too relish the thrill of fighting for justice under the cover of night? Was she out there combating evil at this very hour? Chapter 41. Longing Selena, of course, was unaware that Han Xiuya had already retired for the night. She still believed that Han was out gallivanting under the cloak of darkness. You must be the cat, aren't you? Before, when you caught me, you were so keen on toying with me, and now you ignore me, Selena muttered softly. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Natasha seized the opportunity to approach Fiora, who had just vanquished a gang of thugs, and inquired eagerly, "Where has your queen, Han Kiwiya, been of late? She seems to have vanished from sight. Could you enlighten me about her whereabouts?" Surrounding Fiora lay a dozen incapacitated foes. The last one attempted to flee, but Fiora swiftly dispatched him with a kick, pinning him firmly to the ground with one foot. Turning to Natasha, she replied, "The Queen's whereabouts are hardly a secret." "Are they? Iron Man and your director must be aware. Hasn't he, your dim-witted director, informed you? The Queen has traversed to another universe." "What?" Natasha exclaimed, astonished. Her thoughts racing. What a fickle woman. I wanted to seek her out, yet she didn't even bid me farewell. A sense of injustice welled within Natasha. Reminiscing about the time she had assisted Han in acclimatizing to this realm, helping her procure necessities. At that time, she had felt a pang of sympathy for her, recognizing their shared solitude, and that dim-witted director, failing to relay any updates to her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Natasha felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Sensing an acute loneliness, perhaps it was due to her identity as a spy that Han had grown distant. Fiora, too, yearned for Han Kiwiya's return, her grip loosening as she lamented, "Oh, Queen, when will you return? I long to fight alongside you, and the citizens of Krypton await your guidance to lead them to a new world." Seizing the moment of Fiora's distraction, the thug broke free, dashing towards Natasha with the intent of capturing her as a prized hostage. However, he gravely underestimated the prowess of this elite agent. Just as he lunged for Natasha, she deftly executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. "Still wish to tussle with me?" Natasha looked down coldly at the moaning thug sprawled on the floor. "Your fighting skills are commendable, yet they pale in comparison to mine. In terms of physicality, you are no match for us Kryptonians," Fiora remarked, observing Natasha. Natasha nodded, unperturbed by Fiora's assessment. The Marvel Universe had garnered a considerable number of devoted fans of Han Kiwiya, some even forming teams in her honor. Her prolonged absence had stirred great concern among them. A group of ardent admirers convened, exchanging thoughts. Why has Supergirl not appeared for such an extended period? Is she engaged in a covert mission? One fan speculated. "I worry that Supergirl may be in trouble and could require our assistance," another fan said anxiously. "If Supergirl is in trouble, what can we possibly do to help? Surely she is resilient enough to navigate any peril," another reassured. Attempting to quell the rising anxiety among them, someone comforted, stating that we can only place our faith in the goddess and anticipate her return. The fans sighed, silently praying in their hearts. They firmly believed that the goddess, the superheroine, would emerge unscathed. After all, she possessed immense strength, her very strands of hair exuding resilience, let alone the extent of her power. Upon noticing that Selena had finished watching the video, Blue Fire, in its car form, approached her. "Miss Selena, my master said if you wish to return, I shall escort you. She will come to seek you again tomorrow." Selena felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling her earlier complaints about the situation. Was it possible the Transformer had overheard her murmurs? Would it relay her grievances? She pondered, but soon dismissed the thought. What was the point of overthinking? Selena paused for a moment before responding. "Very well, then please take me home. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Transformer. I have a name. Please call me Blue Fire." "All right, Blue Fire." With her long legs striding gracefully, Selena approached the door of Blue Fire's driver's seat. Just as she drew near, the door opened automatically. "Well, you're a Transformer, so having an automatic door is quite normal." Selena elegantly settled into the spacious interior of Blue Fire, marveling at how much roomier it was compared to other sports cars, the seats being exceedingly comfortable. "Can you alter the interior space at will?" Selena inquired with curiosity. "Indeed. I can transform as necessary. I can morph into any robot, not to mention adjust the layout and space within the cabin," Blue Fire replied. "That is incredibly convenient," Selena remarked. "Having a vehicle like you is truly a blessing for the owner. I am delighted to provide a comfortable travel experience," Blue Fire responded courteously. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 88 prestige points from Selena." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 92 prestige points from a bystander." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 27 prestige points from another bystander." "Ding. Congratulations, host." In the Marvel Universe, various videos concerning Han Kiwiya continued to circulate, with viewers constantly tuning in. Han Kiwiya's prestige points were steadily rising within the system, yet she had activated silent mode. She slept soundly, undisturbed. In her dreams, Han Kiwiya smiled gently, embodying tranquility. Selena reclined comfortably in the driver's seat, as Blue Fire maintained a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. After a few minutes, Selena asked, "Blue Fire, may I take the wheel?" Having driven Blue Fire once before, she was well aware of the formidable capabilities of this Transformer. Blue Fire could accelerate from a standstill to 100 kilometers per hour in a mere 0.4 seconds, with a top speed reaching an astonishing Mach 3. Such performance was unimaginable for human vehicles. Consequently, Selena was utterly enamored with blue fire, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to experience that unparalleled thrill of driving once more. Just the thought of blue fire's extraordinary power sent waves of excitement coursing through her. Very well, I shall switch to manual mode. And the control of the vehicle is now entrusted to you, blue fire responded. Selena gripped the steering wheel, tentatively pressing the accelerator, and blue fire surged forward with remarkable speed and smoothness. Wow, this is incredible. The power is astounding, Selena exclaimed, casting a glance at the time. It was just past midnight. I think I'll drive a bit longer before heading back, she mused. Despite her exhaustion from the day, such an opportunity was rare. Who knew when she might again have the chance to drive a car as spectacular as blue fire? Selena resolved to unleash her enthusiasm and fully experience the vehicle's extraordinary capabilities. Chapter 42. The live Superman, hearing the pace had only just begun to accelerate. Let us push the limits further, Blue Flame suggested. Selena nodded, pressing the accelerator with greater determination. The roar of the engine erupted, and Blue Flame surged forward like a bolt from the blue. The scenery whizzed by, the speedometer climbing steadily. Selena laughed joyously, reveling in the exhilarating drive along the deserted highway. This is thrilling, she exclaimed, her adrenaline surging. She skillfully maneuvered Blue Flame, accelerating and turning, savoring the extraordinary pleasure of driving. However, in an instant, as she was delightfully navigating Blue Flame, both the steering wheel and accelerator ceased to respond. Blue Flame began to drive autonomously, unresponsive to her commands. What is going on? Selena pondered, lightly tapping the steering wheel in confusion. Yet it did nothing to alter the car's trajectory. At that moment, the car's speakers chimed in. Apologies, Miss Selena, it is quite late. I have taken over driving control. It is time to return you home. That's too soon, Selena replied, disappointment creeping into her voice. I wanted to drive a little longer. She gazed longingly at the self-driving Blue Flame and attempted to press the accelerator and brake, but Blue Flame remained unfazed. Please, allow me 5 more minutes, Selena pleaded. Regrettably, the driving time is concluded. I must return to the owner's garage, Blue Flame's speakers responded. Very well then, Selena conceded, accepting the reality. I wish I could possess a car as cool and transformative as you. It would be wonderful to drive whenever I pleased. In truth, if you are willing to accompany the owner and assist with tasks, the owner might just gift you a transformer akin to me when pleased, Blue Flame remarked. Selena's eyes lit up. That's an intriguing idea. It's worth considering. Suddenly, she grew wary. Wait a moment. I suspect you are intentionally leaving me wanting more, enticing me to follow your owner. You are executing a directive, aren't you? Not at all. You are overthinking, Blue Flame replied, continuing its smooth drive. At last, Blue Flame arrived at Selena's doorstep, coming to a halt and automatically opening the door. We have arrived. Feel free to reach out to me and the owner at any time. Thank you for the ride tonight, Selena said as she stepped out of the vehicle. My pleasure, Blue Flame replied, the engine roaring to life as it turned and drove away from her residence. Selena stood at the doorway, watching Blue Flame depart, their conversation echoing in her mind. After closing the door, she entered her home, seeking a moment of rest before calmly contemplating this unexpected turn of events. Lex Luthor had received the corpse of Zod from the U.S. government. He brought the body to the wreckage of the Kryptonian spacecraft, successfully activating and opening it using Zod's fingerprints. Excellent. It is open, Luthor chuckled with satisfaction. He eagerly made his way to the control room, studying the intricate Kryptonian instruments and control panels. Luthor meticulously placed Zod's lifeless body into the incubation fluid, then bit into his own fingertip, allowing his blood to drip into the mixture. Should the battle between Batman and Superman not end in victory, it would be upon you to assist me in vanquishing Superman. A frenzied smile crept across Luthor's face. He was determined to reveal to the world that no being could truly be regarded as a deity. To substantiate his beliefs, he would stop at nothing. As dawn broke, Han Kibiao awoke, aware that today marked the day of the Superman hearing. She perused the various media outlets for reports and commentary regarding the hearing. Under the weight of public scrutiny, Clark Kent, the Superman, resolved to attend the hearing, openly addressing the inquiries surrounding the Superman incident while consenting to governmental and public oversight. On the day of the hearing, a throng of people surged outside the venue, all eagerly awaiting Superman's arrival. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a whistling sound. Clark Kent, donned in his superhero attire, descended gracefully before the crowd. A section of supporters erupted in cheers and applause, yet the majority responded with boos and silence. Clark entered and quietly approached the podium, facing the flashes of cameras and the gazes of the masses. Meanwhile, Han Kiya blended into the hearing. Clark noticed her presence, perplexed. But now was not the time for inquiries. At that moment, a disabled individual in an elaborate wheelchair approached the stage, launching into a vehement accusation against Superman. claiming that the hero's battles had inflicted tremendous harm upon innocent civilians, including his own transformation into a person with disabilities. His eyes burned with animosity as he directed his ire toward Clark. What the crowd remained oblivious to was that the wheelchair harbored a potent explosive device, shielded by a layer of lead, rendering Superman's X-ray vision ineffective in discerning its true nature. Curious, Han Kyo activated her X-ray vision, discovering that she could penetrate the lead and see the bomb within. How remarkable! This ability surpassed even Superman's, allowing her to see through the lead barrier without obstruction. She reveled in the thought, truly a testament to her impeccable Kryptonian lineage. Skynet, immediately infiltrate all online platforms and forcefully promote my live broadcast on the homepage. Before long, the homepages of major social media sites were commandeered by Han Kyo's live stream, featuring a striking animated image of Supergirl. Countless viewers, astonished, clicked into the stream, realizing they were witnessing the live proceedings of the Superman hearing. Wasn't this the venue for the Superman hearing? Who was broadcasting the event? The title mentioned Supergirl and a bomb. What was happening? Regardless, Superman was about to speak. They were eager for the spectacle. Netizens buzzed with confusion. Just then, Han Kyo abruptly stood up in front of the camera. In an astonishing transformation, her professional attire morphed into a striking ensemble of black stockings, a red skirt, and a red-caped Supergirl costume. The audience within the hearing chamber was left spellbound as flashes of cameras erupted around them. Clark's eyes widened in disbelief at Han Kyo's metamorphosis. The bomb is about to explode, Han Kyo cryptically announced. Clark keenly heard the ominous sound of the bomb activating within the wheelchair of the disabled employee. Alas, there was no time to lose. He silently cursed, realizing that even at his utmost speed, he could not reach the bomb in time. In that critical moment, Han Kyo, at a staggering velocity of 786 Mach, surged to the wheelchair's side, swiftly lifting it and soaring into the sky, leaving the disabled employee behind. The velocity of 786 Mach equates to an astonishing 267 meters per second, with Han Kyo having anticipated the situation. Even if the bomb were to detonate in a mere 0.2 seconds, she was entirely capable of relocating the wheelchair to a safe altitude, far from the crowd. After Han Kyo ascended supersonically with the wheelchair, Clark quickly regained his composure and followed suit without hesitation. Chapter 43. Return to Marvel. Though Clark's speed was slower than Han Kyo's, it still reached several times the speed of sound. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated through the sky as a wheelchair erupted in a brilliant blaze. Fortunately, due to the considerable distance, no one at the hearing site or in the surrounding crowd sustained any injuries. Skynet, promptly edit the footage and create a promotional video showcasing my rescue and the bomb's destruction. You understand, I need not reiterate such matters in the future, Han Kyo commanded. Understood. I shall execute this immediately. Your intentions are clear, Master, came the swift reply. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the hearing was filled with terror at the sight of the explosion. Clark flew before Han Kyo, his face a mask of shock and confusion, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Han Kyo spoke first. I have sent you an introductory video. Everything you need to know is contained within. Watch it, and you will understand. At that moment, the promotional video crafted by Skynet was going viral worldwide. Coupled with the recent live broadcast, and Han Kyo's reputation began to soar. A faint smile graced her lips. Her objective had been achieved. I shall take my leave now. With that, she zipped away at supersonic speed, leaving Clark dumbfounded in midair. System, I have a thought. Is it possible to establish and maintain a portal within my system space for Skynet to conduct cross-dimensional broadcasts? Han Kyo inquired. Certainly, host. I can open a miniature portal within the system space to facilitate Skynet's cross-dimensional broadcasts. However, please note that maintaining the portal will require 1,000 system points per hour. The system replied. 1,000 points an hour? That seems rather steep. Han Kyo lamented. Despite her burgeoning reputation bringing in considerable rewards, her system points were far from abundant. Let us do this. When Batman and Superman engage in battle, activate it at my command, and stream until I appear to defeat Doomsday. The revenue from this historic broadcast will be substantial, she proposed. Understood, host. It shall be done. Han Kyo nodded in agreement. System, open the portal. I am returning to the Marvel Universe, she instructed. Received. The cooldown for the Marvel Cinematic Universe has concluded. Traversal will not require points. All hail the Queen. Upon Han Kyo's return, Fiola's face lit up with joy, as she had been deeply concerned that Han Kyo might never return. Welcome back, Queen. Did anything significant occur while I was away? Han Kyo inquired, pulling Fiola closer. Nothing major, just a few minor incidents. The U.S. military attempted to infiltrate your villa with an undercover bodyguard, but the Terminators had their fun with him. Later, they deliberately incited gangsters to invade. But Little May and the Terminators dealt with them effortlessly, Fiola recounted. Those scoundrels truly are insufferable. I shall deal with them when the opportunity arises. Han Xiui replied with a cold smile. You all have worked hard. Would you like to join me in conquering other worlds? As a synthetic being born of warrior genes, Fiora harbored a profound yearning for battle and adventure. Upon hearing Han Xiui's proposal, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Of course I wish to. My queen, it would be my utmost honor to accompany you, and I shall strive to protect your safety in any realm we traverse. It is my dream to fight alongside you. Witnessing Fiora's fervent enthusiasm, Han Xiui smiled in return, Excellent. Join me in conquering broader horizons. You shall grow stronger. Seek out Tony and wait for me at his residence. Han Xiui instructed. With her mind conjuring the image of Natasha, she swiftly opened a portal leading near Natasha. At that moment, Natasha was indulging in a bath. Warm water cascading from the shower head, the enveloping steam rendering her figure alluringly elusive. As she tilted her head back to relish the warmth, a swirl of emotions churned within her. Fatigue and disillusionment had begun to seep into her work as a SHIELD agent, making her feel like a solitary vessel adrift, unable to truly belong. I am so weary, how utterly mundane, Natasha murmured to herself. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in the bathroom, and Han Xiui stepped through the portal. Natasha gasped, hastily wrapping a towel around herself. Han Xiui, why have you appeared so suddenly, and in my bathing space? I apologize. I was unaware that you were bathing. Han Xiui quickly covered her eyes with her hand, though she still peeked through her fingers. Oh well, you are a woman too, and possessing X-ray vision. I cannot prevent your gaze, Natasha replied with resignation, lowering the towel. Haven't you seen enough of your own alluring figure? Must you come to ogle mine? With Natasha's acceptance. Han Xiui let her hand fall and regarded Natasha's exquisite form with admiration. As Natasha dried herself and dressed, she lamented, You remembered to seek me out. I thought you had forgotten me. Never. Han Xiui replied earnestly. I have always kept you in mind, though recent matters have occupied me. By the way, Natasha, cease your service to SHIELD. There are Hydra infiltrators everywhere. Why not assist me instead? Natasha pondered for a moment, fully aware that anyone forming a bond with her would harbor reservations. Very well. Time is of the essence. Allow me to help you dress swiftly. No sooner had she spoken than Han Xiui activated her super speed, dressing Natasha in the blink of an eye. Wait, Natasha exclaimed, feeling disoriented as everything concluded so quickly. Han Xiui's swiftness was astonishing. You are exceedingly fast. Throughout this process, she sensed a peculiar sensation. Yet everything transpired too swiftly for her to discern whether Han Xiui's actions were deliberate or accidental. Ready to depart, Han Xiui exclaimed with a radiant smile, conjuring another portal. Miss Fiora, what do you require of me? Tony inquired, perplexed. Fiora, arms crossed and silent, chose not to respond. As Tony's confusion deepened, and he prepared to instruct JARVIS to investigate, a portal suddenly materialized beside them. Han Xiui emerged from the portal, followed closely by Natasha and Tony. It had been quite a while since they last met. Natasha nodded in greeting to Tony. What? Tony exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Idle, what brings you here? Shall we embark on a cross-dimensional adventure? Were you not always eager for me to take you through other realms? Indeed. Tony's spirits soared at once. I am absolutely thrilled at the prospect of adventuring alongside you. Shall we set off at once? Chapter 44. Crossing into DC. All right, let's set off immediately. Oh, wait a moment, my goddess. I have specially crafted an entire array of various Iron Man suits for you, all of which I bestow upon you, Tony exclaimed, as dozens of different Iron Man armors soared out into the room. Simultaneously, he donned his own armor with great finesse. Thank you so much. I will cherish them dearly, and perhaps even wear them in battle, Han Qiuya replied, her heart brimming with joy at Tony's generous gift. With a gentle wave of her hand, the entire lineup of armors was absorbed into the system's space. Queen, shall we depart? Fiora eagerly inquired. Certainly. Han Qiuya commanded the system to initiate the traversal. A brilliant blue halo materialized, unveiling a vast spatial passage before them. Natasha, having never witnessed such a spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment. This traversal portal looks truly marvelous. Though Tony had seen it before, he had never formally traversed it. He gazed at the entrance with immense curiosity and excitement, akin to a child eager for adventure. Fiora, undeterred by the spectacle, enthusiastically followed Han Qiuya, striding boldly into the portal. Let us go. As they all passed through the portal, the system's prompt echoed. Ding. Cooling time of 10 days incomplete. Consumed system points, 10,000. Cost for 3 individuals to traverse, 3,000. Remaining points, 586,600. Batman Bruce had been diligently preparing for battle, acutely aware of Superman Clark's formidable strength, thus necessitating thorough readiness. With the assistance of his loyal butler Alfred, he extracted several bullets from rare kryptonite and fashioned a kryptonite spear from the remaining material. With these kryptonite weapons, you can inflict significant damage on Superman, Alfred advised. However, I still recommend initiating a dialogue with him first. If negotiations fail, then consider resorting to force. There is nothing to discuss, Bruce declared, already clad in the specially designed bat armor for this impending conflict, meticulously inspecting his gear. All set, Bruce nodded affirmatively. I intend to demand justice from Superman, to hold him accountable for the destruction caused during the Zod battle, and to make him pay for my car. He paused, gritting his teeth. Isn't he a god among men? I will make him bleed. Before long, Alfred informed him of the emergence of another powerful female superhero, likely another Kryptonian, who appeared to possess formidable abilities as well. What? Another Kryptonian? Bruce furrowed his brow. Indeed, we need to reassess the situation. Will she ally with Superman? Could she pose a threat during your confrontation? Alfred voiced his concerns. Regardless, my mission remains unchanged, Bruce stated resolutely while checking his equipment. Even if there are two Kryptonians, I will ensure they are halted in their tracks. Subsequently, Bruce viewed a widely circulated video online of Han Kiwiya saving others, a grave expression settling upon his face. Though Wonder Woman may hold justice in her heart and is mindful to avoid harming innocents while rescuing others, her speed surpasses even that of Superman. Should she lose control, the repercussions could be dire. Alfred sighed, understanding he could not dissuade Bruce, who had made up his mind. You must exercise caution. Engaging Superman directly is fraught with peril. I am aware, but the arrow is already knocked. It must be loosed. Bruce donned his gear and entered the Batplane. As the cockpit closed, the Batplane roared to life and ascended into the night sky. The battle between Superman and Batman was about to commence. Later that night, Han Kiwiya, Tony, Natasha, and Fiola emerged from the passageway, arriving at a clearing in Han Kiwiya's villa district. Yes. Wow. Is this the other world? It seems quite similar to ours, though the pace of technological advancement differs. Tony, brimming with curiosity, circled the vicinity of Han Kiwiya's villa, instructing his AI, Jarvis, to gather information online. Sir, according to my analysis, this place is akin to Earth, with superheroes and villains abounding. The overall technological level appears somewhat inferior to ours. Yet there exist unique technologies unknown to us. How fascinating. It seems we can truly enjoy ourselves here, Tony exclaimed, returning with enthusiasm. Fiola, however, patiently stood by, awaiting Han Kiwiya's command. Tony, refrain from wandering about. This world is not as safe as ours. There are many formidable beings. Don't get yourself eliminated. I lack resurrection skills. At your service, Queen. Tony stood at attention, executing a somewhat unrefined salute. I assure you, I will not cause any trouble. In his thoughts, Tony mused. I truly hope to traverse dimensions with you again. This opportunity is rare, so I must adhere to the instructions. I hope to be included next time. Seeing Tony's earnest demeanor, both Han Kiwiya and Natasha couldn't suppress their amusement. Tony, your obedient posture is quite amusing. It seems you are determined to win the favor of the goddess, hoping for future adventures together, yes? Indeed. I am eager to witness the wonders of this alternate realm. Blue Flame, Han Kiwiya silently called. With a resounding rumble, a striking blue convertible sports car pulled up before them. Let us get in. The Blue Flame automatically opened its doors, and one by one, they entered the vehicle. Natasha, intrigued, noted that although she knew Blue Flame was a transformer, this was her first experience riding in one. Am I not a bit cumbersome in this armor? Once Han Kiwiya and the others were seated, Tony quickly took the last seat, internally elated at the prospect of sharing a car with three stunning women, Han Kiwiya, Fiola, and Natasha. It felt like a dream come true, even though he could fly in his armor. He preferred the car ride and even considered requesting a photo with the beautiful trio for future bragging rights. However, he soon dismissed the thought, fearing he might annoy them. Resolving to keep quiet instead, Han Kiwiya cast a glance at Tony, remaining silent. Fiora, noticing Tony seated beside her, curled her lips and shifted slightly away. Let us depart. Blue Fire. To the scene of the battle between Batman and Superman, Han Kiwiya declared from the driver's seat. The night had fallen, and the clash was imminent. As you command, my queen, Blue Fire replied, revving the engine and propelling the group forward with great speed. Han Kiwiya activated her super sight and X-ray vision, swiftly locating Catwoman Selina, and promptly relayed Selina's coordinates to Blue Fire. Blue Fire, do make a point to pick up that feline as well. Certainly, my master. Chapter 45. No escape within a residential building. A group of armed robbers, brandishing knives and firearms, prepared to make their swift exit with their recently acquired loot. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared silently, first incapacitating the foremost thug with a swift blow, followed by a spinning kick that sent the second assailant crashing to the ground. The third robber, still in shock, was seized by the throat and lifted effortlessly by the enigmatic figure. "Who are you?" The criminals gasped in alarm. Selena gracefully released her grip, allowing the unconscious thug to slump to the floor, revealing her lithe form clad in a sleek black bodysuit that accentuated her perfect curves. "You greedy rats are due for punishment." A glint of cold light flashed in Selena's eyes. "Catwoman, you're a thief too. We are in the same profession. It would be wise not to interfere. We outnumber you," one of the small-time leaders remarked, a hint of fear creeping into his expression. Behind him stood 8 or 9 henchmen, each clutching a portion of the stolen wealth and valuables. "I am not like you. This matter is mine to resolve," Selena retorted, her eyes glinting with resolve. She was a thief with principles, only taking from the malevolent and the corrupt, never harming the innocent. "Humph, let's take her down together," the small leader commanded, and his gang immediately brandished their weapons, closing in on her. Given their numbers and the confined space, they hesitated to use their firearms, wary of harming their own. "Come on, let me show you some love," Selena teased, a sweet smile masking the ferocity of a predatory feline. In a swift motion, she crouched low and swept her leg in a fierce arc towards the first adversary, who fell with a muffled groan. Next, with a decisive strike, she delivered a blow to the back of the second assailant's neck, rendering him unconscious. The third thug, startled, attempted to elbow her, but Selena reacted with remarkable speed, spinning gracefully and landing a roundhouse kick squarely on his chin, sending him flying. "Is this your best shot?" Selena taunted, nimbly evading the strikes of several attackers. She executed a sweeping kick that struck one of the assailants behind the knee, causing him to cry out in pain and crash to the ground. The fourth thug charged at her with a fist raised, but Selena met his attack with her own punch. The sound of a bone snapping echoed as his arm broke. He howled in agony as she followed up with a knee to his chin, sending him sprawling, clutching his face in despair. "Ah!" Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted as the remaining robbers, realizing they could not defeat her, resorted to their weapons, no longer fearing friendly fire. Selena's keen instincts allowed her to predict their movements, and with her lithe form, she deftly dodged the bullets. Observing the stairwell's advantageous layout, she dashed towards it, using its varying levels as cover to lure the thugs into her trap. "Come here, you filthy rats," she provoked, her tone laced with playful excitement. Bang, bang. The sounds of conflict continued. Selena leapt gracefully, vaulting over the railing and performing an aerial somersault to evade the bullets fired by the assailants, which struck the concrete wall. Armed with guns, the criminals, emboldened by Selena's retreat, rallied together. "Humph, just a bunch of stinking rats. What good is your number?" Selena scoffed, deftly concealing herself at the stairwell's bend, resembling a sleek black cat poised for the hunt. As 2 assailants cautiously ascended the stairs, they turned the corner only to be met by a shadow that swiftly lunged forth, delivering a spinning kick that connected squarely with one man's jaw. He let out a pained cry as he tumbled down the stairs. The other thug, taken aback, hastily raised his weapon, but Selena's reflexes were lightning fast. She seized the gun barrel and executed a shoulder throw, sending the assailant crashing to the ground, rolling down the steps. "Too eager, aren't you, Mr. Thug?" Selena remarked, hands on her hips, tossing her hair back as she gazed down with a triumphant smile, akin to a hunter assured of victory. Realizing the tide had turned, the remaining assailants began their retreat. Selena sprang into action, gracefully preparing to continue her pursuit. "Run!" shouted one thug, displaying a flicker of camaraderie as he bolted first. With the rest of the gang recognizing their plight, they too fled in haste. Selena moved like a nimble feline, darting through the stairwell. A swift spinning kick connected with one thug's temple, sending him crashing down. Another knee strike landed heavily in the abdomen of a second assailant, causing him to double over, gasping for breath. "Is this all you can do? How dull!" Selena taunted, executing a flawless backflip that transitioned into a side kick, sending one fleeing thug tumbling down the stairs. Her figure was strikingly sensual and well-proportioned, with a slender waist, curvaceous hips, and long, elegant legs, all accentuated by a fitted black bodysuit that highlighted her alluring silhouette. She exuded the essence of a proud black cat, radiating lethal charm. Throughout the skirmish, Selena's movements were fluid, swift, and cohesive, embodying a perfect blend of elegance and strength, both aesthetically pleasing and practical. She landed with grace, tossing her hair back nonchalantly. A few remaining assailants had managed to escape to the first-floor corridor. Aware of their flight, Selena felt no urge to pursue them further. "Well done, Selena," came a sudden voice as Han Kuya materialized before her, offering praise while mused internally. A tale would make her even more perfect. Just as Selena was about to respond, Han Kuya activated her super speed, wrapping her arms around Selena's lithe waist and whisking them both downstairs. At that moment, as several thugs exited the building, Iron Man Tony descended from above, blocking their escape. Natasha arrived on the scene, delivering a flying kick that incapacitated one thug before he could react. The next assailant had no time to prepare, as Fiora swiftly approached and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. "You won't escape, my friend," Tony jested, delivering a left jab that struck the last person, who fell to the ground in complete silence. Could it be that a single punch has taken his life? Tony pondered. As Selena was lifted by Han Qiuya, she felt a fleeting blur before finding herself downstairs. "You take such liberties in carrying people. I'm not your pet cat." Selena shot Han Qiuya an annoyed glance, playfully protesting. Yet, she couldn't help but think that Han Qiuya was more beautiful than herself, so she felt no sense of loss. A hint of amusement flickered across Han Qiuya's face as she gradually relaxed her embrace, setting Selena down. Indeed, Selena resembled an elegant and gentle cat, imbued with a touch of pride, yet retaining an untamed spirit. Chapter 46. Cross-border live streaming. Han Qiuya gazed at Selena's alluring figure and long legs, a twinge of desire stirring within her. "System, I wish to revert to being a man." "No, host," the system replied calmly. "Is it not advantageous to possess such formidable power as a woman? There are distinct benefits to femininity. With your flawless beauty and physique, you can effortlessly engage with various splendid individuals, forming intimate connections. Many beautiful women may even consider it an honor to befriend you." "That makes sense," Han Qiuya conceded, accepting the reality. Observing Selena, who had been set down, Tony's gaze could not help but linger on her. "Beautiful lady, what a pleasure. I am Tony Stark, a billionaire and the superhero Iron Man." Tony's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he greeted Selena. "Allow me to introduce her. This is Selena, the legendary Catwoman of Gotham City." Single-handedly dispatching a dozen thugs in the corridor, Han Qiuya stated nonchalantly, eliciting a subtle smile from Selena. "Hello, I am Natasha, a friend of Han Qiuya." Natasha extended her hand for a polite handshake with Selena. Selena regarded this woman clad in a similar leather bodysuit with intrigue, internally comparing, her legs are shorter than mine." "Charmed," Selena replied courteously, yet Natasha keenly detected a flicker of pride in her eyes. "I am Fiorella, a loyal warrior of the Queen." After a brief self-introduction, Fiorella fell silent. At that moment, Blue Fire arrived swiftly, executing a flawless stop beside them, transforming into a striking four-seater convertible. Its body painted in a blend of blue and fiery red, it exuded a sense of mechanical coolness and futurism. "Blue Fire, is that you? You've changed your appearance again. So cool," Selena exclaimed, her excitement evident as she admired the convertible form of Blue Fire. She glanced at Han Qiuya, recalling that this high-performance transformer belonged to her, feeling enviously captivated. "Indeed, Miss Selena, I am here to take everyone," Blue Fire responded. "Let us get in. Selena, you shall drive," Han Qiuya said with a smile. Blue Fire automatically opened all four doors, and Han Qiuya took her seat in the passenger position. With no room in the back, Tony, clad in Iron Man armor, felt hesitant to squeeze in. Fiorella and Natasha gracefully leapt into the rear seats. Selena nodded slightly, and upon hearing Han Qiuya's command, Blue Fire's engine roared to life, awaiting Selena to take the wheel. "Let us go," Selena declared, lifting her long, beautiful leg to nimbly press the accelerator. Blue Fire emitted a powerful roar, and under her skilled command, the blue and red vehicle shot forth like an arrow into the bustling streets, with Tony soaring alongside. With the steering wheel firmly in her grasp, Selena's red lips curled into a triumphant smile, her eyes gleaming with excitement and a sense of retribution. The last time, Blue Fire had seized control just as she was reveling in the joy of driving. This time, however, Blue Fire was firmly under her command. Tony turned his head, pondering. This woman drives recklessly. Ahead lay a sharp curve, and he expected Selena to ease off the accelerator to navigate it. Instead, she showed no signs of deceleration, lightly tapping the brake with her left foot while deftly steering with her right hand. The Blue Fire, under her expert control, executed a graceful drift, the rear tires leaving two trails of smoke on the ground, showcasing fluidity and speed. "Miss Selena, your driving skills are truly impressive," Tony exclaimed as he soared alongside the car in admiration. Natasha, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of excitement upon realizing the capabilities of the Blue Fire, yearning to experience the thrill of driving it herself. "That cat is quite wild," Han Qiuya remarked with a smile. At that moment, in the distant night sky, Bruce shot the bat signal into the air, issuing a provocative challenge to Superman. "The bat signal is lit." Han Qiuya was the first to notice, declaring, "I'll head out first." Without hesitation, she leaped from the convertible, swiftly making her way to the scene. "Wait for me." Tony activated his suit's thrusters, propelling himself forward with greater intensity. Whoosh. Fiora also took to the skies to follow suit. "We are accelerating too," Selena declared, pressing the accelerator with force, her calf muscles taut, exuding a primal surge of power. Had it been an ordinary car, it might have succumbed to her vigorous pressing of the gas pedal. As Catwoman, Selena's physical prowess was 4 times that of an average human, with agility and flexibility exceeding normal limits by 7-fold. Although she was not exerting her full strength, the force behind that push was undeniable. This did not significantly affect the blue fire, yet it silently mused, "Why is this necessary? I could reach full speed simply by pressing down fully on the pedal without such force. Miss Selena, I am fortunate to be a robust transformer, otherwise, your wild maneuvers would have dismantled my structure long ago. My master is certainly more gentle," the blue fire quipped. Before Selena and Natasha could respond, the blue fire initiated its transformation. The car, still speeding along, began to morph, the front elongating into a cockpit while the wheels extended outwards to form wings. The components flowed and shifted rapidly, and soon, a massive warplane shape of the blue fire emerged. This transformation, however, did not disrupt the 2 passengers inside. Selena, astonished, gazed at the vehicle she had just been driving, staring blankly at the now-vanished steering wheel. The blue fire had transformed into a fighter jet, soaring into the sky. Instinctively, Selena, who feared heights, felt her excitement from driving turn into panic as her heart raced. Natasha noticed Selena's reaction and immediately inquired, "Selena, you're not afraid of heights, are you? Are you truly just a cat?" Upon the completion of its transformation, the aircraft's blue fire engines roared to life, accelerating forward with astonishing speed. Its jet form could reach a remarkable velocity of 8 Mach, significantly surpassing the 3 Mach achievable on the ground. Han Kuya ascended to the rooftop of a tall building not far from the battlefield, a prime vantage point to witness the epic clash between Batman and Superman. System. Initiate cross-dimensional live streaming, Han Kuya commanded. Affirmative. A small portal for live signal transmission has been activated within the system's spatial confines, the system responded. Consequently, the homepages of the DC Universe, Marvel Universe, and all major online platforms were rapidly dominated by Han Kuya's live stream. Individuals from both worlds quickly became aware of this development, engaging in animated discussions. A voice from the Marvel Universe exclaimed, "Supergirl has begun her live stream. After such a long wait, we can finally see her again. Does anyone know the location of the live event? I wish to attend in person." Chapter 47. The arrogant Lex Luthor. The DC Universe was bustling with activity. Was that Gotham City? Oh, it appeared to be Batman, who was broadcasting live. Meanwhile, Lex Luthor, upon seeing the bat signal illuminate the sky, could not suppress a cold smirk. He wasted no time and promptly dispatched his hidden henchman, successfully capturing Clark's mother, Martha. Subsequently, they also managed to abduct Superman's girlfriend, journalist Lois Lane, and he commanded his subordinates to bring her forth. Luthor forcibly dragged Lois to the edge of a rooftop, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was acutely aware that the most effective way to lure Superman into the open was by exploiting his Achilles heel, Lois. "Lois, come and behold the view," he taunted, gripping her wrist tightly and pulling her perilously close to the ledge. Lois, in sheer terror, struggled desperately. "Stop! Let me go!" Her cries echoed into the vastness, but they were in vain. At a distance, Han Shoya observed the unfolding drama from another skyscraper, contemplating intervening if Superman did not arrive in time, just as he did in the movies. "Superman, come meet me." Luthor erupted into maniacal laughter, shoving Lois off the rooftop, confident that this would compel Superman to reveal himself and rescue his beloved girlfriend. In that harrowing moment of Lois's descent, a figure clad in red and blue plummeted from the sky like a meteor, catching her securely. It was none other than Clark Kent, Superman. "My speed has increased yet again. I possess innate talent, yet still fall short in comparison," he mused upon successfully rescuing her. Han Shoya halted her advance, observing the scene. "Shoya, I have arrived," announced Tony, maneuvering his Iron Man suit, landing gracefully beside Han Shoya. "My queen, your loyal servant, is ever at your command." Fiora swiftly joined, placing her right hand over her chest in a formal Kryptonian salute to Han Shoya. "Master, we have also arrived." The blue flame had transformed into aircraft mode, descending with Selena and Natasha, who emerged from the craft, both clad in alluring bodysuits. "Let us observe the situation first. Batman and Superman are about to engage in a duel, and the big boss has yet to make an appearance," Han Shoya remarked. Her gaze falling upon a figure in a nearby window. Wonder Woman, Diana, was also clandestinely watching the spectacle. Curious, Diana glanced towards Han Shoya, only to be startled as their eyes met. "Come here." Han Shoya zipped through the air, instantaneously appearing beside Diana. The latter felt a blur before she was whisked away to the rooftop of another building in the blink of an eye. "You." Diana surveyed her surroundings, realizing several others were present. "Do not be alarmed. We are all on the same side," Han Shoya reassured her with a playful smile, redirecting her attention to the distant Superman. "Watching is paramount. We can converse later." Taking a deep breath, Diana endeavored to calm her racing emotions and simply nodded at the others present, offering a brief greeting. A group of individuals soon turned their curious gazes toward the distance. I can't hear what they are saying, Selena lamented. Let us watch the live broadcast. Lanhua immediately projected a massive screen into the air, displaying the scene as it followed Superman, Clark. After rescuing Lois, Clark swiftly returned to the rooftop, hovering steadily in midair, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he glared at Lex Luthor before him. I will not harm you, but I will ensure you are incarcerated. You should be grateful. Clark spoke with restrained fury, each word deliberate. Luthor's arm trembled slightly, yet he stood firm, clearly holding a trump card. What I wish to convey is this. Regarding your lofty position, you believe yourself to be above all. That is the nature of a god. Yet, in my youth, I saw no deity come to my rescue from my father's fists and hatred. Thus, I have always understood that no one is omnipotent, not even you. There is no such thing as a god. Luthor paused before continuing. I intend to reveal to the world that you are a fraud, to let them witness the bloodstains upon your hands. What have you done? Clark inquired, an ominous premonition stirring within him as he slowly descended to the ground, approaching Luthor. Tonight, people will see through you. For you, my friend, have an appointment to keep. In the distance, Han Kiwia commented, Superman's temper is remarkable. He has the patience to listen to him for so long. If it were me, I would have taken action already. This man seeks to bully the innocent, Tony remarked. Clark looked at Luthor in confusion. With whom do I have an appointment? Why should I heed your words? Over there. Luthor pointed to the distant bat signal projected into the sky. That symbol has been brewing for 2 years, and his fury has reached its zenith. You are to fly there and engage him in battle. A clash of the divine against the mundane, a Kryptonian against the Gotham bat. Until one of you meets your end. Clark, somewhat irritated, found the notion absurd. He was not one to relish conflict. He chuckled. Do you truly believe I would engage in a fierce battle for you? Luthor arrogantly shook his head. Indeed. I am certain you would fight tirelessly for that special lady in your life. The mention of using his loved ones as leverage ignited a blaze of anger within Clark, who coldly replied, She is safe on the ground, but what about you? While you may easily eliminate me, I am not speaking of your girlfriend Lois, but rather the most significant woman in every boy's life, his mother. Clark stepped forward in fury. Oh no. Luthor quickly produced several photographs of Martha, already captured, lifting them high. Martha, Martha, Martha. Clark's expression shifted dramatically, halting in his tracks. Luthor smugly tucked away the photographs, taunting, the mother of the flying demon must be a witch. What is the punishment for witches again? He approached Clark, leaning closer and whispering, of course, it is to be burned alive. With that, he scattered the photos across the ground. Clark knelt to retrieve the pictures, despair etched on his face as he gazed at the bound figure of his mother. Then lifted his head to look at Luthor, his eyes beginning to redden, a fiery intensity ready to erupt. Where is she? I am uncertain, as I did not instruct my subordinates to inform me. Lex Luthor arrogantly waved his finger before Clark, whose eyes were tinged with red. If you were to kill me, your mother would perish. Should you take flight, her fate remains the same. However, if you eliminate that bat, Martha will be safe. Crouched on the ground, Superman Clark, upon hearing these words, averted his reddened gaze and lowered his head. Yes, precisely so, splendid. Luthor chuckled, mockingly reaching out to pat Clark's head. Even the divine must now yield to my will. Chapter 48. The Battle of Batman and Superman. At this moment, Luthor remained unaware that his actions were being broadcast live, witnessed by individuals from both realms. I have already alerted the authorities regarding Superman's predicament. Luthor's malevolence knows no bounds. He has audaciously kidnapped Superman's mother to coerce him, declared a devoted fan in the comments section. What good will calling the police do? Hilarious. Superman will merely await his demise at the hands of Batman, another scoffed. This individual appears utterly contemptible. I fervently hope my idol, Supergirl, arrives swiftly. It seems that Superman and Supergirl share striking similarities in certain respects. The comments section erupted with fervent opinions, both in support of and against Superman, though few voices backed Luthor's sinister tactics. In the footage, Clark maintained a bowed posture, while Luthor reveled in his triumph. At that moment, his private jet descended onto the rooftop to retrieve him. Luthor glanced at his watch. Time was of the essence. If I do not see that bat's head within the hour, your mother will be in grave danger. The timer on the bomb beside her has commenced, he proclaimed before stepping onto the aircraft. Luthor intended to prepare a contingency. Should Batman fail to vanquish Superman, he would promptly initiate the resurrection of Doomsday, unleashing the fabled creature from Krypton to confront Superman. Meanwhile, Tony monitored the unfolding livestream while conversing with Jarvis, who was diligently gathering information and responding to Tony's inquiries about this world. Gotham is this chaotic? Tony mused, observing the data Jarvis compiled. Aside from the enigmatic Catwoman, there exists a mysterious Batman, and the wealthiest man in Gotham is Bruce Wayne. Could he possibly be the legendary Batman? He speculated, drawing connections based on available intelligence. Jarvis, Expedite your investigation into Bruce Wayne and the pertinent details regarding Batman. I sense an undeniable connection between the two. There is no need for further inquiry. Bruce is indeed Batman, the central figure in this confrontation, Jarvis responded. Han Qiuya's enhanced hearing caught the hushed exchange between Tony and Jarvis. Is that so? He bears some resemblance to me. However, with his bat-themed equipment, he cannot possibly rival me. Iron Man, Tony asserted confidently. Shall we lend our support to someone? Selina inquired curiously. I recall Superman damaged your drone last time. Diana, the Wonder Woman, reminded him. If the Queen intervenes, she could easily subdue both of them, Fiora remarked. Believing Han Qiuya could dispatch the two effortlessly, the group engaged in animated discussion. At that moment, the live stream transitioned to the rain-soaked streets of Gotham City. Batman stood atop a skyscraper, the torrential rain striking his armor with a rhythmic patter. He gazed into the heavens, awaiting Superman's arrival. Just then, a taxi screeched to a halt on the street, and Lois's golden locks became disheveled from her hurried movement. She flung open the car door, exclaiming, "Driver! To the Daily Planet, quickly!" At that instant, Superman's voice echoed behind her, prompting Lois to turn around. I must go to Gotham and persuade him to assist me, Clark stated, his tone laden with resignation. Who? Lois asked, bewildered. Batman Bruce. If I cannot persuade him, he must perish. A look of anguish crossed Clark's face as he murmured softly. Clark. Lois, breathless, struggled to articulate her thoughts but hesitated. No one in this world can remain benevolent forever. The sorrow in Clark's eyes threatened to overflow. His kind heart already mourned for Bruce. After leaving those words behind, he turned and soared into the night sky, vanishing from Lois's sight. Lois gazed in the direction he departed, her heart heavy with worry and unease. She knew she had to take action. A flash of lightning illuminated Gotham City, flickering in the thunder's glow. Superman's silhouette soon appeared above Batman, descending rapidly, his expression fraught with urgency and distress. Superman landed swiftly, anxiety etched upon his features. Good, you finally arrived. Here I am. Batman sneered coldly. Bruce, please don't do this. Superman, reluctant to resort to violence, pleaded with a tone filled with desperation. He could not bear the thought of harming Batman, and only sought Bruce's assistance. Batman slowly retreated, intending to lure Superman into the trap he had devised. He was unwilling to heed Superman's words, his focus solely on the impending conflict. Observing this, Superman hurriedly followed Batman, urging, I was wrong. You must listen to me. It's Luthor. Suddenly, a high-frequency sonic wave erupted from the machines on either side, striking Superman forcefully. Ah! Superman cried out in agony, the overwhelming impact clouding his vision. Before he could finish his sentence, he stumbled into Batman's trap, subjected to the sonic assault. The air around Superman became distorted. Batman, witnessing this, wore a crooked smirk. Gritting his teeth, Superman bore the pain and grasped the sewer cover beneath him, exerting all his strength to split it in two, using it to shatter the sonic devices on either side. The sound waves finally ceased. You don't understand. Time is running out. Superman spoke urgently, striding toward Batman. The timed explosives near his mother were on the verge of detonation. He had to act swiftly. I understand. Batman replied, though he and Superman were not discussing the same matter. As he spoke, Batman took assertive steps toward Superman. The two stood face to face, mere inches apart. You understand nothing, Superman retorted, desperation swelling within him as he forcefully shoved Batman away. At that moment, the heavy machine guns Batman had strategically placed opened fire. A hail of bullets raining down upon Superman. Instinctively, Superman raised his hand to shield himself, but soon he hovered in midair, his eyes emitting heat vision that instantaneously obliterated the surrounding guns. Then, Superman charged forward, forcefully propelling Batman far away. Batman's body traced a parabolic arc through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. As Batman struggled to rise, Superman was already before him, diving down to pin him, swiftly ascending into the sky. The two pierced through the night, soon reaching the summit of a towering building. Superman slammed Batman onto the rooftop with tremendous force. Batman lay on the ground, breathing heavily, before slowly rising to his feet with an expression of unwavering determination. Stop holding back. If I intended to be serious, you would have ceased to exist long ago. Superman bellowed. In the distance, Han Qiuya and her companions exchanged glances of exasperation. Clark was being excessively tedious. Was this truly necessary for the plot? With so many opportunities to speak, why not get to the point? Han Qiuya grumbled internally. The viewers from both realms in the live broadcast were equally anxious. Ignoring Superman's warning, Batman swiftly retrieved a specially designed smoke bomb from his utility belt and hurled it between them. The smoke rapidly enveloped the area, obscuring their vision. Superman teleported forward, but the thick haze caused him to temporarily lose track of Batman. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Batman seized the opportunity to fire bullets laced with kryptonite powder at Superman. I'm going to join the fray, Fiorella, keep up. Han Kuya exclaimed as she sprang to her feet and soared toward the scene. Chapter 49. Batman. Finally, the advantage is mine. How could I possibly relent? Superman effortlessly caught the bullet Batman had fired at him, a confident smile adorning his face. Yet, in the next moment, bang, the bullet exploded in his palm, releasing a cloud of kryptonite dust. Coughing, Superman immediately lost his footing, bending over in agony and dropping to one knee. Inhale it. Batman's deep voice resonated as he approached Superman, declaring, "This is fear." He coldly regarded the kneeling Superman, devoid of any sympathy. At this moment, Superman was thrown into disarray by the unexpected turn of events. "You are not brave," Batman continued, his tone icily detached. Summoning his resolve, Superman forced himself to rise, defiantly throwing a punch at Batman. Thud! His fist struck Batman's reinforced steel armor, designed specifically for this battle, without inflicting any damage. Under the influence of the kryptonite dust, Superman's strength had diminished to that of an ordinary human. "Humans are the true brave ones," Batman declared, delivering a powerful blow to Superman, officially engaging in combat. The two exchanged punches and kicks, but Batman, clad in his armor, maintained the upper hand, ruthlessly assaulting the kryptonite-affected Superman. Superman endured relentless blows, becoming increasingly disheveled. Eventually, Batman succeeded in knocking Superman to the ground, bending down to hoist his body with both hands and hurling him from the high-rise building. Thud! Superman plummeted from several stories high, crashing to the ground below with a pained scream. Batman swiftly deployed a grappling hook to catch the exterior wall of the building. Descending gradually to the first floor, he retrieved a pre-prepared kryptonite spear and strode towards the writhing Superman, raising his foot to stomp heavily on Superman's chest. Superman's face contorted in agony from the excruciating pain. "You have never been a god. You are not even human," Batman intoned in a low, gravelly voice. Raising the kryptonite spear to carve a deep gash across Superman's face, blood immediately oozing forth. "Even the so-called god bleeds," Batman sneered coldly, lifting the kryptonite spear once more, poised to end Superman's life. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly seized Batman's kryptonite spear. Despite utilizing all his strength, Batman could not pierce downward even slightly. "All right, today's battle ends here," Han Kia said with a casual tone, unperturbed by the chaotic situation. "Batman, Bruce, it is time to cease." At that moment, Tony arrived on the scene, hovering in his suit. "Your Majesty." Fiora also approached, clad in a sleek black battle outfit. The live broadcast captured this moment vividly for the viewers of both realms. Marvel Universe. Upon witnessing Han Kiwia's appearance in the live broadcast, the fanbase of Supergirl erupted with excitement. "Oh, Supergirl has finally appeared. My goodness, she has been gone for so long. We can finally see her again." "I was so worried, thinking something might have happened to her. I always said Supergirl is so powerful, she would never come to harm." "Have you heard about Supergirl's whereabouts? The goddess Supergirl exists in an alternate realm. Is that truly the case?" "Surely you jest." The audience of the live broadcast comprises more than mere fans. Nick Fury has already dispatched his subordinates to investigate, confirming that the location of the broadcast does not correspond to any corner of Earth, but rather, it likely transpires in another parallel universe. Goodness, Supergirl can genuinely traverse different universes. This surely poses a monumental threat to our world, does it not? Nick furrowed his brow. The upper echelons of the U.S. government and military are simultaneously engrossed in this live stream. They are acutely aware that this is not occurring in their own reality, but in an entirely new world. It is astonishing. What if formidable adversaries exploit such interdimensional abilities to invade us? The consequences are unfathomable. I have always warned against provoking Supergirl. Had we previously activated General Ross's plan to capture her, and she fled to another world, who could predict the aftermath? Capture? Are you jesting? Do you not grasp her immense power? We should not rashly attempt to control such formidable beings, for it could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Fortunately, this Supergirl appears to harbor no malice. Otherwise, how would we contend with such a formidable threat? For an entity of this caliber, one wonders if nuclear weapons would even be effective. I believe we should strive to establish contact with her and engage in dialogue to foster her goodwill. What nonsense! We must intensify our efforts to develop mightier weapons to combat external threats. Upon witnessing the moment when Han Shoya appeared on the live broadcast, the high-ranking officials and military leaders in the U.S. lost their composure and decorum in sheer astonishment, engaging in a cacophony of debate. Hydra's Pierce was not at all surprised by the astonishing power exhibited by Supergirl, for he had long prepared himself mentally for her formidable strength. No wonder Supergirl is so powerful. She evidently does not belong to our inferior world and can traverse different cosmic dimensions with ease, Pierce mused. Though he had never encountered Han Shoya, the impact she made on Hydra had already left an indelible mark upon their consciousness. and his understanding of Supergirl's mysterious powers far exceeded that of the average person. Previously, Hydra had secretly obtained a strand of Supergirl Han Shoya's hair in an attempt to unravel the secrets of her superpowers. Yet, even with a specialized saw capable of slicing through diamond, they could not inflict any damage upon her hair. Ultimately, they employed their most potent laser-cutting device, which merely left minuscule traces visible only under a microscope, failing to sever even a single strand. Furthermore, Hydra estimated that Han Shoya's bodily density is at least 2.3 million times that of an ordinary human. Some of our Hydra higher-ups still entertain the delusion of controlling Supergirl, oblivious to the fact that our weapons and abilities pale in comparison to hers. Contending with her is nothing short of a fanciful dream. We have no alternative but to seek a different path. Pierce chuckled at his own predicament, beginning to devise a subsequent strategy against Hydra. Amidst the astonishment of the Marvel heroes, when Han Kiwia intercepted Bruce, just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to Superman, she proclaimed that today's battle would cease here. Upon hearing this, Bruce felt a flicker of anger within, feeling quite indignant. Who does she think she is? What of Supergirl? Does she truly believe I would relent simply because she commanded me to? After exerting such tremendous effort to create kryptonite weaponry, successfully gaining the upper hand over Superman, how could I possibly cease now? Chapter 50. Bruce, the three Kryptonian heroes across from me. I am done, Tony. Cease your idle observations. They do not require your assistance over there. Come here and provide support, Natasha urged as she and Selena, aboard the Blue Flame, made contact with Tony. Understood. I shall be there promptly, Tony replied, abruptly halting his spectators' enthusiasm, activating his Iron Man suit, and soaring towards them. Apologies for the wait. What do you require of me? Tony swiftly arrived at their side, where they found themselves near a dimly lit abode. We must venture in to rescue Superman's mother, Martha. Do you believe our numbers are sufficient? Selena inquired. With Iron Man on our side, there is absolutely no cause for concern, Tony declared with unwavering confidence, adding, 3 of us embarking together seems rather generous to our adversaries. No, not merely 3. There is also me. I am a transformer. At that moment, the Blue Flame silently maneuvered closer. Goodness. You startled me. I did not realize you could move stealthily. It seems you were quite adept at ambush, Bruce mused inwardly. This was an opportune moment to eliminate Superman and eradicate potential future threats. He could not afford to let it slip by. To safeguard humanity's future, he must fulfill his mission to kill Superman. Supergirl, step aside, Bruce intoned in a low, slightly breathless voice, his eyes glimmering with resolve. He contemplated his last kryptonite bullet as a contingency. Should the situation become dire, he could utilize it to severely injure Supergirl. However, there was no need to act hastily. The kryptonite spear still held promise, though Supergirl seemed to have her companions watching from a distance. If he could first drive her away from Superman, he would then have the opportunity to successfully slay Superman with the kryptonite spear, thus completing his mission for the day. Bruce swung the kryptonite spear in a sweeping motion, intending to force Han Kiwia away from Superman and eliminate the obstruction. He believed that, given the Kryptonian's nature, Supergirl would instinctively evade upon sighting the kryptonite. To his astonishment, Han Kiwia stood defiantly, showing no intention of retreat. Han Kiwia, possessing a flawless Kryptonian lineage, remained unyielding and proud. A fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in Bruce's eyes. He surmised that Supergirl had likely misjudged the threat posed by the kryptonite, granting him a window of opportunity. Bruce tightened his grip on the kryptonite spear, focusing intently on delivering a blow that would severely incapacitate Han Kiwia. In the DC World Live broadcast, Han Kiwia's new fans were on edge as they witnessed her remain unfazed by the kryptonite spear. Supergirl dodged. Oh dear. This is the end. A fan anxiously covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. No, Batman, do not harm Supergirl. Another fan cried out in distress. Conversely, those who loathed aliens and supported Batman reveled in the unfolding drama. Well done. Strike again and knock her out. They cheered. Go, Batman. Eliminate these aliens. Earth belongs to humanity. The Superman fans were incensed. Superman is the embodiment of justice. Superman is not even human. Batman is the true champion of justice. Various opinions clashed fervently, with the most intense debates arising from the supporters of Superman and Batman. However, once Han Kia's triumph over Doomsday is broadcasted, she shall ascend to the pinnacle of popularity. Fiora, the remarkable warrior from Krypton, possesses both keen battlefield awareness and swift reflexes. Upon witnessing Batman wielding a kryptonite spear aimed at Queen Han Kia's, she felt an immediate surge of concern and panic, hastily soaring to her rescue. Unbeknownst to her, Han Kia's boasted a flawless Kryptonian lineage. She only understood that kryptonite could diminish the powers of Kryptonians, even leading to their demise. Thus, Fiora rushed forth, exclaiming, Queen, evade. With a valiant effort, she seized the kryptonite spear from Batman's grasp. Though her strength was waning, Fiora summoned her last vestige of energy to snap the lethal spear in two. The moment Fiora shattered the kryptonite spear was broadcasted to the audience, eliciting collective relief among Hankia's fans. She too is a Kryptonian. How splendid, another female superhero has arrived. Dressed in all black, with stockings and a micro-skirt, she exuded a striking presence. The collaboration of these two Kryptonian beauties painted a scene too breathtaking to behold. Ah, we were so close to success. Another Kryptonian has thwarted Batman's plans. How will he proceed? Does he still hold an advantage? The chat room buzzed with fervent discussions, the atmosphere ablaze with excitement. What? Today I must contend with 3 Kryptonians? Bruce felt a twinge of despair within. Fiora, are you alright? Hankia quickly embraced Fiora, astonished by her swift reaction. I am not afraid of kryptonite, she reassured. Your Majesty, take care with the kryptonite. Do not worry for me. Just allow me a moment to recover. Hankia mused. Indeed, fortune favors me. With both of them together, I can ensnare them all with this last kryptonite bullet. Bruce swiftly raised his weapon and fired. Bang! Hankia effortlessly caught the kryptonite bullet in her palm, where it detonated, releasing a cloud of kryptonite powder. The emerald dust enveloped Hankia and Fiora, swirling ominously in the air. Inhale deeply and learn the taste of fear. Bruce sneered with a sense of pride. Hankia intended to maintain a low profile. Yet with Fiora by her side, she felt compelled to protect her. Therefore, she resolved to flaunt her regal authority, to embody the domineering CEO, and to enlighten Fiora on the fact that the Queen fears not kryptonite. Gathering her strength, Hankia inhaled deeply, almost instantaneously drawing in the surrounding kryptonite powder. Her spirit remained unyielding, exhibiting no signs of weakness. Bruce was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that the female superhero had directly inhaled the kryptonite powder, which could diminish or even slay Kryptonians, and appeared completely unscathed. Impossible. This is my meticulously refined high-concentration kryptonite powder. How could you emerge unscathed? Bruce muttered in disbelief. The kryptonite bullets were crafted exquisitely, yet Hankia mused. Perhaps it would be wiser not to forge any more. Instead, why not create a few kryptonite cigarettes for me? With that, she exhaled the kryptonite powder into the sky, a gentle breath sending the particles swirling away, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live broadcast was utterly stunned by the spectacle. Hankia's reputation soared rapidly. Fiora gazed in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Having never witnessed such an imposing queen, she watched as Hankia inhaled and exhaled the kryptonite powder with a formidable grace, her demeanor calm and unflappable, embodying true strength. The queen has indeed grown powerful. How fortunate I am to serve such a remarkable leader. Fiora's eyes shimmered with reverence. Hankia regarded Fiora with satisfaction, recalling moments of relaxation when her own robust physique necessitated Fiora's strength to provide a massage. No other formidable Terminator could achieve the desired effect. Fiora, with her formidable combat prowess and extensive battlefield experience, was an exceptional right hand. Her loyalty and understanding of Hankia's intentions, both on the battlefield and in daily life, allowed for seamless collaboration. Who could resist having such a devoted and capable subordinate? At that moment, Superman Clark staggered to his feet, having digested the effects of the kryptonite powder and begun to regain his strength. Please, help me. Save my mother, Martha. She is still in Lex Luthor's grasp. Panic struck Bruce as he realized that Superman was recovering his powers. Now, he would have to confront 3 Kryptonian supermen unarmed. Wait, did he just mention the name Martha? Bruce's heart sank as he recalled that his own mother shared the same name. Chapter 51. Bruce. I am not disturbing. I am here to save. Upon hearing Clark utter the name Martha, Bruce was suddenly reminded of his deceased mother, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. He exclaimed, "Why do you mention that name? It belongs to my mother." At that moment, Clark's girlfriend, Lois, hurried over to provide an explanation. Hankia interjected coolly, "Clark, you destroyed my drone earlier." Clark, in a state of urgency, replied, "I'm sorry. I didn't know it was yours. I will compensate you, but my mother is trapped with a time bomb ready to explode. Please, you must help me save her." Bruce, momentarily composed, felt a pang of compassion for a woman sharing the same name as his late mother. He quickly inquired, "Where is your mother trapped? I shall go rescue her." He realized that Superman's mother was also human, and that Superman must care for her deeply, just as he did for his own. This understanding diminished his previous animosity towards Superman, significantly reducing the hostility in his heart. "I have already sent someone to rescue her. My companions are on their way," Hankia stated. She had directed Blue Fire and others to execute the rescue mission upon her arrival. "Superman, you must also compensate for the damages to my vehicle," Bruce added, seeking to align himself with Hankia. He was taken aback by her fearless demeanor in the presence of kryptonite and had no inclination to oppose her. Clark, feeling troubled, replied, "I sincerely apologize. I am currently facing financial difficulties." Once I save enough, I will certainly compensate you. Han Kuya rolled her eyes, thinking to herself. Given your salary at the Daily Planet, how long will it take you to afford the damages to the Batmobile? It was Lex Luthor's scheme to pit you two against each other. He threatened Clark's mother, forcing him to come here. Lois interjected to clarify. At that moment, Bruce began to worry that Han Kuya's companions might lack the strength to rescue Clark's mother successfully, and he felt compelled to assist. Simultaneously, he feared that Han Kuya might still seek to fight him, which could cost him dearly. He had no desire to confront this fearless female superhero directly. Seizing the opportunity to extricate himself from the situation, Bruce declared, I am concerned that your companions cannot handle Luthor's minions. I will go to assist. With that, he swiftly turned and departed. Your Majesty, he is being cunning and trying to escape. Should we pursue him? Fiora remarked, somewhat indignantly, still feeling the lingering effects of the kryptonite. Let it be. There is a misunderstanding at play this time. I hope he chooses wisely next time, Han Kuya replied contemplatively. At that moment, she recalled the world of the Flash movie she had visited previously, where the Batman of that universe, devoid of a no-kill principle, had vanquished Gotham's criminals, transforming it into the safest city in the world and achieving feats that all other Batmans had failed to accomplish. She pondered the fate of Supergirl Kara in that world and the Kryptonian army, thinking she should find time to visit them. Bruce hastily ran to pilot his Batplane. Alfred, please help me locate Clark's mother. Seeing that Han Kuya did not pursue him, he let out a sigh of relief. It appears that the character of the female superhero is quite commendable. His previous biases against Kryptonian superheroes had been excessively strong. The old butler Alfred replied, I apologize for eavesdropping on your conversation, but I was prepared. I have located Martha's whereabouts, pinpointing a house near the port. I do not deserve your kindness. Alfred, I was too impulsive regarding the matter of Superman, Bruce admitted with a hint of guilt. That Kryptonian spacecraft is siphoning the city's electricity. It must be Luthor's doing. Lois expressed her concern to Clark. I shall confront Luthor. He must be brought to justice, Clark declared before soaring into the sky. This left only Han Kuya and Fiorella at the scene. System. Can the various pieces of equipment I purchased previously utilize reputation points for upgrades and the addition of new functionalities? Han Kuya pondered, contemplating enhancing the nanosuit on Fiorella to resist kryptonite radiation, hoping it could mitigate most of the kryptonite's effects. I regret to inform you, host, that due to the current system level, equipment upgrades cannot be performed at this time. However, after you defeat Doomsday, the system will be capable of upgrading, at which point the upgrade functionality will be unlocked, allowing you to enhance the items you have already purchased as needed, the system responded. At that moment, Lois, with a glint of inspiration, stealthily approached and seized the broken kryptonite spear, hurling it far away. Naturally, both Han Kuya and Fiorella observed this, but chose not to comment. Fiorella, how much do you know about that Kryptonian monster, Doomsday? Han Kuya inquired curiously, noting that Fiorella had seemingly recovered from the effects of kryptonite. Truly a testament to her formidable warrior genes. These individuals are exceedingly weak. How dare Luthor use Superman's mother as leverage against him? Tony remarked. By this point, they had effortlessly dealt with this batch of foes and successfully rescued Martha. Had it not been for their caution and the time spent assessing the enemy's situation, they might have concluded the rescue even more swiftly. Blue Fire, why did you yell out during your ambush and then blast someone away, thus exposing our position? Natasha reproached. I thought it would create a more imposing presence, more impactful. Against these minor adversaries, I had no fear of being discovered, Blue Fire replied in his robotic form. Blue Fire, do you behave like that in front of your beautiful mistress as well? Selena teased. Just then, a voice called out, who goes there? Natasha, ever vigilant, turned sharply and raised her weapon. Everyone's gaze shifted toward that direction. Show yourself. Tony raised his palm cannon. It is I, Batman. Bruce emerged from the shadows, his cape billowing behind him. I have come to rescue Martha. Ah, it is you, Bruce, Selena replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. Observing their reactions, Bruce felt a twinge of frustration. Did everyone now know that Bruce was Batman? Bruce, you have arrived late. We have successfully rescued Clark's mother, spoke Blue Flame. In Bruce's mind, he pondered, what manner of talking robot is this? What day is it that I encounter so many peculiarities? Have my previous calculations regarding Superman led to this turmoil in my mind? Indeed, my thoughts are weary today. It seems I must take a moment to rest. Martha, just saved by the group, was still somewhat shaken. After a brief moment to steady her breathing, she gradually regained her composure and sincerely addressed everyone. Thank you so much for saving me. Her voice trembled slightly, yet her face radiated a grateful smile. She looked at the group and expressed her heartfelt thanks. No need for thanks. It was but a small effort, they replied. Bruce, eager to speak, found himself at a loss for how to introduce himself. After a brief hesitation, he said, I am a friend of your son. I can tell. "You must surely be a friend of Clark's, considering you two wear a cape," Martha said with a gentle smile, her tone imbued with warmth. Chapter 52. The Resurrection of Doomsday. At the scene of the battle against Doomsday, Han Kiya and Fiora engaged in a spirited conversation high above, awaiting the resurrection of this formidable creature. Fiora, her brow furrowed with concern, expressed, "My queen, we must act swiftly to neutralize Doomsday. It possesses the terrifying ability to absorb energy and grow increasingly powerful." Her heart was heavy with unease, for Doomsday had once been the harbinger of nightmares for the Kryptonians. In stark contrast, Han Kiya exuded confidence and ease, stating, "As long as it fears kryptonite, we shall prevail." Surrounding the perimeter, a multitude of police officers and heavily armed personnel had cordoned off the area, creating an impenetrable barrier. Yet, they remained on the outskirts, wary of entering this perilous zone. Journalists from various media outlets had also descended upon the scene, reporting with palpable tension. An enthusiastic female reporter conveyed the gravity of the situation. "We are positioned at the outer perimeter of the control center. The situation is extremely perilous, with military and police forces surrounding the area." Suddenly, a sonic boom reverberated through the air as Clark descended from the heavens like a streak of red and blue light, piercing through the hull of the Kryptonian spacecraft. Inside, he beheld Lex Luthor in the cockpit. Luthor's expression briefly flickered with surprise, only to be replaced by his characteristic smug grin. He snapped his fingers dramatically and remarked, "You're late, little rabbit. There are 40 seconds until activation." The cold, mechanical voice of the ship's computer echoed the countdown. Clark paid no heed to the voice, resolutely striding towards Luthor. "You're out of options, and time is running out. You still lack the head of a bat," Luthor retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice as he gestured animatedly, brimming with arrogance. Ding! Luthor's phone rang abruptly. "Oh, just a moment. The chef is calling," he said, stepping aside to answer the call, intending to orchestrate the assassination of Clark's mother, Martha. Gotham barbecue, well done." Luthor's malicious smile and flippant tone belied the sinister order he was giving to have Martha burned alive. Clark regarded Luthor with a cold gaze, shrugging his shoulders, the joints emitting a faint crack. He fought to suppress the urge to retaliate. He believed that Supergirl's allies and Batman had already rescued his mother. Yet he still yearned to hear the conversation to confirm her safety. A cough was clearly audible on the other end of the line. It was Tony who picked up the phone. "Give our Superman some bad news," Luthor instructed, mistakenly assuming it was his subordinate on the line. Tony glanced at Bruce before handing him the phone. "Batman, you take it from here," he urged. "We prefer to handle this face-to-face. Just wait and see." Bruce's voice was steady and resolute as he received the call. Luthor was taken aback by this response, his smile fading and his expression darkening. At that moment, Clark finally spoke, his tone grave. "You have lost." "I do not comprehend how I could lose," Luthor mused, contemplating his final gambit. A glint of cunning flashing across his face. Unbeknownst to Clark, within the spacecraft, Doomsday was on the verge of resurrection. "You will learn," Luthor replied, his sarcasm palpable. "I will learn? Huh." Luthor raised his voice, pointing at Clark with a serious tone. "I harbor no hatred for any sinner. My animosity lies solely with evil itself. And you, my friend, Kryptonian, embody that malevolence." With fervor gleaming in his eyes, Luthor strode towards Clark. "I cannot allow you to prevail. I granted that bat the opportunity to fight, yet he proved insufficiently strong." Luthor's voice grew louder. "Therefore, if humanity cannot vanquish you, this false god," Luthor nearly roared, "then let the true devil take over." After uttering these words, Luthor glared menacingly at Clark. At that moment, the countdown for the resurrection of Doomsday reached completion, humming to life. A powerful surge of electricity was instantaneously drawn into the vessel's apparatus, plunging the surrounding skyscrapers into darkness. And Gotham was enveloped in shadow. Immediately, a television station initiated urgent coverage. "Gotham has succumbed to darkness, with widespread power outages reported from the north to the northwest. It is rumored that the FBI is investigating whether this is part of a larger-scale terrorist attack." Luthor advanced towards the still-forming Doomsday, fervently proclaiming, "Ancient abomination of Krypton, arise with my blood." He raised his hand, revealing a bleeding wound, as the figure of Doomsday rapidly took shape within the incubation pod. Witnessing this scene, Luthor turned to Clark, speaking with almost palpable hatred. "It was born to annihilate you. It is your Doomsday." Doomsday stood, unleashing a deafening roar towards the heavens. As the presence of Doomsday washed over him, Clark's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The colossal form of Doomsday approached, lowering its gaze upon Luthor. "Now the god is doomed." Luthor laughed, still immersed in the thrill of believing he could control this formidable Kryptonian beast. Roar! Doomsday suddenly opened its massive jaws, emitting a thunderous bellow towards Luthor. The force of the roar sent Luthor's long hair flying. Startled, Luthor quickly raised his head. closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide, as if welcoming the spring breeze. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that, despite resurrecting Doomsday with his own flesh and blood, the creature would not heed his commands. Clark watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Doomsday swung its massive arms down upon the ground, creating a resounding crash. Then it unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Luther. Luther opened his eyes, his face turning pale, instinctively raising his hands to shield his head as he spun away. Observing this, Clark swiftly flew forward, intercepting Doomsday's strike, which could have been lethal to Luther. Meanwhile, Tony and the others were hastily approaching. Bruce piloted the latest upgraded Batwing, gliding through the sky nearly silently. The blue flames morphed into a small fighter jet carrying Natasha and Selina. Tony, donning his Iron Man suit, flew at the center, flanking the two aircraft. Bruce furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the previously machine-like plane and the Crimson Iron Man. Who are these individuals? Bruce was beset by numerous questions. He had pushed the Batmobile to its maximum speed, yet the nearby small fighter jet and the figure clad in red iron effortlessly matched his pace. This was a clear indication that the Batmobile was not the fastest vehicle present. They had deliberately slowed down to accommodate him. Bruce felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He had never encountered these individuals before, especially the one adorned in the flamboyant red armored suit. Such a bold and ostentatious persona should not have gone unnoticed. However, apart from Selina, he could find no information about them in this world. I must ascertain their identities. Bruce clenched his fists inwardly, but the immediate priority was to address the situation at hand. I can conduct my inquiries later. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the transforming steel. Is something amiss? Han Chioi's live stream had abruptly halted, and I felt a twinge of concern. Natasha remarked, her brow furrowed. She is incredibly powerful. There shouldn't be any significant issues. Selina replied, though her expression also reflected a hint of worry. In truth, Han Chioi had merely paused the stream to conserve some points. Blue Flame, why not use your powerful speakers to play some onboard music and lighten the atmosphere? Suggested Tony, who was flying nearby. The group maintained constant communication through their internal voice chat. Tony was not particularly anxious. He believed that no one could surpass Wonder Woman in strength. Tony, you truly are a bore. Natasha shot him a glance. No problem. I'll play a track that came pre-installed when I was manufactured. Blue Flame decisively agreed with Tony's suggestion. Hello, fellow producers. I am here to practice for. Chapter 53. The inept allies. The sound system of Blue Fire reverberated loudly, the melody echoing through the night sky. Suddenly, an unexpected song interrupted Bruce's train of thought. What is happening? Why is there music playing? Jarvis, please translate the lyrics. Tony instructed. Sir, this is a Chinese song titled You Are Too Beautiful, Jarvis responded, translating the lyrics in tune with the music. Blue Fire, what is this? Turn it off, please. Selina interjected, unable to contain herself. All right, I'll turn it off immediately. Blue Fire quickly ceased the music. Send me this song, Blue Fire, Tony muttered. I must investigate this further when I return. It must be a favorite of Supergirl. If Han Chiyo were present, she would surely express her disbelief, as she had no idea that Blue Fire possessed such a song. All right, it's sent, Blue Fire replied. There was considerable commotion ahead. A battle was unfolding. Let us hurry. Go. Tony and Blue Fire accelerated, leaving the Batmobile in their wake. Bruce felt disheartened. My Batmobile is so outdated. It needs an upgrade. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Chiyo had activated the interdimensional live stream. The live stream has begun. Viewers were fervently discussing the unfolding events. Oh my, that creature looks terrifying. Even larger than the Hulk. Superman's attacks seem ineffective against it. He needs his allies' support. Where's Batman? He should come to help. What a riot. Batman just intended to take down Superman. Could they possibly become allies now? Clark and Doomsday exchanged blows, battling from within the spacecraft to outside. Doomsday seized Clark's leg and forcefully hurled him against the Superman statue. With a resounding crash, Clark's statue shattered under his own weight, sending him flying far away due to the inertia. The immense power of Doomsday was evident. After watching for a while, Han Chiyo noted that the battlefield was moving further away and flew to Clark's side, appearing on the live stream. Clark, draw it to an uninhabited area. This creature will obliterate everything in sight. The sight of Han Chiyo thrilled the viewers in the Marvel live stream. Oh yes, Supergirl has finally arrived. The strongest force in the universe is here. I've set up my seat, ready to relish the goddess-esque battle. I wonder how much stronger she has become. Can she defeat me with a single punch? Are you joking? I reckon Supergirl could now annihilate an entire city with one blow. In the Marvel Universe. Upon witnessing Han Chiyo's appearance, few harbored doubts about her ability to prevail. Conversely, in the DC Universe, the majority remained unaware of her true strength, leading to a more pessimistic outlook. Wonderful. The mightiest Superman now has a Supergirl ally. They will surely vanquish that monster. However, this monstrous entity had previously overpowered Superman. What purpose could the arrival of this female superhero serve? I dare say, she might be even more formidable, as the kryptonite that instills fear in Superman holds no sway over her. Some enthusiasts of the DC universe began to engage in discussions regarding the comparative strengths of the two. Clark wholeheartedly endorsed Han Keyes' proposal and prepared to ascend and lure Doomsday away from the densely populated urban area to an uninhabited zone. All right, I trust your judgment. In your introductory video, your prowess far exceeds mine. I sincerely hope that is indeed the case, and that we can successfully vanquish this terrifying creature, preventing it from wreaking havoc upon the world. At that moment, unexpectedly, the U.S. military arrived in droves, accompanied by numerous helicopters, unleashing a barrage of missiles towards Doomsday. However, such an onslaught was akin to a mere tickle for Doomsday. Not only did it prove ineffective, but he absorbed the energy to further evolve. Enraged, Doomsday let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a wave of potent energy from within, sending a tremendous shockwave rippling outward, which was utterly terrifying. Surrounding structures and skyscrapers trembled precariously from this surge of energy. Evidently, Doomsday had fortified himself by absorbing the force of the attacks. Observing this, Clark felt a pang of dread. It seemed as if the creature's strength had intensified. Just as he contemplated soaring into action, he noticed Han Keyes had already darted forward. The U.S. military truly is a bunch of inept allies. After hastily zipping past, Han Keyes clenched her fist, channeling all her energy into a single, devastating blow, striking Doomsday with tremendous force. A cataclysmic sound echoed as Doomsday was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. From a distance, Wonder Woman paused in her advance to offer support, taken aback by the magnitude of Han Keyes' strike. That was quite the commotion. Tony and Blue Flame arrived, perched atop a skyscraper, observing the chaotic battlefield. Selina and Miss Natasha, let us refrain from participating in such a fierce confrontation. We shall watch from a distance, Blue Flame suggested, releasing the two women from the cockpit. Very well, you may remain here. But I am Iron Man, clad in my armored suit, and I must provide assistance, Tony declared, and without waiting for a response, he soared into the fray. The Batwing swiftly followed suit. What on earth is transpiring over there? Alfred, Bruce, piloting the Batwing, surveyed the distant explosions and the relentless energy shockwaves, clearly indicating a significant incident was unfolding. The two maintained communication via voice link. Phew. Alfred took a deep breath. How should I put this? I've never witnessed such a spectacle. Can you elaborate? Bruce inquired, frowning. The intensity of the battle surpasses all expectations. Featuring an enormous monster, Alfred recounted everything he had witnessed. Doomsday's vitality was astonishingly resilient. After being struck and sent crashing by Han Keyes, he immediately rose, seizing a hefty chunk of reinforced concrete and hurling it towards a military helicopter that was approaching for support. Clark, with his keen eyes and swift reflexes, darted over to shield the helicopter from imminent attack. Maintain your distance. Do not approach to assist. I wish to focus on combat without the distraction of safeguarding you, he called out to the helicopter. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears as a barrage of heavy weaponry, shells, and missiles continued to rain down upon the Doomsday. At that moment, Han Keyes soared through the air, confronting the Doomsday with a powerful right hook aimed at its abdomen. A thunderous impact reverberated as the Doomsday was sent spiraling into the sky. Han Keyes, as swift as lightning, pursued it relentlessly. As the Doomsday rolled in midair, not yet reaching its apex, Han Keyes ascended above it, descending rapidly to deliver a staggering kick to its back. With a resounding crash, the Doomsday plummeted earthward like a meteor, crashing into the ground and sending up plumes of dust. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have defeated the Doomsday and earned 40,000 points. Han Keyes paused, astonished. Could the Doomsday repeatedly generate points? The Doomsday, clearly struggling to withstand Han Keyes' onslaught, found itself overwhelmed. Her strikes were delivered with such speed and force that its absorption rate could not keep pace with her relentless output. Han Keyes' formidable assault soon rendered it powerless. However, given a moment to recuperate, it could regain strength and become even more formidable. The Doomsday staggered back to its feet. Observing this, the U.S. military aircraft commenced a new wave of bombardment, providing it with a surge of energy. High explosive shells and missiles struck the Doomsday in rapid succession. It howled skyward, greedily absorbing the renewed onslaught of power, its strength escalating once more. At the U.S. Military Command Center, the President stated, the nuclear launch button is primed and ready for immediate deployment. Chapter 54. The nuclear bomb strikes. The entity known as Doomsday had significantly increased in size after absorbing the relentless assaults from the American military, appearing even more formidable and terrifying. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a cry filled with rage and ferocity, emanating powerful energy waves that sent debris from the surrounding ruins flying. The situation looked dire as it rose once more. Tony, soaring through the skies, furrowed his brow. Take this. He elevated his palm cannon and unleashed a potent laser aimed directly at Doomsday. However, the beam merely grazed its surface, failing to inflict any damage. As Doomsday absorbed the energy effortlessly, drawn by Tony's presence, Doomsday turned its gaze towards him and surged skyward with astonishing speed. In a swift motion, it seized Tony, dragging him downward. Damn it, its strength is immense. Tony urgently activated his thrusters in an attempt to free himself from its grasp. As Doomsday prepared to rend him apart, Han Qiuya darted in, delivering a powerful punch to its head. Stunned, Doomsday finally relinquished its hold on Tony, plummeting from the sky. Thank you. That's the nth time you've saved me, Tony managed as he stabilized his armor, hovering in midair beside Han Qiuya. Tony, refrain from using your weapons against it. It can absorb all forms of energy, and conventional methods are futile, Han Qiuya cautioned, hovering beside him. Your Majesty. Fiora also arrived on the scene. On the ground, Doomsday bellowed once more, its roar echoing ominously. Superman Clark observed that numerous American helicopters remained perilously close to Doomsday, unwilling to retreat. He realized they would hinder the battle against the creature. Should Doomsday retaliate, he would be forced to divert his attention to rescue the oblivious military personnel. Furthermore, nearby residential areas posed a grave risk. Any crossfire could have catastrophic consequences for innocent civilians. It was imperative to relocate the battlefield. Without time to persuade them further, Superman swiftly darted to Doomsday's rear, taking advantage of its dazed state from Han Qiuya's strike. With remarkable speed, he lifted Doomsday high into the air, ascending rapidly. I must take it to a secure location, far from any populace. Superman thought resolutely. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, he continued to accelerate, aiming to breach the atmosphere with Doomsday in tow. At the military command center, a female officer monitoring the screens exclaimed, "Look, they're leaving the city. It appears Superman intends to take it into space. We can launch a nuclear strike now, Mr. President." A gray-haired officer remarked after glancing at the screen. "No, not yet. Are you insane?" Another voice interjected. "They are high enough. We can strike with the nuclear bomb without causing any casualties." "Sir," the officer insisted. "There will be one casualty." "Mr. President, Superman," replied the Martian manhunter, disguised as a human in formal attire. The command center fell silent for a brief moment. At that moment, Superman had already transported Doomsday into the vastness of space. Doomsday is entangled with Superman in the cosmic expanse. "May God have mercy on us all," the president declared as he issued the command. The key has been inserted. The nuclear missile, Redbird, is ready for launch. "Commander, fire. 3, 2, 1. The mechanical voice of the countdown concluded, and the nuclear missile soared from the launch silo, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. "Jarvis, what is happening?" Tony exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the brilliant light above. "Sir, they have launched a nuclear missile towards Superman and Doomsday in space." Jarvis's voice echoed within the armor. "Such is the nature of the United States across every world, relishing the opportunity to strike at allies," commented Han Qiuya. "But doesn't Doomsday absorb any energy to grow stronger? If it truly absorbs the energy of the nuclear missile?" Tony frowned. "If all goes as expected, yes," Fiona replied from the side. "System, display my personal panel. Host name, Han Qiuya. Height, 178 centimeters. Points, 628, 600. Reputation, 4, 99,999 billion. Body density, 6, 2 million times that of an ordinary person. Weight on Earth, using biofield 60 kilograms. Flight speed, 1832 Mach. Current abilities, iron body, super strength, super hearing, supervision, super mentality, super brain, super speed, super endurance, super healing, flight, biofield, heat vision, ice breath, mastery of magic, X-ray vision, etc. System, didn't you say that after upgrading, I could acquire the abilities of defeated enemies at a discounted price? Han Qiuya pondered internally. You previously counted my defeat of Doomsday, granting me additional points. Although her current strength was sufficient to vanquish Doomsday, the more skill she possessed, the stronger she would become. Indeed, host, the system responded. Doomsday possesses the super skill of absorbing various energies for evolution. However, since you have defeated it once, you are now eligible for a 50 discount. The virtual interface of the system shop immediately switched. Displaying. Energy absorption discounted price, enhanced version, 5 billion reputation points standard version, 2 billion reputation points cut version, 500 million reputation points. As her videos continued to attract viewers, Han Qiuya's reputation steadily increased. She glanced at her current reputation balance, which had risen slightly to 5 billion, just enough to cover the discounted price of the enhanced version. System, is there a significant difference among the three versions? The distinctions are considerable. The cut version can only absorb a limited amount of attacks, while the standard version possesses abilities equivalent to Doomsday. As for the enhanced version, it is akin to a cheat. Not only can it absorb nuclear energy, but it can also freely assimilate energy from the dark dimension. The dark dimension, that energy source of Dormammu. Very well, I shall purchase the enhanced version now. Han Kuya resolutely chose to proceed with the purchase. Ding, purchase successful, the system's notification chimed. I shall now test the power of this new skill. Having spoken, Han Kuya summoned all her strength, activating her super speed as she shot into outer space. Eagerly yearning to personally experience the sensation of absorbing such immense energy with her newfound abilities. System, the regenerative capability of Wolverine that I purchased previously. Is it not also an auxiliary version? Will it alleviate the pain from injuries? Han Kuya inquired amid her flight. Indeed, host, the system replied, seemingly with a hint of exasperation. You are exceedingly cautious. With your current prowess as a female superhero, even a nuclear bomb poses no threat. You could easily manage without these enhancements. I simply relish the assurance of being completely secure, Han Kuya retorted. With the auxiliary regenerative ability as my support, I can more confidently absorb the energy from this nuclear bomb. Moreover, in the movies, when Superman endured a nuclear blast, he fainted from the pain. I certainly do not wish to experience anything akin to that. Chapter 55. The surge of prestige. Han Kuya swiftly caught up with the nuclear missile, maintaining equal speed as they flew side by side for several seconds. The live broadcast captured a close-up of the missile, leaving the people of the DC universe in awe. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly a nuclear missile? Is this battle escalating into a nuclear war? If it indeed is a nuclear missile, it is of little concern, as it has ascended to a considerable altitude. The United States intends to eradicate that monstrous being with this missile, yet they have overlooked the presence of Superman. How dreadful it is that even the guardian of the world, Superman, is to be eliminated alongside it. What will become of Superman? What can be done? An extraterrestrial being now faces humanity's most formidable weapon, destined for annihilation alongside the monster. I have faith that Superman can endure. Wonder Woman has also come to his aid. I hope she can withstand the onslaught. The majority believe that the nuclear missile will effortlessly obliterate Doomsday, while some argue that the world does not require Superman, as humanity's nuclear arsenal is sufficient to vanquish any adversary. The audience from the Marvel Universe was equally astounded. A nuclear missile? Oh heavens! How terrifying would it be if it detonates? This is profoundly unjust for that Superman. The goddess has come to rescue him. I trust in her strength. The American government in their world has actually launched a nuclear missile into space towards Superman and the monster. Have they lost their minds? At that moment, Natasha and Selena, watching through Blue Fire's live projection, witnessed this alarming scene. The superheroes are engaged in battle while they are being stabbed in the back. Natasha stared at the screen, her hands instinctively clenching into fists. Selena, having grown up in America and frequently exposed to its darker sides, was not in the least surprised by the government's actions. Upon grasping the situation, she flew over, fully aware of her intentions. With concern, Selena remarked, given my current strength, it should not pose a significant problem, right? As she spoke, she unconsciously tapped her fingers against her thigh, attempting to appear calm and composed, yet her anxiety was palpable. Selena looked up at Natasha, hoping to receive an affirming response from her face. After a moment's contemplation, Natasha's expression revealed a hint of uncertainty. Yet she endeavored to sound reassuring. It should be fine. We can only place our trust in her. Compared to her, our abilities are woefully inadequate. We can hardly assist her. In the vicinity of the atmosphere, Clark was taken aback upon seeing Han Kuya approach, followed closely by a nuclear missile. He waved frantically at her, exclaiming, "Get away from here, quickly." His face was etched with urgency. Although the air was thin near the atmosphere, impairing sound transmission, communication posed no issue for the two with super hearing. Upon finishing his plea, Clark tightened his grip around the struggling Doomsday, locking his arms around its neck to prevent it from evading the missile strike. He assessed that the missile's power was formidable, and whether he could withstand it remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he had resolved to sacrifice himself to avert this crisis. The thought cast a grave expression upon Clark's face, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. He understood that this might be his final battle, yet he felt no regret. If it meant vanquishing the creature known as Doomsday and safeguarding the Earth, he would willingly sacrifice his life. Doomsday writhed desperately, attempting to break free from Clark's grasp, but Clark gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to hold it tight. After a fierce stalemate with Doomsday, Clark ultimately succeeded in ensnaring it on the trajectory of the nuclear missile, thus preparing to confront the impending moment. Go. Return home. Clark called out to Han Kuya, his eyes filled with reluctance and sorrow. However, Han Kuya did not retreat. Instead, she swiftly soared to Clark's side. With determination, she unleashed a powerful strike to the sides of Doomsday's head, producing a resounding thud that echoed even in the thin atmosphere. Stunned and disoriented, Doomsday's struggles diminished, granting Clark a moment of respite. Do not worry. I shall share the burden of the nuclear explosion with you. It is merely a nuclear missile. A trivial matter for a Kryptonian, Han Kiya reassured Clark. The missile was now perilously close. Very well. I hope your words ring true, Clark replied. Seeing Han Kiya's refusal to leave. I am Superman. Allow me to take the lead. You stay behind me. Without a word, Han Kiya pried Clark's arms from Doomsday's head. Utilizing her biofield, she expanded the range of her punch, striking Clark and propelling him away from the nuclear missile. Simultaneously, her biofield firmly restrained Doomsday, preparing to endure the impact of the nuclear explosion alone. Once Doomsday absorbed the nuclear blast, she would be able to defeat it again, earning greater rewards from the system. Clark, now thrown aside, watched in disbelief as the events unfolded. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live broadcast erupted in a frenzy. A minority, holding opposing views, reveled in the thought that the two Kryptonian heroes were doomed. Excellent. Let humanity's most formidable weapon, the nuclear bomb, eliminate these so-called heroes, they sneered. Han Kiya's fans, witnessing her solitary stand against the monster, clasped their hands anxiously, some covering their mouths in tears, exclaiming, "Oh my God." Others shouted encouragement. "Go, goddess. You can do it." May the female superhero return safely. Despite their concerns, some expressed faith in Han Kiya's strength, reassuring those around them. Do not worry. The female superhero can withstand it. Supporters of the superheroes vehemently condemned the actions of the United States, arguing that they should not launch a nuclear missile against the heroes battling for their lives. The government has acted foolishly. While the heroes fight, what are you doing? Han Kiya's reputation soared rapidly. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 76 reputation points from Bruce Wayne. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 84 reputation points from Diana Prince. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 88 prestige points from Selena. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 90 prestige points from Stanley. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 88 prestige points from Michael. Ding. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the atmosphere as a nuclear bomb detonated high above the Earth. The bomb had exploded. At that moment, the Batplane, piloted by Batman, was soaring beneath the Jiang River Bridge. Inside the aircraft, Bruce Wayne gazed upward at the colossal mushroom cloud, his eyes reflecting terror as he murmured, "My God." Residents in the vicinity emerged from their homes or leaned out of their windows, staring in awe at the immense, brilliant light of the nuclear explosion illuminating the night sky. The darkness was instantly transformed into a brightness akin to day. Expressions of shock and fear adorned the faces of the onlookers, and for a fleeting moment, the area fell into a profound silence, save for the lingering echoes of the explosion. All eyes were riveted on the dazzling point of the nuclear blast in the heavens. Shortly thereafter, a fiery object, resembling a meteor, streaked through the sky at an astonishing speed, creating a sonic boom. It then plummeted to the ground, causing a tremendous tremor. With a resounding crash, the earth shuddered, and the surrounding soil was sent flying. That blazing descent heralded the arrival of Doomsday. Chapter 56, Nuclear Explosion? Cells, engage. The detonation of the nuclear bomb occurred mere inches from Han Kiya's position. Remarkably, this catastrophic explosion, potent enough to annihilate an entire city, inflicted no harm upon her. Gently closing her eyes, Han Kiya relaxed, savoring the abundant energy surrounding her. Consuming the energy of a nuclear explosion was, indeed, a delightful experience for her. The intense heat and radiation generated by the blast enveloped her like a warm wave, caressing her form. She felt every cell in her body rejoicing, eagerly absorbing this formidable energy in a three-step process. Step 1. Engage. The spherical nuclei actively receive the energy, bracing for the impact. Step 2. Transform. The nuclei reshape themselves, converting the energy into elastic potential. Step 3. Release. The nuclei swiftly reverted to their original shapes, converting and evenly distributing the energy throughout, fortifying the cells in the process. The vast nuclear energy within Han Kiya's was continuously transformed, akin to the gentle spring rain nourishing the earth, becoming a precious source of sustenance for her body. Simultaneously, the sun crested the horizon, casting its rays upon her. The light resonated with her cells, igniting a profound energy within. With her eyes softly closed and her head slightly tilted back, Han Kiya reveled in the dual ecstasy bestowed by the nuclear explosion and the sun. She felt the power coalescing within her, expanding like a vortex. Each cell in her being surged with strength, as if ready to emit a dazzling radiance. Meanwhile, in the distance, Superman Clark floated near the atmosphere. Due to his distance from the epicenter, he did not succumb to unconsciousness as depicted in films. However, the explosion rendered him extraordinarily weak, compelling him to close his eyes and drift towards slumber. Yet, as the sun's brilliance enveloped him, he sensed the resurgence of strength within. He could hear his cells rejoicing, yearning for more sunlight like sunflowers in bloom. Clark slowly opened his eyes, feeling the sunlight causing his eyelashes to flutter. He gradually unfurled his palms, relishing the warmth of the sun's rays. Utilizing his supervision to gaze towards the explosion site, he discovered Han Kia's unscathed, seemingly reveling in the absorption of energy. Feeling reassured, Clark regained some of his strength and swiftly flew towards Han Kia's. "Are you all right?" "It was merely a nuclear bomb," he inquired. "I am perfectly fine," Han Kia's replied, her eyes sparkling with vitality. The powerful energy emanating from her astonished Clark. "It seems you can absorb the energy from a nuclear explosion? That's impressive. Kryptonians typically lack such an ability. I am extraordinary, possessing the perfect Kryptonian bloodline, which you may not have heard of," she proclaimed. "I grew up on Earth, so I wasn't well acquainted with this. Today, I've certainly learned something new." After speaking, Clark activated his supervision to search for Doomsday. Alas, though struck by the nuclear blast and plummeting to the ground, it has not perished and appears to have absorbed the energy from the explosion. Contentedly adjusting her posture, Han Kia's fully digested the immense energy she had just acquired. Together with Clark, she hovered in the atmosphere, basking in the sunlight, her strength continually amplifying. "Do not worry, for Wonder Woman is here. She is a demigoddess capable of delaying it for a time. Let us take a moment to recover before we proceed to the final confrontation," Han Kia remarked. Casting an appreciative glance at the sunlight sweeping across the horizon, the sun on the horizon truly presents a splendid sight. Clark, puzzled, inquired, "Wonder Woman? System, report the data. What is my flight speed?" Host, Han Kia flight speed, 3826 Mach, 1301, 99 kilometers per second. Excellent. I can return to the ground in less than a second. At the military command center, the first projectile impacted the ground. A female officer fixated on the screen, observing a red, descending to a location on the map, situated in the eastern part of the metropolis, uninhabited. The second and third projectiles. She furrowed her brow at the two other stationary points on the screen, pausing briefly before solemnly stating, "No obvious signs of re-entry into the atmosphere." "Who are the second and third?" The president's voice resonated through the communication device, heard by all in the command center. "They are two Kryptonian superhumans, Mr. President. Supergirl and Superman," the Martian Manhunter replied in a low tone, his brow furrowed. He contemplated whether to intervene against Doomsday, yet he knew he could not contend with such a monster. "Sir, it is moving," a military officer exclaimed. On the screen, the red dot representing Doomsday was indeed in motion. The live broadcast displayed the image of Doomsday, who was engulfed in electrical sparks, roaring ferociously while violently tearing at its own skin. Beneath its skin, bone structures could be seen rapidly regenerating, soon breaking through the surface to form terrifying bone spikes. Simultaneously, a chilling yellow lightning radiated from its body, accompanied by a thunderous sound that crushed and spread outward. Clearly, it had absorbed the energy from the nuclear explosion, completing a new phase of evolution and had increased in size yet again. Witnessing the scene, the audience across both realms was left dumbfounded. How is this monster so resilient? It seems to have evolved. Nuclear weapons have no effect on it. What shall we do? Quickly, summon Superman to eradicate it. Superman was betrayed and stabbed in the back by humanity. Will Supergirl be safe? Thankfully, this dreadful monster is not in our world. Doomsday, with its brutal disposition and relentless nature, would annihilate everything in its path. If left unchecked upon the earth, it would continue its unending rampage, continuously augmenting its power by absorbing energy, and no one could halt its advance. At the Marvel S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury witnessed this alarming scene. Good heavens. Let us hope this creature does not enter our world. In the DC Military Command Center, an officer suggested, "How about we launch more nuclear missiles?" The Martian Manhunter, Calvin, hastily remarked, "The shockwaves generated during each of its evolutionary phases are growing increasingly potent. With every strike we launch against it, it only becomes stronger. Listen to me. We cannot attack any longer." The president's voice inquired from the other end of the line. "What do you mean, Calvin?" "The essence is that this entity is beyond our capacity to eradicate," the Mars Hunter concluded, closing his eyes in despair. A profound silence enveloped the command center, with the countenances of all present turning ashen. The Batfighter surged towards the Doomsday's landing site, surrounded by a swirling cloud of dust. Soon, Bruce's eyes widened as he beheld the formidable Doomsday standing there, brimming with vitality. Upon noticing this, Doomsday unleashed a pair of colossal yellow heat beams from its enormous eyes towards the Batfighter. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Bruce exclaimed, swiftly maneuvering the aircraft to evade the onslaught. "Master Wayne, do you read me? Are you unharmed?" The voice of Alfred, the butler, resonated through the comms. "Alfred, it is a Kryptonian creature. Only kryptonite weaponry can vanquish it." "Perhaps," Alfred replied with a tone of resignation, "if you still possess any." If only we had utilized those kryptonite weapons against Superman instead of squabbling amongst ourselves. Chapter 57. From the skies originally, a kryptonite bullet had been preserved, but it was ultimately expended in the battle against Supergirl. Alfred remarked, "That spear, although it is broken, it is made entirely of kryptonite." Bruce responded, "It fell in Gotham. If it can pierce Doomsday's skin, it should be able to vanquish him." Yes, theoretically," Alfred replied, his confidence wavering. "I must lure him back to Gotham. Back to the kryptonite." At that moment, Bruce was startled to see a red armored figure pressed against the glass of his Batcraft. A voice interjected over the comms. "Are you sure that thing will work?" It was utterly ineffective against Supergirl. It was Tony, having hacked into their channel. Bruce contemplated and replied, "We won't know unless we try. I can fly much faster than you. Let me return to retrieve it while you hold him off." Without waiting for Bruce's response, Tony sped away. "Isn't it nice to have allies? You don't have to fight alone. What do you think?" Alfred's voice came through the comms. Bruce remained silent, resolute in a burgeoning idea. Forming a coalition to unite their strengths against such a threat seemed prudent. Perhaps after this ordeal, they could deliberate on the formation of an alliance, but first, they must overcome the immediate challenge. Bruce murmured to himself, then piloted the craft toward Doomsday. Inside Tony's armor, J.A.R.V.I.S. announced, "Sir, Supergirl has left a message. She says she is sunbathing in the atmosphere and will return shortly to assist." "I knew she would be fine," Tony exclaimed with relief. Previously, he had been confident in Han Kyu's resilience, but her prolonged absence had begun to ignite his worries. Meanwhile, Selina and Natasha, witnessing Doomsday unscathed and having evolved once more upon returning to Earth, were left speechless. Suddenly, Blue Fire spoke. "The Master has sent a message. She says she will be here shortly to confront Doomsday. You two need not worry." "Really? That is wonderful," Selina responded. "She is so powerful that she remained unharmed even after a nuclear explosion." Natasha pondered, "If she is so formidable alone, why is she forming a Supergirl alliance and recruiting us? We are far too insignificant to be of any help. Perhaps she enjoys the company of beautiful women?" Selina speculated uncertainly. Doomsday roared, unleashing a barrage of massive heat vision beams toward the Batcraft. Bruce maneuvered the craft to evade while retaliating with fervent fire. However, Doomsday gradually mastered his newfound abilities, wielding his heat vision with increasing precision. Soon, with a resounding thud, the heat vision grazed the tail of the Batcraft. "This is bad," Bruce exclaimed, desperately struggling to control the craft as it began a forced descent. In the atmosphere, a rejuvenated Clark observed Bruce's arduous battle below. Noting that Doomsday continued to absorb energy, prompting a sense of urgency within him. "I must go and provide support," he declared, then dove downward at incredible speed. Han Kyu, possessing both exceptional skill and remarkable composure, remained unruffled. After all, she could plummet to the ground from thousands of kilometers high in less than a second, allowing her the luxury of initiating action without haste. The Batplane, upon its emergency landing, glided to a halt after colliding with a large tree, momentarily trapping Bruce within the cockpit. At that moment, Doomsday leaped dramatically, crashing to the ground nearby and stirring a cloud of dust. "Damn it!" Bruce despaired as he gazed at the creature. With a roar, Doomsday's eyes ignited, preparing to unleash its heat vision. Sensing the imminent threat, Han Kyu, high above, sprang into action. Without the need for acceleration, she soared at a staggering speed of 3,826 Mach, effortlessly surpassing Clark. In an instant, Clark was left bewildered, as Han Kyu's figure became a distant memory. As she approached the battlefield, Han Kyu noticed Wonder Woman, who had been observing from the sidelines, taking action. She halted her descent, hovering several thousand meters above the ground. "System, surely there is an option to purchase Wonder Woman's background music in the store?" "Of course, but there is no need to purchase it. It is included as a courtesy by the artificial intelligence, Skynet. Quite considerate. Skynet, prepare to play Wonder Woman's background music in the livestream." "Understood, Master." The exchange between Han Kyu, the system, and Skynet took less than a millisecond. As Bruce saw Doomsday's eyes glow, he instinctively raised his arms to shield his head. With a roar, Doomsday unleashed its heat vision, and the background music began to play. Wonder Woman made her entrance. A figure leaped before Bruce, crossing her arms in front of her chest, using the gauntlets on her wrists to block the twin beams of heat vision. In the livestream, "We're doomed. Who will save Batman? Why is there background music playing?" Doomsday halted its assault, seemingly astonished that someone could withstand its heat vision. "Another skilled fighter?" Bruce lowered his arms, recognizing the somewhat familiar figure before him. He had previously researched her, having seen a photograph from the Second World War, and they had crossed paths once. Wonder Woman, Bruce thought, admiring her silently. In the livestream, "Oh, who is this hero? She has her own background music. It appears to be a female hero. Absolutely exhilarating. Goddess, So impressive. By the way, who initiated this background music? Ah, Wonder Woman exclaimed, propelling herself forward with a fierce strike. With a thunderous impact, a wave of potent energy surged towards Doomsday, which braced itself against the ground, being pushed back several meters and carving a trench into the earth. However, it quickly regained its composure, seemingly unscathed. At that moment, a sonic boom erupted as a figure streaked across the sky, hurtling towards Doomsday at breakneck speed. With a resounding crash, Clark descended from above, colliding forcefully with the colossal Doomsday. The creature was sent crashing into the forest, followed by a tremendous explosion of flames that erupted skyward, igniting a forest fire. Oh, Superman is alive. He has returned. I knew it. Upon witnessing this scene, many in the DC universe were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Clark hovered in the air, illuminated by the fiery glow of the explosion. How magnificent. Fuel prices are bound to rise. Wait, aren't you concerned about more pressing issues? This creature appears to be growing stronger. It has the ability to absorb energy, a concerned spectator remarked. Regardless, that was an astonishing display by Superman. He will undoubtedly defeat it. How splendid. Superman has returned, and surely Supergirl is safe as well. In Gotham City, Lois, realizing that Doomsday had not perished, hurried to retrieve the kryptonite spear she had previously cast into the water. Just as she prepared to dive beneath the surface, a red figure soared towards her. It was Tony. Miss, have you seen a green spear? Tony inquired, having searched fruitlessly for the kryptonite spear. Upon J.A.R.V.I.S.'s suggestion, he noticed Lois seemed to be in a hurry and promptly followed her. Sir, that is Clark's girlfriend, J.A.R.V.I.S., informed him. Who are you? Lois asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Do not be alarmed. I am a friend of Supergirl, here to find the kryptonite spear to combat Doomsday, Tony explained. I threw it into the water and was just about to dive down to retrieve it, Lois responded. Is it around here? I can go look, my armor is waterproof. Taking advantage of Doomsday's temporary incapacitation, Clark flew over to Bruce. Do you still possess any kryptonite weaponry? None left. But someone is currently in Gotham searching for that broken spear, Bruce replied. Roar. Doomsday let out a deafening growl, seemingly drawing new power. This creature can absorb energy again. Wonder Woman Diana stated solemnly. The two approached and stood beside Diana. The trio formed a line, poised for battle. This creature hails from another world. My world, Superman declared. Wonder Woman Diana unsheathed the sword from her back, stating, I have previously slain entities from other worlds. Clark turned to Bruce, asking, is she one of your allies? Bruce paused momentarily. I assumed she was with you. Chapter 58. A single punch to annihilate the island Doomsday began to evolve once again. This time with an even more formidable display. The denizens of both realms stood in awe at the spectacle. Its massive form was enveloped in dazzling yellow lightning, and it had evidently grown in size. With a thunderous boom, upon completing its evolution, a colossal energy shockwave radiated outward. Bruce swiftly retreated, seeking shelter. Superman remained steadfast, unaffected, while Wonder Woman lifted one leg and bent backward, raising her round shield in front of her. The two braced themselves to confront the shockwave, firmly maintaining their ground. As the shockwave subsided, Wonder Woman let out a fierce cry, her legs propelling her forward like powerful springs. She leapt into the air, aiming directly at Doomsday. Superman, unwilling to be outdone, took flight at high speed, closely following her. Doomsday unleashed a punch towards Wonder Woman, but she deftly evaded, pivoting to counterattack with her shield, striking Doomsday's leg and causing it to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Superman soared in, delivering a heavy blow that sent Doomsday crashing to the ground. Boom. With this opening, both Wonder Woman and Superman advanced, with Wonder Woman soaring high, wielding her sword as she descended, intent on piercing Doomsday. However, Doomsday rolled to evade, causing Wonder Woman's sword to strike the ground instead. Superman lunged forward, but the agile Doomsday retaliated, sending him flying with a powerful punch. Batman, having exhausted his kryptonite bullets, could only watch anxiously from the sidelines as the fierce battle unfolded. Participating in such a high-level confrontation with his mere mortal physique would leave him vulnerable to even the residual shockwaves. The confrontation grew increasingly intense. Wonder Woman fought with escalating ferocity, showing no sign of retreat against the formidable Doomsday. Yet, Doomsday's ability to absorb energy seemed to augment its strength as the battle progressed. Even the combined efforts of Superman and Wonder Woman struggled to secure victory. Batman racked his brain for strategies, yet his anxiety mounted. Where's the kryptonite spear? Meanwhile, in the heavens, Han Kuya was quite pleased. The stronger Doomsday became, the more points she would earn upon defeating it. System, can I continue to farm points from Doomsday? Of course not, the system replied decisively. According to the film's narrative, it primarily evolves 3 times, and you can receive points from it a maximum of 3 times. with each instance capped at 150,000. You're being unreasonable, system. You've lost your integrity, Han Qiya retorted. This system is too good. You're just getting more demanding. Her gaze then returned to the ground, where she spotted a familiar red figure suddenly appearing in the sky. It was Tony. Bruce. I've brought the kryptonite spear. Who should wield it to strike doomsday? Tony inquired. Superman, noticing the situation, hurriedly flew over. Let me, he exclaimed, taking the two segments of the kryptonite spear and soaring towards doomsday. Though the kryptonite radiation caused him considerable discomfort, Superman gritted his teeth in pain, roaring as he charged at doomsday. Doomsday punched Wonder Woman aside and, seeing Superman approaching, grasped the two segments of the spear from his hands. Its power exceeded that of Superman, seizing a section of Superman's spear and preparing to thrust it back at him. Superman's expression shifted momentarily, but soon solidified with resolve as he wrested another section of the spear from his opponent, ready to confront Doomsday with unwavering determination. Ignoring the impending strike from Doomsday, he launched himself forward with the broken spear, aiming fiercely. Doomsday was likely nearing an upgrade to 150,000 points. In this critical moment, Han Qiya descended from the heavens, diving at supersonic speed. With a resounding impact, she struck Doomsday deep into the earth. Superman Clark, affected by the radiation from kryptonite, gasped. I was worried you wouldn't come to my aid. Now you are Earth's mightiest force. Put down the kryptonite spear. I will handle this, Han Qiya asserted. Wonder Woman approached the spot where Doomsday had been buried, peering down into a seemingly bottomless pit. The darkness obscured any sight of Doomsday's form. Turning in astonishment to Han Qiya, she remarked, I wish you had arrived sooner. Be cautious. This monster won't perish easily, Batman warned from a safe distance. Tony soon flew in, retracting his helmet to reveal his face, exclaiming with excitement, Idol, that punch was incredible. With you here, Earth feels so secure. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, leisurely sipping coffee while watching the live broadcast from the Marvel Universe, spewed his drink upon seeing Tony's figure. What the hell? Isn't that Tony? How did you follow Wonder Woman across worlds? As Iron Man, you are part of my S.H.I.E.L.D. Avengers. Why didn't you inform me before venturing into other realms? Fury then contemplated, given that there are no agents monitoring Wonder Woman. I hope you've infiltrated her circle as an undercover operative, not aligning with her. He resolved to discuss matters with Tony upon his return, hoping to ensure proper surveillance of Wonder Woman. Clark, Tony, you must leave this island. I have a plan to handle it alone to prevent the battle from endangering you. Han Qiya instructed. Understood. Tony, placing his unwavering trust in Han Qiya's strength, flew beside Batman. Bruce, Wonder Woman is about to unleash a powerful move. We need to evacuate quickly. Shall I carry you? Tony extended a hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Bruce cautiously accepted it, aware that he could let go at any moment should Tony falter in flight. Superman hesitated briefly before deciding to depart, intending to return for assistance if necessary. Shall I take you with me? Superman inquired of Wonder Woman. You need not trouble yourselves. Use my portal, Han Qiya declared, conjuring a shimmering golden portal. On the other side, Natasha and Selena, witnessing their silhouettes in the portal during the live broadcast, paused in surprise before quickly turning away. How convenient, Tony remarked as he was the first to step through. Come on, don't be shocked. Wonder Woman has many skills. One by one, they entered the portal. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury exclaimed, Damn it. Damn it. How is it that Natasha has traversed worlds? You are A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent, why are you gallivanting with Wonder Woman? A roar echoes from the abyss, heralding the arrival of Doomsday. Excellent. He has leveled up. Doomsday bursts forth from the cavern, unleashing heat vision aimed at Han Qiya. In response, Han Qiya retaliates with her own heat vision, overpowering his attack and sending Doomsday crashing from the sky. Boom. He plummets to the ground but defiantly rises once more, soaring toward Han Qiya. She ascends at an even greater velocity. Some onlookers mistakenly believe she is fleeing. Yet in the next moment, Han Qiya gazes down at the approaching Doomsday, aligning her trajectory with the uninhabited Strick Island. With incredible speed, she dives, delivering a thunderous punch that sends Doomsday hurtling toward the island. The force of the impact reverberates, and boom. This singular blow obliterates Strick Island from the face of the earth. The island crumbles before Han Qiya as the ocean surges, creating towering waves. Her power far exceeds anyone's imagination. This one punch has annihilated an entire island, showcasing an astonishing level of might. The spectacle is breathtaking, leaving all in awe. Chapter 59, A New World Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 12 reputation points from Hunter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 93 reputation points from Annie. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 67 reputation points from Jack. The reputation points continued to accumulate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Doomsday and earning 150,000 points. It must be dead for sure, right? Selena murmured as she fixated on the projection screen. Such a level of impact, that creature could not possibly withstand it. Tony asserted confidently. The others nodded in agreement. Bruce, who had previously contemplated recruiting Han Xiaoyou into his Justice League, now felt such a necessity was rendered moot. With her presence, we wouldn't need to exert ourselves at all. She alone could handle everything. As he spoke, a thoughtful frown crossed his brow. Bruce remained somewhat concerned that Doomsday had not perished completely. After all, the vitality and regenerative abilities of such monsters were exceedingly formidable. Meanwhile, Nick Fury from the Marvel Universe was left in a state of shock. What the hell? Is there no law? How can one possess such overwhelming power? Thankfully, you are not a villain. Witnessing this unprecedented strength left him feeling somewhat stifled. Tony crossed his arms and chuckled. Folks, with Supergirl around, we are practically redundant. Diana glanced at Clark. Can you do that too? You Kryptonians are astonishingly powerful. Clark, feeling a bit awkward, replied, not yet. My strength is insufficient for that. Han Xiaoyou immediately activated her supervision to assess the situation. She discovered that under the impact of her punch that had obliterated the island, Doomsday had transformed into a mass of black substance, writhing in the depths of the sea. It seemed to be seeking an opportunity to absorb energy and make a comeback. Han Xiaoyou rapidly dove from a height of 1,000 meters, plunging into the ocean depths. Her incredible speed caused the surrounding seawater to heat and vaporize. Upon reaching Doomsday's side, Han Xiaoyou slightly parted her lips and then forcefully exhaled. The seawater surged dramatically in response to her breath, creating towering waves and a massive water column that shot skyward, generating turbulent airwaves. This breath summoned a colossal water vortex from the deep sea, which instantly lifted Doomsday out of the water, casting it into the sky. Han Xiaoyou's long black hair flowed gracefully in the currents, exuding vitality. In the live broadcast room, the online audience was electrified. Oh my god, Supergirl is so cool and stunning. Quickly screenshot this. This scene is too beautiful. I want to print it and hang it at home. The goddess is unbelievably beautiful and elegant. Just watching the live stream is driving me crazy. Her power is terrifying. To create such a massive water vortex with a single breath, what kind of divine maneuver is this? Supergirl is forever a deity. The denizens of both realms fervently discussed, all captivated and exhilarated by Han Xiaoyou. Her formidable strength and impeccable image utterly conquered the hearts of all. As Doomsday hung in the air, yet to descend, Han Xiaoyou soared forth from the surface of the water. In the midst of the air, with evident disdain, she employed a biological field, firmly controlling a small orb of Doomsday above her palm, her gaze icy as she fixated on it. It's truly revolting. A mass of darkness. Han Xiaoyou remarked. System, can I exchange for a kryptonite basketball? I wish to confine Doomsday within. The orb of Doomsday hovered helplessly above her palm, struggling in vain against the biological force field enveloping it. Ordinary kryptonite costs 100,000 reputation points per kilogram, while the enhanced version demands 1 million per kilogram. And a premium basketball requires 10,000 reputation points. The system responded, to customize a kryptonite basketball, a processing fee of 90,000 reputation points is required. Alright, enough of that. Let us directly exchange for the best. Han Xiaoyou interrupted the system's further explanation. Having recently acquired over several billion reputation points, which were rapidly increasing, this expenditure was insignificant. Ding. Exchange successful. Consumed 100,000 reputation points. Remaining reputation points, 757 billion. A basketball materialized in Han Xiaoyou's hand, and she summoned a small portal, swiftly encasing Doomsday within the basketball. Internally, Doomsday screamed, "Don't come near me. Let me out." Han Xiaoyou tossed the basketball a few times, satisfied with its solid form. She then ended the live stream, her figure flickering as she darted back to the gathering of astonished heroes in a flash. As the crowd marveled, upon noticing Han Xiaoyou's arrival, everyone stood in unison. Fiora and Blue Fire were the first to greet her. Queen, Master. Clark instinctively adjusted his non-prescription glasses and offered a forced smile. Bruce gazed contemplatively at Han Xiaoyou, seemingly wanting to say something, while Diana appeared lost in thought. All settled, Han Xiaoyou remarked casually, tossing the kryptonite basketball to Tony. Oh, what brand is this basketball? Why is it so heavy? Tony, taken aback, stumbled back a step as he caught the ball with effort. Beside him, Clark suddenly felt uneasy, retreating behind the others and exclaiming, "Is this made of kryptonite? How can its radiation be so much stronger than ordinary kryptonite?" Concerned for Lois and his mother, he added, "Everyone, I must return to see my family. Until we meet again." With that, he took flight. As the group watched him depart, they turned to one another. unsure of how to proceed. "Hello, boss." Selena greeted warmly. Han Xiuyue looked at her with curiosity. Tony hastily explained, "Under my recruitment. She has agreed to join us as a new member. I value her not for her beauty, nor for any ulterior motives, but for her strength." Noticing the lack of reaction from the group, Tony glanced at Natasha and, lacking confidence, stated, "I am the second in command, right? Recruiting new members is my duty and right, correct?" Natasha's lips twitched slightly. Bruce and Diana raised their eyebrows, assessing Tony's words. Bruce inquired, "Have you formed an organization?" "Indeed. Our organization is called the Supergirl Alliance. Are you also interested in forming an alliance?" "I suggest we call it the Justice League, dedicated to safeguarding your DC universe," replied Xiuyue Han. As Tony spun a basketball, he added, "Our organization's mission is to traverse dimensions and deal with villains. You might consider whether you wish to join us. I've already sent you the introduction video for the Supergirl Alliance. Do take a moment to review it." After Xiuyue Han concluded her words, she seized the basketball that Tony had tossed into the air. "How about we have a friendly match now?" "Doomsday, no way." "Sure, it's been ages since I last played," exclaimed Selena with enthusiasm. "All right, but you must go easy on me," Tony said hesitantly. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." "Feel free to continue." Bruce nodded before turning away, wary of participating in the antics of those with superpowers. He was eager to return and delve into the video Xiuyue Han had provided. "I'm not playing, so I shall take my leave," Diana remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the basketball before departing as well. Ding! A notification of a new world detected echoed suddenly in Xiuyue Han's mind. Chapter 59, the basketball game present at the scene were Han Xiuyue, Fiorella, Tony, Natasha, and Selena, alongside the Blue Fire and Doomsday basketballs. "I shall refrain from playing and instead act as the referee," Natasha declared. Upon hearing this, Han Xiuyue produced a whistle from her inventory and tossed it to Natasha. "How shall we divide the teams?" Selena inquired. "Wait, let me summon another person," Han Xiuyue responded, directing the system to locate Banner's position and opening a portal to the Marvel Universe. At home, enjoying a meal, Banner was startled to see a large circular portal materialize before him. However, his surprise quickly transformed into joy upon recognizing Han Xiuyue and Tony on the other side. Just moments earlier, he had envied Tony for the opportunity to accompany Han Xiuyue on an adventure in another world, and his curiosity about this alternate realm was piqued. As a member of the Supergirl Alliance, he had longed for a chance to embark on an adventure with Han Xiuyue, and this unexpected invitation delighted him. With excitement came a hint of nervousness, but the predominant feeling was elation. "I will certainly do my utmost to serve as an undercover agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. Banner, come over here. We need you," Tony called out. "I'm on my way," Banner exclaimed, eagerly stepping through the portal, exhilarated as he marveled at the extraordinary scene around him. "Welcome, new member." Selena greeted him with a smile. Banner returned the smile, looking at the group. "Did you call me for something?" Tony was about to respond when Han Xiuyue interjected, "We need Hulk." Utilizing the mental magic she had learned at Kamartaj, she infiltrated Banner's consciousness and discovered that two souls resided within him. She began to influence and summon the Hulk. Banner gradually transformed, his skin turning green and his physique expanding. When Hulk emerged, he joyfully pounded his chest like a gorilla, letting out a thunderous roar. "Hulk smash! Let us go!" Han Xiuyue conjured a portal leading to an unoccupied basketball court. The group followed her through the portal. Hulk waved his massive hands, grinning widely, clearly exhilarated by the experience. Noting Hulk's emergence, Tony swiftly donned his armor helmet. He playfully punched Hulk's large arm in greeting. "Hello there, big guy?" Han Xiuyue changed into athletic attire, with Fiorella following suit. Both donned versatile nanotech suits. "Tony, you and Hulk will be on one team, and I will team up with Selena. That seems fair, doesn't it?" Han Xiuyue dribbled the ball between her legs and shot. Swish. The ball sailed through the net flawlessly. Tony thought to himself, "Please, with you on one side, that side has an undeniable advantage." Nevertheless, he reasoned that the primary goal was entertainment. One referee isn't enough. "I'll join in and be a part-time referee as well. Now, I declare the game officially begun." Without adhering to the rules, Tony activated his armor and soared to snatch the basketball. "Is it really possible to fly while playing?" Selena exclaimed. Beep. Natasha blew her whistle, stepping forward with raised hands to signal a foul for traveling. Hearing the game commence, Hulk, who had not played in a long time, was as joyful as a child. Paying no heed to Natasha's call, he leaped forward with a great bound, snatching the basketball from his hands while simultaneously colliding with Tony. "Hulk!" Tony shouted urgently. "We're on the same team." Beep. Natasha blew her whistle again. "Hulk, fouling." Hulk glanced at her, noticing that the others were indifferent to the whistle, and he chose to disregard it. "Forget it, I'll just watch from the side." Natasha resignedly ceased her attempts to officiate, in pursuit of a more immersive experience. Han Qiuya restrained her own strength. With a sudden leap, She delivered a kick that sent Hulk flying, causing the basketball to slip from his grasp. With a flick of her wrist, she passed the doomsday ball to Selena. Rather than becoming irate from the impact, Hulk was invigorated and charged back excitedly. Seeing this, Selena dared not hold the ball for long and immediately attempted a three-pointer from midcourt. Han Kiwia, with her keen observational skills, discerned that the shot was remarkably accurate and unobstructed, destined for the net. Tony, moving with impressive speed, rushed to intercept the basketball. However, Hulk was even quicker. With a tremendous leap, he struck Tony with a powerful punch, sending him flying, followed by an emphatic block that sent the ball hurtling away. Hulk, not Banner. Hulk bellowed upon landing, venting his frustration. Fortunately, the quality of the Doomsday basketball was exceptional. It withstood Hulk's might without shattering. The ball soared swiftly toward Fiora, who was positioned near the hoop. Tony, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. Perfect, she could catch it and shoot. Noticing that Han Kiwia remained still, Fiora soared to catch the ball. After absorbing its momentum, she passed it back to Han Kiwia, who effortlessly leaped and dunked the ball for a score. What? Tony's eyes widened. Aren't we on the same team? Am I facing four opponents? Wait, I'm the referee. I declare our team the winners. Frustrated by the turn of events, Tony hastily seized the basketball and proclaimed loudly, "Get lost." The group united in a glare, rushing to snatch the ball from him. Tony quickly ascended into the air, attempting to hold the ball aloft to evade their collective theft. After a while of play, Tony, feeling the strain more than the others, was the first to tire. "Phew," he exclaimed, flying to the side. "I'm done. I need a break. Are you all continuing?" Han Kiwia tossed the ball to Hulk, who, having yet to score, took it and leapt with great force, shattering the hoop with a resounding dunk. "I'm done. I want to go home," Selena declared. "Jarvis, please find out whose court this is and transfer the repair costs to them," Tony instructed. "Sir, you currently possess no funds in this world," Jarvis replied. "No worries. I will cover it," Han Kiwia stated, commanding the Skynet system to initiate the transfer. The artificial intelligence Skynet responded from within the system. "Acknowledged. Master, the transfer is complete. And I have confiscated a small fortune from several nefarious individuals, ensuring your wealth remains intact." "Excellent. Reward yourself with a chicken leg," she remarked. "Thank you, Master. I have generated an electric chicken leg for myself," Skynet humorously replied. "Selena, don't leave just yet." Han Shuya hastily invited. "Look at you, drenched in sweat. Why not come to my house for a shower? The bathroom in my villa is quite spacious." Just as Selena was about to agree, Han Shuya added, "As a member of the Supergirl Alliance, I shall gift you a nano suit when we arrive at my home." "Wonderful." Tony gulped. "I too wish to bathe." "Unacceptable." Han Shuya resolutely denied Tony's request, eliciting laughter from those nearby. "Hulk, it is time to return. We shall take you out for a brawl another day," Han Shuya remarked. Hulk's lips curled into a broad smile as he exclaimed, "Hulk enjoys smashing things." With that, he gradually transformed back into Banner. Upon witnessing Banner's return to his original form, Tony suggested, "Banner, let us seek out that Batman fellow and engage in some dialogue at his abode." "Ah, splendid," Banner replied, still somewhat dazed. Han Shuya conjured two portals, one leading to her home and the other to Batman's doorstep. The five, Han Shuya, Selena, Natasha, Fiorella, and Blue Fire, stepped through one portal, while Tony and Banner entered the one leading to Batman's residence. Bruce soon became aware of their visit and promptly greeted them at the door. "Welcome, gentlemen. Please, come in and converse." The portal vanished. Han Shuya beamed at Selena and Natasha, her eyes assessing both with delight, and proposed, "Shall we three take a shower together?" The two exchanged glances. Han Shuya added, "Nanosuit." Selena pondered for a moment before replying, "She is so beautiful. We have nothing to lose." Indeed, Natasha nodded in agreement. The two decided to acquiesce to Han Shuya's suggestion. Chapter 60. Side by side with the sun, Han Qiuye was overjoyed as she strode into the bathroom with her long legs. More than 10 minutes later, a chime sounded, alerting the host that the system was ready for an upgrade. An upgrade notification this time? Han Qiuye pondered. Previously, the upgrades occurred silently. Now I can choose when to upgrade. Yes, host. This upgrade is expected to take approximately 10 days. Shall we begin now? The system replied. 10 days? The timing is just right. Let us commence the upgrade immediately. Han Qiuye decided. Ding. The command was received, and the system began the upgrade. Before long, the event concluded. Han Qiuye handed over the combat suits to her companions. Finally finished with their tasks, the two women happily accepted the nano battle suits and began experimenting with their attire. Natasha transformed her dress into a form-fitting combat outfit, skillfully manipulating the nanotechnology in her hand to create a sharp little blade. "It's incredibly useful," she exclaimed, swinging the knife with excitement gleaming in her eyes. Selena also commanded the nanotechnology to fashion a whip, gracefully flicking it through the air, creating beautiful arcs. Indeed, The ability to change outfits and weapons at will is splendid, Selena remarked joyfully. After some experimentation, they fashioned themselves light and comfortable sleepwear. Where shall we sleep? Selena inquired. The following morning, a ray of sunlight illuminated the three of them at the head of the bed. Han Kuei was the first to awaken. Gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window, she mused, "What delightful sunshine." Turning to the two women sleeping beside her, she chose not to rouse them. Han Kuei donned her Supergirl outfit, quietly opened the window, and gracefully floated out, soaring towards the sky. In less than a second, she ascended to the atmosphere, marveling at the view of Earth. In the serene morning, with the sun rising, Han Kuei relished this solitary moment. Taking a deep breath, she savored the essence of freedom and vitality. After a while, Han Kuei activated her super brain, envisioning the sun's form, and then raised her hand to draw a portal. For the magic of portals, the stronger the user, the farther the distance they could open. Perfect. My strength is sufficient now. This portal will lead directly to the sun's surface, Han Kuei mused to herself. The instant the portal opened, a scorching wave of 500 degrees Celsius surged forth. Yet for Han Kuei, this heat enveloped her, making every cell in her body feel as if it were unfurling in comfort. She flew through the portal, floating upon the sun's surface. Her body began to voraciously absorb solar energy, each cell rejoicing, almost yearning to sigh in pleasure. Surrounding her were the gently burning hydrogen atoms, continuously undergoing fusion, permeating the air with a terrifying heat. The temperature here soared into the thousands of degrees. Any ordinary material would instantly disintegrate upon contact. Below her, torrents of scorching gases flowed, akin to a furnace on Earth, yet on a scale far more daunting. Flames surged around her, swirling with an aurora-like intensity, evoking a sensation of being in the depths of hell. Beneath lay the searing core of the sun, relentlessly erupting with high-energy particles and radiant light. These radiant beams traversed the Earth's atmosphere, ultimately manifesting as the sunlight perceived by humanity. Presently, she finds herself above the searing core, akin to a diminutive human standing at the brink of a roaring volcano. Perhaps she shall linger here for 10 days. She gazes contentedly at the surrounding landscape and embarks on her secluded cultivation upon the solar surface. In Bruce's clandestine underground base, Tony and Banner have taken residence at Bruce's abode for the past few days. Bruce, after Banner and I have enhanced your bat suit, it should serve you quite well. Don't you think? Chapter 61. Preparing to return to Marvel, Han Kuei discovered that as her strength grew, her ability to absorb energy increased at an accelerating pace, exhibiting exponential growth. Soon, she found the mere act of hovering at the sun's surface to absorb energy rather unsatisfactory, and thus she began her ascent towards the sun's core. Lying atop the searing core of the sun, her body resembled a colossal energy tower, fervently absorbing the surrounding light and heat. The molten-like magma flowed around her. Flames danced by her side, and she felt as though she were ensconced within a vast volcanic crater. 10 days later. What sheer exhilaration. Han Kuei felt her power had reached unparalleled heights. Now, she could absorb 1% of the sun's energy every minute. Countless rays of sunlight were drawn towards her being, no longer traveling in straight lines, but bending and curving to illuminate her. On Earth, the inhabitants sensed a peculiar dimming of the sun, as sunlight diminished at a visibly rapid rate. Across the globe, light grew feeble and pallid. American scientists had previously noted the sun's anomalous behavior, but had dismissed it. Now, the sunlight was unmistakably fading. In a state of panic, they swiftly employed various instruments to investigate, discovering that the sun's energy output was plummeting at an alarming speed. The U.S. government convened an emergency meeting. This could lead to global climatic upheaval. We must ascertain the root of the problem, the president stated gravely. The government promptly assembled a task force to thoroughly investigate the cause of the sun's dimming. Yet, everyone felt powerless. Han Kuei noticed the sun's drastic change and decided it was time to depart. As she flew away, she glanced back at the dimmed sun, which seemed to regain a hint of brightness. It was time to seek out a new universe, to find another star from which to absorb energy and enhance her powers. Yes. First, a detour back to Marvel to seize the cosmic cube from Egg for further study. I might as well bring them along too. Meanwhile, Batman Bruce Wayne donned his newly upgraded batsuit. At a dock in Gotham City, two factions prepared for an illicit arms deal. Clyde, the leader of the Clyde gang, awaited the Carlos gang for their transaction. Unbeknownst to them, Tony and Bruce had already laid an ambush nearby. Bruce, Gotham is in utter chaos, Tony remarked, scrutinizing the city's crime statistics with a hint of disdain. Bruce remained silent, his gaze fixed calmly on the location of the criminal exchange. Not far away, Selena and Natasha arrived to lend their support. What a magnificent blue fire. The power is exhilarating, Selena exclaimed, flooring the accelerator as the blue flames surged down the road. Blue fire, Now that I've joined the Supergirl Alliance, do you think the boss could equip me with a transformer just like yours? Selena asked excitedly. Natasha replied, since you adore blue fire so much, why not just ask Han directly to assign it to you? Do not assign me to you. With your reckless driving style that seems to plunge straight into the fuel tank, I would much prefer to serve as a chariot for my benevolent master, Blue Fire remarked. The group engaged in spirited conversation, and soon they reached the vicinity of the trading location. Selena concealed Blue Fire in a secluded corner, while she and Natasha lurked in the shadows, observing the scene ahead. Natasha exchanged a knowing glance with Selena. The two were perfectly in sync, their focus unwavering as they monitored the trading site, awaiting the opportune moment to act. Finally, it arrived. Tony exclaimed. Just as the two factions were about to commence their transaction, a nearby shipping container was suddenly thrust open, and Tony Stark emerged, clad in his iron armor. Greetings, he announced, soaring into the air with great fanfare. Fire your weapons, you imbeciles, Clyde shouted in alarm, sensing impending chaos. The two groups paused momentarily, then hastily armed themselves, aiming their firearms at Tony to shoot. We're in, Natasha and Selena declared, rushing forth to join the fray. Upon entering the fray, Natasha encountered an enemy eager for close combat. Utilizing her nanotech suit, she manifested two sharp electronic daggers in her hands. With swift and precise movements, she unleashed a dazzling arc of light as the daggers sliced through the air, expertly severing the assailant's wrist. Ah! The thug cried out, dropping his weapon to the ground. In the next moment, facing a more distant adversary, Natasha's suit morphed into a long electric baton, which she deftly swung in a graceful arc, delivering a powerful jolt to the thug's nape. The man collapsed to the ground, convulsing as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Selena's nanotech suit transformed into a finely crafted whip. With a flick of her wrist, the whip sprang to life, coiling around an assailant's arm. With a fierce tug, she yanked the thug to the ground. Their attacks were executed with remarkable speed and seamless coordination, while the bullets ricocheted harmlessly off their armored suits, leaving no trace. One thug fired at Selena, but she boldly advanced, absorbing the bullet. This suit is incredibly effective. I need not fear gunfire, Selena marveled. Then, in a display of agility, she delivered a high kick that sent the thug sprawling. Batman, Bruce, surveyed the scene and decided to act. He dove from a height, unfurling his cape to glide gracefully. He intended to launch a surprise attack from the side. As his cape hardened and jet propulsion emerged from its rear, he gained momentary flight. In midair, Bruce skillfully threw his bat-shaped projectiles, disarming several thugs. Panic ensued among the remaining criminals. It's Batman. Where's my gun? Just then, as Bruce's cape unfurled, an incongruous background music began to play. Greetings, criminals. I am the superhero Batman, with 2.5 years of practice. I enjoy singing, dancing, rapping, and combating crime. This unexpected soundtrack nearly caused Bruce to lose his balance and plummet from the sky. Bruce cast a fleeting glance at Tony, hurriedly retreating behind a nearby container in a desperate attempt to silence the music emanating from his cape. At that moment, a barrage of bullets rained down upon Tony, ricocheting off his armored suit with a cacophony of sounds. Suspended in midair, Tony retaliated with his palm-mounted repulsor while casting a bemused glance in Bruce's direction, quipping, "What's wrong? Don't you fancy the entrance music I designed? I think it's rather splendid. It's a favorite of Supergirl, you know." Natasha and Selena, nearby, were momentarily taken aback by the sound of the Batman's entrance theme, surprised to see the seemingly composed Bruce engaging in such antics. Meanwhile, Bruce was frantically rummaging through the depths of his cape, utterly exasperated. When had Tony surreptitiously installed this infernal entrance music? The melody was proving quite the distraction amidst the chaos of battle, yet despite his thorough search, Bruce could not locate the elusive off switch. With no other recourse, Bruce peered around the edge of the container, irritation evident in his voice as he called out to Tony. "Tony, how do I turn off this music?" "Just a moment. I'll show you how to disable it right away," Tony replied, focusing intently as he prepared to swiftly eliminate the remaining assailants. Just then, a searing beam of heat vision emerged, slicing through the last 3 adversaries with surgical precision. In this DC universe, Bruce adhered to a strict no-kill policy. Chapter 62. 2 New Worlds Ding. The system upgrade has been successfully completed. Following the upgrade, the modifications and optimizations are as follows, regarding points. Firstly, the points required for transporting individuals across different universes has been reduced to 100 points per person. Secondly, the cooldown period for traversing between realms has been shortened to 5 days. As for reputation points, firstly, there is now a distinction between the main world and the replica worlds. Only individuals from the main world can provide reputation points. Secondly, currently, only Marvel and DC are designated as the primary universes. Thirdly, the system has introduced a cross-universe live streaming feature. Additionally, the system has successfully pinpointed 2 new worlds, the Supergirl television series and the Resident Evil movie. As Han Shoyue arrived in the atmosphere, she observed the intense battle below. With only a few enemies remaining, hastily, she descended to join the fray. With a single beam of heat vision, she effortlessly sliced the last 3 adversaries into 6 pieces. The system notification chimed promptly. Ding. Congratulations, host, on defeating 3 insignificant foes and earning 300 points. Bruce witnessed Han Shoyue's heat vision from the sky, nonchalantly severing the final trio, including their leader. Ignoring the fact that the background music from his cape had not been turned off, he rushed forward and exclaimed, "How can you take lives so casually? With your abilities, there is no need for such violence. They pose no threat to you." Selena, however, was not displeased by Han Shoyue's actions. In fact, she found such behavior rather appealing. "Bruce, should we really be cautious when dealing with villains? What is the point of holding back?" she remarked, rolling her eyes and spreading her hands in exasperation. Tony, indifferent to the method of handling villains, typically acted according to his mood. Previously, while enraged, he had dealt with terrorists, dismissing their pleas even when they claimed, "We don't have instant noodles," and eliminated them regardless. "At last, you have returned, goddess," Tony expressed, somewhat apprehensive about the possibility of her absence. Han Shoyue, hearing the familiar music from Bruce's Batman suit, cast a curious glance at him. However, she chose to suppress her curiosity for the moment, nodding in greeting to the others. "Tony, it's only been 10 days. Why the concern?" Meanwhile, Fiora, upon learning of Han Shoyue's return, immediately set out toward the villa. Bruce, noticing Han Shoyue's indifference towards the death of humans, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet, he refrained from speaking, casting a glance at Tony, hoping he was on the same side. At that moment, Han Shoyue responded, "Bruce, don't be like that. You are aligning yourself with criminals. Moreover, I had the artificial intelligence verify their records. These individuals are heinous and deserving of their fate." Han Shoyue had also checked the reputation points in the system and found that these individuals contributed a total of 0. Thus, eliminating them was entirely justified. Bruce, in a state of urgency, retorted, "But you cannot treat them this way. You could easily imprison them or hand them over to the police, allowing the law to punish them." He was deeply concerned that individuals as powerful as Han Shoyue and Clark, Kryptonian superhumans, operated above the law. Not long ago, he found himself plagued by vivid nightmares of Superman Clark's apocalyptic destruction of the world. After finally managing to enjoy a restful sleep, Han Shoyue's actions reignited his anxiety. Alas, once again, he was destined to endure dreams of global annihilation. Selena, overhearing him, interjected with a scoff. "Law? Huh?" She cast a glance at the other defeated villains sprawled on the ground, pointing at them. "Can the law truly administer the justice they deserve? Does Gotham even have the death penalty?" At that moment, Fiora swooped in, noticing Bruce's troubled expression directed at Han Shoyue. Her gaze turned menacing, filled with an intent to strike at any moment. Bruce remained silent, opting not to engage in further debate. This was not cowardice, but rather a matter of the heart. The advantage was no longer his, and he wished to avoid conflict unless compelled to confront it. Han Shoyue, unfazed, tilted her head in confusion and inquired, "By the way, Bruce, why is there music emanating from you? Where does this song come from?" "Isn't this a song from my previous world? It's one that little Heisey adored." She felt compelled to uncover the origins of this melody. At that moment, Blue Fire hastily approached, transforming into a robot, and explained, "Master, this is the music that accompanies my entrance." Later, Tony heard it and fell in love with it, requesting that I send it to him. Blue Fire, somewhat puzzled, added, "I have many tracks that accompany my appearances. I wonder why this particular song takes precedence." "All right, the song is delightful, but please refrain from playing it in the future." Han Shoyue responded, immediately questioning the system internally. "System, you little rascal. How could there be music from my original world? I want to go home. I want to become a man again." "Impossible," the system replied. "You hope to bring all your abilities back to your former world. You are overly optimistic. Unless you relinquish these powers, it might be feasible." The system ceased its words. Han Shoyue promptly retorted, "That will not do. Such formidable powers would be too precious to lose." "Are you certain that your reluctance isn't due to your fondness for cross-dressing?" the system teased. "Shut up," Han Shoyue almost exclaimed in frustration. "Let us go. Call Banner. I'll send you back to the Marvel Universe." After speaking, a golden portal appeared beside them. "The Marvel Universe?" Selena queried, glancing at Natasha. "Is your world truly called the Marvel Universe? How did it get that name? What do we call our world?" "Your world is referred to as the DC Universe. I don't know the origin of that name. It simply is," Natasha replied. At that moment, Banner's figure emerged from the portal, busy with something in Bruce's laboratory. "Banner, it's time to go home," Tony called out. Oh. Banner was initially startled, then hurriedly gathered his belongings and made his way over with quick steps. Tony flew to Bruce's side, and this BGM is voice activated. One must speak in a particular manner to turn it off. Han Qiuya then turned to Selena and asked, "Shall we go and have some fun?" "Of course." Selena replied. "Goddess, may I bring Bruce along as well? We have matters to discuss and research, and my equipment is more comprehensive." Tony stated, "Absolutely. You must thoroughly explore your studies." Han Qiuya smiled. "By the way, Han, do you know why the sun behaved unusually before?" Natasha inquired. Han Qiuya responded, "You can call me boss, goddess, or superwoman. Just refrain from calling me Han in that manner. The previous anomaly was due to my presence on the sun, where I absorbed its energy for 10 days. The group stared in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at Han Qiuya. Bruce thought to himself, "Oh my god." He felt an increased sense of concern. Han Qiuya's formidable power left him in despair. Moreover, should she drain the sunlight entirely, the inhabitants of Earth would be in dire straits. "Please, do not look at me like that. I truly did not absorb much. Just a minuscule fraction. As a superwoman, it is entirely normal for the sun to react so dramatically." Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Nick Fury was in the laboratory of the Cosmic Cube, conversing with his subordinates. Suddenly, a portal materialized within the lab. Chapter 63. Borrowing the Cosmic Cube within the passageway, the figures of Han Qiuya, Tony, Selena, Natasha, Bruce, Banner, and Fiora emerged. The surrounding agents, sensing an impending threat, raised their weapons and encircled the group. Hawkeye Clinton stood ready with his bow drawn. "Damn it." Nick Fury silently cursed upon recognizing the newcomers, feeling a mix of astonishment and anger. Was her arrival intentional or merely accidental? As he observed the group exiting the passage, Nick Fury was truly exasperated. Why did this superheroine have to bring others to the site of the Cosmic Cube, including 2 individuals from alternate dimensions? Clearly, these were no ordinary folks, and he would have to assign more of his men to keep a close watch. What a nuisance. Seeing the agents brandishing their firearms, Tony hastily activated his suit and donned his helmet, urging everyone to relax. "Easy now, we're all on the same side." Bruce and Selena promptly assumed defensive stances, while Selena and Fiora appeared eager to act. Natasha, on the other hand, contemplated how to operate as an undercover agent within SHIELD, without arousing suspicion from them or Hydra. "Supergirl, welcome back," Nick Fury said, maintaining a calm facade. "However, this is not a place for you." He proceeded to question. "This is a highly classified area. Did you arrive here by accident or design?" Ignoring the tense agents surrounding her, Han Qiuya locked her gaze with Nick Fury's and remarked, casting a glance at Banner and Natasha behind her, "I did not intend to intrude. I merely wished to return your agents to you." Han Qiuya feigned innocence, her tone naive and pitiful, her eyes fixated on the Cosmic Cube glowing with a cerulean light on the nearby experimental table. Internally, Nick Fury thought, "Borrow? Is that what you call it? That is outright theft." Then, noticing her gaze shift toward the cube, panic struck him. Oh no. She wouldn't dare attempt to seize it, would she? After all, she was a superheroine. Surely, she wouldn't stoop to such actions. As Nick pondered this, Han Qiuya wore a subtle smile, and in a swift motion, she teleported and seized the Cosmic Cube, returning to her original position. In an instant, the cube was in her hands. "Put that down. It's a matter of national security. You cannot take it without authorization. The consequences will be dire." Nick Fury's expression darkened as he reprimanded her, his brow furrowing deeply. His gaze remained fixated on the cube in Han Qiuya's grasp, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Ultimately, he considered that if all else failed, he would have to summon Captain Marvel. But perhaps this was not yet the right moment. The agents around them exhibited expressions of tension, their grip on their weapons tightening involuntarily. They understood the formidable power of Han Qiuya and wished to avoid conflict. Han Qiuya recognized that among the agents were several of her Terminator operatives, and it was highly probable that Hydra operatives were also present. Meanwhile, the individuals behind her remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding situation. At that moment, Tony could no longer contain himself and spoke up, "Ahem, if there is nothing of great importance, Bruce and I shall take our leave." After speaking, he cast a glance at Banner and Natasha, seemingly signaling them to remain and continue their undercover work. The surrounding agents, observing that the director had not spoken, refrained from intervening. Tony then departed with Bruce, not looking back. Although Tony was also intrigued by the Tesseract, he decided to refrain from involvement for the time being. As Han Qiuya's desires took precedence, ideas for new armor designs surged in his mind, fueling his eagerness to return and enhance his creations. Unfazed by Nick Fury's warning, Han Qiuya toyed with the cube, casting a fleeting glance at Nick. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Allow me to indulge for a while, Egghead Director. I shall return it to you shortly." Natasha's lips twitched slightly as she envisioned the embarrassment Nick Fury must have felt at being publicly referred to as Egghead Director, finding it inexplicably amusing. Indeed, he was at a loss with Han Qiuya and could only endure the indignity. Selena chuckled at his expense. Egghead director? Haha, boss. You truly have a knack for nicknames. The agents exchanged glances, some stifling laughter, as the atmosphere oscillated between tension and amusement. Chapter 64. Symbiote Venom. Nick Fury's countenance darkened as he solemnly cautioned. This entity is exceedingly perilous. Such power is beyond your control. Preventing you from taking it is in your best interest. At that moment, Fiora could no longer contain herself. Her fists clenched and brow furrowed. She declared with formidable intensity. Listen well, farmer. The Queen is notifying you, not soliciting your opinion. Han Xiuya gazed at Fiora in astonishment, surprised to discover that Fiora had gleaned some internet references in her spare time. Your Majesty, I do not mean to interject indiscriminately. However, his demeanor is excessively arrogant. Fiora explained humbly, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. It's all right, don't worry. You did exceptionally well, Han Xiuya replied with a smile. With a glance at Nick Fury's sullen expression, she remarked, look at his face. He is absolutely livid. Let us depart swiftly. Without further hesitation, Han Xiuya conjured a portal, pulling Fiora and Selena into the passageway. Once they had exited, only Banner and Natasha remained. Nick Fury regained his composure, his expression now even more tempestuous. He bellowed, damn. Is there no law? Is there no justice? His voice echoed throughout the vast hall, leaving Natasha and Banner exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. After Fury's roar subsided, his anger still palpable, he turned his gaze upon Banner and Natasha. After a moment, Nick Fury inhaled deeply, striving to regain his tranquility. He adjusted his suit before inquiring, Dr. Banner, what did Supergirl take you to the alternate realm for? Banner lifted his head, responding, I primarily accompanied them to play basketball, though it was not I, but rather the creature residing within me, Hulk. Nick Fury regarded him with an impassive expression, remaining silent for several moments. Very well. Natasha, sensing the tension, interjected, Director, Supergirl forcibly brought me there as well, primarily to engage in playful activities. She has an affinity for fun. Sighing, Nick Fury remarked, excellent, you both are the pillars of S-H-I-D-L-D, Natasha. Be sure to maintain your cover beside her and report any critical information to me promptly. Her power is formidable, and having seized the Tesseract, I fear there may be dire repercussions. Natasha nodded solemnly. Understood, Director. I shall dedicate myself to serving S-H-I-E-L-D to the best of my abilities. In her heart, she added, it has become more of a snake shield now. Suddenly, a portal materialized, startling Eddie, who was seated alone in the park. Eddie, hello? Han Xiuya, clad in Supergirl attire, emerged from the portal. Oh, it's Supergirl. Are you here to see me? What brings you? Eddie asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. I am searching for the entity within you. What? How do you know about? With a flourish of her hand, Han Xiuya opened another portal, and the two found themselves in a remote wilderness. An open clearing surrounded by towering ancient trees, with the distant sounds of insects and birds resonating from the depths of the forest. I have no other purpose. I wish to engage in a friendly spar with Venom. Subsequently, Han Xiuya's expression grew stern, her eyes sharp as blades, unyielding and direct as she unleashed a thunderous iron fist aimed at Eddie. Eddie exclaimed in shock as Venom erupted violently from his body, seizing control. Upon witnessing the emergence of the towering, 2-meter-tall Venom, Han Xiuya did not relent. Instead, she intensified the force and speed of her strike. Venom widened his eyes in alarm, hastily raising his arms in defense. The punch was as swift as a gale and as heavy as a mountain. A resounding crash echoed as Venom, along with trees, was sent flying far away, startling a flock of birds. The sheer force of the blow propelled Venom several kilometers, toppling numerous giant trees and sending debris flying, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Cough, cough, Venom. Are we going to perish? Venom replied. She hasn't even exerted her full strength. Earth is terrifying. I wish to go home. Meanwhile, Han Xiuya received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved victory in battle, defeating the enemy Venom and earning 30,000 points. You have unlocked a discount on the symbiote battle suit. The prices after discount are as follows. Enhanced version, 5 billion prestige points, symbiote monarch. Carrying 2 symbiote kings, standard version 1. 5 billion prestige points, equivalent in strength to Venom. Simplified version, 200 million prestige points, possessing only 1/10 of the standard version's abilities. Note, the symbiote battlesuit can choose to eliminate consciousness, enhance the human body, and merge with nanosuits to form an augmented armor. And you, my system, are the true hero. Chapter 65, Profound Gains. The symbiote, Venom, had been forcefully struck back into Eddie's body by Han Xiuya's formidable punch. After delivering the blow, Han Xiuya swiftly flew to Eddie's side. Eddie, are you alright? I merely intended to spar with you, using minimal force. I never anticipated that I could send both you and Venom flying. Eddie gasped for breath, pausing momentarily before responding. I've finally regained my composure. Oh, I'm fine. He spoke with a hint of breathlessness, realizing it was merely a sparring session. I should have known, my goddess. The female superhero could never be a villain. Still shaken, Eddie continued. That was genuinely terrifying. I almost thought I was done for. Han Xiaoyi chuckled. I apologize. I merely wish to test your capabilities to see if you are worthy of joining my organization as a superhero. I'm just an ordinary person. Not fit for such a role, nor do I desire it. I expected you to agree without hesitation. Han Xiaoyi interjected, a hint of regret in her voice. You should know, I just transferred 10 million to you. Upon hearing this, Venom hurriedly emerged from Eddie's body, peering out. Supergirl, I accept the offer. As long as I am provided with sufficient sustenance, I shall become the mightiest warrior. Eddie, you miser, hurry and agree. You don't even have enough to buy me chocolates. Venom urged. Eddie, somewhat bewildered by the sudden windfall, quickly regained his senses. All right, money aside, I truly wish to become a superhero. I accept the offer. Also, goddess, I have one more request. Could I have your autograph? Han Xiaoyi procured a system-enhanced symbiote. The two complementary symbiote kings were bestowed upon Selena and Natasha, both of whom chose to eliminate the symbiotic consciousness, enhancing their physical forms and merging it with their nanotechnology suits into fortified armor. The symbiote king initially augments the host's physicality by 20-fold, and as battles ensue, the host's strength grows even greater. Fiora, come with me. It's time to return to your world, Han Xiaoyi declared. At your command, my queen. Fiora thought of reuniting with her Kryptonian kin, her heart brimming with joy. This time, having discovered a suitable world, Earth would henceforth serve as the bastion of Krypton. Is that true, Your Majesty? In the world of the Flash, several Kryptonian ships hovered near Earth, leaving its inhabitants in a state of unease. Finally, one day, the Kryptonian vessels vanished. Batman, Keaton, felt an immense sense of relief upon learning this news. He mused that these Kryptonians were exceedingly powerful. Their presence had always posed a significant threat to Earth. Now, he could finally breathe a little easier. Upon hearing the news, Kara experienced a tumult of emotions. She lamented not being able to meet Han Xiaoyi in person to share her own transformations. Over the years, Kara had diligently operated as Supergirl, combating numerous criminals and saving countless lives. Her powers had grown significantly stronger than before. Kara often contemplates the strength of Han Xiaoyi at this moment. All she desires is to meet Han Xiaoyi in person, to convey that she is no longer the fragile girl in need of protection, but rather possesses the power to safeguard this blue planet. She yearns for Han Xiaoyi's recognition and aspires to fight alongside her. In the world of biohazard, following the outbreak of the zombie virus, only a few tens of millions of humans remain, while the number of zombies exceeds 5 billion. The entire world has descended into a hellish nightmare. Zombies do not require sustenance to survive, nor do they decay like corpses. Those bitten or scratched by zombies inevitably transform into them, and these relentless creatures, imbued with tenacity, are exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Only severe damage to the head can ensure their complete demise. However, these zombies pose little threat to Kryptonians. Even the most formidable zombie, the tyrant Isaac, can be easily dispatched by an ordinary Kryptonian warrior. Suddenly, a vast teleportation portal materializes in the biohazard realm. Within Earth's atmosphere, several Kryptonian spacecraft emerge in succession. Ding! A total of 267 individuals have crossed over, consuming 226, 700 points. Remaining points, 57, 600. Han Xiaoyi gazes at her meager balance of points. Truly, spending points is like flowing water. I have become impoverished again, insufficient even for the next world. System, if my Kryptonian subordinates vanquish or eliminate the zombies here, will it augment my points? Ding. Upon assessment, the loyalty of the Kryptonian army exceeds 60, classifying them as the host's subordinates, thus enabling point accumulation for the host. The system replies, Splendid. I have struck gold. There shall be no more point shortages from now on. Han Xiaoyi turns to her companion. Fiora, heed my command. Your subordinate is present. Henceforth, you shall lead the Kryptonian Legion to eradicate all zombies on this Earth. Han Xiaoyi instructs. This world still harbors several million humans. Prioritize their protection upon encountering survivors, and designate a living area for them on Earth. Furthermore, do not alter Earth's environment. Allow the Kryptonians to acclimate gradually. Command acknowledged. Your Majesty. Fiora beams with joy, for the Queen has provided the Kryptonians with a haven. Although this realm is foreign, it matters not. Krypton shall surely flourish under the leadership of its formidable Queen. With that, Han Xiaoyi soars towards Earth, her form shimmering as she instantaneously arrives above a factory. Outside, the area is teeming with zombies, each emitting beastly howls as they batter against the massive iron gates, seemingly intent on shattering them. Behind the gates, a group of survivors appears pale, their eyes filled with despair and terror, huddling together for solace. Women weep while cradling their children, strong men clasp their hands in prayer. And elderly individuals sit motionless on the ground. They gaze fearfully at the encroaching zombies, believing that this time they will indeed be torn to shreds. Honshu eyes ignite with a brilliant crimson glow. A sizzling sound resonates as two beams of scarlet laser erupt from her gaze, swiftly sweeping through the horde of zombies. Wherever the beams pass, zombies are instantaneously sliced and scorched, emitting agonizing wails. In no time, the surrounding zombies were swiftly vanquished under Han Qia's intense gaze. As the searing air filled with the acrid scent of charred remains, the dozens of survivors within the gates stood in stunned silence, marveling at the sight of Han Qia's soaring above them. With a dignified demeanor and her crimson cape billowing in the wind, she turned to wave at them before taking flight. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating 676 zombies. You have earned 186,700 points. What a windfall. In this world, there are at least 5 billion zombies, each worth a minimum of 100 points. That amounts to 500 billion points. An inexhaustible fortune, to say the least. Han Qia's, unwilling to squander any more time, resolved to venture into the realm of Supergirl. The remaining zombies would be left for the Kryptonian army, as the points would still accumulate. System, initiate the crossover to the Supergirl universe. Ding. Deducting 10,000 points. The passageway has been opened. Chapter 66. The Working Woman Kara previously. Kara Zor-El borrowed the cosmic cube and drew immense energy from it. However, each time she depleted its power, the cube would swiftly replenish itself. After draining its energy repeatedly 6 or 7 times, the cube realized that Kara was absorbing it at an increasingly rapid pace. Consequently, it surrendered, ceasing to recharge, and became dim, no longer radiating its brilliant blue luminescence. Observing that the cube had lost its utility, Kara decided to temporarily halt her endeavors and entrusted it to Tony for research and amusement for a few days, with the intention of having Tony return it afterward. Tony, more preoccupied with his new armor, discovered that the now dim cube yielded little in terms of research and subsequently returned it to Nick Fury. What on earth happened? Why has it grown dull? What did Supergirl do to it? Nick Fury exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief. He examined the cube with utmost caution, but it was incapable of emitting any energy. Fury felt a surge of frustration. The cosmic cube was a crucial asset for SHIELD, from which many advanced technological weapons were derived. He pondered how Kara had managed to render it non-luminous. Yet, a few days later, the cosmic cube seemingly detected Kara's absence from the Marvel universe, prompting it to gradually regain its glow. In the world of Supergirl, after finishing her work, Kara's foster sister, Alex, came to see her. I'm about to board a flight to Geneva in 2 hours, Alex announced. But I have a blind date in an hour, and I was hoping you could help me decide how to dress. Kara walked over to the sofa, removing her glasses. All right, who am I to deny my sister? I love you. Your needs come first, Alex replied. You're the best, sis, Kara said with a smile, but then sighed. What's wrong? Alex inquired. I don't know. I just feel like I'm not living up to my potential, Kara remarked, standing and pacing slightly, her voice tinged with frustration. I work for Cat Grant, and I feel like I'm just being bossed around by a seemingly savvy and competent woman at this media company. I thought she would provide me with opportunities for change, for learning and growth. But, Kara paused, rolling her eyes and collapsing back onto the sofa. My work consists of merely handling charts and making her coffee, just mundane tasks. Alex responded, You've always wanted to live like a normal person, Haven to you? As a protective sister, Alex had always harbored an excessive desire to shield Kara, wishing for her to live a safe and ordinary life. Therefore, despite having a terrible boss and no stylish clothes to wear, wasn't this the essence of a normal person's life? Kara sat up from the sofa. But I am not ordinary. I possess the same superpowers as he does, Superman. I can lift buses and deflect bullets. Alex, I can fly. At least, I believe I can. It's been years since I last flew. At that moment, Alex, with a hint of jealousy in his voice, remarked, Kara, you have a wonderful job, and you are quite beautiful. Moreover, thanks to your extraterrestrial genes, you are free from the burden of acne. Life isn't so bleak. Refrain from playing the hero, as it is perilous. If you genuinely wish to assist others, choose one of these 2 items. And I shall be on my way to catch my flight. Alex picked up 2 pieces of clothing and presented them. Kara hesitated for a moment. I'll take this blue one. Excellent choice, Alex replied swiftly. When in doubt, opt for blue. It suits you perfectly. Text me the details of your date. And as soon as I finish my errands, I will call you. Kara, accustomed to Alex's guidance, felt a twinge of reluctance within her, appearing rather listless. After speaking, Alex opened his arms wide. I love you. Kara feebly reciprocated the gesture. I love you too. Chapter 67. The Shame of Krypton in the evening. Kara arrived at a bar for a blind date. The gentleman across from her inquired, Where are you from? Kara, somewhat daftly, replied, Are you asking about my birthplace? Well, I'm from the north. After exchanging a few more words, the man felt they were incompatible. Excuse me, I must take a call, he said. Using the phone as an excuse to leave abruptly, Kara waited for a moment, shrugged in resignation, and realized he had departed. At that moment, the news broadcasted an urgent update. It was reported that Flight 237 of Nair City Airlines was descending in altitude while en route to Geneva due to engine failure, and the aircraft was circling the city. Kara gasped in shock. He mentioned the Geneva flight. How dreadful. That was the one Alex was on. Meanwhile, Han Kiwia had traversed dimensions and immediately sought out Kara. At that moment, she was utilizing her supervision and X-ray vision from the atmosphere to observe her. Was there an aircraft disaster? System, initiate cross-border live streaming. Ding. Understood. Cross-border live streaming has commenced on all social media platforms in the DC and Marvel realms. People from both dimensions can now interact. As Han Kiwia's stream began, viewers flocked to witness the spectacle. The title of the live stream read, The Transcendent Superwoman, Streaming Another Superwoman. Since Han Kiwia had previously shared videos mentioning the names of each realm, the audience was aware of their respective worlds. The live stream soon displayed Kara's image, prompting a flurry of discussion. Has the Superwoman ventured into another universe? Is the woman on screen another Superwoman? Do you think she possesses the same prowess as our DC Superwoman, the goddess? Ridiculous. She is clearly our Marvel goddess. Wait, is it possible for different worlds to communicate and interact in this live stream? Kara hurriedly exited the bar, removed her glasses, and ran to a secluded spot. With determination, she leaped into the air. Although she soared high, she soon plummeted back down. No way, I've forgotten how to fly. In the live stream, is this really the Superwoman? She seems incapable of flight. Indeed, compared to our DC Superwoman, she falls short. Ridiculous. She is undeniably from our Marvel realm. The live stream buzzed with heated debates, with many viewers even starting to argue. Kara, in a state of desperation, accelerated her run and leaped upward once more, finally managing to take flight. In the live stream, all right, she is airborne now. I concede she is indeed a Superwoman. But she appears somewhat feeble. She does not align with my preconceived notion of a powerful Superwoman. I cannot accept her as one. Han Kiwia observed this scene, facepalming. Well, it seems her abilities have become dormant. As a Superwoman, she has to work like an ordinary person to earn a living and hasn't even exercised her powers. Meanwhile, aboard the ill-fated aircraft, chaos erupted. An explosion erupted from one side of the wing. The passengers aboard the aircraft screamed in terror. The captain urgently communicated with the control tower, declaring, The engine is on fire. Mayday! Mayday! The tower received the distress call but remained powerless to assist, offering no reply. The first officer, witnessing the imminent descent of the plane, despairingly closed his eyes. Kara soared towards the stricken aircraft, activating her X-ray vision, and discerned Alex within the cabin. Gritting her teeth in anxiety, she propelled herself forward with fervent speed. Han Kiwia calculated Kara's velocity with her keen gaze, feeling a mix of disbelief and concern. The speed barely exceeded Mach 2. Was this truly the Kryptonian supergirl? How disheartening. It was unbearable to watch. She resolved to seek an opportunity to rigorously train her. She could not allow Krypton to be shamed any further, nor tarnish the reputation of her people. Chapter 68. A single finger lifts the plane. The fractured wings of the aircraft belched forth thick plumes of black smoke, and the situation was dire. Just as Alex's expression turned to despair as she gazed out the window, a figure suddenly soared into view, propping up the aircraft's wing with a hand. Alex's eyes widened in disbelief. It was Kara. After exchanging a glance with her foster sister, Kara swiftly positioned herself beneath the plane, her hands supporting its fuselage in a valiant effort to slow its descent. The drop lessened. The captain exclaimed in surprise, What is happening? However, the gravity of the situation escalated as the aircraft approached a towering bridge spanning the river ahead. Oh my heavens! Not like this! Kara exclaimed, quickly shifting her stance and exerting every ounce of strength to maneuver the plane, struggling to rotate it slowly. She cried out as the aircraft, under her perilous control, banked sharply and slid through the gap beneath the bridge. Yet, the wings grazed the bridge surface, severing a section of it cleanly away. A driver traversing the bridge, witnessing the sudden disruption ahead, slammed on the brakes in shock and anger, exclaiming, My goodness! What the hell is going on? Kara smiled, preparing to let the now slowing aircraft descend gently onto the river's surface. It was not that she lacked the desire to transport the plane to safety entirely, rather, her strength was insufficient, and slowing the aircraft was her current limit. Observing from the upper atmosphere, Han Kiwia shook her head. Then, with a swift motion, She descended to the surface at a speed exceeding half the speed of light, over 150,000 kilometers per second, from an altitude of over 1,000 kilometers. As the plane neared the water's surface, Han Qiuya appeared before Kara. Kara doubted her own sight. How could anyone teleport under her supervision? How fast must they be? What? Kara also noticed the large emblem on Han Qiuya's chest. Another Kryptonian? From the L family? Han Qiuya and Kara exchanged a glance, wordlessly, before she immediately activated her formidable biofield. In the cross-dimensional live stream, here she comes. The true goddess has finally arrived. Late to the scene, another newly introduced superheroine had already rescued the plane. Nonsense. The goddess is far more powerful, capable of setting the plane down safely on land. Each time the superheroine hosted a live stream, she appeared at the critical moment on purpose, seeking to attract attention and admiration. Such selfishness. Enough, you petty detractors. If life is not treating you well, do not come online to vent your frustrations. Your petty grievances are truly unbecoming. Does the superheroine need such tricks to gain attention? Surely, her live stream can anticipate accidents, automatically activating, prompting her to rush to save people at the first sign of trouble. Go away, haters. The superheroine is free to act as she pleases. Han Qiuya descended beneath the aircraft, extending a single finger. A powerful biofield enveloped the plane. To the astonishment of all, the aircraft began to ascend, flying backward. Kara, momentarily forgetting to lower her arms that had just raised the airplane, gazed wide-eyed at the aircraft being effortlessly lifted and propelled backwards by a single finger of Han Qiuya. Is this what they call a biological force field? I must be incompetent. Perhaps I am a false Kryptonian. In the cross-border livestream room. Wow, impressive. Everyone, take your seats. This is merely a routine display from the goddess. Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, numerous television stations in this world have commenced live broadcasts, with reporters eagerly activating their cameras. Chapter 69. Anxious Tony and Bruce under the influence of Han Qiuya's biological field, the airplane began to fly backwards at an astonishing speed. Soon, it landed smoothly on the ground, making not a single sound upon touchdown. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment at the spectacle. Han Qiuya gracefully hovered in the air. At that moment, Kara hurriedly flew over, her face alight with excitement. Are you also from Krypton? This is incredible. To reverse an airplane's flight with just a finger, it's something I could never achieve. I never expected to encounter another Kryptonian besides my cousin. I am absolutely thrilled. Kara chattered incessantly. Han Qiuya offered her a faint smile, choosing not to respond. The harrowing incident of the plane's malfunction had just concluded, and the passengers within the cabin were filled with a mix of awe and gratitude. They felt the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped disaster, and their curiosity towards Han Qiuya and Kara was palpable. Oh my goodness, I thought we were finished. How incredibly fortunate we are. I can hardly comprehend what just happened. We landed safely as if in a dream. Goodness, this is astounding. I have never witnessed anything like this in my life. An airplane flying backwards. May I have a photograph? An autograph? The cabin erupted in a chorus of discussions and requests for photographs. The passengers quickly gathered by the windows, raising their phones to capture images and record videos of Han Qiuya and Kara outside. Kara, noticing Han Qiuya's striking superhero uniform, felt a surge of excitement and admiration. Yet, as she considered her own rather plain attire, she expressed a tinge of regret, saying, I wish I had a cool uniform of my own. That way, I could be a true superhero, just like you. Your outfit is simply magnificent. Kara gazed enviously at Han Qiuya's red and blue ensemble, the silver emblem on her chest radiating an impressive aura. She yearned for a similar attire, hoping to be regarded as a heroine in the eyes of the people. Perhaps one day, I too shall possess a superheroine uniform, Kara pondered to herself. At that time, I will present myself in a brand new light, just like Clark, safeguarding this blue planet. Let us go, Han Qiuya said calmly. All right, can we talk? Kara asked joyfully. Follow me, Han Qiuya replied, and in an instant, their figures soared into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Nearby, a television station's helicopter attempted to catch up for filming, but alas, the speed gap was too vast. Major online platforms immediately launched headlines declaring the appearance of the two goddesses who saved the airplane. Reporters rushed to provide live coverage from the scene. The passengers who had just experienced the ordeal were ecstatic, sharing their stories, photos, and videos on social media, expressing their gratitude and admiration for the two heroines. Bystanders and onlookers engaged in fervent discussions, eagerly speculating about the backgrounds of these two superwomen. What an astonishing day. Do we have superheroes in our city now? Two goddesses. No less. I am utterly enamored. We have two female heroes. Are they, like Superman, inhabitants of Krypton? I wonder how their strength compares to his. Within mere minutes, the headline shocking. Two goddesses save an airplane, suspected to be Superman's kin, surged to the top of social media trends, igniting a fervent discussion. Han Xiuyue escorted Kara into a private room of an upscale restaurant. The waiter respectfully opened the door for the two, and Kara surveyed her surroundings. Noting the elegant and sophisticated decor, with an array of exquisite dishes already laid out on the table. "Please, have a seat," Han Xiuyue said gracefully as she settled into her chair, prompting Kara to sit down somewhat hesitantly. "This place is truly remarkable," Kara exclaimed. "Do you frequent this restaurant often?" "No, I just scanned a few cities from the sky with my X-ray vision and chose this one for its exquisite decor and fresh ingredients," Han Xiuyue replied nonchalantly. Kara was taken aback. Her X-ray vision could not penetrate such depths, only a couple of walls at most, and certainly not from such a distance. She realized that Han Xiuyue possessed extraordinary capabilities, likely surpassing even her cousin. After elegantly sampling a few bites, Han Xiuyue noticed Kara merely sitting there and encouraged. "Do enjoy your meal. Let's chat while we eat." Kara, feeling a bit awkward, inquired, "The prices here must be quite steep." "I'm afraid my salary won't cover it." "Not to worry, I am quite affluent. This meal is on me." "Oh." With that assurance, Kara felt emboldened to indulge. And after savoring a few bites of steak, she curiously asked, "May I inquire what your profession is?" At this, Kara began to lament, "My job is exceedingly mundane, with little reward. I spend my days engaged in tedious tasks, just like everyone else, feeling as though I am squandering my Kryptonian heritage." She chewed her delectable steak while eagerly glancing at Han Xiuyue, hoping to learn more about this astonishing female superhero. "I do not work," Han Xiuyue stated. "I have sent you a detailed introduction video. You may watch it at your convenience." Calculating the time, Han Xiuyue thought the storyline of Thor was about to commence, and she would soon need to return to Marvel. Perhaps she should bring Kara along? And what of the Kara from the Flash movie? Meanwhile, in the DC cinematic universe, Superman Clark marveled at Han Xiuyue's livestream. It seemed that other worlds housed kin from Krypton. He pondered whether she might also belong to the elf family. "The emergence of a possible Kryptonian compatriot brings me great comfort," he murmured. In the Marvel universe, Tony and Bruce were engaged in a discussion about the Kara who appeared in the livestream. "It seems our preparation of anti-Supergirl armor may not suffice," Bruce said to Tony. "I have a premonition that this new Kryptonian heroine will grow to be quite formidable." Bruce's impression of Kryptonian strength was profound. "I wholeheartedly concur. Our current equipment requires enhancement." Tony nodded. "If we could employ nanotechnology or acquire magic akin to hers, we could develop a more advanced armor system." While the two female superheroes appeared to embody justice, their formidable powers still filled me with apprehension. Bruce spoke, his expression fraught with anxiety. Over the past few days, he had been plagued by nightmarish visions of an apocalyptic world, where he was relentlessly pursued by a malevolent Superman, filling his heart with unease. He recalled the moment when the beleaguered Flash had briefly traversed into his presence, hurriedly relaying urgent matters, leading him to surmise that a significant crisis loomed over his world. "You are right. For the safety of the Earth, we must be prepared to confront any potential threats," he acknowledged. Recently, Tony had also begun to experience heightened anxiety, often tormented by vague and unsettling dreams, which left him in a state of acute tension. The two exchanged glances, each discerning profound concern mirrored in the other's eyes. "I too worry about her losing control. It is crucial that we can manage her when that time comes," Tony remarked. "We should refrain from engaging in discord among ourselves, for the sake of our unity as superheroes." Both Tony and Bruce maintained a vigilant mindset regarding any possible threats, instinctively contemplating how to navigate the worst-case scenarios. Driven by their sense of duty to protect the innocents, "We should indeed avoid unnecessary conflicts." Bruce nodded in agreement. "But it is wise to be prepared." Tony inquired, "What do you think of the new armor I created for you?" Bruce, rarely displaying a smile, replied, "It's magnificent." He held a deep admiration for Tony's scientific prowess. "By the way, you didn't include that adapted entrance music from Chicken You Too Beautiful in my armor, did you?" Bruce expressed a hint of concern. I did include it. But you can set it to mute." "Still, I worry that one day you might want to use it," Tony responded. "Actually, I have another idea. What if we outfitted the Earth with a suit of armor? I mean, creating a more advanced artificial intelligence to work alongside an army of robots." Meanwhile, at SHIELD, Nick Fury observed the cosmic cube glowing once more, a mix of joy and distress washing over him. He feared that if Han Qiuya discovered the cube had regained its powers, she would seize it once again. "Coulson, I do not wish for Wonder Woman to realize that the cube has been restored. Do you have any clever solutions?" Nick Fury inquired of his companion, Coulson. Through Wonder Woman's cross-dimensional broadcasts, they had learned that Superman could not see through lead. Coulson contemplated. He is also a Kryptonian, so his X-ray vision should be obstructed by lead as well. "Alas, there seems to be no alternative. It appears we must proceed this way. Once she returns to our world, we must conceal the cube immediately." At that moment, an agent approached with a report. Director, there is an unusual hammer. Chapter 70, The Riot of Symbiotes in the Marvel Universe. The symbiote riot, having latched onto Drake, intends to utilize his identity to launch a spacecraft to bring more symbiotes from their home planet to Earth. Thus, Earth could become their sanctuary. With the generous sum of 10 million provided by Han Qiuya, Eddie and Venom joyfully procured a truckload of chocolate. Venom emerged from Eddie's body, voraciously devouring the treats, his face radiating sheer bliss. Such happiness. It was high time to follow Supergirl. She possesses such wealth. Venom mused as he indulged. Your 2 pet chickens will be safe from me now. I shall no longer entertain thoughts of consuming them. Eddie chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. In his new abode, he was happily engrossed in the latest video game. This windfall felt like a divine gift, rekindling long-lost joy and freedom within him. Eddie, now that fortune smiles upon you, it is time to win back your girlfriend, Venom declared, taking a hefty bite of chocolate, his words slightly muffled. Eddie paused, the image of his ex-girlfriend and surfacing in his mind. Indeed, and was an exceptional girl, and their separation had largely stemmed from his financial struggles, which left him with little time or resources to court her or provide her with a promising future. But circumstances had changed now. Just as Eddie was deep in thought, a sudden crash echoed as the door to his room was flung open. Several burly men clad in black uniforms, wielding stun guns and automatic rifles, stormed in. Who are you? Eddie exclaimed in shock. Enough talking. Come with us, barked the leader, his tone brusque. Sensing the impending danger, Venom swiftly materialized, enveloping Eddie. With a roar, he emerged, delivering a powerful punch that sent the foremost assailant flying. In no time, Venom dispatched all adversaries with ease, ensuring not one escaped. Who sent you? Eddie approached the fallen foes, demanding answers. This is too troublesome. I shall directly extract his memories, Venom declared, immediately extending his tendrils to invade the man's consciousness. After a brief moment, Venom acquired useful information and then rendered the man unconscious with a flick of his tendril. He belongs to the Life Foundation and has ties to Hydra, Venom revealed. Eddie's brow furrowed, his expression grave. Venom continued in a low voice. There is another piece of bad news. Besides me, there is another symbiote known as Riot. He is the leader of the symbiote planet and plans to launch a spacecraft to bring more of our kind to Earth, intending to conquer it. Is that true? Does every symbiote possess strength akin to yours? Eddie's eyes widened in disbelief, shock etched across his face. If each symbiote could parasitize humans like Venom and wield such formidable power, the ramifications would be dire. Basically, most symbiotes are even stronger than I am, Venom admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Then we are doomed. We must devise a plan to thwart them. Eddie's brow knitted in determination as he retrieved his phone and dialed Han Qiuya's number. Soon, the call was connected. But the voice on the other end was not that of a woman. Instead, it was a cold synthetic tone. Hello, Eddie. I am the AI steward of Supergirl. I am already aware of what you wish to convey. My mistress is currently absent. She has ventured into another universe. Eddie's heart sank immediately. Faced with the impending threat of extraterrestrial beings, they had now lost their most formidable ally. What were they to do? Eddie exclaimed anxiously. This is terrible. Is there any way to reach her? No, but there are several other formidable allies available. You and Venom should proceed first. They will arrive shortly to provide support. Consider this incident as your inaugural mission in joining the Supergirl Alliance, the AI steward replied calmly. Eddie pondered for a moment. Having already received a substantial sum of 1 million, whether for the sake of fortune or the duty to protect the world, he felt an obligation to thwart this crisis. Turning to the protruding figure of Venom, he hesitantly inquired, Venom, do you intend to side with Earth and assist in preventing your kin from invading? Chapter 71. Venom 1 Thor 1 Venom paused for a moment before speaking slowly. I am certain that preventing their arrival is for the greater good. Should they come and wreak havoc upon the Earth, the devastation would be monumental. After a brief pause, it continued. When the goddess Supergirl returns from another universe and witnesses this scene, the symbiotes will be doomed. Previously, when we were defeated by her, I attempted to bond with this goddess. After all, her physique is undoubtedly far superior to yours. However, I quickly realized that even a single cell of hers harbors boundless power, and I promptly withdrew. In summary, even the collective strength of our symbiotes cannot contend with her. Eddie nodded in understanding of Venom's choice. At the motorcycle racing venue, Selina was joyfully maneuvering over the hills, leaving her competitors far behind. The vehicle, known as Flying Over the Hills, was a system-enhanced transformer that Han Qiuya had redeemed before her departure, capable of transforming into any vehicle form at will. Selina was skillfully racing it on the track. Whoosh! Her coordination with the transformer was seamless, her movements fluid and graceful. As anticipated, Selina easily clinched the championship title. After the race, several competitors approached her, astonished, and inquired, Beautiful lady, how is your vehicle modified to achieve such incredible speed? It surpasses ours by more than double. This is outrageous. Selena smiled and replied, this is a transformer. What? Is it the kind owned by Supergirl? That's unfair. One competitor protested, clearly eager to voice more grievances. At that moment, Selena gently tapped flying over the hills, which then transformed into a sleek sports car with a series of clicks. Drawing gasps of admiration from the onlookers, she merely glanced at the disgruntled competitor, disregarded her prize, and drove away without looking back. Following the race, several contestants organized a protest, arguing that allowing Transformers to compete was unjust to ordinary racers. Consequently, many racing competitions instituted a new regulation prohibiting the participation of Transformers. Flying over the hills, do you think we might have been a bit unfair? Selena mused as she pressed the accelerator firmly, drifting while reflecting on the matter. In truth, she had only recently acquired the Transformer and was still fascinated by its remarkable performance, which had prompted her to enter the race. She would likely lack the inclination to do so again in the future. Master, do not feel that we are bullying anyone. We adhered to the competition's rules, and securing first place did not yield any prize. Why should you burden yourself with guilt? Selena recognized that competing in a race meant for ordinary individuals was somewhat excessive given her capabilities. After joining the Supergirl Alliance, Han Kuya had generously provided her with substantial funds and accommodations in her villa, yet she felt as though she had contributed little in return. However, it is only human to occasionally indulge in moments of hubris. Enough, let us return. Selena resolved to refrain from dwelling on the matter and instead focus on her training, aspiring to genuinely assist those in need with her own strength in the future. This way, she could vindicate her intentions and honor the generosity of Han Kuya, who had bestowed upon her such wonderful gifts. As Selena prepared to return to Han Kuya's villa, the AI, flying over mountain, suddenly spoke up. Master, Skynet has informed me that the Supergirl Alliance is facing an urgent mission. A spacecraft is about to launch, intending to bring forth numerous monsters from outer space to conquer Earth. We must hasten to thwart this threat. Is that true? Splendid. I've longed to showcase my abilities. Selena exclaimed with excitement. Flying over mountain, you take the wheel and hurry me there. At your command, Master, Flying over mountain replied. However, I must caution you that engaging in combat with symbiotic entities may pose significant dangers, so please exercise utmost caution. Symbiotic entities? Meanwhile, Skynet relayed the same message to Natasha. Yet, Natasha hesitated, saying, is there sufficient manpower over there? If so, I shall refrain from going, as I still have tasks to complete with S.H.I.E.L.D. and wish to keep my undercover identity concealed. There is indeed enough manpower. Having more personnel can alleviate the burden, making combat considerably easier, the artificial intelligence, Skynet, explained. In a remote town in America, S.H.I.E.L.D. established a temporary base beside a hammer. That night, a long-haired giant burst into the facility. My hammer. Chapter 72, The Hammered God. What transpired? Coulson inquired anxiously of his subordinates. Sir, since that individual intruded, the hammer has been incessantly emitting powerful electromagnetic waves, rendering our systems nearly inoperable. Many devices have already malfunctioned, his subordinate replied, urgency evident in his voice. Coulson swiftly seized his walkie-talkie. Barton, respond if you receive this. From his elevated position, Barton replied, shall I shoot this intruder with an arrow, sir? Or would you prefer to witness him incapacitate more of our men? Be prepared to fire and await my command, Coulson instructed as he jogged to a small platform, observing below as Thor felled the last adversary and gradually approached the enigmatic hammer. You should issue the order soon, Coulson. I am eager to applaud this fellow for his extraordinary combat prowess. Martin readied his bowstring taut. In Coulson's gaze, Thor strode purposefully towards the mysterious hammer, a radiant smile illuminating his face as if it were the treasure of his dreams. Coulson was deeply intrigued. Could this imposing stranger truly possess the strength to lift it? As the rain poured down with increasing intensity, Thor appeared to savor the moment, grinning at the hammer for an extended time before slowly extending his hand towards it. Sir, this is the last chance. Will you not give the order? Barton urged. He is about to touch the hammer. Coulson pondered for a moment. Wait, I wish to observe. With a joyful expression, Thor grasped the hammer's handle and pulled with all his might, only to discover that he could not budge it. The smile vanished from his face in an instant, as he began to fathom the reason behind his failure. Switching to a two-handed grip, he exerted all his strength, his face contorting with effort. He bellowed, his legs sinking into the mire, yet he remained immobile. Realizing the truth, Thor wept bitterly in the torrential rain, his tears mingling with the downpour. Why? He cried to the heavens, before collapsing helplessly to the ground, drenched to the bone. Coulson picked up the walkie-talkie and calmly stated, enough, the performance is over. Ground forces, proceed. With Thor showing no inclination to resist, Barton lowered his bow. The agents apprehended the despondent Thor, who, devoid of will, succumbed to their control. Outside the base, Jane Foster awaited anxiously for what felt like an eternity. Finally, she learned that Thor had been captured. It's over. The data I painstakingly gathered seems lost, she lamented sorrowfully. Regardless, I must devise a way to rescue him. Though Thor had not exhibited his divine powers, Jane discerned from their earlier dialogue that his knowledge of mythology and the cosmos far exceeded that of an ordinary human. She remained resolute in her belief that this man was indeed the legendary Norse god of thunder. In the interrogation room, Thor was securely bound to a metal chair, rendered utterly immobile. As Coulson entered, he scrutinized him from head to toe, then shook his head and remarked, "You have rendered our elite team of agents a pitiful sight. Akin to a group of minimum-wage supermarket security guards. It deeply wounds our pride." Thor remained expressionless, silent as a statue. Coulson, stroking his chin in contemplation, mused, "In my experience, to defeat them, you must have undergone similar specialized training, am I right? No need to answer. Allow me to venture a guess regarding your origins." At that moment, a sudden beeping from the communication device in Coulson's pocket interrupted him. He quickly retrieved it, and his countenance shifted, clearly indicating urgent matters at hand. Hastily, he made his way toward the door, but not before leaving a final remark. "Regardless, we shall attain what we desire." With that, he briskly exited the interrogation room, slamming the door behind him with a heavy thud. Inside, Thor sat alone, expressionless in his chair, his gaze vacant. Just then, Loki's figure materialized before him, startling him like a phantom. "Loki!" Thor exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" Loki feigned sorrow, his voice choked with emotion. "I had to see you, brother." "What has happened?" Thor began, but upon seeing Loki's peculiar expression, he immediately felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Father has passed away." Without allowing Thor to finish, Loki urgently delivered the shocking news. Thor's face paled instantly, his body stiffened, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "How can this be?" Loki clenched his fists, pretending to suppress his own grief, a mere ruse to deceive Thor. "No, this cannot be true," Thor murmured, never having anticipated such devastating news regarding their father. The burden of your exile and the worries of war became unbearable for him. Loki slowly approached, placing a hand on Thor's shoulder, his face a mask of compassion. "This was all part of his scheme. I actually interceded on your behalf, but he would not listen. Knowing full well you could no longer lift Mjolnir, yet leaving it by your side, was truly cruel. Now, the weight of the throne rests upon my shoulders." Loki continued to manipulate. Outside, the infiltrating robot, Terminator 66, within S.H.I.E.L.D., observed as Coulson exited Thor's interrogation room and promptly sent an encrypted message to his comrades. "Loki has arrived on Earth. Units 87, 76, and 65. You may proceed to the location of Mjolnir and prepare for action. Acknowledged, we shall execute immediately." Several synthetic robots quickly confirmed. Meanwhile, the beautiful robot, Xiaomei, en route to rendezvous with Venom, monitored the situation remotely through the surveillance network, quietly observing and directing every movement. Thanks to some spoilers provided by Han Qiuya, Xiaomei and her team had gained prior knowledge of certain pivotal events. Back in the interrogation room, tears welled in Thor's eyes as he looked up at Loki, pleading, "Brother, can I ever return home?" Loki feigned a look of distress and slowly remarked, "The terms of the truce with Jotunheim stipulate your eternal banishment to Midgard. In the interest of Asgard's stability, our mother had no choice but to acquiesce to such demands." As he uttered these deceitful words, Loki felt a surge of delight. He relished the sensation of deceiving Thor. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head. "No. How could she?" Loki pretended to sigh in sorrow. "We are equally helpless, dear brother. Your actions have plunged the 9 realms into chaos, leaving us with no alternatives." Upon hearing these words, Thor bowed his head in anguish. Loki, observing his brother's despair, silently reveled in his triumph. His scheme was unfolding step by step, and soon he would seize the mighty hammer and rule over Asgard. "I have come to bid you farewell, brother, and I am truly sorry." Loki feigned sincerity. "No, it is I who should apologize. Thank you for taking the time to see me," Thor replied softly, his eyes glistening with emotion. Oblivious to Loki's treachery, Thor remained grateful for his brother's perceived kindness. "Then I shall take my leave. Farewell," Loki said as he employed his invisibility spell and turned to exit the interrogation room. "Farewell," Thor murmured, gazing longingly in the direction of Loki's vanishing form. At that moment, Coulson entered the room with a smile, saying, "I just returned. What farewell?" Chapter 73. Alex's controlling nature. That evening, Han Qiuya accompanied Kara to her home. Kara, brimming with youthful exuberance, energetically leaped to the television, gleefully switching it on, and then joyfully retrieved a large bag of snacks from the cupboard, tossing it to Han Qiuya before diving onto the soft couch. "Thank you." Han Qiuya received the snacks, a thought crossing her mind, prompting a smile. She stored the snacks in her system space and then retrieved 2 fragrant hot pastries. Wow, these smell amazing, Kara exclaimed as the delectable aroma wafted through the air, her eyes fixated on the food in Han Kuya's hands like a hungry little creature anticipating a meal. With a grin, Han Kuya handed her one of the pastries, which Kara eagerly accepted. Although Kara was still inexperienced, her Kryptonian physique required no caution in cooling the food. She took a hearty bite, her eyes immediately sparkling with delight. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. Oh my, the flavor is simply extraordinary. Kara clasped her hands around the pastry, exaggerating her admiration. The 2 friends indulged in their feast while cheerfully watching the news on television. The broadcast reported, passengers on Flight 237 seemed to have been saved by 2 guardian angels, with numerous passengers claiming that 2 female aviators rescued the plane in a moment of crisis. Upon hearing this, Kara leaped up, ecstatic, and shouted, "Yes, I've become a hero too." However, the scene swiftly shifted, and the tone of another female anchor subtly changed. But are these guardian angels saviors or destroyers? The Audubon Bridge is riddled with cracks, alongside significant property damage. What? Kara stood up, visibly upset, and shouted at the television. If you had been the first to save the plane, would you have caused even more destruction? At that moment, Alex walked in from outside. She exchanged a glance with Han Kuya before addressing Kara. Goodness, what have you done? Oblivious to the concern, Kara remained enthralled in her superhero euphoria. Upon hearing her adoptive sister's voice, she joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Ah, sister, you know too? I'm so excited." Kara enveloped Alex in a tight embrace, resulting in a loud crack as Alex winced in pain. Oh, as a Kryptonian, Kara's strength was formidable, and she inadvertently risked injuring an ordinary person. Quickly releasing her hold, Kara apologized. "I'm so sorry, I got a bit carried away. I'm just too thrilled. I can hardly believe I took that step." After her apology, Kara eagerly pulled Alex over to Han Kiwiya, introducing them. "Alex, this is Han Kiwiya. She hails from another universe, is also a Kryptonian. And she is the Queen of Krypton." Kara gazed at Han Kiwiya with excitement, as if she were speaking of her favorite superhero. "Sister Kiwiya, this is my adoptive sister Alex, who has cared for me like a real sister since childhood. She is my family here on Earth." Kara affectionately draped her arm around Alex's shoulder. "Alex, greetings, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You are indeed the remarkable woman who is capable of lifting an aircraft with but a single finger, are you not?" Han Keel politely nodded. "Hello, Alex. I appreciate your kind care for my Kryptonian kin, Kara. Come, let us all take a seat and converse." Kara, brimming with excitement, ushered both to the sofa and opened her snack box, retrieving an array of treats. Alex, seated on the sofa, regarded Kara with a serious expression. Chapter 74. Billion points. Kara, upon hearing her adoptive sister call her name, realized she had made a grave mistake. With a sheepish smile and a pout, she blinked her eyes nervously. Alex spoke up, questioning, "What were you thinking? You are now exposed before everyone. Do you realize that? From this moment on, it will be quite challenging for you to remain incognito on Earth. Do you understand?" Han Shoya, standing nearby, noted that Alex did not continue further. "But I never intended to hide myself," Kara explained earnestly. "I have always wanted to use my abilities to assist others and become a superhero. Today, I finally received that opportunity, and I am overjoyed," Kara asserted with conviction. "I came from the distant Krypton not to be anyone's assistant. That would be a disservice to my Kryptonian heritage." Alex firmly replied, "Engaging in such activities is far too perilous for you. You must cease at once." She frowned and shook her head, adding, "In any case, do not take such risks again. Just be a regular Earth citizen." Ding. The system detected a new world coordinate and began processing. Meanwhile, Han Shoya was enjoying her snack when the system's voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind. Within moments, another system notification chimed, confirmed, "This universe is a sub-universe of X-Men, timeline, Logan, The Last Stand." How quick. System, your efficiency has certainly improved post-upgrade. Simultaneously, Han Shoya noticed that the system had accumulated over 10 billion points, causing her to beam with delight. It seemed the Kryptonian Legion had been swift in the world of Resident Evil, eliminating numerous zombies, alleviating her concerns about insufficient points for traversing dimensions. As a member of the family, one must learn to reassure their loved ones. Noticing Kara's silence, Alex added, "You should not be so reckless." Kara, disheartened by her sister's disapproval of her aspirations to be a superhero, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Han Shoya pondered, is Alex somewhat manipulating poor Kara? Thus, Han Shoya interjected, "Alex, Kara is a formidable Kryptonian. Confining her would be quite inappropriate. She should be free to soar." Upon hearing Han Shoya advocate for her, Kara's eyes sparkled with hope as she turned to Alex, saying, "Yes, sister, I also believe." Before Kara could finish her thought, Alex abruptly interrupted, "Silence. You should work diligently and safely, just like me, without causing any trouble. Oh, is that so? Han Shoya suddenly stood up, challenging Alex. You work in the super investigation department, and you feel safe? At this question, Alex's eyes widened in shock as she swiftly drew her handgun, pointing it at Han Shoya. Who are you, and how do you know about my position in the super investigation department? This is classified. Kara, taken aback by this revelation, quickly positioned herself in front of Han Shoya, exclaiming, Sister, put the gun down. What exactly is the super investigation department? What are you hiding from me? Calmly, Han Shoya replied, Your adoptive sister has quite a few secrets from you, Kara. You are only partially aware of her. What? Is that true? Kara cast a discontented glance at Alex. Sister, how could you behave in such a manner? I have always opened my heart to you. Yet you engage in these actions behind my back. Alex endeavored to clarify. Kara, I did not intend to conceal anything. However, Kara had already begun to harbor resentment. She thought, since Alex was also involved in perilous endeavors, she could no longer hinder her own aspirations to become a superhero. Chapter 75. I can see at a glance you are not human. Kara spoke abruptly. You are also engaged in perilous work. So you have no right to further restrict my freedom. I have the right to choose my own life. Alex was taken aback, realizing that her actions had displeased Kara. Yet she was at a loss as to what to do. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the two. At that moment, Han Kiya interjected, Kara, let us depart. I shall take you to your sister's workplace to inspect for any safety hazards or potential threats. Kara's face lit up at her words. That sounds wonderful. You have always been concerned for me, and I genuinely care about your safety as well. I will utilize my enhanced vision and hearing to help you assess the work environment. With that, Kara eagerly grasped Han Kiya's hand. Alex, alarmed, protested, No, you wicked woman. Keep your distance from my sister. Our super investigation department. Before Alex could finish her sentence, Han Kiya conjured a portal, and the three of them were instantaneously transported to the super investigation department. Meanwhile, in the Marvel universe, Loki, having successfully deceived his brother Thor, was in high spirits. He decided to take advantage of the moment to attempt to lift the mighty Mjolnir. After casting an invisibility spell, his arrogance led him to believe that no one on the primitive Earth could possibly detect him. Little did Loki know, however, that several advanced Terminator cyborgs nearby were keenly observing his actions, equipped with formidable sensors. Though they feigned patrolling, they would immediately detect even the slightest tremor of the hammer. Loki reached out with one hand and pulled at the hammer, only to find it utterly immovable. He then tried with both hands, yet to no avail. Just then, one of the Terminators on the platform suddenly turned its head towards Loki. Disheartened by his inability to lift the hammer, Loki retracted his hand. However, he soon sensed the encroaching danger as several Terminators closed in on him. In disbelief that he had been discovered, Loki's mood soured. Humph, he scoffed. So what if I've been found? He resolved to teach these mere insects a lesson, demonstrating the might of a god. Just then, Terminator 46 suddenly shouted, Hail Hydra! Surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and genuine Hydra infiltrators widened their eyes in astonishment, incredulously staring in that direction. To their shock, Terminator 46 charged directly towards Mjolnir. Meanwhile, on another front, Xiaomei and Selena had arrived at the chaotic rocket launch site, where they found Eddie. Upon seeing the two beautiful girls approaching, Eddie internally conversed with Venom. Is this our backup? Two women? Is that reliable? Venom replied. I sense the essence of our kin within that girl in black. Do not underestimate them. Selena stepped forward and addressed Eddie. Hello, you must be Eddie, right? I was worried we might arrive too late, but it seems the battle hasn't officially commenced yet, has it? Eddie felt somewhat awkward. The rocket is about to launch. I think we should wait for the reinforcements to arrive. This would increase our chances of success, he said hesitantly. Xiaomei immediately countered, Eddie, you're being too timid. It's high time we took action. Time is of the essence, and we three are more than capable of handling the chaos. Venom communicated within Eddie's mind. See, I told you to attack directly. You insisted on waiting, and now you've embarrassed yourself in front of the ladies. Eddie, feeling a bit bashful, murmured, Then let us commence our operation. I have already familiarized myself with this place. Unnecessary, a superfluous action, came the dismissive response. At Stark Tower, Bruce Banner inquired of Tony Stark, Have you managed to contact her? I wish to return to our DC world for a while. No luck. She must have ventured into another universe, Tony replied. Recently, Tony had completely renovated several of his rooms and laboratories, lining all the walls with lead materials. Are you certain her X-ray vision cannot penetrate lead? He asked, glancing at the unfinished anti-Supergirl armor on the workbench, feeling a twinge of guilt. Superman cannot see through lead. They are of the same lineage, so Supergirl should be the same, Bruce reasoned. But Superman fears kryptonite. She does not. She can even shoot hoops with kryptonite basketballs. Tony retorted, feeling inexplicably guilty and apprehensive about being discovered by Han Shiyue. For one, he was certain he could not defeat her, and secondly, she had saved him on several occasions. Designing armor to counter her made him feel deeply remorseful. Similarly, within S.H.I.E.L.D., a lead box hovered beside the reactivated Tesseract. Nick Fury could only hope that the lead would prove effective. As soon as there was news of Han Shiyue's return, he would promptly encase the Tesseract within the lead box. Meanwhile, in the supercheck division, 3 figures materialized out of thin air, startling an agent. "Who are you?" Surrounding agents, alerted by the alarm, rushed over, drawing their firearms and aiming at the trio. The sound of guns being cocked echoed through the silent, classified space. "Halt, or we will open fire," one agent commanded. "Wait, it's me." Alex quickly stepped forward, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "Alex, why did you suddenly bring 2 outsiders here?" While the agents recognized Alex, they remained vigilant, guns still trained on the newcomers. "I'm sorry, I have no idea what's going on." Alex realized he had made a grave mistake, casting a sharp glance at Han Shiyue. Kara, observing the armed agents around her, nervously tugged at Han Shiyue's sleeve. "Have we gotten ourselves into trouble?" Han Shiyue reassured her. "Your sister is here, and besides, you possess the strength of steel. What is there to fear?" Kara nodded, yet she still cast a worried glance at Alex, feeling they had landed in serious trouble in what was clearly a classified department. At that moment, Hank Henshaw, the head of the Super Check Division, strode over. "Director." Alex greeted him. Hank nodded in acknowledgement. "Alex, how did you get in here? Why have you brought your sister along?" Hank cast a glance at Kara before directing his gaze toward Han Kuya. "And this enchanting Kryptonian beauty, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting us?" Hank recognized Kara and immediately recalled that Han Kuya was the renowned Supergirl who had saved Flight 237 just days prior. Upon hearing his words, Han Kuya stepped forward. "Hank, I could tell at a glance that you are not human." Chapter 76. The third Princess Loki. Hank's expression shifted dramatically, his muscles tensing instantaneously. The surrounding agents cast astonished glances at Han Kuya and Hank. Hank, visibly taken aback, stammered, "You." The words lingered on his lips, unspoken. Taking a deep breath, he redirected, "Shall we talk privately?" With that, he swiftly turned and strode away, gesturing for Han Kuya and the others to follow. Alex, equally astonished, looked at her superior. Hank, perplexed by the unfolding events. Kara, utterly bewildered, trailed behind in a daze. They arrived at a secluded room, where Hank closed the door, his demeanor grave as he regarded Han Kuya. "How did you uncover my identity?" "I believed my disguise was flawless." Han Kuya, unfazed, replied. "My X-ray vision surpasses that of any other Kryptonian. Your physical structure is distinctly different from that of a human. Your bones and muscles are unlike those of ordinary humanity. Clearly, you are some form of shape-shifting extraterrestrial." "What?" Alex and Kara exclaimed in unison, turning their gazes toward Hank. Alex stepped forward, her expression one of astonishment as she scrutinized Hank. "Director, what exactly are you? Are you truly an alien?" It was difficult for Alex to fathom that she had been under the command of an extraterrestrial all along. Hank pondered for a moment before nodding gravely. "It seems I have underestimated you. I apologize for my previous concealment. I can share certain details with you, but I must ask that you keep this confidential." Han Kuya nodded in assurance. "Rest assured, I will not speak of this indiscriminately. However, you ought to clarify everything to them, including matters concerning their father." Hank sighed, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. He began recounting his origins, his mission, and the events from years ago when he first encountered their father on Mars. The 2 girls listened, dumbfounded, as they never imagined Hank was a Martian hunter. Their father had previously been a part of the Super Investigation Department and had lost his life during a mission while saving Hank. Thus, Hank resolved to assume a human form and serve in the Super Investigation Department to protect Alex and Kara. In the Marvel Universe, as the Terminator 46 shouted "Hail Hydra," he charged towards Loki, who stood beside Thor's hammer. A nearby Hydra lieutenant was taken aback, immediately contemplating the need to inform headquarters about this subordinate's apparent malfunction. Unbeknownst to him, this very subordinate had already been slain by Terminator 46 and was impersonated by him. Seeing someone recklessly approach, Loki let out a cold laugh. With his characteristic arrogance, he decided to demonstrate the power of a god through sheer physical prowess. "You, a mere native, dare to challenge a deity?" Loki, now visible, mockingly declared. "You are like an ant attempting to shake a tree." Just as Terminator 46 and Loki were about to collide, Loki swiftly pivoted, bending his knee to launch a powerful kick at the Terminator's jaw. However, to Loki's astonishment, a thunderous clang resonated as the Terminator caught his foot. Loki's toes grazed the Terminator's metallic exoskeleton, sending ripples through the air, yet the 46th Terminator remained utterly unmoved. "What?" Loki was taken aback. Although he had not exerted his full strength, he was still a god. yet he found that he could not shatter this robot with a single kick. The Terminator No. 46 emitted a menacing glow from its crimson mechanical eye. Such a weak deity. Infuriated, Loki snorted dismissively. You are merely a robot. How much stronger can you be than a human? At that moment, number 46 spoke. Princess Loki of Asgard, I almost forgot to convey my master's regards to you. What did you say? Loki, who was poised to launch a surprise attack using his illusory doppelganger, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 77. The Hulk strikes at this moment. An increasing number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents gathered around. Among them were also numerous Hydra operatives and Terminators. This despicable machine, employing such underhanded tactics, had audaciously managed to provoke my emotions. Loki thought to himself, seething with rage. Death. Loki left a phantom duplicate in place while his true self activated invisibility, stealthily maneuvering to the side of Terminator 46. Drawing forth a dagger and swiftly plunging it into its waist. The sound of metal piercing metal resonated as Loki's dagger sank deeply into the torso of 46. Sparks began to erupt from the machine's body. Seeing this, Loki smiled. At that moment, a circle of agents surrounded the scene, weapons drawn and aimed. Yet, amidst this tension, the highest-ranking agent commanded, all team members, step back. Be cautious, that robot may explode. Unbeknownst to them, he was also an undercover Terminator, designated 66. Upon hearing the order, the crowd retreated. Coulson, alerted by his subordinates, was hastening in their direction. Simultaneously, 66 was engaged in information exchange with a companion on the opposite side. Captain 66. How long until 49, 23, and Dr. Banner arrive? Came the response. We are on our way, but an unexpected delay has occurred. We will be there shortly. Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, the keenly observant May understood that the situation had shifted and Hulk might arrive later than anticipated. Thus, she immediately devised a new plan and issued orders to the Terminators to initiate self-destruction. 46. Activate self-destruct protocol immediately. May commanded through internal communications. 46 promptly acknowledged, received. Executing now. Turning towards the grinning Loki, it too bore a mocking smile and said, You better release me. Otherwise, my master has decreed that you shall become a woman. And then you shall truly be Princess Loki. Asgard. Heimdall stood beside the Bifrost, his eyes surveying the 9 realms, fixated on the events transpiring on Earth. Observing Loki's repeated misfortunes, Heimdall couldn't help but smirk slightly. He had long foreseen that the cunning Prince Loki would eventually fall into the hands of a woman named Han-Kyu-ya. This extraordinary woman, not of the 9 realms and of unknown origin, had grown so powerful that even Odin regarded her with trepidation. Heimdall silently awaited the unfolding drama. For not only Thor, but Loki too would gain experience on Earth. Odin would surely be delighted upon learning of this. Upon hearing 46's taunt, Loki's expression shifted dramatically. As a prince of Asgard, despite being overshadowed by Thor since childhood, his pride remained indomitable. That wretched machine. Loki seethed internally, his fury ablaze. Just as he prepared to deliver a final blow to 46, ensuring it would never again insult him, 46 suddenly embraced Loki, its mechanical frame emitting creaks and groans. Its body began to glow a fierce red, radiating intense heat. You dare! Loki exclaimed, attempting to escape, but it was too late. A thunderous explosion reverberated as 46 self-destructed. A blinding white light enveloped the surroundings, and the explosive heat wave swept across the entire area. Fortunately, the agents had retreated to a safe distance just in time, and they could not help but breathe a silent sigh of relief, narrowly escaping disaster. Not far away, in a jeep, Banner and several Terminators hurriedly approached. Witnessing the scene unfold, as the heat wave dissipated, a disheveled figure knelt on the ground amidst the swirling dust. Loki's heart blazed with fury. Although this explosion had spared his life, the humiliation he endured on this despised planet filled him with profound shame and rage. Enough, you pitiful insects! He seethed, his green eyes flashing with wrath. I shall obliterate you like vermin. He abruptly turned, fixating on the heavily armed agents nearby. Just as he prepared to act, a voice echoed from a distance. Hulk! Smash! Roar! Chapter 78. The feeble god Hulk, upon spotting Loki in the distance, was filled with joy akin to that of a child who has just discovered a new toy. With a gleeful roar, he charged directly towards Loki. Still reeling from the chaos and fury of the recent explosion, Loki was taken aback by the sight of the exuberant green behemoth rushing towards him. As if he were nothing more than a plaything. As a noble prince of Asgard, how could he endure such indignity? With a fierce demeanor, Hulk approached Loki, slamming his enormous green hands onto the concrete ground beside him, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Enraged, Loki's eyes blazed with fury. Enough, you wretched green beast. I am a god. I, Hulk, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, interrupting Loki before he could finish. With a thunderous roar, he lifted Loki as one might a mere chick. Regardless of Loki's divine status, Hulk was determined to smash. With the force of a ragdoll, he repeatedly slammed Loki against the ground. The goddess cries stifled before they could escape his throat. Hulk bellowed triumphantly, delivering one final, resounding crash that sent Loki crashing to the floor. The color drained from Loki's face, his mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. His brain was foggy, his eyes glazed over, and he gasped for breath, mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Onlookers beheld Loki sprawled out, his body embedded in the ground, motionless in the indentation. One person remarked, "Youth is wonderful. When you fall, you simply sleep." Satisfied, Hulk turned to leave, adding with a smirk, "What a weak god." After a while, recovering from the onslaught, Loki hastily became invisible and fled back to Asgard. He now regarded Earth with a newfound trepidation. Realizing he could not venture there alone in the future, he would need to bring more allies. At that moment, Coulson arrived on the scene with several fully armed agents. They stood bewildered, taking in the destroyed makeshift base, the vanishing Loki, and Hulk, who was transforming back into Banner. What happened? They wondered, perplexed. In the world of Supergirl, after learning about the Supergirl department and her foster sister's work, Kara decided to join the department. Now, she could become a superhero, and her foster sister could hardly object. Kara was elated. However, she believed that a superhero must also don an impressive battle uniform. With excitement, she changed into a new outfit, removed her glasses, and approached Hanki as if she were a little girl seeking guidance from an elder. Hanki appraised Kara from head to toe, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Not bad. You look much better without glasses. And wearing bare legs is not ideal. Black stockings would make it even more perfect." "What a splendid idea." Kara promptly complied, donning the stockings that Hanki had chosen. Now, Kara exuded an aura of mature sensuality, fully embodying the image of a petite, adorable, yet strikingly powerful superheroine. Absolutely marvelous. Kara twirled around joyfully and then enveloped Hanki in a heartfelt hug as a token of her gratitude. As soon as she finished speaking, Kara activated her X-ray vision and, to her delight, quickly located the criminal. "I see a gun-wielding robber in the distance. Hurry, let's take care of them," Kara exclaimed. And without waiting for Han Shoya's response, she joyfully soared out of the window, eager to showcase her prowess. Han Shoya shook her head in resignation, thinking to herself, "That silly girl." Instead of following her, she quietly took out some delicacies to enjoy. Before long, Kara zipped back, proudly brushing off the dust from her hands. "I've dealt with them. It was as easy as playing a game." However, Han Shoya noticed that aside from a few tears in her tight suit, Kara's black stockings were nearly transformed into fishnet tights, riddled with bullet holes. Only then did Kara realize the gravity of the situation, her face flushing with embarrassment. She cradled her head and awkwardly admitted, I didn't expect it to turn out like this, and I wasn't careful about protecting my outfit." Han Shoya spoke up, "Kara, as a Kryptonian, you must ensure that neither your body nor your attire sustains damage when confronting ordinary villains. Otherwise, you would bring shame upon Krypton. You could wrap yourself in a biofield for protection or don a specially designed combat suit like mine, which offers excellent quality, bulletproofing, and comfort." She patted Kara on the shoulder. Kara nodded vigorously. "Yes, sister goddess, I understand. I will definitely be more careful next time to avoid embarrassing Krypton. I would love to have a cool combat suit like yours." With that, Kara mustered her courage and cautiously reached out to touch the sheer stockings adorning Han Shoya's legs. Chapter 80. The Hammer. After a playful exchange between the two, Kara inquired, "By the way, your battle attire is made of the same material, isn't it? Where did you acquire it?" Her admiration for Hanki's high-tech, bulletproof outfit was palpable. How convenient it would be to possess a similar ensemble for tackling villains as a superhero. Hanki, noticing Kara's sparkling eyes, twirled and replied, "This battle suit is crafted using nanotechnology. It not only boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, but can also transform according to one's needs." As she spoke, her attire instantly morphed into an exquisite blue skirt, revealing her sleek, elegant legs adorned with blue heels, perfectly accentuating her statuesque figure. Kara watched in awe, repeatedly exclaiming, "Wow, it looks stunning. I wish I had a transforming battle suit. That would be so convenient. Would you like one?" Hanki inquired, to which Kara eagerly nodded. "If you undergo the specialized training I designed, I could indeed gift you a set." Kara promptly probed, "What kind of specialized training?" After spending several more days in this world, battling minor antagonists alongside Kara, Hanki began to feel a sense of tedium. Reflecting on the timeline, she realized that the plot of Thor was nearing its conclusion, and it was time to reunite with Thor, Loki, and attempt to wield the hammer of the Thunder God. Thus, on that evening, Hanki approached Kara and announced, "I must return to the Marvel Universe. Train diligently. I shall return swiftly." Although Kara felt a twinge of reluctance. She obediently nodded. Sister Kias, go ahead with your tasks. I will train hard. Satisfied, Han Kias nodded and opened a portal to her destination. A portal materialized beside the hammer of Thor. Who goes there? The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents guarding the hammer exclaimed, swiftly raising their weapons towards Han Kias. Before long, more heavily armed agents arrived, and upon recognizing Han Kias, they hurried to report to Coulson. Director, Supergirl has returned. She has appeared beside the hammer of Thor. Meanwhile, Coulson, who had just discovered Thor's escape, was furiously reprimanding his subordinates when he received this report, leaving him astounded. He quickly informed Nick Fury of the situation and instructed his team, you must hold her off. I'll be there shortly. With that, he hastily ended the call. Upon learning of the situation, Nick Fury urgently commanded an agent nearby, quickly, tell them to halt their research and secure the Tesseract in a lead box. Supergirl has returned. Back at the hammer, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents exchanged glances, all aware of Han Kias' formidable strength, which they felt ill-equipped to contend with. Fortunately, Han Kias had a reputation for her sense of justice, suggesting she would not harm them indiscriminately. They stood back, hesitant to take action. Lower your weapons, it's Supergirl. There's no need for hostility, the highest-ranking commander declared. Han Kias cast a sidelong glance at him, and, upon closer inspection, realized he was an undercover agent from her own faction. Their efficiency was commendable, having infiltrated the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. with such speed. The agents cautiously laid down their weapons, slowly encircling Han Kiya and MJ Lunar at the center, their gazes vigilant and watchful, while simultaneously remaining alert to their surroundings. Creating the FAA of safeguarding Han Kiya, the Hydra infiltrator was also seeking an opportunity to relay information. Unperturbed by their presence, Han Kiya extended a hand, preparing to lift MJ Lunar. Chapter 81. The 100 billion-ton hammer. The surrounding agents and undercover operatives widened their eyes, craning their necks in eager anticipation, wondering whether the formidable Han Kiya could lift this colossal hammer. After all, they had previously employed various methods to no avail. The hammer, forged from high-density neutron star material, possessed a true weight exceeding 100 billion tons. The only way to lift it effortlessly was to earn its recognition, otherwise, one would have to resort to the second method of forcibly raising it. To the astonishment of the assembled agents, Han Kiya's experience diverged greatly from their preconceived notions. Instead of straining with bulging muscles and a flushed face, she appeared as a graceful lady, effortlessly grasping the hammer's handle and gently raising her arm, causing the hammer to float serenely off the ground. Han Kiya's body density had exceeded that of an average human by 240 million times, establishing her as a petite powerhouse. Though her weight was several times lighter than the hammer, lifting it was a trivial endeavor for her. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed the hammer playfully, assessing its heft. Well, it's a bit heavier than I expected, but as a weapon, it still feels light. Her melodious voice shattered the silence that enveloped the air. Why is everyone so quiet? Han Kiya surveyed the crowd. You can lift it with such ease. What more is there to say? Came a response, filled with awe and resignation. Many faces reflected a blend of wonder and anxiety, while some stared blankly, and others hurried to report back to their superiors. Nick Fury, observing the scene through a screen, struggled to come to terms with the reality. Damn, did this hammer just become lighter? We tried every method possible, and now she lifts it effortlessly. In the midst of the crowd, Coulson cleared his throat and cautiously inquired, Superwoman, could you enlighten us on the approximate weight of this hammer? Contemplating the hammer in her hands, Han Kiya weighed it with one hand and replied, I'm not entirely certain, but it's definitely over 100 billion tons. 100 billion tons. Coulson gasped, swallowing hard, his throat quivering. An agent could not contain himself, exclaiming, incredible. How can such a powerful being exist in this world? Is she here to save us? But Earth isn't facing an alien invasion or an apocalypse right now. Another pointed out, no, Superwoman is not merely human. She is a goddess, a different species altogether. A Hydra undercover operative interjected smoothly. Han Kiya chuckled lightly, casting her gaze around at the remnants of the battle, noticing a humanoid crater on the ground. Wasn't there a peculiar girl in a green cloak here earlier? Coulson nodded. Indeed, a man who claimed to be a god, though his voice suggested otherwise. Fortunately, the Hulk intervened and sent him fleeing, but we have no idea where he escaped to. No, she is a woman, the third princess of Asgard. Coulson and the surrounding agents were momentarily taken aback, pondering Han Kiya's words. Han Kiya smiled gently, with a gentle swing of the hammer in her hand. It emitted a humming sound akin to electrical currents. Thor, the god of thunder, must still be on Earth. I must seek him out. After speaking, Han Kiya vanished in an instant, leaving the onlookers in awe. She could now fly at 8 times the speed of light. making her departure akin to a miraculous disappearance. Wait, the hammer. Coulson sighed in resignation and hurriedly reported the situation to Director Fury. Director, the female superhero has borrowed the hammer. A calm voice soon responded from the other end, unmistakably Nick Fury, understood, devoid of any discernible emotion. With the help of her friends, Jane successfully rescued Thor. He trailed behind her group, shuffling along the main road with a dejected demeanor. He appeared utterly defeated and indifferent as he lamented, I have lost everything. You need not have gone out of your way to save me. Where could I possibly go now? Jane cast a concerned glance at him and replied, I have come to believe that you truly are the god of thunder from Norse mythology. Thor scoffed, surrendering to despair as he retorted, what good does that do? I have nothing left, not even my hammer. All I desire now is a place to drink. Jane's friends exchanged glances, convinced that Thor was nothing more than a drunkard, wholly unrepresentative of the mythological deity. One friend muttered softly, Jane, I told you he wasn't a real god. We have labored in vain. Before the words could fully escape, everyone, including Thor, suddenly halted in their tracks, frozen in astonishment. A striking woman appeared before them out of thin air. It was Han Kiwia. You. Jane gasped in disbelief, recognizing her as the female superhero. However, she hesitated, unsure. Is it a cosplay? Surely it can't be the real deal. Thor, however, noticed the hammer in Han Kiwia's grasp and turned to Jane, saying, the replica she holds bears an uncanny resemblance to my hammer. It seems she is an admirer of mine. The group stared in silence, while Han Kiwia, exasperated, muttered, I'll give you a hammer. Chapter 82. The roasted chicken. Thor smiled and shook his head. Madam, your sense of humor is quite commendable. However, only my former self had the strength to wield the true Mjolnir. Others are simply unworthy to lift it, even by a fraction. Jane disregarded Thor's words and turned her attention to Han Kiwia. Your attire is absolutely exquisite. Did a professional makeup artist assist you? You are, without a doubt, the most stunning cosplayer of a superhero I have ever encountered. At her words, Han Kiwia raised her finely arched brow, her crimson lips curling into a subtle smile, and her beautiful eyes emitted two dazzling beams of red light, aimed directly at the ground. A hissing sound arose from the earth as two tendrils of green smoke ascended. Now do you believe? Jane and her two companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from shock to exhilaration. Unbeknownst to them, the two scorching rays melted the soil beneath them, penetrating the very core of the earth. Ultimately, they struck a solitary wild chicken foraging in a distant wilderness, the temperature perfectly calibrated, leaving it exquisitely roasted. Before long, a nearby gray wolf, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached with gleaming eyes and swiftly snatched the roasted chicken, indulging in a delightful feast. In Kamartosh, the Ancient One, who had been meditating, opened her eyes momentarily before closing them again. Han Kiwia, satisfied with the sight of the perfectly roasted chicken on the other side of the earth, retracted her heat vision. Now, her scorching gaze could accurately adjust both temperature and intensity, a skill that seemed perfect for culinary endeavors. Superwoman, my heavens, this is simply unbelievable, Jane exclaimed, her excitement propelling her into a jubilant dance. We are fortunate to witness the genuine superwoman in the flesh. The most powerful superhero in the world stands before us. My goodness, you truly are superwoman, Jane's female companion exclaimed, her fists clenched in exhilaration, her face radiant with joy. Thor appeared somewhat puzzled. To him, it seemed merely a trivial feat. Was such fervor truly warranted? Women often overreact, he thought, casting a glance at his more composed male companion. Yet the next moment, he observed his friend momentarily stunned before quickly retrieving paper and pen from his backpack, his face betraying barely contained excitement. Goddess, idol, could I possibly have your autograph? Thor shook his head helplessly. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't you be clamoring for my autograph as the Prince of Asgard? Jane Foster rolled her eyes dramatically, choosing to ignore Thor's self-importance as she hurried to request Han Kiwia's signature. Although Jane had come to believe Thor was indeed the god of thunder, his previous antics had shattered the lofty image she once held of deities. Han Kiwia signed it near light speed, her name appearing on the paper in the blink of an eye. The three witnesses were thrilled to witness such extraordinary swiftness. Little did they know, these three signatures would later be worth a fortune. Thor, do you truly doubt its authenticity? I was even prepared to return it to you. If you don't want it, I shall take it, Jane remarked. Thor calmly replied, very well, consider it a gift. Yet let us not linger here. Let us go for a drink together. Jane ignored Thor and inquired of Han Kiwia. Goddess, I believe it is genuine. By the way, how heavy is this hammer? Approximately 100 billion tons. After Han Kiwia finished speaking, she noticed the incredulous expressions on several faces. She added, Jian, there is no need for such astonishment. In fact, you too can lift it. Jian, upon hearing this, was even more astonished. And Thor, I must share some news with you. Your father is not dead. Loki deceived you. The listless Thor suddenly trembled at these words. What? Is this true? I always believed my father to be so formidable. How could he possibly pass away so easily? Oh, that Loki, truly my dear brother. Han Kuya chuckled. When the time comes, I will assist you in transforming him into a lovely sister, allowing him to become the third princess. Third, Han Kuya offered no explanation, saying only, you will understand in due time. Meanwhile, Selena, Xiaomei, and the Venom duo arrived boldly at the entrance of the Life Foundation. Selena, riding atop a flying vehicle, made a classic dramatic pose. Utilizing the weaponry system of the vehicle, she unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles, blasting open the grand doors. Go! Selena shouted, and alongside Venom and Xiaomei, the three surged forward into the building. Venom, exhilarated, exclaimed, this is thrilling. I revel in such combat. Eddie, with concern, remarked, Venom, please be mindful of my suffering during the fight. Do not absorb every attack. Venom retaliated by flinging a security guard aside, responding, understood. Eddie replied, I sense you are merely appeasing me. The trio swiftly dispatched several foes, traversing the foyer and advancing into the building, determined to reach the rocket control room. Chapter 83, The Long Cattail Boss. This isn't a drill. The piloting team isn't ready yet. An anxious employee reported to Drake. I will pilot the spacecraft. Drake replied resolutely. You? The employee exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, I can manage it alone, Drake responded, impatience creeping into his tone. How much longer? We're loading the spacecraft's diagnostic program. Even with an automated system, you cannot operate it by yourself, the employee hesitated. Just follow orders, Drake said, looking up with a meaningful gaze. I am not alone. At that moment, the entity within him murmured, excellent. Once I summon my brethren, we shall ascend to greatness. A multitude of symbiotes will heed our command. Not even the female superhero can contend with the deity of symbiotes. While she is absent from Earth, we must depart swiftly. Drake chuckled, unaware that the entity was merely exploiting him. Once the task was complete, its first act would be to seek a more suitable host. After a while, the technician reported, Boss, the rocket is in position. We are merely awaiting the final checks. Boss, there's trouble. 3 individuals have breached our building, and we cannot hold them back against the mercenaries. Moreover, we have received news of the female superhero's appearance, another technician gasped as he rushed into the launch room. Launch immediately, Drake commanded urgently. Sir, boss, did I hear that correctly? The engineer hesitated. Drake bellowed, initiate the launch sequence now. The technician swiftly entered the password, and with the mechanical sounds resonating, the system responded. Beep, launch sequence activated. Countdown, 5 minutes. Ding ding. Damn it. Who set the countdown for so long? Drake complained, pressing his hand against his forehead. Boss, it's always been this way for safety reasons. The technician explained quietly. Boom. The launch room door was violently kicked open by Scream, the heavy iron door bending under the force. 3 figures emerged at the entrance, with Venom's imposing form exuding an overwhelming pressure. Catwoman Selena stood beside him, her feline tail having grown during battle. She had discovered her adaptability to having a tail, utilizing the fluid properties of her suit to form it, enabling her to maintain balance in high-speed combat, while using it to strike and ensnare foes. Drake's employees shrieked at the sight of Venom, scattering in fear. Oh, I was just about to kick the door down myself, but you beat me to it. Your little legs are surprisingly strong, Venom remarked with a hint of admiration towards Scream. You have nowhere to run, Drake, Scream coldly stated, ignoring Venom as she directed her gaze at Drake. The program has been initiated. Do you really think you can stop me? Drake proudly proclaimed. Just wait for the good days to descend upon Earth. He was utterly convinced that with the power of chaos, subduing the 3 would be a mere trifle. His aspirations were on the verge of realization, a vision wherein the symbiote and humanity would merge as one, guiding a select few humans on Earth towards evolution, thus securing for himself a lofty status. Then let us proceed to sabotage the rocket. Selena narrowed her eyes, her feline tail curling as she ensnared a mercenary attempting to rush forward for glory and reward, binding him tightly. Within moments, the mercenary succumbed to unconsciousness. In response, chaos erupted forth from Drake, transforming into a towering 3-meter beast, wielding 2 colossal axes, and letting out a thunderous roar. Come on, this is awesome. Venom. That form looks remarkable. Quickly, let us unleash it upon him, Eddie exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. I do not possess that ability. Perhaps you should speak less. Venom retorted. Eddie responded. You are rather underwhelming. I can manage this. Selena interjected, releasing the mercenary and, with her bodysuit flowing, summoned 2 10-meter-long blades to charge at the chaos. Xiaomei assessed the situation and dashed towards the rocket's control panel, preparing to forcibly infiltrate the system and halt the launch sequence. Eddie, brimming with enthusiasm, urged, Venom, let us proceed to save the Earth. At that moment, Eddie's phone rang unexpectedly, its distinctive ringtone piercing through the chaos. Venom reached out, ready to crush the phone in frustration. Whose call is this? It is quite bothersome. Just as he was about to obliterate the incessantly ringing device, Eddie interjected, "Wait. It's my girlfriend Annie." Eddie hastily explained, "She must be worried about me, wanting to confirm my well-being. Allow me to take this call. I need to reassure her to prevent any rash actions." Venom's expression remained impassive. "She is not your girlfriend. She is your ex-girlfriend." Seeing that Selena was managing for the time being and that Xiaomei was occupied with the control system, Eddie pleaded, "Yes, but please. I have never asked anything of you in my life. Just assist me in this." He continued, "You wouldn't want noticing Xiaomei was not in a rush to help." Venom relaxed, allowing Eddie to take the call. "Go ahead. What a bother. It feels like we come here for naught, like mere bystanders." Eddie sighed in relief and quickly answered, "Hello, Annie." On the other end, Annie's excited voice burst forth, "Oh my God, you finally answered. I'm so relieved you're alive. I was terrified that alien monster had eaten you or something. What is going on?" "It's fine. I'm getting along well with it. We are currently saving the world. Drake also has a symbiote, and they intend to launch a rocket to bring millions of their kind to Earth. My goodness. Can you handle this? I'll call the police and come help you." "No, that is far too dangerous. Do not come," Eddie urged anxiously. Yet, before he could finish, Annie had already hung up, with no assistance at hand. Selena fearlessly engaged in close combat with the chaos. She danced with her twin blades, casting shadows and weaving through a myriad of ever-changing edges, compelling the chaos to retreat. The tumultuous creature roared, transforming its hands into colossal hammers and lunging at Selena. Despite her diminutive stature in comparison, she deftly evaded the attack. The glint of her blades slicing through the air, inflicting wounds upon the creature's arm, which swiftly mended. "I must admit, your prowess is formidable," the creature muttered darkly. "But it is still insufficient." In an instant, it surged in size, becoming a towering behemoth of 5 meters, its body adorned with menacing spikes. It unleashed a powerful punch, but Selena sidestepped gracefully, causing the ground to erupt into a vast crater. With a light leap, Selena transformed her twin blades into countless diminutive flying daggers, launching them towards the chaos. The creature, caught off guard, hastily swatted at the daggers, yet several pierced its shoulder and chest. Enraged, it let out a thunderous roar and leaped into the air. As the creature's fist descended, Selena's battle attire instantaneously manifested into a gigantic shield, rising to protect her. The force of the creature's fist collided with the shield, producing a deep thud, causing the shield to slightly warp, but ultimately withstand the blow. Chapter 84. The Enchantress Xiaomei. The two combatants remained locked in a fierce struggle, the scene marked by an extraordinary intensity. However, as the battle progressed, Selena gradually gained the upper hand. Following her integration with the Symbiote King and the optimization of her nanotechnology suit, her physique had not visibly altered. Yet her capabilities had surged 100-fold or more. The longer the conflict endured, the stronger she became, mastering the use of her suit with increasing proficiency. "I also hold affection for your girlfriend. She is indeed a commendable person," Venom remarked as he observed Selena beginning to dominate the fray against the Rampage, who was also experiencing growth. He leisurely conversed with Eddie, who expressed his concerns. "I understand she cares for me, but her coming here is exceedingly perilous." Venom replied, "We can protect her well. You must apologize to her later, express your feelings, and seize the opportunity to win her back. She is an exceptional and kind-hearted girl. Given the current circumstances, victory is assured." Eddie responded, "You are becoming increasingly astute regarding human society." Rampage had not anticipated that contending with a single woman would prove so challenging. To his terror, he discerned that the fluid enveloping Selena bore the essence of his kind. Yet it was devoid of life, having been refined by an unknown force into her battle attire. This, to him, represented a horrifying technique, and he began to grasp the terrifying nature of Earth. "What have you done to your symbiote?" Rampage demanded, but Selena, momentarily taken aback, chose to ignore him and, defying all decorum, delivered a powerful kick that sent Rampage flying. Rampage crashed heavily beside Venom, exclaiming, "Venom, why aren't you helping? You must ascend the rocket." "No. We cannot allow you to bring them here." "What? Why?" Rampage was bewildered. "I act for their benefit. I have sensed the energy within the female superhero. She alone could obliterate our planet. Let me, as a symbiote, endure the hardships of life on Earth and serve as an emissary." "You speak nonsense." Rampage could not accept this. "You traitor, die!" he howled, lunging at Venom. Venom and Rampage engaged in a fierce struggle, shattering the facilities near the launch pad. Selena immediately joined the fray. Meanwhile, Xiaomei stood composed in the control room, her gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield before redirecting her focus to the control console. She extended her arm, allowing it to liquefy, and initiated a physical intrusion into the system, swiftly working to halt the rocket's launch sequence. This technique was unique to the Terminators, capable of infiltrating nearly all mechanical devices. Xiaomei intended for the Terminators to seize control of the Life Foundation, and she could not permit any damage to the rocket. Just as she was nearing completion, two burly mercenaries burst into the control room, fixing their gaze upon Xiaomei. "Hey, stop your operations," Jack commanded. "Turn around," the other mercenary, Martin, bellowed. The two advanced quickly toward Xiaomei. Ignoring them, she calmly executed the final command before slowly turning to face them. "Wow, this girl is truly stunning. Shall we take her aside for a little enjoyment?" Jack leered at Xiaomei with avarice. "Don't be foolish. Eliminate her first to avoid further complications. Once we complete our mission, we can claim our reward from the employer." Though Martin was equally captivated by Xiaomei, the task at hand remained paramount. "Your employers are doomed," Xiaomei remarked coldly. The two men drew their pistols and blades, intent on attacking her. Jack, rather arrogant, had no intention of using his gun. He lunged forward, but the seemingly frail Xiaomei moved with the swiftness of lightning, her movements graceful and agile. Martin fired his weapon, but the bullet ricocheted off Xiaomei's red attire, leaving her unscathed. "What manner of woman is this?" Martin gasped in astonishment. With a stunning spin, Xiaomei delivered a powerful elbow strike to Jack's abdomen. Jack felt as though his insides had been rearranged, letting out a cry as he collapsed to his knees. In a state of panic, Martin fired again, but Xiaomei advanced swiftly through the hail of bullets. In his haste, Martin swung his blade, yet Xiaomei deftly deflected it with a flick of her slender wrist, sending the sword clattering to the ground. "You monster," Martin cursed, throwing a punch at Xiaomei's face. She caught his fist with ease and retaliated with a forceful strike of her own. The impact sent Martin flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. My bones are shattered," he gasped, struggling in agony, feeling as though his chest had caved in. Xiaomei approached him with a chilling indifference, landing a kick to his ribs that left him doubled over in pain. "I surrender. Please, spare us," Martin pleaded, clutching his chest and breaking into a cold sweat. At that moment, Jack attempted to crawl away. As he rose, Xiaomei swiftly closed the distance, delivering a precise side kick to his lower back. The force was akin to being struck by a colossal whip, sending Jack screaming as he soared through the air, crashing into the wall before crumpling beside Martin. "I realize my mistakes. I will never do this again," Jack gasped, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to rise. Xiaomei, her expression unchanging, picked up a nearby chair and effortlessly pinned Jack beneath it, before elegantly seating herself upon it. She perched her feet, her striking red heels resting firmly on Martin's chest. "Ah!" Martin screamed in agony, feeling as if his ribcage were being crushed. Jack moaned from beneath the chair, both men sharing a collective illusion that they were facing a demonic harbinger of doom. Despite her petite stature, Xiaomei's physical density exceeded that of an ordinary person by 20-fold, making her seated weight feel like a tremendous burden to Jack. Her legs pressing upon Martin's chest were equally formidable, rendering them both utterly subdued. "Help! My ribs are breaking," Jack wailed weakly, yet Xiaomei remained impassive and unmoving. She patiently awaited Han Qia's arrival, only reporting the critical details of the battle to her. "Boss, Selena has revealed her true form." Just then, Eddie's ex-girlfriend Annie rushed in, unprepared for the shocking scene before her, exclaiming, "Oh my God, what is happening?" Xiaomei calmly gazed at her and said, "Annie, Eddie is outside battling the formidable adversary. You can see for yourself." With that, Xiaomei turned her attention away from Annie. She was issuing various commands to the Terminators scattered across the globe, remotely orchestrating decisions beyond their control. Concerned for Eddie, Annie rushed to the window without a moment's hesitation, just in time to witness a hulking creature being felled to the ground, unconscious. A gray fluid splashed off Drake and landed nearby. Venom swiftly lunged forward, intent on consuming and merging with the chaos. Just as its maw was about to engulf the tumult, Venom suddenly recalled Selena's presence and halted its advance. It turned its neck and, in a deep voice, asked Selena, "Would you care for a taste?" Selena, somewhat taken aback, shook her head. "No, thank you. You may partake." "Isn't consuming it supposed to enhance you?" "Indeed," Venom nodded, opening its gaping maw to devour the chaos, integrating it into its very being. At that moment, a melodious sound echoed. "It seems you've grown a cat's tail." Before Selena could fully grasp the situation, she felt a hand grasping her. Chapter 85, All Upgraded. Selena was unexpectedly seized by the fluffy simulated cat tail, and the sensitive area was touched, causing her to gasp in surprise. It turned out to be Han Qiya, who wished to personally feel this rare cat tail. "Come on, let me have a look," Han Qiya said curiously. "Boss, your actions are rather inappropriate. There are others present," Selena remarked, her eyes darting as she cautioned. "This might tarnish your goddess image." It's fine. We can silence them later," Han Qiya replied with a smile. Nearby, Venom, having just absorbed the chaotic powers and abilities, was in high spirits, eagerly playing the role of an amused onlooker. Upon hearing Han Qiuya's words, he quickly turned away, raising his head to admire the moon. Feigning appreciation for the moonlit night. The moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight. It inspires me to compose a poem. Venom communicated with Eddie internally. Hurry, write a poem related to the moon. Eddie, finally grasping the situation, stuttered. Huh? What poem? I can't do that. Feigning disappointment, Venom replied. You just criticized me. You are just as unskilled. No wonder your girlfriend broke up with you. Come on, let me be your strategist and help you win her back. With that, Venom leaped several times into the air, heading towards Annie's location. Annie, having resolved the matter, was oblivious to the distant Han Qiuya as she responded to work messages on her phone, waiting for Eddie to come find her. Curious, Han Qiuya playfully stroked Selena's cattail a few times before lifting her and soaring towards the control room. Upon entering, she beheld Xiaomei's unique sitting posture. Xiaomei sat elegantly in the chair, legs crossed, with one enemy pinned beneath the chair and another underfoot, her red stilettos pressing down on his chest. Han Qiuya knew that Xiaomei was a system-enhanced version, her power vastly superior to the original TX, with a body density 20 times that of an average person, looming over the two foes like a colossal mountain. Xiaomei, that has quite a distinctive pose, Han Qiuya marveled, briefly glancing at Eddie and Annie, who had been engrossed in conversation for a while. Upon hearing Han Qiuya's voice, Xiaomei immediately stood and saluted boss. The two enemies, feeling the immense weight that had pressed upon them suddenly vanish, finally gasped for breath, but they were already on the brink of collapse, inhaling less and exhaling more. Han Qiuya surveyed the two and chuckled. Wait, you sit back down. I want to take a few photos to send to Kara, teaching her how to handle enemies properly, so she doesn't get easily subdued by small-time villains or end up in embarrassing positions, intentionally or otherwise. Xiaomei obediently returned to her seat. Han Qiuya raised her phone, satisfied as she captured videos and pictures of Xiaomei subduing the enemies, planning to show them to Kara later. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she communicated with the system. By the way, can I now use points to upgrade the summoned entities? The system responded, yes, host. You may use points to upgrade the summoned characters and equipment. Han Qiuya exclaimed joyfully, that's wonderful. With my current points amassed, it's time for a grand upgrade. Elevate both Xiaomei and all the Terminators to their maximum potential, and enhance all of my nanosuits as well. The system emitted a notification, ding. TX Xiaomei has successfully upgraded, acquiring the ability of anti-gravity flight. Her body density increased to 100 times that of an average human, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. All Terminators also received corresponding power upgrades. The total points consumed for these upgrades amounted to 5.7 billion. Ding. All nanosuits have successfully been upgraded, costing a total of 300 million points. Originally, the narrative involving Venom required Annie to utilize sonic waves from a device to assist Venom in defeating the riot. However, Annie arrived too late, and the battle had already concluded, rendering her efforts moot. Eddie, with concern, remarked, this place was perilous before, you shouldn't have come. Annie surveyed her surroundings, failing to notice Han Qiuya's presence, and replied, is that so? Yet, it appears your comrades have effortlessly quelled that riot. You all seem remarkably capable. Venom whispered a suggestion in Eddie's ear. Eddie, be bold. Just kiss her. Eddie retorted to Venom, please refrain from offering unsolicited advice. I need to take my time. Summoning his courage, he turned to Annie and said, Annie, I. However, upon seeing Eddie struggle to articulate his thoughts, Annie, not wishing to prolong the silence, directly inquired, what do you plan to do moving forward? I wish to return to my previous job. Eddie stammered in response. At that moment, Venom couldn't help but interject. Return to what? We now have a Supergirl to rely on. You're already part of the Supergirl League. Embracing the role of a warrior suits us perfectly, and let us not forget the generous 1 million stipend from our leader, Supergirl. Have you forgotten you're now wealthy? Eddie suddenly comprehended, nodding in acknowledgement. Oh, right, I almost let that slip my mind. His earlier anxiety had left his mind blank. Initially startled by Venom's abrupt emergence, Annie had gradually grown accustomed to its presence. Curiously, she asked, oh, is that true? Indeed, not a word of a lie, a captivating voice responded. Only then did Annie notice the approach of a woman, resembling a character from a 3D animated feature, who was none other than the legendary and most powerful, most beautiful heroine, Supergirl. You're that Supergirl. In person, not just a cosplay, right? Annie exclaimed in astonishment. My goodness, you've returned from another universe, haven't you? In her excitement, Annie completely forgot to seek Han Qiuya's autograph and photograph. Chapter 86, Ripping Through Space Indeed. She is our leader, Venom remarked, extending his neck and cautiously approaching, hoping to nuzzle against Han Qiuya's elegantly long legs. Noticing that she bore no anger, he boldly entwined himself around one of her slender thighs, proclaiming, from now on, I shall be the adornment upon the goddess's leg. Previously, Venom had sensed that Han Kia's nano-battle suit was also integrated with a lifeless symbiote, instilling a fear of being assimilated by her. Hence, he was exceedingly cautious in his actions, seeking to gauge her disposition towards him. Han Kia's, towering above him, seized his head and feigned seriousness as she inquired, "Do you wish to make me your new host?" "Not at all, not at all," Venom hastily denied. Laughter erupted among the onlookers at this amusing spectacle. Annie was astonished to witness this softer side of the typically fierce Venom. At that moment, she overheard Eddie murmuring, "I can't help but feel a tinge of envy towards him." "What did you say?" Annie exclaimed, her eyes widening as she fixed her gaze upon him. Eddie quickly clarified, "My apologies, Annie. My affections are solely for you. And your legs." Meanwhile, Nick Fury pondered whether to approach Han Kia's to reclaim Thor's hammer, hoping to extract some information regarding its nature. However, after some reflection, he decided against it, reasoning that it was best if she did not bring trouble to his doorstep. As Nick Fury was entrenched in his thoughts, as fate would have it, Han Kia's figure suddenly materialized before him. Startled, Nick Fury was met with a mischievous expression on her face. "Did you wish to see me?" Han Kia's inquired. "Miss Han, it has been a considerable time," Nick Fury replied, immediately adopting an air of composure as they shared a moment of silence. "I happen to have some matters I wish to discuss with you." Nick Fury began. "Might I request the temporary return of Thor's hammer? It was discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. and..." Han Kia's raised an eyebrow, surveying her surroundings. "I believe I have detected an energy fluctuation. Could it be that the Tesseract has become active once more?" "Absolutely not," he quickly countered, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Upon finishing his words, she activated her X-ray vision and scanned the vicinity, soon locating the Tesseract nestled within a lead box. With a swift motion, the glowing cube appeared in Han Kia's hand, accompanied by a soft whoosh. "You have taken excellent care of it. It has regained its brilliance," Han Kia's exclaimed with uncontainable delight. "Thanks a lot." Nick Fury could only seethe in impotent rage. After a considerable time, Han Kia's once again rendered the Tesseract dim, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within her, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. It felt as though her strength had no outlet, compelling her to tear something apart. She tossed the Tesseract back to Nick Fury and, turning away, remarked, "I shall return once it shines again." However, as time passed, Han Kia's prowess rendered the Tesseract unnecessary. "You," he began, nearly bursting with frustration. Yet, before he could finish his expletive-laden tirade, the self-satisfied Han Kia's, unlike before, chose not to employ a portal, but instead slowly tore the air apart with her fingers. Like a steel claw, a resounding crack echoed through the air as a faint fissure appeared, seemingly torn asunder by an invisible hand. Subsequently, under Han Xiaoyi's relentless tugging, the rift expanded at a visible pace, accompanied by a thunderous roar and immense waves of energy. Had he not been positioned behind her, Nick Fury would have surely been propelled away by the force. The gap widened further, transforming into a spatial aperture several meters long, through which the interior of Han Xiaoyi's home was plainly visible. Nick Fury stood, dumbfounded and incredulous, as his mind reeled at the sight. Could this truly be the power to rend space itself? Regardless, this scenario had transcended the boundaries of his comprehension. With a nonchalant declaration of "I'm leaving," Han Xiaoyi stepped into the spatial rift without a backward glance. The portal hissed as it swiftly sealed itself behind her, as if it had never existed. Nick Fury remained rooted in place, unable to regain his composure. It was imperative to seek additional assistance. He resolved to enlist the aid of more formidable allies. Before that, however, he decided to confide in Tony, seeking solace from his troubles. He reached for his communication device to contact Iron Man, saying, "Tony, your house constructed entirely of lead is in vain. Wonder Woman's X-ray vision can penetrate it effortlessly." "What? This is truly astonishing." Tony fell silent for a moment, listening intently. "Moreover, she has the ability to utilize portals, and now she can tear through space itself, rendering portals beneath her notice. Your residence is indistinguishable from S.H.I.E.L.D. To her, they are all mere gardens in her eyes. We must devise alternative strategies to counter her. You must continue your undercover work with her diligently." "What?" Upon hearing that Han Xiaoyi had returned, Batman, Bruce, remarked to Tony, "I have an unsettling feeling that something monumental is about to transpire in our DC universe. Having lingered here for so long, I wish to ask her to take me back." Tony replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you to see for myself." In the DC world, as he watched the news on television, Superman. Chapter 87. The burden of heroism. Superman, Clark, had just rescued numerous individuals from a disaster scene. Upon returning home, he quietly turned on the television. The news featured a passerby being interviewed. While many hailed this Superman as a great hero, the individual posed a poignant question: whose hero is he? He challenged, Does he possess the authority to decide which lives should be prioritized for salvation? When asked what he would say if Superman were present, the man resolutely replied, "I would gaze into his eyes and inquire by what standard he determines which lives are worthy of saving and which deserve attention. What grants him such godlike power?" The camera swiftly shifted to another pedestrian. "Sir, what is your opinion of Superman?" The world seems solely concerned with Superman's actions, never questioning what he ought to do. An unchecked absolute power is ultimately perilous. Clark remained silent, fully aware of the significance embedded within these doubts and pains, yet unsure how to confront them. As a man, rather than merely a symbol, he could not fulfill everyone's expectations. In the realm of Supergirl, Kara had assembled her support team, albeit consisting solely of her two close friends. Windshot was at his computer, reviewing the latest news when he stumbled upon a report of a severe oil tank leak at the port, followed by a raging fire. The situation was dire. He quickly contacted Kara. "Kara, there's a massive oil leak at the port, and it's on fire. The flames are too intense for the firefighters to control. The location is all right. I'm on my way." Kara responded, soaring into the sky at supersonic speed towards the scene of the blaze. As a burgeoning superhero, she was eager, resolutely choosing to protect others. Soon, Kara arrived at the port engulfed in flames. After circling the area to assess the situation, she descended gracefully beside the firefighters. Kara approached the fire chief and urgently inquired, "What can I do to assist?" The chief turned, instantly recognizing her as the newly emerged superhero from the news, and replied without hesitation, "That ship is loaded with nearly 1,000,000 barrels of crude oil. If the fire spreads, the explosion would be equivalent to 2 tons of dynamite. And the tugboat assistance may not arrive in time." Kara stood momentarily frozen, surveying her surroundings and contemplating which of her abilities to utilize, pondering how to proceed. As she was still in the early stages of her superhero training and lacked sufficient experience. "What are you waiting for? If it were your cousin Superman, he would have already extinguished the flames." Noticing Kara's hesitation, he urged her to act. Realizing the expectation placed upon her, Kara reflected, "Just like this, I can do it too." She encouraged herself inwardly. She hurried to the front of the inferno, taking a deep breath before forcefully exhaling, hoping to summon a super hurricane to extinguish the flames. If the gust of wind were powerful enough, it could certainly quell the fire. However, the wind Kara produced lacked the necessary force, resulting in a moderate hurricane that inadvertently spread the flames further, intensifying their ferocity. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the fire site, as heated objects detonated amidst the high temperatures. The firefighters at the forefront were momentarily stunned by the shockwave of the explosion, compelled to retreat to a safer distance. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "What is happening? Who is making matters worse?" All eyes turned to Kara. The fire chief, equally astonished, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Kara's abilities were still so underdeveloped. As the blaze raged on, the high temperatures distorted the very air around them. The massive oil tanker moored at the shore was perilously close to being engulfed by the flames. In a state of urgency, Kara declared, "I will attempt to move the tanker." With that, her eyes emitted a blue laser beam, accurately severing several thick steel cables that tethered the vessel to the shore. Subsequently, Kara swiftly flew to the rear of the tanker, placing her hands firmly against its stern, beginning to push the colossal ship slowly. The firefighters on the shore exclaimed in delight, "It's moving, it's moving." The efforts of the Supergirl are effective. Unbeknownst to her, a crowd had gathered at a distance, witnessing the tanker's gradual movement, many whipping out their phones to capture the moment with excitement and joy. "Incredible, it's Supergirl. Quick, take a picture." The crowd erupted into applause and cheers. Kara, with her super hearing, was aware of their encouragement and shouts. Yet, before she could revel in the moment, a small crack suddenly appeared at the stern of the tanker, rapidly expanding to a visible extent. This was a consequence of Kara exerting too much force while the area of stress on the colossal vessel was too limited, causing the stern to endure excessive pressure. Alarmed, Kara looked down to see a significant quantity of thick black crude oil gushing into the sea from beneath the tanker. She ceased her efforts to push the vessel, floating in a state of shock. This was a grave predicament. Without hesitation, Kara swiftly departed from the scene, leaving the firefighters staring at one another in bewilderment. Recognizing the futility of the situation, they too hastily evacuated the area. Later, Kara returned to the company, sitting silently beside Wynn as they both gazed at the news reports on the large screen. Due to the Supergirl's mismanagement, a substantial amount of crude oil had leaked into the ocean. Was she a miracle or a catastrophe? This latest heroic deed of the Supergirl not only exacerbated the fire, but also posed a severe ecological disaster for the entire bay. Public opinion began to waver concerning the controllability of her powers. Listening to the reports, Kara felt disheartened. She truly wished that Han Shoyuel were still around. She would undoubtedly know what to do and offer her guidance. "It is not your fault. I failed to remind you in advance. Your powers could potentially wreak havoc on the oil tanker, Wynn." No, Kara replied. Even if I were aware, it is difficult to guarantee that I would not falter. With a sigh, Kara lamented, I require further practice and development to become a truly competent superhero. My abilities are insufficient, and my biofield lacks the necessary strength. She gazed out at the distant horizon, her heart brimming with a yearning for growth and advancement. After a moment, Kara turned her head, pondering, when will Sister Autumn return? Did she not mention she would design a special intensive training program for me? With this thought, Kara's expression brightened once more. She clenched her small fists, her eyes radiating unwavering determination. Indeed, I am Supergirl of Krypton. I must not be disheartened by a single failure, but rather strive even harder in my training. I cannot become what Sister Autumn calls the shame of Krypton. Chapter 88. The delivery of the Flash. Noticing Kara's spirits lift, one sighed with relief. Growth is a gradual process. No one is born exceptionally gifted. One can begin with manageable tasks, slowly adapting to and harnessing one's superpowers. For instance, assisting citizens in minor predicaments, such as rescuing a cat stranded in a tree, can be a good starting point. Through these seemingly simple endeavors, one will gradually learn to control their abilities and respond to unforeseen circumstances. Step by step, one will inevitably evolve into a true superhero. After hearing this, Kara nodded earnestly. Tony, your new armors are truly impressive. Han Kuya exclaimed as she gazed at a series of pristine suits lined against the wall, one resembling bat wings. On another workstation was an eye-catching suit adorned with the emblem of Krypton. Tony appeared somewhat sheepish as he replied, goddess. That particular armor was crafted out of my admiration for you, but it still requires further tuning and refinement. Han Kuya regarded Tony with a knowing look and playfully inquired, have you and Banner completed the anti-Hulk armor? Tony was taken aback. How did Han Kuya know of this clandestine project? Did Banner divulge it to her? Yet, upon reflection, given her superhuman X-ray vision, no secret could truly remain hidden from her. It was unsurprising that she was aware of the anti-Hulk armor. It's ready. Would you like to see it? Tony asked, relieved that she hadn't T-pressed on about the other armor. No need to see it. Focus on completing the anti-Supergirl armor. I've been feeling restless and could use a sparring partner, Han Kuya replied as she approached the anti-her armor, remarking, it'll be great for some practice. Tony stood momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. He hadn't anticipated that Han Kuya was aware that this battle suit was designed to combat her. It was no longer a secret to her. Bruce, who had been listening to the conversation, sensed the awkward atmosphere and interjected, Ms. Han, I'm a bit concerned about our DC universe. Could you escort me back? Of course, Han Kuya replied, exchanging a glance with Tony. I wish to accompany you as well. Tony added. Han Kuya issued a command to the system, and a portal opened. J-A-R-V-I-S. Please take care of the lab and my home. And send a message to Pepper, assuring her not to worry. Tony instructed his AI assistant just before stepping into the portal. Yes, sir, came the crisp response that echoed in the lab. As the portal opened, a brilliant light illuminated the entire laboratory, causing both Tony and Bruce to squint involuntarily. They quickly donned their armors and gathered their equipment, following Han Kuya into the portal, embarking on their journey to the DC universe. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. Han Kuya said as she swiftly ascended into the sky upon arriving in the DC realm, utilizing her X-ray vision to scan the entire Earth. Soon, she pinpointed the locations of Wonder Woman Diana, the Flash Barry, and Superman Clark. Initially, Han Shoyin soared towards Central City, where Barry, the Flash, was delivering food for a restaurant at remarkable speed. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, prompting Barry to screech to a halt, narrowly avoiding a collision. Hi, Barry. Han Shoyin greeted with a radiant smile. Oh my goodness, you are Supergirl. Oh no, hello Barry Allen, I am Han Shoyin. Apologies for the mix-up. Barry hastily introduced himself, his excitement palpable. Han Shoyin chuckled. Barry, I wish to race you and determine who is swifter. Race. Perhaps we should postpone this for today. I still have deliveries to complete. Once I finish, we can arrange a time to discuss. He was aware of Han Shoyin's remarkable flying speed. Yet he believed it paled in comparison to his own as the Flash, especially considering his recent significant enhancements in velocity. However, Han Shoyin was unyielding in her challenge. While Barry pondered his next words, she swiftly seized a large pizza delivery box from his hands in the blink of an eye. Hey, Barry exclaimed, caught off guard. As Han Shoyin made her escape, she refrained from utilizing her flying abilities to ascend into the sky. Otherwise, Barry would have been utterly incapable of pursuit. It was reminiscent of the scene in Avengers Endgame, where if Tony had taken flight with the Infinity Gauntlet, the flightless Thanos could only watch helplessly, powerless to intervene. This time, Han Shoyin relied solely on her running prowess. Upon testing her capabilities, she discovered that her top running speed equaled her maximum flying speed. She dashed through the streets, her form weaving back and forth, the trail of dust she kicked up still lingering in the air as she sprinted far ahead. Hey, give that back to me. Barry finally registered that his delivery had been snatched and hurriedly. Chapter 89. Running so fast, why not play basketball? Han Kiwia keenly discerned the voice of Barry and slowed her pace, glancing back. A fleeting silhouette was rapidly approaching her. Barry had transformed into the Flash. Without hesitation, Han Kiwia resumed her swift sprint. The two figures darted through the streets of Central City like beams of light, their movements agile and rapid, rendering the surrounding scenery a mere blur. Their speed was such that it surpassed the capabilities of the average person's vision. Supergirl. Barry's hoarse voice intermittently echoed as he ran. Return my takeout. He continued, you wouldn't want others to know you snatched my delivery, would you? Simultaneously, he marveled at the realization that, as the Flash, his speed was outmatched by her. At last, after a considerable pursuit, Han Kiwia came to a halt. Barry hurriedly caught up, glancing at his watch, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh no, there's only a few seconds left for the delivery. We're about to be late. He exclaimed anxiously, my 5-star rating is at stake. Don't worry. Allow me to deliver it for you. Han Kiwia replied calmly. Aware of her superior speed, Barry gleefully responded, all right, the address is. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in astonishment as he watched Han Kiwia extend her hands and tear open a rift in the air, the spatial fracture widening into a substantial opening. Utilizing the artificial intelligence of Skynet and her extraordinary vision, Han Kiwia had already pinpointed the recipient's exact location at the speed of light. All right, let us go, she said. You can tear open space? Barry asked incredulously, his voice altered by sheer surprise. Indeed, with a release of her hands, the space began to close and mend itself. Barry felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Experiencing teleportation firsthand was exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, he quickly followed Han Kiwia's lead and stepped through the rift. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the recipient's doorstep. The recipient stood there, engrossed in their phone, awaiting the delivery, while a few pedestrians lingered on the street nearby. Upon witnessing this astonishing scene, they were left in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. He rubbed his eyes, as if struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. At that moment, Han Kiwia and Barry had already vanished like lightning. A few curious bystanders approached the recipient. Hey, sell me that pizza in your hand. I'll pay double. One person eagerly proposed. I'll offer 10 times the price. You must sell it to me. Another chimed in, raising the stakes. The crowd began to chime in with their own offers. I'll give. Don't listen to them. Someone interjected. This is takeout delivered personally by Supergirl and the Flash through a rift in space. We have a scarcity of American historical artifacts. Sell it directly to a museum. And you could fetch an even higher price. My 5-star rating should be preserved, Barry said joyfully. Why do you rely on delivering takeout for income? Han Kiwia inquired. Given that my skills are exceptionally suited for food delivery, completing 10 orders within a minute seems quite reasonable, does it not? It is remarkably efficient. Barry, holding his meal, remarked while eating. Do you have a better job opportunity to recommend? Han Kiwia pondered for a moment and replied. I believe you could pursue basketball or soccer. No other players could possibly outrun you. Chapter 90. An outing to battle zombies after bidding farewell to Barry. Han Kiwia made her way to a restaurant, where she was set to meet with Diana and Clark, having arranged it in advance. Diana was the first to arrive, already waiting at the restaurant. Dressed in casual attire and sporting a pair of glasses for disguise, she appeared just like an ordinary office worker. Upon entering the establishment, Han Kiwia quickly recognized Diana. She took a seat opposite her, and they ordered a selection of delectable dishes and beverages. What have you been up to lately? Han Kiwia inquired with a smile. Oh, I've been training, enhancing my strength, Diana replied with a grin. Becoming an exceptional heroine is no easy feat, Han Kiwia nodded, fully comprehending Diana's sentiments. After a moment, she asked, have you been practicing flying? Have you learned it yet? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Diana's face. Well, I still can't quite fly. I mainly don't know how to begin practicing. After contemplating seriously for a moment, Han Kiwia suggested, how about I take you to fight some zombies? I could guide you in flying. It would be both training and exhilarating. Fighting zombies? Where? Another universe? Diana asked, intrigued. Precisely. The space there is vast. We can fight with all our might without worrying about causing destruction, Han Kiwia explained. The monsters there are relatively weak, posing no real danger. Diana nodded in agreement. All right then, with a powerful ally like you, I will be safe. That sounds splendid. Besides, there isn't much happening here at the moment. Just as the two were discussing their plans to venture into another universe, Clark approached from a distance, casually dressed. Miss Han, it's been a few days since we last met, he greeted warmly. Clark, I was just planning to take Diana to another universe to battle zombies, where we can soar and fight freely. Would you like to join us? Han Kiwia invited with a smile. Clark paused briefly, then his eyes brightened. Another universe? What a splendid idea. I haven't had the chance to unleash my full abilities in a while. The thought of showcasing my strength in another universe sounds exhilarating. He had been feeling somewhat down lately, having been tirelessly saving people, only to find the news frequently criticizing him, with detractors growing increasingly brazen. As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation crossed his face. By the way, Miss Han, you mentioned encountering an alternate universe version of Kara, who is my cousin in that universe. Is there a chance I could meet her this time? Understanding Clark's loneliness as a Kryptonian living alone on Earth, Han Qiya nodded. I had intended to bring Kara along for training. She is rather inexperienced and barely able to harness her Kryptonian powers. It is essential for her to shed the title of Krypton's disgrace. She is the one who needs training the most. Within Han Qiya's system space lay her gravity gem, equipped with various kryptonite apparatuses, including kryptonite whips and chairs, where she planned to rigorously train Kara. Why don't you both make arrangements? And we can gather 3 days from now to head over together? How does that sound? Sounds perfect. In Batman's abode, within the Batcave, Bruce and Tony were engrossed in the video footage displayed on the screen. Bruce, the individuals you have selected are quite commendable. They could indeed form the Justice League you envisioned. I shall join as well, Tony remarked as they concluded watching the clips showcasing Wonder Woman, the Flash, and Cyborg wielding their superpowers. Speaking of which, how is that Catwoman from your DC universe, the alluring Selina? Could we possibly recruit her for the League? I believe her abilities would be advantageous. Bruce cast a sidelong glance at Tony and replied, forget it. She has already been recruited by Supergirl. Even if she were to agree to join, it would likely be as a double agent. Moreover, she remains within your Marvel realm. Meanwhile, in the Marvel universe, Han Xioi returned to Thor's Hammertown, where Loki unleashed a formidable destroyer robot. The destroyer, a guardian assigned by Odin to the armory, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. The 4 warriors of Asgard attempted to thwart its advance, yet each was vanquished in turn. Understanding that Loki's intent was solely to confront him, Thor approached the destroyer alone. During his time on Earth, he experienced a profound awakening of love. Realizing that safeguarding those close to him outweighed the significance of vanquishing foes. Loki, this cycle of hatred must cease, Thor bellowed, advancing towards the destroyer. However, stripped of his divine powers, he was rendered mortal and was sent flying several meters by a single punch from the destroyer, crashing heavily to the ground. Thor! Jane cried out in terror as she rushed to his side, cradling him in her arms. Thor's eyes fluttered gently shut in her embrace, his breath growing faint until he finally succumbed. No, the onlookers lamented, tears streaming down their faces. This entire sequence was orchestrated within Odin's grand design. Yet one aspect caught him unawares. The hammer of the god Thor was not on Earth at that moment, but rather within Han Xiui's system space. Odin mused. In other words, the god of thunder, Thor, awakens without his hammer. Chapter 91. Another hammer in Jane's embrace. Thor's wounds began to miraculously heal. He started to regain the power of the god of thunder, with arcs of lightning swirling around him. We must leave. Jane's friend urgently pulled her away upon noticing the unusual signs of life in Thor's body. My power has returned, Thor joyously declared as he stood tall, his eyes fixed on the destroyer, filled with fierce determination as he approached it. However, when he raised his hand to summon his hammer, it did not return. It seemed to have vanished, completely out of reach. No. What is happening? Mjolnir, have you abandoned me? Thor's expression quickly shifted to one of anguish. The destroyer, witnessing Thor's revival, charged toward him with great force, its fist raised menacingly. Be careful, the onlookers shouted in alarm. Thor quickly rolled to the left, narrowly dodging the blow, only to realize that he was now without his hammer, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The destroyer did not afford him a moment's respite, seeing its attack miss. It followed up with another powerful punch. Thor barely managed to evade, but still felt the impact, collapsing to the ground in pain. Thor, pull yourself together. We believe in you, Jane shouted encouragingly from the sidelines. In Asgard, Odin, observing the situation on Earth from within his coffin, furrowed his brow. He had orchestrated a gradual training regimen for Thor, allowing him to mature step by step. However, with Mjolnir absent, his plans were thrown into disarray. This trial has become too severe. Thor is not yet ready to lose his hammer, Odin muttered to himself. He resolved to watch for a while longer. And if the situation continued to deteriorate, he would personally intervene to deal with his rebellious son Loki, who was idly seated on the throne. Furthermore, once this matter was resolved, he would have a serious discussion with the woman who had taken the hammer. She hailed from another universe and had garnered great respect, even from the Ancient One. At that moment, Loki, witnessing Thor's inability to summon his hammer, felt elated and commanded the destroyer to unleash a relentless assault. Just as Thor found himself in dire straits, a tall and beautiful figure suddenly appeared before him. With a single strike, she sent the approaching destroyer flying, its form diminishing into the sky. Fortunately, I am not too late, Thor thought, his gaze landing on Han Qiya, who held his beloved weapon. His eyes lit up. and he extended his right hand, arcs of electricity crackling around it. It's Mjolnir. Bring it to me. To his astonishment, Hankiya clutched the hammer tightly, refusing to budge. Thor exerted all his strength to summon the hammer, but it merely quivered in her grasp, showing no intention of returning to its rightful owner. Did you not say you would give it to me? At that moment, I thought you were jesting. Now that I know you were sincere, I must reclaim it. Thor urged eagerly. Please return it to me. My father Odin's treasury holds many treasures, and I shall give you something else in return. Very well, Hankiya said, loosening her grip on the hammer's handle. As the mighty Mjolnir responded to its master, it swiftly returned to Thor's grasp amidst a tempest of thunder and dazzling light. With his beloved hammer firmly in hand, Thor exhaled deeply, as if reborn. You are quite agreeable. I owe you a favor, and debts in Asgard must be repaid, he declared earnestly. In that moment, a fire ignited in Thor's eyes as he gazed at the descending destroyer robot, his spirit brimming with battle fervor. Gripping Mjolnir tightly, he began to spin the hammer in preparation for flight. Just then, he noticed Hankiya wielding a hammer that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Ah, like myself. She too delights in using a hammer as a weapon. In the absence of my own, she has resorted to a substitute, Thor mused. I must inquire of Father whether there exist other divine hammers of lesser stature in Asgard's treasury. I shall present one to her in due time. Meanwhile, Odin and Heimdall, spectators from Asgard, were taken aback by the unfolding scene. Odin observed that the hammer in Hankiya's possession was indeed genuine, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. It appears I must bestow upon her greater consideration. Simultaneously, Thor, with Mjolnir in hand, propelled himself towards the heavens. The destroyer, plummeting from above, immediately unleashed a barrage of eye lasers at Thor. With a mere flick of his wrist, Thor effortlessly deflected the assault with his hammer. Shortly thereafter, Hankiya ascended, brandishing her identical divine hammer. The two displayed remarkable synergy in the skies, striking the destroyer with relentless force, rendering it powerless to retaliate. Onlookers below could only hear the resounding clang of steel colliding, accompanied by the radiant brilliance of their clashes. Under the diligent efforts of these two mastersmiths, the destroyer was utterly dismantled, disintegrating into countless fragments that cascaded from the sky. After vanquishing the destroyer, Thor sought out Jane for a brief farewell. I must attend to some matters, but I shall return swiftly, he lamented. I will await your return, God of Thunder, Jane replied with a warm smile. Thor cast one last glance at her before calling out to the guardian of the Bifrost. Heimdall. No sooner had he spoken than the shimmering rainbow bridge illuminated, extending towards Thor. Accompanied by the Valkyrie Sif and others, Thor stepped onto the bridge, ready to return to Asgard. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated within Hankiya's mind. Miss Han, I am Odin, the Allfather of Asgard, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to visit our realm. A spark of excitement ignited within her. She too desired to explore Asgard. Very well, she consented. Thus, as Thor and his companions embarked upon the luminous bridge, Hankiya followed suit. In the wake of a brilliant flash of light. Chapter 92, the 1,500-year-old foster brother beside the Rainbow Bridge. Loki was harnessing its power to launch a lethal strike towards the homeland of the Frost Giants, seeking its destruction. Loki, cease this at once. Your deceptions end here. Thor bellowed as he soared toward Loki. Upon witnessing this, Loki's expression hardened. He raised his staff and cast a spell aimed at the approaching Thor, unleashing a magical beam that sent him tumbling aside. In that instant, Hankiya materialized before Loki like a flash of white light. Her right hand raised high as a fist the size of a sandbag descended with ferocity. Loki's countenance turned a deep shade of dread. Should that blow connect, the consequences would be dire. Yet, just as Hankiya's fist was about to collide with Loki's face, a commanding voice resonated in her mind. Let these brothers have their duel. Come to me for a moment, and we shall converse. Hankiya felt a stir within her. Recognizing Odin's call, she retracted her fist, and, at a speed of 0.999 times the speed of light, instantly flew to Odin's presence. Just in time to see him emerging from his coffin. Lord Odin, what brings you to seek my presence? She inquired. Brave girl, please follow me, Odin replied, leading Hankiya to a secluded palace. Queen Frigga also arrived, and the three of them took their seats in the palace. Odin summoned attendants to bring forth exquisite wines and delicacies. Superwoman, goddess of the earthly realm, we extend a warm welcome to you in Asgard, Odin said with a smile. That hammer you wield bears a striking resemblance to Thor's Mjolnir. Thank you for your hospitality. It is indeed an honor to be here, Hankiya responded, producing the hammer from the void and placing it upon the table. This hammer in my possession is identical to Thor's. Odin tested it and was astonished to find he could not establish a connection with it, indicating it was uniquely hers. Meanwhile, a fierce duel unfolded in the skies above Asgard between Thor and Loki, their divine powers clashing with a resounding thunder. As Hankiya observed their battle with her enhanced vision, she conversed with Odin. When the brothers approached a perilous moment in their fight, Odin displayed no signs of panic. Though his expression grew somber as he sighed, "Alas, I am no longer young. My time is limited, yet my sons remain unproven, far from becoming wise rulers." Frigga, equally troubled, reflected on Loki's treacherous nature, deeming him unworthy of trust, while Thor, though valiant, was still too young and impetuous, lacking the wisdom to grasp the larger picture. Hankiya discerned the unspoken implications in Odin's words, suspecting he sought her guidance for the two princes of Asgard. "My lord, do you wish for me to?" "Indeed. I hope Thor will take you as his elder sister," Odin affirmed. "If you would not mind, I also ask that you regard Loki as your foster brother, guiding him back to the righteous path and preventing him from descending further into darkness. Moreover, should he find himself in peril, I implore you to safeguard his life." Frigga nodded in agreement, adding, "Though I cannot foresee your future, I sense the goodwill and radiant power that resides within you." Odin then added, "As long as you agree to guide my sons, Asgard shall bestow upon you countless treasures and gifts, ensuring you lack for nothing." After a moment of contemplation, Hankiya inquired with curiosity, "I can agree to become their foster sister, but if Loki proves to be excessively unruly, may I transform him into a woman to discipline him?" Upon hearing this, Odin chuckled. "You may proceed as you see fit." With Odin's endorsement, Hankiya formally accepted his request. Meanwhile, Loki found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Thor, who wielded the mighty hammer. Yet, Loki was the god of mischief. As Loki was sent flying toward the edge of the Rainbow Bridge, he was about to plummet when Thor rushed to extend a hand to save him. However, it was merely a phantom created by Loki. Ha ha ha. Loki appeared behind Thor and stabbed him, reveling in his triumph. "You have lost. I am far more suited." Loki's words were abruptly cut short as Hankiya, having arrived, sent him flying with a swift slap. She then assessed the situation, tore a piece from her short skirt, and magically expanded it to a size comparable to a large bed. Seizing the opportunity while Loki was still down, she swiftly flew over and covered him, leaving only his head exposed. "Rest now. Have a good sleep," Hankiya playfully declared. Loki shouted in fury, struggling desperately, but the blanket, crafted from Hankiya's fabric, weighed him down so heavily that he could barely move. "It's you again, youth. Be wise and reflect upon your actions," Hankiya remarked, her battle attire imbued with defensive properties, even a small piece being significantly weighty. Thor, clutching his wound, rose and said, "I initially intended to place my hammer upon him, but your method seems more effective." However, his expression soon shifted to one of alarm. "This is bad. The damaged Rainbow Bridge can no longer be sealed, and the Frost Giant's realm will be destroyed." Loki gloated, "Too late. You can do nothing now. Ha ha ha." In a bid to sever the connection and protect the 9 realms, Thor resolutely lifted his hammer and struck down upon the Rainbow Bridge. "Are you mad? Do you wish to forego meeting her on Earth?" With a thunderous crash, the Rainbow Bridge shattered, sending forth a colossal shockwave that shook all of Asgard. Hankiya, at the epicenter of the energy, joyfully absorbed its power. Following a blinding flash, the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge propelled Thor and Loki away. Just as Hankiya retracted the blanket, preparing to rescue them, she noticed Odin approaching and halted her movements. Thor, grasped by one of Odin's hands, quickly seized Loki's scepter with the other. Upon Odin's arrival, Thor smiled. "Father, I was on the brink of success. All of this was for you, for Asgard," Loki shouted, seeking Odin's approval. "No, Loki, you are mistaken." Odin began, but did not continue. The disapproval from his father cast a shadow over Loki's countenance, prompting him to release his grip and plummet into the boundless abyss of the cosmos below. "No," Thor cried out in sorrow, but it was too late. Odin drew Thor up onto the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge, where they stood amidst the ruins, helplessly watching Loki vanish into the distance. "Do not worry. He is not dead. He has likely journeyed to another realm," Hankiya interjected as she flew over. Thor turned to Hankiya, then to Odin, asking, "Father, is this true? Is Loki still alive?" Odin nodded, affirming, "Yes, he still lives. He is merely lost at present. We must have faith that he will find his way back." The trio returned to Odin's magnificent palace, where Odin promptly addressed Thor. "Thor, I have found you a sister by oath. Come forth and greet her." Thor looked at Hankiya in astonishment, then back at Odin, momentarily taken aback. Yet, in deference to his father's wishes, he complied. Given Hankiya's evident prowess, he felt a sense of admiration toward her warrior spirit. Rising to his feet, Thor formally bowed to Hankiya, saying, "I am Thor, son of Odin. From this day forth, you shall be my sister by oath. I hope to learn much from you." Hankiya smiled warmly in response. "Prince Thor, I gladly accept the honor of becoming your sister by oath." After they completed the somewhat informal ceremony, Odin nodded with satisfaction. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave," Han Xioi said to Odin. He nodded in agreement. Very well. You are always welcome to return. Henceforth, you shall be the Grand Princess of Asgard. Han Xioi was taken aback, but did not refute the title. At that moment, Thor curiously inquired, Sister Xioi, how will you return to Earth? The rainbow bridge connecting our worlds has been destroyed by me. With a mysterious smile, Han Xioi did not answer directly. Instead, she raised her hands, tearing apart the fabric of space before them, creating a vast rift. Odin's expression remained unchanged, yet he was inwardly astonished. It appeared that Han Xioi possessed such formidable power, capable of traversing the great distance from Asgard to Earth. Thor, catching sight of what seemed to be Earth through the portal, exclaimed, Wonderful. I wish to go to Earth as well. However, Odin immediately interjected, No, you cannot leave Asgard at this moment, nor approach that Earth woman. Thor, distressed, watched as Han Xioi stepped into the rift, which began to close slowly, leaving him stranded in place. Chapter 93. Frozen gaze upon her return to Earth. Han Kuya visited her new company, which was now under the stewardship of Xiao Mei and the Terminators, having taken over the Life Foundation. Upon her arrival, she found everything operating smoothly. With Skynet and Xiao Mei in charge, her presence was not required. Thus, she embarked on another journey through the multiverse. In the world of Supergirl, early one morning, Kara, who was enjoying a meal at the company, was taken by surprise when Han Kuya suddenly appeared. Initially startled, she soon broke into joyful laughter, leaping with delight as she embraced Han Kuya. Sister Kuya, I've missed you so much. What took you so long to arrive? I was held up by a few matters. Han Kuya replied, gently setting Kara down. I'm heading to another universe to battle zombie monsters. Would you like to join me? It will also serve as a special training session. Really? That sounds fantastic. Kara exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she imagined fighting alongside Han Kuya and exploring a new universe. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, When are we leaving? Are we departing right now? I need to ask for leave at the company. But the Super Investigations Department is scheduling a test for me today, and I need to head over there. There's no rush for the journey. I'll accompany you to the test. I'm eager to try it as well. Let us fly there, Han Kuya suggested. Great, Kara replied enthusiastically. Without delay, Han Kuya and Kara ascended into the air, soaring towards the Super Investigations Department. Bathed in brilliant sunlight, their figures danced through the azure sky and ethereal clouds, resembling two supersonic weapons of freedom. Kara's speed had significantly increased, the powerful shockwave creating a distinct skirt-like effect around her waist. At that moment, a voice crackled through Kara's earpiece. Kara, the test is commencing. It turned out that the Super Investigations Department had already set up various testing devices and weapons in the uninhabited area ahead. They had tracked her high-speed approach via her earpiece's locator and decided to spring an unexpected test on her. What? It's starting now? Kara exclaimed, surprised. Just then, she noticed a high-speed missile hurtling towards her from below. Reacting swiftly, she executed a sharp maneuver to evade the missile, which narrowly missed her, followed by a thunderous explosion behind her. With a punch, Han Kuya obliterated the missile, declaring, How dare you display such trivial skills before me? Due to her moderate speed and lack of concealment, Han Kuya's presence was quickly detected by radar. More missiles and lasers were immediately directed towards them. The Martian hunter, peering through binoculars, remarked, Kara, is this your maximum speed? We will deploy faster missiles and put you through rigorous testing. Is this level of testing standard for everyone, or just for Kryptonians? Kara inquired. Novice superheroes are unpredictable elements on the battlefield. We tailor our tests to suit different individuals, the Martian hunter responded, turning to his subordinate. Increase the intensity for the other Supergirl. Deploy our most formidable weapons. Understood. Launch. As Han Kuya witnessed various hypersonic missiles soaring through the air, her eyes swiftly emitted precise thermal beams, detonating the missiles mid-flight. Subsequently, she employed another extraordinary ability, unleashing powerful white freezing rays from her eyes, instantly encasing the remaining missiles in a crystalline embrace, rendering them suspended in the air. Observing this spectacle, Kara was filled with astonishment. The Mars hunters and their staff, transfixed by the surveillance footage, could only gawk. They had only ever encountered thermal vision, such formidable freezing capabilities that immobilized all the missiles, causing them to plummet to the ground in shattered remnants, seemed beyond the scope of any ordinary superhero. He only possesses freezing breath, remarked Alex. Meanwhile, Hank, the Mars hunter, felt a twinge of defiance and sought to demonstrate Han Kuya's limitations, commanding his subordinates, deploy kryptonite weaponry. As you command, sir. Han Kuya and Kara approached, preparing to land. Suddenly, Han Kuya's gaze flickered. An ambush? She deftly grasped a bullet between her fingers and crushed it into fragments. On the ground, Hank observed her, noting her apparent lack of discomfort. Good heavens, is she truly a Kryptonian? Meanwhile, Kara, having been struck, felt the effects of the bullet and began to descend from the sky. Han Kia accelerated to catch her, cradling the princess securely before alighting gracefully on the ground. If your weapons are proving detrimental in your hands, allow me to confiscate them all, Han Kia asserted solemnly to the Mars hunters, without a formal address. With a casual sweep of her arm, massive portals materialized, and all weapons were swiftly absorbed into her dimensional space. Furthermore, Kara shall be under my protection from this day forth. You would do well to tread carefully in the future. Otherwise, hold on, your actions are rather tyrannical, are they not? Hank's heart ached at the sight of the valuable weapons being seized, as they represented the fruits of his arduous research. Han Kia paid him no mind. Calmly, she utilized her potent biofield to extract the kryptonite bullet lodged within Kara. Her eyes then glowed with a gentle healing light, swiftly mending Kara's wounds to their original state. Following this, she retrieved a nanotech suit and placed it upon Kara, the nanotechnology automatically enveloping her in a protective armor that completely shielded against kryptonite radiation. Alex, Kara's adoptive sister, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Kara regained consciousness, and Han Kia gently set her down. "Thank you, Sister Kia," Kara expressed, raising her hand for a high five, which Han Kia gladly reciprocated. The two then approached Hank and Alex. "You employed kryptonite in your attack without prior notice. How treacherous!" Kara exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. Hank and Alex exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat embarrassed to defend their actions. It was Han Kia who broke the silence. "Kara, do not be upset. Since they cannot wield their weapons responsibly, allow me to take them away." Kara snapped back to reality, gazing at the testing grounds, now merely occupied by military tents and bewildered soldiers, and exclaimed, "What? How should we deal with those weapons?" Due to her sister's upbringing, Kara was rather susceptible to manipulation. "As a Kryptonian supergirl, you must exude confidence and not become a disgrace to Krypton," Han Chia encouraged. "I can help you exchange those weapons for money. Once you have funds, your spirits will lift, and your abilities will progress swiftly, thereby contributing to the growth of Earth's forces for justice. This is far superior to the blind research and usage of weapons by others." Hank, observing her sardonic demeanor, experienced a flurry of emotions before ultimately deciding to concede. He pondered for a moment before shifting the conversation, based on the test results. Kara's abilities are on par with her cousins. She has now reached a speed of 6 times the speed of sound during flight, which is quite remarkable given her short training period. After speaking, Hank turned his attention back to Han Chia. "As for Miss Han's capabilities, our equipment is unable to gauge your strength. There's no need for you to seek our tests again." Hank harbored a genuine fear of Han Chia. Her powers surpassed those of Kryptonians, and she possessed more super abilities without the weakness to kryptonite. If she were to cause chaos, what means could contain her? Hank could not fathom a solution. Chapter 94. Kara's farewell. "Kara, are you really leaving again?" she asked with a hint of reluctance. Han Chia, standing at a height of 178 centimeters, looked down at Kara, who was 173 centimeters tall. She gently patted Kara's head, saying, "You must learn to confront challenges on your own. You cannot be overly reliant on me. Besides, I will return, so do not be so sorrowful." "When will you be back the soonest?" Kara inquired eagerly. After a moment's thought, Han Chia replied, "I will come to find you tomorrow and take you to the Marvel Universe, the world where I reside." "How does that sound?" "Really? That's wonderful," Kara exclaimed, leaping with joy, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Han Chia could not help but laugh as she turned and began to float slowly, a portal appearing in the air. "I'm off now. See you tomorrow, Kara." She waved goodbye as she departed. Upon returning to the Marvel Universe, Han Chia made her way to the SHIELD base without delay. Director Fury, long time no see, she suddenly appeared behind Nick Fury. He turned around to see her and felt a twinge of annoyance. This little troublemaker was back, and he wondered what she was up to this time. "Oh, the formidable Supergirl graces us with her presence. What brings you here?" Fury asked, his brow furrowed. He noticed her referring to him as director but chose not to inquire further, dismissing it as sarcasm. He was already aware of the few Hydra infiltrators within SHIELD. "I wish to assess the status of the Tesseract," Han Chia stated as she scanned the area. "It seems it is still intimidated by me, as it hasn't deactivated yet." Fury's expression darkened at her words, feeling increasingly troubled. It was as if she regarded SHIELD as her personal storage facility, coming to retrieve it at her convenience. He worriedly calculated that the only top-tier combatants SHIELD could currently call upon were Captain America, whom they had recently rescued from ice, and Bruce Banner, who harbored the potentially destructive Hulk within him. The other formidable ally, Iron Man, was unreachable, likely whisked away to another universe by Han Chia. With the current forces at his disposal, they were woefully insufficient to contend with her. Fury contemplated that he would need to enlist Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, into their ranks. He resolved to seek him out as soon as he arrived on Earth and hoped to cultivate a good relationship with Asgard as well. Han Qiuyue's voice broke through Fury's thoughts. Additionally, I have a suggestion. It would be wise not to study it further. Its power is far too great and unstable, and we wouldn't want to attract unwanted extraterrestrial attention. As long as I am here, Earth is safe. Fury fell silent for a moment before responding. I will consider your suggestion. Very well. If aliens do arrive, remember to inform me at once, Han Qiuyue said, noting his resolute attitude and deciding not to press further. Rest assured, we have contingency plans in place. You merely need to focus on your own matters, Fury replied coolly. In the world of Supergirl, the Super Investigation Department uncovered an extraterrestrial being that had fatally wounded a police officer and stolen dangerous chemicals from a factory. Hank Henshaw gazed at the footage of yet another alien invasion incident on the screen, exclaiming, surprises seem to be endless lately. The alien issue appears to be incessant. You find him, and I will take him down. Kara suddenly appeared behind Hank, arms crossed, confidently observing the screen. Recently, she felt increasingly adept at controlling her powers, her strength rapidly escalating. She regarded the alien with utter disdain. Hank turned to face Kara, meeting her gaze as he replied, no problem, Miss Danvers. However, prior to that, you must first prove to us that you won't be eliminated by him. Kara furrowed her brow in mild irritation upon hearing this. Noticing her reaction, her older sister Alex quickly interjected, Kara, come with me. Subsequently, Kara followed Alex to a special room within the base, where a large arena stood at the center. What are we doing here? Kara inquired curiously as she entered and glanced around. As Alex ascended the arena, she explained, when I first joined the Super Investigation Department, I trained relentlessly for 5 months, practicing for at least 12 hours daily to ensure I was adequately prepared. Alex, you know I can bend steel with my bare hands. Just last week, I defeated the formidable Vadosig. I am thoroughly prepared, Kara asserted with unwavering confidence. Alex turned to look into Kara's eyes and asked, are you truly certain you are completely ready? Absolutely, Kara replied emphatically. Just then, the kryptonite radiation device activated, flooding the room with lethal green radiation for Kryptonians. However, unbeknownst to Alex, Kara was wearing the nanosuit provided by Han Qiuyue, which protected her from kryptonite radiation. The instant the radiation commenced, Alex unexpectedly threw a punch at Kara, believing she would immediately weaken and collapse. Yet, with a resounding thud, her fist seemed to strike solid steel, causing a violent recoil and pain. Oh, what just happened? Alex exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Kara, who remained unperturbed. Kara paused momentarily, then glanced at the surrounding green glow of kryptonite, smirking with pride. I have the nanosuit from Sister Qiuyue. The kryptonite radiation hardly affects me at all. This scene was captured on surveillance, leaving Hank and several staff members in awe. Well, all right, Kara, change into something else before you come back for my training assessment, Alex instructed. However, Kara shook her head and replied, Sister, are you suggesting I remove my protective suit and expose myself to kryptonite radiation for a weekend test? But I recall Sister Qiuyue mentioning that super strength can overpower everything. I don't see the necessity. Alex furrowed her brow. Kara, regardless of the circumstances, you have not practiced your combat skills. Comprehensive training is essential. But sister, Kara began to protest, her heart racing with the desire to confront the alien. You, Alex interrupted, her expression darkening. After all, is she your sister or mine? Regardless, you will heed my words here. Go change your clothes immediately. Fine, fine. Kara thought to herself, I'll change, and I refuse to believe I can't win. After a while, the two officially commenced their combat training. Ack! Kara cried out in pain as Alex struck her squarely, sending her tumbling to the ground. With the kryptonite radiation set to only 80% power, you still cannot defeat me, and yet you claim that training is unnecessary? Chapter 95. The Behavior of Capitalists, however. With her exceptional learning and adaptability, Kara soon found herself entangled with Alex for half a day under the influence of kryptonite radiation, only slightly at a disadvantage. Initially, Alex felt a sense of gratification at Kara's progress. Yet, gradually, as Kara's combat skills approached her own, a pang of jealousy began to rise within Alex. The capabilities of Kryptonians are indeed extraordinary. The following morning, Kara was seated at the dining table, enjoying her breakfast. Suddenly, a glowing portal appeared beside her, and a hand emerged, seizing her with great force. Ah! Kara exclaimed, startled as her body was yanked away. It was Han Qiuyue who had opened the dimensional portal from the Marvel Universe. Kara was not accustomed to such sudden actions from Qiuyue, which left her quite startled. Sister Qiuyue, why didn't you give me a heads up before grabbing me? Kara protested, bouncing on the ground of the Marvel Universe. I almost spat out my breakfast. With a smile, Qiuyue replied, I merely wished to surprise you. Well, next time, Do let me know in advance, Kara said, her expression brightening as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. This place seems quite similar to my Earth. Suddenly, it dawned on Kara, oh right. I haven't finished the breakfast I just bought. I didn't take a leave. My boss wouldn't think I've run away and fired me, would he? As they walked towards the company, Kiwiya casually remarked, your job is just delivering coffee to the boss every day. How is that suitable for a Kryptonian? Kara hurried to keep pace, hesitantly responding, but I can't use my superpowers to earn money through illegal means. I must rely on my work for living expenses. Wait and see. I'll show you how to earn money. Pay close attention and learn well, Kiwiya thought, somewhat resigned, as this seemed to embody the so-called director's power. Except for those wealthy superhero types, it appeared that no matter how powerful other heroes were, they seldom utilized their abilities to amass great wealth. Moreover, Kara often found herself defeated by villains in the show, striking various exaggerated poses, which was indicative of the director's influence. Of course, the audience's power also played a part. As they approached the company entrance, Kiwiya focused her thoughts, controlling her nanotech suit, which quickly transformed her appearance into that of a professional office lady. She donned a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. Her legs were clad in black stockings that showcased their long and slender beauty, highlighting their graceful contours. The black pencil skirt flared out in waves, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin between the stockings and the hem. On her feet were pointed black high heels, exuding elegance and sensuality with every step. Kara, inspired by Kiwiya, also conjured a professional attire for herself. The two of them presented a striking contrast, one dazzling and alluring, the other charming and intellectual, both radiating feminine grace and allure. Wow, we look like two powerful women in the workplace, Kara exclaimed joyfully. Good morning, boss. Just as they were about to enter the company, they were greeted in unison by several tall and imposing security guards. Upon hearing their greetings, the remaining human employees in the hall reacted as Han Shuyue approached, exclaiming in unison, Good day, boss. Han Shuyue, composed and dignified, nodded slightly, while Kara mimicked her demeanor, adopting the air of a secretary. At that moment, the sound of clicking high heels echoed from a distance, growing closer until a woman clad in a red professional suit strode in with purpose. It was Xiaomei, resplendent in her red attire, complemented by striking red heels, exuding both elegance and charisma. Boss. Xiaomei greeted confidently, advancing swiftly in her striking footwear. The other employees, witnessing this, chimed in, Good day, President. Han Shuyue and Kara followed closely behind Xiaomei, arriving at the company's most opulent executive office. This grand space featured an expansive boss's desk at its center, paired with a high-backed chair befitting a leader. Han Shuyue walked directly to the chair, gracefully taking her seat and emanating the commanding presence of a noble female executive. Xiaomei then addressed Kara. Miss Kara, please take a seat. Kara settled into a chair nearby. At that moment, several employees clad in black suits swiftly approached, pouring tea. Kara silently admired Han Shuyue's poise and charm, as well as Xiaomei's professionalism and competence. Moreover, she noted that this company was far more impressive than her previous workplace. Han Shuyue lifted her teacup for a sip, prompting Kara to mimic her action. Oh, by the way, Kara, you haven't finished your breakfast. Here, let me offer you something to replenish your energy. Have some 8 treasure porridge to nourish your body. Han Shuyue produced a bottle of 8 treasure porridge and handed it to Kara. 8 treasure porridge? Kara echoed, intrigued, struggling to articulate in Chinese. Is this the language? My Chinese is still quite rudimentary. I shall dedicate time to learn it properly. Given the intellectual prowess of Kryptonians, Kara would undoubtedly master conversational Chinese swiftly. At that moment, Xiaomei addressed Han Shuyue, Boss, the Life Foundation we acquired has yet to be officially renamed. Do you have a name in mind? After a brief contemplation, Han Shuyue casually responded, Let us call it Vanguard Company, Vanguard Group. Understood, boss. Xiaomei nodded affirmatively. Han Shuyue took another sip of tea, quickly depleting the contents of her cup. Just as she set it down, it magically refilled itself. Observing this, Kara, who was enjoying her 8 treasure porridge, slowed her chewing, curiously staring at the cup. She even employed her X-ray vision to inspect the bottom, yet found nothing amiss. Tilting her head in confusion, she pondered the phenomenon. At that moment, Han Shuyue closed her eyes, activating her super intellect to contemplate the company's development strategy. Super intellect planning company development. Super intellect, lazily, please utilize superpowers to resolve issues. Han Shuyue opened her eyes and turned to Xiaomei, by the way. There are some human employees mixed in with our team. How do you plan to manage them? My dear boss, the newly recruited human employees are all undercover agents. As the company intends to exclusively hire infiltrators from various factions, they are to receive only half of their standard salaries, while the remainder will be withheld under various pretexts, ensuring that they receive minimal compensation. This strategy is poised to enhance the company's profitability. Consequently, ordinary individuals will not seek employment with us. The agents, who do not rely on the company's wages for sustenance, will diligently carry out their missions even without financial incentives from the company. Truly commendable. Xiaomei, you are indeed the genuine hero. Meanwhile, Kara, upon hearing Xiaomei's proposal, widened her eyes in astonishment, experiencing firsthand the profound impact of capitalist strategies. Sister Kias, is this how you taught me to amass wealth? Chapter 96. How to earn trillions daily. As she pondered, she considered seizing the opportunity to gather all the members of the Supergirl Alliance at the company for a mutual introduction. With a swift gesture, Han Kiwia effortlessly tore open a rift in space. On the other side, Selena lay curled up on her bed like a slumbering cat. With a mere thought, Han Kiwia manipulated the nanotech suit on Selena, instantly adorning her in professional attire. Selena, sensing the unusual shift, stirred from her dreams. Han Kiwia reached through the spatial fissure and pulled Selena over. Little night owl, were you up late again? It's time to rise and shine for work, Han Kiwia said with a cheerful smile as she set Selena down. Upon recognizing Han Kiwia, Selena felt a wave of security wash over her, lingering in a drowsy state. She relished nocturnal activities, having spent the previous night single-handedly hunting a human trafficking gang, nearly battling until dawn. Xiaomei quickly summoned the Terminator robot to bring forth black coffee to revive Selena. Next, Han Kiwia utilized spatial transmission to summon Eddie and the Venom symbiote, along with Dr. Banner. Eddie appeared in excellent spirits. With 10 million in funds, he could afford to live comfortably for years without extravagance, and he had even reconciled with his ex-girlfriend. Enjoying a pleasant life, he contemplated finding a job, but Venom advised him to simply relax at home, play around, and be ready to heed Han Kiwia's commands at any moment. Boss, goddess. Banner seemed somewhat reserved and anxious, his eyes darting around to gauge the others present before settling on Han Kiwia. She understood his concerns, aware that being publicly present might expose his undercover identity within SHIELD. However, Han Kiwia was unfazed. With her current strength, what could the director of SHIELD do? Surveying the room, she declared, "All right, the essential personnel are mostly gathered. We are still missing Tony and Natasha. Tony is in DC. He previously created a counter-Supergirl suit. And who knows, he might arrive as an undercover agent. As for Natasha, I had instructed her to leave SHIELD for this job. Yet it seems she still harbors some reluctance to sever ties with her former department." Xiaomei interjected, "Everyone, this is our boss, Han Kiwia, and the newly established company. You are all members of the Supergirl Alliance, and will be partners moving forward. For those who are not yet familiar, let's take a moment to introduce ourselves." Kara was the first to speak. "Hello everyone. I am Supergirl Kara, possessing the same Kryptonian abilities as Sister Kiwia, though my strength pales in comparison. I am Selena, known as Catwoman, hailing from the DC universe, skilled in nocturnal combat. Greetings, I am Dr. Banner, a scientist." As Venom emerged from Eddie's body, peeking out, he added. In Xiaomei's organized setting, the team members quickly acquainted themselves. Kara, observing her new companions with diverse skills, felt a surge of enthusiasm and motivation within her. "Sister Choya, I wish to join the Supergirl Alliance as well." "Very well. The office space is quite spacious." And Han Xiaoyao exchanged for an abundant table of barbecued delicacies from the system. These dishes were crafted from enhanced ingredients, each a culinary masterpiece. The grilled meats boasted a crispy exterior and tender, succulent flesh, bursting with flavor and juices upon the first bite. The vegetables were vibrantly colored, each leaf a treasure, crisp and refreshing, perfectly complemented by the seasonings provided by the system. Amidst the lively atmosphere, everyone began to indulge in the barbecue. After a while, conversation flourished. Kara, joyfully stuffing her mouth with food, cheeks puffed, chewed rapidly and asked, somewhat indistinctly, "What do you all do for a living? Is the pay good?" Han Xiaoya chuckled and responded, "I am the owner, the sole shareholder, earning 100 million a day." Xiaomei cooperatively smiled and added, "I am the president, and my salary is considerable." Kara felt a tinge of envy and discouragement, still earning a basic wage. Yet, undeterred, she grabbed several skewers of meat and continued to feast. After all, it was free food. More consumption meant more enjoyment. Selena, having had her fill, declared, "I am a warrior, with a monthly income of 100,000, and I spend the boss's money daily, with no end in sight." Banner remained silent, pondering whether his role as an undercover agent could be classified as work. He could not disclose his true position. Eddie, somewhat shy, admitted, "I am currently unemployed, but the boss has subsidized me with 10 million. Han Xiaoya contemplated briefly and suggested, "Eddie, why not become the security team leader at the company? Report any issues to Xiaomei." Eddie replied, "All right, having a formal job is wonderful. My girlfriend and family will be pleased." Han Xiaoya then turned to Selena with a smile, asking, Kitty, would you prefer to be a security guard or a secretary? Selena joked, I think I shall continue as your warrior. However, I could also take on the roles of security or secretary, but that comes with additional pay. Han Xiaoya teased, Little Kitty, I shall take care of you tonight. Turning to Banner, she said, Dr. Banner, you need not return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, conduct your research work at my company. Should you require research funding, just speak to Xiaomei. I am not short on money. Banner nodded appreciatively. Thank you, boss. Internally, he sighed in relief. As a scientist, being an undercover agent at S.H.I.E.L.D. was not entirely aligned with his professional aspirations. The undercover tasks often left him feeling anxious. However, with Han Xiaoya's support, he felt reassured. With a generous benefactor like Han Xiaoya, the opportunity to pursue his research without concerns was a dream come true for Banner. Once Selena finished her meal, her mount arrived, ready to take her back to Han Xiaoya's villa. Eddie donned a security uniform and began his duties while also finding moments to relax. Xiaomei, noticing this, chose not to impose strict expectations on him. Venom, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, It's been ages since I've had a good workout. Bring on the troublemakers. Eddie cautioned, Venom, don't be so combative. Be careful not to break things and have your wages deducted. Isn't it nice to have some leisure time? Then you can leave. Allow me to take over the work while you rest. Venom has seized control of Eddie's body and commenced its patrol. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoyi ascended into the sky with Carla. The two hovered midair as Han Xiaoyi proclaimed, Carla, I shall teach you the art of wealth accumulation. Carla gazed around, observing the emptiness surrounding them, and expressed her confusion. Where's there to earn money here? However, there are a few banks below, and we certainly cannot resort to robbing them. Han Xiaoyi chuckled. Fear not, for it is a legitimate method. The daily income exceeds trillions. Trillions? Chapter 97, Space Mining. Han Kuya's aspiration was none other than Lingshan Star. This colossal asteroid, situated between Mars and Jupiter, harbors an abundance of mineral resources, including rare metals and gold, with a total worth soaring to approximately $700 billion. Although it lies 370 million kilometers from Earth, this distance posed no challenge for Han Kuya. Not to mention, she was capable of traveling at nearly the speed of light, meaning she would reach her destination in a mere 20 minutes. Furthermore, she could effortlessly tear open space, directly establishing a spatial conduit to Lingshan Star. For her, the star was as close as the horizon. Kara's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the cosmic spectacle visible through the rift. Is that Lingshan Star? She exclaimed, her mind racing with knowledge. This is astounding. To traverse such a distance with such power is remarkable. The sensation of ripping through space must be exhilarating. She looked at Han Kuya, her eyes filled with longing. Han Kuya chuckled. This is merely child's play. If you diligently bask in the sun, you too shall achieve this someday. Come, follow me. With that, she swiftly flew through the spatial rift. Taking a deep breath, Kara summoned her courage and followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves on the surface of Lingshan Star. Kara surveyed her surroundings. Her awe palpable. The ground was strewn with ores, various precious metals shimmering under the light, blanketing the planet's surface. The distant peaks gleamed with metallic hues, reflecting dazzling rays in the sunlight. Rather than a mere abundance of gold, it seemed as if the entire planet was a vast golden treasure. Kara's eyes sparkled with greed as she gazed at the golden orb, akin to discovering boundless wealth. Sister Kiwiya, you aren't planning to take the entire planet back to Earth, are you? Or just a small piece? After a moment's hesitation, she added, with a diameter of 200 kilometers, even if you did take it all, where on Earth could we possibly store it? Of course, I intend to take it all. Han Kiwiya replied decisively. All of it. Kara's eyes widened, her disbelief evident. But, do not worry, I have my methods, Han Kiwiya interjected with a smile. I will simply store it within my space. Realization dawned on Kara, and she nodded vigorously. Oh, right. Han Kuya looked at her with satisfaction and inquired. So, do you think earning trillions a day will be a problem? Have you grasped the concept? Indeed, it's incredibly profitable. Kara exclaimed, her eyes alight with enthusiasm. Yet, she added with a wry smile, but with my current abilities, mining in space seems quite challenging. Then you must practice diligently, soak up the sun, and strengthen your powers. Han Kuya encouraged. Kara, invigorated by her words, nodded eagerly. At that moment, Kara eagerly took out her phone, her expression brimming with excitement. Sister Kiwiya, I wish to capture some photos here to share on social media. These images from outer space are sure to attract a multitude of clicks. Han Kuya contemplated for a moment. Her reputation points were sufficient, and her social media account had not been updated in a while, leading to a flurry of comments from fans inquiring about her whereabouts. Perhaps updating her status would also earn her some reputation points. A splendid idea. The two swiftly took numerous photographs. Subsequently, Han Kuya summoned her formidable biofield, rapidly enveloping the entire spirit star. In the blink of an eye, the celestial body vanished, absorbed into her system space. All right, let us depart, Han Kuya declared with satisfaction, waving her hand before the still-dazed Kara. Kara, regaining her senses, gazed longingly at the spot where the spirit star had just been and exclaimed with a mix of joy and excitement. Are we really leaving just like that? Aren't we going to explore a bit more? This is my first time in space. Seeing Kara's eager expression, Han Kuya could not help but tease her. Very well. Then you may stay here and explore. Once you've had your fill, simply fly back to Earth and find me. What? No. Kara's expression changed dramatically as she hastily refuted. I was joking. I'd prefer to return to Earth with you. It would take ages for me to fly back alone. Currently, Kara was flying at a speed of approximately Mach 8, which was remarkably fast on Earth. However, in the vast expanse of space, 370 million kilometers from Earth, relying solely on her speed to return would be far too slow. Upon hearing this, Han Kuya turned around with a mischievous grin. Well, Kara, I assume you wouldn't want to be stranded in space, would you? After Banner joined Han Kuya's new company, he soon received a call from Nick Fury. Banner, are there no prying eyes around you? Fury asked cautiously. Banner glanced at the nearby Xiaomei and, with an unflinching demeanor, replied, Director, I've found a secluded spot. There's no one around to overhear our conversation. Why haven't you returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. after being brought over by Supergirl? Fury pressed. Director, it's not as I envisioned. I didn't want to come to this company. She compelled me to work here. Banner defended himself with a pre-prepared excuse. He had grown weary of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the incessant scrutiny from agents, not wishing to be constantly regarded as a means to exploit the Hulk within him. I see. In that case, remain undercover on our side, and report any significant developments to me immediately. Nick Fury had become accustomed to being at a disadvantage against Han Kuya and was not overly upset. Of course, Banner merely acquiesced verbally. As a member of the Supergirl Alliance, he had no intention of serving Fury. His focus was now entirely on his research, yearning to be free from any distractions or constraints. Upon her return to Earth, Han Kuya arranged for Skynet to acquire a vast expanse of land adjacent to the company. From her own spatial realm, she extracted a small fragment of the spirit star, approximately 1 kilometer in diameter, which then hovered above the ground before gently descending. The moment this colossal golden meteorite touched the Earth, it resembled a mountain abruptly plummeting from the heavens, its immense bulk instantly casting a shadow over the surrounding area. This extraordinary spectacle was swiftly detected by satellite systems from various nations. Multiple factions quickly received news of the occurrence, and agents responded with remarkable swiftness, converging on the scene to witness the event in its entirety. An agent from Hydra promptly reported to Pierce, stating, Sir, we have ascertained that this meteorite is composed entirely of gold and rare metals. Its worth is incalculable. Pierce fixed his gaze upon the massive formation displayed on the screen. Contemplating, I suspect this is the work of Wonder Woman. It would be prudent for us to refrain from making any overt moves and allow the U.S. government to take the lead. However, given the substantial size of this meteorite, we might extract a small portion for research purposes, which should be quite feasible. A senior Hydra operative suggested. Pierce nodded in agreement. Very well, let us procure a small sample. However, we must exercise utmost caution. Chapter 98. He is a good man. Thus he dares to point a gun at the other side. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury swiftly ordered his agents. You must hurry to the scene. One team is to collect samples for analysis, while another attempts to secure the area. We may not monopolize it, but we must strive for the greatest advantage. Understood, sir. Simultaneously, technology companies dispatched their representatives, with some executives preparing to personally rush to the site, eager to partake in this newfound opportunity. At the White House, senators convened in an urgent meeting, all brimming with excitement. Mr. President, this is undoubtedly a colossal fortune fallen from the heavens. God bless America. The White House cabinet promptly reached a decision, and the president issued a public statement. This meteorite is the national property within the territorial bounds of the United States, and we will implement complete state management over it. The military immediately mobilized, dispatching aircraft and a significant number of troops to the scene. Various factions were coveting this golden meteorite mountain, each taking action. At Stark Industries, Pepper, as the president, felt compelled to monitor the situation, and her bodyguard, Happy, drove her to the site. Upon opening her phone, she stumbled upon a recent update from Han Kiwiya. The title read, Want to make money? Go to space and mine some ores. Pepper clicked on the update, viewing the images and videos, utterly astonished. The post featured a photo of Han Kiwiya and Kara against the backdrop of the vast starry sea, with Kara gleefully flashing a peace sign in front of the camera. It was indeed a scene from space. Moreover, The positioning of the celestial bodies in the background confirmed it was located in the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Having comprehended the situation, Pepper realized that this meteorite was also brought back from outer space by Han Kiwiya. The comments beneath the post erupted with excitement. Fans exclaimed, after such a long hiatus. She finally updated. The goddess has finally responded. Oh my, was this taken in outer space? I wish I could visit another planet. It can't be photoshopped, right? Seriously. Is there anyone still doubting the capabilities of the Supergirl? Some comments focused on the meteorite mountain. The meteorite was brought by Supergirl. But she should be cautious of the U.S. government. They are thieves. Laughing out loud. Let's hope America is careful. She could wipe out an island with a single punch. I advise the U.S. not to be too greedy or they might face annihilation. Regardless, I support the goddess. I hope she remains strong and not bullied by your U.S. government. In response to the reactions from various factions and the U.S. government, Han Kuya felt no fear. She found the standoff intriguing and decided to bring Tony and Bruce back with her. Conflicts of ideology would arise sooner or later, so it was better to confront them early. She instantaneously traversed to the DC universe, appearing before the two. Tony, Bruce, you must come back to Earth with me. I need your assistance. Tony and Bruce were startled by her sudden appearance. Yet they trusted Han Kiwiya and promptly gathered their belongings before following her back to Marvel through a portal. Upon their return, they inquired, how can we help? Little did Han Kiwiya know that she would say nothing and simply fly away, leaving Tony and Bruce astonished at home as they watched the news of the meteorite mountain. Meanwhile, Han Kiwiya soared into the skies in search of Kara, and the two glided gracefully above the city. Unexpectedly, they spotted two criminals fleeing in a car. Han Kiwiya exchanged a glance with Kara, intending to give her a chance to shine, to which Kara nodded in tacit understanding. The two then descended directly onto the path the criminals were taking. With a thunderous crash, the car collided with them, producing a deafening impact as the front of the vehicle crumpled and the windows shattered. Yet, Han Kiwiya and Kara remained firmly planted, unyielding. The two criminals gaped in terror, still in shock when they witnessed Kara wrenching open the mangled car door and dragging the culprits out, tossing them onto the ground. Simultaneously, Han Kiwiya gripped the front of the car and with a mighty effort, tore the entire vehicle apart with a resounding crack. Behind them, several police officers were in pursuit. One officer, gun drawn, shouted at Han Kiwiya and Kara, you two, surrender immediately and get down. Turning around, Kara was astonished to find the gun trained on them. Confused, she asked, officer, you must be mistaken. The gun should be aimed at them. As she pointed towards the two criminals lying on the ground, several police officers swiftly approached to handcuff the culprits. Han Kiwiya quickly commanded the Skynet to investigate the officer's background and soon uncovered that he was the father of Gwen, who had the potential to become Spider-Woman. However, in this universe, Peter was the Spider-Man. Gwen's father was an old-fashioned officer who despised superheroes taking the law into their own hands. It was no wonder he regarded them with such suspicion. He held a negative and hostile view towards superheroes, believing that their actions were illegal and that exercising superpowers without permission was a violation of the law. He was deeply dissatisfied with heroes operating without any oversight or regulation, fearing that their vigilante justice could exacerbate conflicts and lead to greater chaos. Kara spoke patiently, officer, please lower your weapon. We just helped you thwart a carjacking and have not broken any laws. You shouldn't aim your gun at good people. However, George, Gwen's father, remained stern, resolutely declaring no. You superpowered individuals must be regulated by the state and cannot use your abilities independently. That is illegal. Behind George, other younger officers recognized Han Kiwiya, and they refrained from raising their weapons. Some even wished to approach for an autograph, but hesitated due to their superior's gun. One particularly bold officer, however, secretly smiled at Han Kiwiya and Kara from behind George, waving in greeting. Kara chuckled softly at this, glancing at Han Kiwiya. This only served to further infuriate George. Unwilling to engage with the old-fashioned officer any longer, Han Kiwiya turned to Kara and said, Kara, let's leave. Don't mind him. He knows our strength and capabilities. It's because we are good people that he dares to point a gun at us. Kara interjected, is that so? Should good people really be threatened at gunpoint? Whoosh. She intended to argue further with George, but upon noticing that Han Kiwiya had already soared into the sky, she unfurled her crimson cloak and pursued her into the heavens. George remained rooted in place, watching the silhouettes of the two depart, his heart a tumult of emotions. Nearby the meteorite site, Xiaomei, Eddie, Venom, and Selena had also arrived. Eddie gazed up at the colossal meteorite mountain, measuring 1,000 meters in diameter, and remarked, did the boss bring this? How much could it possibly fetch? Selena chimed in, meow. The boss is bound to strike it rich. I deserve a raise. Venom poked his head out from Eddie's body, fixated on the ominous figures surrounding the meteorite, and exclaimed, finally, some excitement. This security detail has been dreadfully dull. So many brains, if only I could feast on them. My mouth is practically a repository for brains. Eddie responded, Venom, don't be like that. You've had enough chocolate to last you, and lately, you've spent more than I have, devouring quite a few chickens. Stop dreaming about eating brains, it's far too savage. Selena turned to Xiaomei and asked, President Xiaomei, if these individuals dare to threaten Boss Han's meteorite, should we show them a thing or two? Chapter 99. Conflict approaches. The boss is expected to arrive shortly. We shall heed her instructions. Xiaomei has also devised a secondary plan. Anticipating that Han Qiuya may be preoccupied with leisure and might not return in due time, she intends to deploy undercover operatives from the Terminator faction within the United States military, transforming the company's formidable army of Terminators to don military attire. Just as Xiaomei concluded her thoughts, Han Qiuya appeared behind them, playfully reaching for Selena. Selena, have you requested another increase in cat food? Selena nimbly evaded her grasp. Han Qiuya decided to let her off the hook for the day, sparing her from the impending trouble. Venom impatiently inquired, Boss, when shall we take the stage? Han Qiuya replied calmly, There's no rush. Let us toy with them a bit. With that, she led the group to the military encampment, where they encountered an old acquaintance, General Ross, who was commanding troops to encircle a meteorite. It appeared that among the various factions, the United States military held the upper hand, having driven away other powers. Not far off, the FBI and various agents could only observe from the periphery. Han Qiuya straightforwardly questioned, Ross, what is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to seize my meteorite? Ross replied sternly, This meteorite has landed on American soil, by law. It must be nationalized. It cannot be claimed by any private entity. Are you attempting to make an international joke of this? The dissatisfaction in Han Qiuya's tone alerted General Ross to the precariousness of the situation. Stand down, he commanded, as soldiers behind him raised their weapons, the sound of gun mechanisms echoing ominously. The chilling click of dozens of dark muzzles aimed at Han Qiuya's group resonated in the still air, while tanks and artillery stood poised behind Ross. Venom, flicking his long tongue, hissed menacingly, Are you looking for a fight? Observing Venom reveal his formidable form, Xiaomei and Selena readied themselves, clearly prepared to engage in battle. Ross softened his tone, Superwoman, we acknowledge your contribution regarding this meteorite. Perhaps it would be best for you to vacate the premises, allowing our government to handle the matter. I assure you, we are not unreasonable. You will receive fair compensation afterward. Selena could not suppress a derisive laugh, fully aware of the duplicity of these individuals, reminiscent of her former DC universe. Skilled in the art of manipulation, they thrived on the weak and showed no moral integrity or sincerity. She retorted, General, will you perhaps award our goddess a medal or certificate to settle this matter? Ross, slightly embarrassed, maintained his composure. We can negotiate the form of compensation you desire. The American government will ensure that every party's interests are treated fairly. We would never allow Superwoman's efforts to go unrewarded. Han Qiuya inwardly scoffed as she observed Kara approaching from a distance. Contemplating swiftly, she dashed over, delivering a precise chop to Kara's neck, rendering her unconscious and transporting her back to the villa's bed in less than a second. This sudden shift would exclude her from the fray. Ross merely caught a fleeting glimpse of Han Qiuya, initially dismissing it as a trick of his imagination. As a hawkish figure within the faction, he surmised that these superheroes, in their pursuit of dignity and a just image, would likely refrain from engaging in substantive conflict with the government. Once the matter was settled, a ceremony could be organized to bestow medals and monetary rewards, which he believed Han Qiuya would graciously accept. The interest groups backing Ross, along with the politicians of his faction, largely shared this perspective. Although there were concerns regarding Han Qiuya's formidable abilities, the tantalizing allure of vast wealth, coupled with their ingrained sense of superiority and thirst for power, made it difficult for them to relinquish their covetous gaze upon the meteorite. They acknowledged the element of risk involved, yet considered it a trivial price to pay for profit. Having never experienced an alien invasion or witnessed the catastrophic fallout of a powerful superhero's descent into darkness, these politicians were entrenched in their habitual mindset, one that was accustomed to looking down from a lofty perch and was unperturbed by the exploitation of the weak or the usurpation of others' possessions. As for laws, they could be swiftly amended to suit their interests. Ross, are you truly not considering disarming them? Is this the demeanor you wish to convey during negotiations? Han Qiuya inquired, casting her gaze towards the soldiers who were steadfastly aiming their weapons at her. With a smile, Ross replied, Superwoman, you and your fellow heroes are undeniably formidable. Please indulge me. How can I feel secure if I do not keep a weapon trained upon you? Not far off, Tony and Bruce were flying towards the scene. Bruce's new suit, equipped with flight capabilities thanks to Tony's assistance, was now entirely painted black. This is not good. It appears they are on the verge of confrontation, Tony remarked anxiously, observing the tense standoff between Ross and Han Qiuya. Bruce was mentally calculating the combat capabilities of everyone present, furrowing his brow as he contemplated a strategy. We must alleviate their antagonism. The consequences of an actual conflict would be dire. Accelerating towards Hankyuya, Tony addressed the group. Ladies and gentlemen, General Ross. I understand that you each have your own considerations, but the paramount concern at this moment is to resolve the dispute peacefully and spare the innocent from harm. Let us seek a mutually beneficial resolution through dialogue. Could we not afford peace a chance? Ross, recognizing Stark, snorted derisively. Well put, Stark. Our actions are entirely legal and justified. If you all simply depart, the issue resolves itself without the need for discussion. Bruce cautioned, General. It would be wise to consider the bigger picture. Trust me, you do not wish to provoke her. Superwoman's strength far exceeds your imagination, and if things escalate, I cannot save you. Spare yourself the trouble. Another general hastily approached from behind, sensing the increasingly precarious situation and deciding to assist Ross. He tentatively probed Han Kyuya's response. Miss Han, if you have any requests, please voice them. You two must coexist on this planet. And you are aware of the formidable control over public opinion in the United States. Surely, you do not wish for your heroic image to be tarnished? If the U.S. government were to continually harass you, it would undoubtedly be a source of great distress. At that moment, a soldier rushed forward in a flurry, exclaiming, Sir, Superwoman just went live. The entire world is watching the conversation unfold. Chapter 100, The Red Giant in the Marvel Universe. All social media platforms and official television channels have been infiltrated by Skynet. This scene is presented before everyone. My goodness, is America blatantly seizing meteors? How outrageous. Support the goddess. That is something she brought back herself. TSK, we are witnessing the true face of American politicians. Such behavior is utterly commonplace for them. We must also dispatch experts to examine the meteor. We cannot allow the United States to conduct private research. Global public opinion is in an uproar, with many viewers fervently discussing this farce. Ross and his colleagues wear expressions of utter dismay, unable to maintain their facade of righteousness. Tony and Bruce exchange glances, contemplating how to defuse the escalating confrontation. General, what shall we do now? The pressure from public opinion will be immense. The lieutenant whispers to Ross. Humph. What do we care? Let them know. What difference does it make? Let the world witness the authority of the American government. Ross scoffs. Now that it has escalated, we must press on. Soldiers, prepare. Yes, sir. Rows of soldiers immediately raised their weapons, aiming at Han Shoyue and her companions. At that moment, several rows of tanks and armored vehicles rush in from the distance, with numerous aircraft following closely behind. The whirring of helicopters, the sound of weapons being loaded, and the rhythmic footfalls echo in succession, with dart gun barrels and cannon mouths all directed at Han Shoyue and her group. It seems the U.S. military is resolute in their intention to use force, and an imminent conflict is unavoidable. Han Shoyue coldly surveys the scene before turning to Tony and Bruce, stating, It appears we must resort to extraordinary measures. Are you prepared to assist? Ready. Selena, Venom, and Xiaomei immediately respond. Meanwhile, Tony and Bruce hesitate to express their support. Bruce contemplates dissuading her, knowing that a violent confrontation would undoubtedly result in casualties, contradicting his principle of not taking lives as Batman. He understands that Han Shoyue's Kryptonian body would withstand even a nuclear bomb without harm, yet these vulnerable soldiers would not stand a chance against her. Thus, Bruce decides to persuade Han Shoyue to yield. Miss Han, I understand your frustration over the stolen meteor, but could you perhaps take a step back for now? Those soldiers are innocent. You could always retrieve a larger meteor from space later, couldn't you? Tony, on the other hand, remains silent, anxiously watching Han Shoyue, awaiting her response. Ross, feeling quite pleased, wears a relaxed expression, as if everything is under his control. He anticipates Han Shoyue yielding to Bruce's counsel and leaving in disgrace. However, Han Shoyue disregards Bruce's plea, instead curious about Ross's audacity to confront her directly, even standing at the forefront with no sign of fear. Seemingly unbothered by the soldiers behind him, she usually has no need to maintain her X-ray vision, as her superintelligence tends to be quite lazy. Now, recalling this, she activates her X-ray vision to scan Ross, discovering that the energy within him exceeds that of an ordinary human by a staggering 1,000-fold. Oh dear, no wonder. It turns out you have become the Red Giant, Ross? Capable of transforming just like the Hulk, Han Kyuya remarked with great interest. Is this your support? Ross's expression changed. He was taken aback that this secret had been so easily unveiled by Han Kyuya, the Red Giant. Tony and Bruce were astonished. Ross, have you created a being akin to the Hulk? Silence, Stark, this is none of your concern. Ross's demeanor darkened. I have merely taken necessary measures to safeguard national security from the threats posed by you arrogant superheroes. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? With that, Ross let out a roar. his body rapidly expanding, transforming into a towering red giant over 4 meters tall. Venom, standing at just over 2 meters, appeared diminutive in comparison. Venom? What? Earth is indeed terrifying. I believe this is best left to the goddess boss. Eddie, let us go hunt down some prey and feast on their brains. Eddie, hey, the situation here is being broadcast live globally, so let us refrain from consuming human brains on camera. Chapter 101. The might of a single fist. At this moment, a simultaneous cry rang out. Wait. Hold on. From Han Shoyo and Bruce. Bruce, evidently intent on halting the continuation of this battle, glanced toward Han Shoyo, hoping for a change in the situation, signaling for her to speak first. All eyes turned to her. The red giant let out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha, what's this? Have you all lost your nerve? From the moment Ross had given the order, transforming into the red giant, the soldiers behind him displayed a spectrum of emotions. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, they continued to brandish their weapons at Han Shoyo and her companions, indifferent to the potential harm their actions could inflict. After all, their own interests were not at stake. They were prepared to kill without hesitation. They justified their actions with the excuse that they were merely following orders, unconcerned with the fates of others. Moreover, due to Han Shoyo's virtuous reputation, the soldiers understood she was not a villainous hero. Thus, irrespective of their treatment of her, they could not bring themselves to kill her. The soldiers maintained their weapons, carefully aiming and ready to fire. With a dismissive snort, Han Shoyo ignored the red giant's provocation and slowly turned to face Selena and Xiao Mei. Those marked with red dots must not be spared, she commanded calmly, her voice imbued with an inexorable bloodlust. In a mysterious realm, Gu Yi and Odin were also observing the unfolding events. Upon noticing the red dots appearing on certain individuals, Gu Yi immediately discerned Han Shoyo's intentions. They sat facing each other, as Odin lifted a teacup from the table, sipping Gu Yi's endlessly replenished tea, commenting, "She is truly remarkable. I find myself growing fonder of her. She detests slaughter, yet remains unyielding against her foes. I am tempted to have her inherit my throne." Gu Yi smiled at this and nodded. Indeed, she is exceptional. The magic Han Shoyo employed was learned from Gu Yi, causing the red dot markings to manifest on some soldiers. Through a verification system, Han Shoyo discovered that their affinity towards her was a resounding 0. It appeared they had committed numerous misdeeds, and their guilt was palpable in her presence. Many of the lesser antagonists had a score of 1, yet these soldiers had none. Han Shoyo also quickly confirmed, through an invasion of military data, that the larger the sin, the more pronounced the red dot on their chests appeared. Upon hearing Han Shoyo's declaration, the inflated Ross was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he commanded, "Open fire." At the rear, the soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire in support, with machine guns, tanks, and aircraft raining mercilessly down upon the battlefield, the air saturated with gunfire, explosions, and flames. Among the ranks, there were Terminator infiltrators who intentionally aimed their weapons carelessly at the red giant. 2 shells and several machine gun bullets struck the red giant's massive body. Boom. Bang. Despite the red giant's formidable physique, these attacks failed to pierce his skin. Yet, he was still somewhat infuriated, pondering, who dares? How were they trained? Are they blind? If they keep this up, they'll all be dismissed after the war. He roared in anger and strode towards Han Kuya, maintaining her composure. Han Kuya fixed her sharp gaze upon the red giant, her left hand slightly retracting, poised for action. Just as the red giant approached, she unleashed a powerful left jab, swift and forceful, aimed squarely at his torso. With a deafening boom, her fist shattered an unknown number of sound barriers, the sound reverberating across the battlefield. Han Kuya's punch was so rapid that the red giant could only watch helplessly as his body failed to react in time, striking his abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. The ensuing explosion of energy sent a colossal shockwave radiating outward, an astonishing spectacle. Behind her, Selena was jolted by the force, nearly losing her balance. Tony and Bruce, clad in their battle gear, had taken to the skies at the onset of the fight, but even they were thrown back by the shockwave. A nearby tank was overturned, rendered powerless against the onslaught. The soldiers closest to Ross were flung away as if they were mere puppets cut from their strings, their faces reddened by the fierce gust. However, Xiao Mei, with a body density 100 times that of an ordinary person and a smaller size, stood relatively steady after temporarily disabling her anti-gravity skill. The red giant, struck at his core, let out a piercing scream as his immense form was propelled away by the shockwave, crashing heavily into a distant meteorite. A thunderous roar echoed as his body pierced through the entire meteorite, emerging on the other side and stirring up a cloud of dust. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene, the soldiers momentarily forgetting to fire their weapons. My heavens, the force of that punch. It's utterly terrifying, Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide, still grappling with disbelief. The true extent of Wonder Woman's strength eludes my calculations, Bruce remarked solemnly. That punch must have wielded a force of at least several tons, sending a colossal enemy flying. My boss. No, my kitty master is truly formidable, an existence beyond comprehension, Selena stammered, correcting herself. Although she had previously witnessed Han Kiwia obliterating an island through a screen, nothing compared to the awe of witnessing her in action firsthand. The magnitude of the spectacle leaving her astounded. Eddie was also wide-eyed, while Venom seemed unfazed by the scene. Given the energy emanating from my boss, this is quite reasonable, he remarked. The soldiers stood in collective shock, absorbing the extraordinary sight. However, it wasn't long before one soldier, whether from confusion or recklessness, discharged his firearm. The gunshots rang out, prompting the others to follow suit, a cacophony of chaos erupting. Bang! Boom! Venom immediately plunged into the fray, like a black whirlwind, swiftly assaulting the soldiers' defenses. The damage inflicted by bullets and artillery seemed to recover almost instantaneously, instilling fear in the hearts of the soldiers. Venom! Roar! The scene was grotesque as a soldier was torn asunder by the claws of Venom, blood and dismembered limbs splattering in a horrific display. After the gunfire erupted, the agile Xiaomei swiftly ascended into the sky, surveying the battlefield from above. Her arms flowed and morphed, instantly coalescing into a diminutive yet formidable plasma cannon, aimed at a tank below. Just as she prepared to fire, Tony's armor unexpectedly materialized before her, obstructing her path. Hold on. Beautiful. Let us discuss this calmly, Tony urged. What's with your hand? Is that a plasma cannon? Such advanced technology. With a face as lovely as yours, you hardly seem like someone inclined to slaughter. At that moment, the voice of his artificial intelligence, Jarvis, echoed within the confines of Tony's suit. Sir, I must remind you, she is a robot. What? Tony exclaimed, astonished. This stunning young lady is a robot? I had no idea. He promptly flew towards Xiaomei, gesturing for her to proceed. Please, go ahead and fire. I stand corrected. Robots should indeed unleash havoc. I misjudged your sweet and gentle appearance. While engaging in conversation, Xiaomei did not allow herself to be delayed by Tony. She emitted a signal interference, causing the tanks on the ground to malfunction and the fighter jets in the air to spiral out of control, with their occupants frantically deploying parachutes to escape. Throughout this chaos, Xiaomei remained composed, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Tony, betraying no hint of emotion. Prompted by Jarvis's warnings, Tony became acutely aware of Xiaomei's influence and resolved to intervene. He could not allow her to continue unleashing her plasma cannon. It was evidently too advanced. With a sudden strike, Tony approached Xiaomei and swung his right fist towards her nose. Chapter 102. What will happen to Earth if Mars disappears? To his astonishment, Xiaomei merely raised her hand lightly, effortlessly catching Tony's iron fist and repelling him, her stance barely shifting. Goodness! Tony exclaimed as his armor staggered back several steps, nearly losing its balance. Jarvis swiftly calculated. Sir, her body density is approximately dozens to hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. Tony responded, so heavy? How can you fly with such agility? Do you possess an anti-gravity device? After speaking, he unleashed a laser from the palm cannon, directing it towards Xiaomei. Meanwhile, Catwoman Selena remained clad in her alluring, form-fitting battle attire, her cat tail swaying gently behind her. Her fingers transformed into sharp claws, remaining unscathed despite the bullets and small projectiles that struck her. As the soldiers opened fire, she deftly navigated the battlefield, identifying those marked with red dots. The initial soldiers fell easily to her prowess, but soon, as she seized a firearm and aimed it at one of the soldiers, Batman Bruce suddenly descended from above, attempting to knock the gun from her grasp. However, her strength had multiplied significantly, and she clutched the weapon tightly, refusing to relinquish it as she had in the original film. Do not harm them, Bruce's deep voice resonated. Selena retorted, oh, you think you can stop me? You're still too inexperienced. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. As they fought, Selena occasionally teasingly brushed her tail against his face. Bruce's expression remained unchanged, though irritation brewed within him. Maintaining his composure, he evaded Selena's assault with a swift turn, simultaneously incapacitating 3 nearby soldiers with precision. Selena, refrain from this. Just knock them out, Bruce admonished, having been struck back several meters, yet he continued to counsel her seriously. Is that so? What is the point then? The two exchanged blows, each strike landing with intent. Selena, taken aback by Bruce's formidable new armor, found herself at a stalemate, while soldiers continued to fire upon them. Adding to her frustration, deciding to disengage, she quipped, oh, you think you can stop me? You're still too inexperienced. As she spoke, she nimbly evaded Bruce's attacks, extending her tail to trip a nearby soldier. Bruce deftly maneuvered to avoid Selena's projectile, executing a precise strike to disarm another soldier. Selena's assault was fierce and rapid, yet Bruce's defense was equally robust. Amidst their battle, Selena continued to eliminate enemies while teasing Bruce, leaving him in a state of vexation, as he could not prevent her from doing so. Meanwhile, after Han Qiuya delivered a powerful punch that sent the red giant flying, she paid no heed to the astonished onlookers and soared confidently towards the summit of a 1,000-meter-high meteorite. Her live broadcast followed closely, consistently focused on her confrontation with the red giant. The red giant, dazed from Han Qiuya's blow, teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, he possessed a unique superpower that caused his anger and strength to escalate the more he was injured, making him increasingly formidable. As Han Qiuya descended, the crimson giant roared ferociously, rising from the ground on the opposite side of the meteorite. His eyes burned with fury, muscles bulging, radiating an overwhelming wrath. "Supergirl, I shall slay you," he bellowed, his voice brimming with rage. "Come forth," Han Qiuya replied with serene composure, standing still like a poised lady. To the untrained eye, one would never suspect the cataclysmic energy dwelling within her. Simultaneously, she posed a query to the AI system, Skynet, within her mental space, Skynet. What repercussions would the disappearance of Mars have on my Earth? The artificial intelligence swiftly responded. The absence of Mars would indeed affect Earth. Primarily, the gravitational field of Earth would alter, resulting in changes to its rotational and orbital velocities, potentially triggering alterations in Earth's climatic systems, leading to extreme weather phenomena. Furthermore, the vanishing of Mars would modify the mass distribution within the solar system. In contrast, celestial bodies like Pluto, distant from Earth, exert minimal influence on our planet's existence. Upon hearing Skynet's reply, Han Qiuya nodded, having reached a resolution. She paid no heed to the crimson giant charging up the 1,000-meter-high meteorite. Instead, she tore the air with both hands, twisting and rending space, unveiling a colossal spatial rift before her. "Roar, meet your demise." The giant's eyes glowed red, as he swung his fists with newfound power surging within him. Reveling in his own exhilaration, Han Qiuya's gaze sharpened, and she deftly evaded his strike, perceiving the giant's tremendous blow in slow motion. Following this, she executed a swift, precise kick, her sleek legs striking the giant's abdomen with impeccable accuracy. Before he could react, she propelled him into the fractured spatial rift. Han Qiuya followed suit, leaping into the ruptured passageway. As she gracefully landed on the other side, she was met with the frigid desolation of the icy planet, Pluto. The spatial rift behind her gradually sealed shut. The giant crashed heavily onto Pluto's icy surface, shards of ice scattering around him. Rising to his feet, he had transformed into an even larger titan, emanating an aura of wrath and combativeness. "Ha! The angrier I become, the stronger I grow. I shall inevitably prevail," the giant boasted arrogantly. "Come, let me witness your fury," Han Qiuya calmly retorted, a hint of mockery in her tone. No sooner had she spoken than a beam of heat shot from her eyes, effortlessly piercing through one of the giant's hand bones. In Han Qiuya's livestream, viewers around the globe were transfixed by the screen when they saw her tear open the spatial rift and enter the icy realm of Pluto alongside the giant. The world was engulfed in astonishment. My heavens, she has torn open space? Supergirl has shifted the battlefield to another planet. Many spectators gasped, utterly taken aback by Han Qiuya's audacious maneuver. She was safeguarding Earth. The desire to avoid the ravages of war resonates deeply within us. Our goddess is truly magnificent. Some netizens have begun to comprehend Han Qiuya's earnest intentions. Goddess, persevere. For the sake of our planet, eradicate the monsters. Yet, there are dissenters who hastily comment that the Superwoman poses a grave danger, recklessly destroying public property and audaciously tearing through the fabric of space, wreaking havoc on the environment, verging on criminality. She is undeniably powerful, and the need for oversight over this Superwoman has become imperative. Just observe her in battle. Her strength seems utterly uncontrollable. Indeed, who shall reign in this unbridled woman? She will inevitably bring harm to us all. She has already rebelled, and you deluded fans still support her. Supporters of Han Qiuya retorted fiercely, "Silence. It is your sinister mindset that requires scrutiny. Dissenters, you are speaking nonsense. Be quiet, you criminal sycophants." It was clearly Ame who first encroached upon public property. The Superwoman merely took reasonable action. An enraged fan commented, "Indeed, our goddess has shown remarkable mercy. Had it been me, I would have reduced those trigger-happy soldiers to mere pulp." Another fan countered vehemently. The comments quickly devolved into chaos, with expletives flying in all directions. The President of the United States and military leaders were intently watching the live broadcast. "Her power exceeds our wildest imaginations. We must, and can only, seek to align with her," the President murmured, sensing that the situation had escalated dramatically. "Mr. President, you were in agreement at the time." "Indeed. Who was responsible for sending Ross? Step forward. Furthermore, he can transform into a red giant. Are some of you engaging in clandestine illegal experiments?" Some legislators sought to swiftly assign responsibility for the matter. This is not the time for blame. We must find a way to control the situation, or the consequences will be dire. The president frowned. It may not necessarily end poorly. Observe how the red giant has regained strength. Perhaps we should wait and see. It was you, old Biden, who agreed to this. One legislator erupted in a furious tirade. More debates erupted within the assembly. Some sought to identify those accountable, while others actively discussed strategies. S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury quietly observed the live broadcast, having already activated his beeper to summon Captain Marvel. Chapter 103. The battle begins. Pluto, with a diameter of approximately 2,400 kilometers, is slightly smaller than the Moon, which measures 3,476 kilometers across. The environment on Pluto is exceedingly harsh, with an average surface temperature plummeting to a chilling -230 degrees, rendering it bone-numbingly cold. Everything here is encased in a relentless frost, forming a solid, unyielding surface. Han Kuya and the red giant descended onto the vast icy plains of Pluto, where a thick layer of frost lay beneath their feet and an inky black sky loomed above, the surroundings enveloped in utter silence. Save for the howling wind that swept by. It is indeed frigid here. You're not frozen stiff, are you? Han Kuya inquired. Her voice as crisp as the air around them, as she regarded the red giant with curious eyes. This temperature posed no challenge to her physical constitution. The red giant's formidable physique remained resilient, albeit his movements had become sluggish, yet he was far from being incapacitated by the cold. His ferocious recuperative abilities and the surge of strength that accompanied his fury seemed impervious to the low temperatures. Cold? The fire of my rage is already ablaze within me, the red giant bellowed, his voice reverberating through the icy expanse. Let me tear apart that lovely visage of yours. With that declaration, he roared and leapt skyward, his massive form carving a straight trajectory across Pluto's night sky, hurtling towards Han Kuya. Han Kuya awaited the red giant's advance, then effortlessly propelled herself upward, evading his onslaught with grace. She soared higher, while the red giant, in a fit of fury, leapt after her with a thunderous roar. As they neared each other, the red giant awkwardly extended a finger, barely grazing the sole of Han Kuya's boot. You cannot even fly. How do you expect to defeat me? You can only be my shoe shiner. Losing his balance, the red giant found himself without a foothold in the dark sky, helplessly watching as he plummeted, crashing heavily onto Pluto's surface. Silence! He roared in a fit of rage, his muscles swelling with fury, expanding once more, as a terrifying red glow ignited in his eyes. I shall annihilate you. His thunderous howl echoed as he ascended once more. At this moment, viewers around the globe were captivated by the exceptional audio quality of the live broadcast, prompting a flurry of questions and speculations. Isn't this taking place on Pluto? How can we still hear sounds? Perhaps the Superwoman has employed some form of magic to transmit the sound as well, one viewer suggested. I suspect the live stream features an automated dubbing system that generates sound effects based on the visuals, another speculated. However, this broadcasting technology is remarkably advanced. Both audio and video effects are astonishingly lifelike. It must be the Superwoman utilizing transparent rays, with the vibrations of the rays facilitating sound transmission. An individual claiming to be a scientist analyzed. Regardless of how the sound is transmitted, what matters is that the fight is exhilarating, commented an enthusiastic viewer. Do not overthink the matters concerning Superwoman. Simply suspend your disbelief and enjoy it as a story. Soon, the global audience was entirely engrossed in the thrilling spectacle of the battle, their adrenaline surging as if they were witnessing an epic cinematic masterpiece. Meanwhile, some scientists remained intensely curious about the phenomenon of sound transmission, driven by their desire for exploration and understanding. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, in addition to urgently contacting Captain Marvel, also reached out to Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had just recently thawed from the ice and was residing in a modest rental apartment. Rogers, a relic of the last century, found himself ill-equipped to navigate the modern technological landscape and had little affinity for the internet. The antiquated phone he possessed was a temporary provision from Fury, lacking the functionality to receive notifications from Han Kuya's live broadcasts. Thus, he remained oblivious to the momentous events unfolding outside. On that day, he chose to remain indoors, eschewing television and the internet, intent on training tirelessly until Fury's call interrupted his solitude, illuminating the dire circumstances prevailing beyond his walls. What? A kilometer-wide meteorite. The military has suffered significant casualties? Captain America inquired with palpable confusion over the phone. Indeed, you will understand upon your arrival. Understood, I shall depart at once. Meanwhile, surrounding the meteorite, with only Little May, Venom, and Selena present, the trio, despite Tony and Bruce's attempts to intervene, managed to incapacitate all those marked with the red dot, some rendered unconscious while others sustained severe injuries. Little May's plasma cannon, Selena's barrage of knives and projectiles, coupled with Venom's formidable strength, proved devastatingly effective. Even Tony and Bruce were unable to thwart their advance. Their seamless cooperation swiftly concluded the skirmish, leaving many surviving soldiers unmarked by the red dot, too intimidated to continue their assault. The American government, witnessing that Han Kia's battle was far from over, refrained from recklessly dispatching additional troops or employing weapons of mass destruction. They understood that even a nuclear strike against Han Kia's might yield no harm to her. Thus, their gaze remained fixed upon the fierce confrontation between Han Kia's and the Red Giant on Pluto, awaiting the resolution of the conflict and the ultimate outcome. Tony and Bruce, feeling somewhat exasperated, lamented, "We underestimated them. Even our new armor pales in comparison." Bruce removed his helmet, panting heavily, his face betraying concern. Moreover, this isn't even her full strength. Indeed, their teamwork is impeccable, while ours lacks any effective synergy, Tony concurred, also removing his helmet. "I believe the Justice League needs to recruit more formidable members and undergo systematic team combat training." After a moment of hesitation, Tony added, "However, as a friend of Supergirl, based on my interactions with her, I believe she possesses a commendable character and is unlikely to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Her actions in marking those soldiers must carry a specific intent." "I understand your perspective. I know you are a fan of hers," Bruce nodded, then glanced at Tony with a hint of resignation. "You and I are on the same wavelength. Part of the reason for confronting them at this opportunity is to assess the performance of our new armor and gauge their level of power." Precisely. At that moment, Tony's armor suddenly activated, and JARVIS projected a large image visible to both men. It depicted the scene of Han Kia's in battle. "Sir JARVIS announced, the confrontation involving the invincible Supergirl has concluded. Pluto has been destroyed." The scene depicts the explosion of Pluto. Tony hastily instructs Jarvis to replay the preceding events. Time rewinds to earlier moments. Han Kia, soaring several thousand meters above Pluto, calmly gazes beneath her short skirt, which is magically shielded from any indecency. A towering red giant, standing 100 meters tall, leaps from the ground towards her with great force. Just as their paths are about to converge, Han Kia executes a graceful aerial backflip, sweeping her right foot to deliver a powerful kick to the giant's face. With a thunderous crash, the giant's head is knocked aside, and his massive body plummets towards Pluto with the velocity of a shooting star. As he crashes heavily onto the surface, a fierce shockwave radiates outward, creating an artificial ring-like mountain range with a diameter of several kilometers on Pluto's surface. His 100-meter frame penetrates the ground as if through paper, rapidly descending until it halts precisely at the planet's core. That single kick leaves him with but a faint glimmer of life, although he can still grow stronger due to his regenerative abilities. The relentless onslaught from Han Kia has weighed heavily upon him, intensifying the severity of her strikes. Even if he were to grow in strength, his towering stature begins to erode his confidence. The power of that kick surpasses all previous encounters, instilling in the red giant an unprecedented fear of absolute strength.